On the fateful night of the massacre, I unleashed the full power of the complete Susanoo. The usually composed Uchiha trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground as he beheld the colossal figure towering over 1,000 meters. He could scarcely believe his eyes, for he distinctly remembered that the Uchiha brat he had just slain was once a mere waste, possessing only the single Tomo Sharingan. Yet, how could he have suddenly resurrected, and with merely the power of 3 Tomo, effortlessly wield the immense complete Susanoo, surpassing even that of Madara? It was because I had been reborn as a member of the Uchiha clan, perishing on the night of the massacre, only to activate a system that granted me the full power of Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths. Not only did I automatically heal all my wounds, but I also possessed the legendary 3 Tomo Sage Eye, said to be even more formidable than the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As I rose to my feet, the overwhelming chakra that surged forth was both unfamiliar and potent, causing the Uchiha to widen his eyes in astonishment. Before he could react, I took a step forward, instantly appearing before Itachi Uchiha. Have you ever experienced pain? Or perhaps, do you eat beef? Upon hearing my chilling words, Itachi furrowed his brow, perplexed by their meaning, yet remained impassive, his gaze fixed on me, ever ready to seize an opportunity to strike. However, a faint smile played upon my lips, a hint of mockery gracing my expression. What I mean to say is, in the next moment, my crimson pupils narrowed as I declared, Susanoo. The ferocious chakra erupted violently, and a skeletal battle armor materialized, its pressure akin to a mountain, reverberating through the air. Witnessing the intense energy scorching the atmosphere, Itachi's expression finally shifted. He instinctively retreated a step, his blood-red Sharingan spinning wildly as he murmured in disbelief, Susanoo. Impossible. After all, in his understanding, one could only awaken Susanoo by possessing 2 Mangeki Sharingan, coupled with an immense chakra reserve and tremendous mental fortitude. I was merely a 14-year-old who had only recently awakened a single Tomo, an individual of exceedingly mediocre talent. Even if the brink of death had spurred the activation of my Mangeki Sharingan, there was no way I could master such power as Susanoo in such a brief span of time. Moreover, this individual before him possessed only 3 Tomo. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. The deep violet half-formed Susanoo, bathed in the night, advanced steadily towards him. I fixed my gaze on the Uchiha, the corner of my mouth curling upward as I slowly proclaimed, there is nothing impossible. After all, I no longer consume beef. With that, I commanded the massive hand of Susanoo, enveloped in raging chakra, and brought it crashing down upon Itachi Uchiha. In that instant, the air was utterly torn apart, a tempest sweeping forth, and the ground caved in. However, just as the colossal hand descended, Itachi's figure transformed into a swarm of flying crows, dissipating into the air. Indeed, I chuckled softly, my crimson pupils narrowing slightly as I turned to face behind me, preparing to unleash the fireball jutsu. Suddenly, from a distance, Uchiha appeared, forming hand seals with a single hand, and unleashed a searing fireball that surged towards Susanoo in his heart. The threat I posed surpassed that of the mysterious figure in the tiger-striped mask who called himself Madara. For the sake of his brother and Konoha, he resolved to exert every ounce of his strength to vanquish me. Yet, upon witnessing this, I merely scoffed. The armor of Susanoo trembled slightly, unyielding, allowing the flames to crash against the sturdy chakra armor without any evasion. However, just as the flames began to dissipate, a colossal sword materialized between Susanoo's arms, radiating a terrifying chakra pulse, cleaving through the fiery inferno and pointing directly at Uchiha Itachi in the distance. Yet at the very moment the blade was about to descend, Itachi's figure transformed once more into countless crows, scattering black feathers in the air as his voice resonated. Softly, your power is formidable. His dark silhouette emerged upon Susanoo's shoulder, and his crimson Sharingan coldly scrutinized me. Too clumsy, as soon as his words fell, my pupils contracted sharply, and the surrounding space warped abruptly, transforming everything into a blood-red realm. Illusionary reading here. Time was entirely under my control. Uchiha observed me with a cold detachment. Next, you will endure endless torment within my Genjutsu. Yet before he could complete his sentence, I laughed, uncertain whether to call him naive or overly arrogant. My gaze intensified suddenly, shattering the cross that bound me. The remnants of Susanoo reformed within the illusion. In your world, my power still prevails. I spoke. The formidable ocular power, surged forth from my eyes. The crimson illusion shattered entirely in the next moment. Uchiha Itachi cried out in anguish, blood streaming from the corners of his eyes, and his heart finally experienced genuine shock. How could this be? His own reading had been forcefully shattered. This was not merely a confrontation of illusions, but an overwhelming dominance of ocular power. I advanced slowly, my crimson pupils reflecting Uchiha Itachi's figure. My voice was low and frigid. Now it is your turn to experience fear. Itachi's gaze tightened slightly, a vague unease rising within him. He instinctively prepared a counterattack, but saw my figure abruptly vanish from his position. Realizing the danger, he swiftly turned, urgency flashing in his eyes, but it was too late. In the next second, my figure had already appeared before Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, his heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. He remained frozen, seemingly unaware of the impending horror. With blood splattering, my hand pierced through Sasuke's chest directly. The young boy's eyes dulled, his face etched with astonishment and pain, yet his body crumpled to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted abruptly, his gaze turning vacant and bewildered. He had never imagined that one day, the brother he had devoted everything to protect would meet such a fate. Life was ruthlessly snatched away before my very eyes. The anguished howl shattered the silence. With an instinctive surge, I lunged forward, driven by an innate desire to reclaim Sasuke from those bloodstained hands. Alas, it was far too late. Why such fervor? Or is it that your will of fire lacks purity? As I spoke, a sardonic smile crept upon my lips. For the sake of this so-called will of fire, you have slaughtered the Uchiha clan, taken the lives of my parents, and even murdered your own. And now, what is the issue with me extinguishing your brother for my own will of fire? Itachi Uchiha's body trembled slightly, a tempest of anger and sorrow swirling within him, compelling his mind to conjure immense, unique chakra that surged into his eyes. Susanoo loomed, a thunderous roar erupting into the void. From the depths of the inky night, a colossal crimson figure ascended, the skeletal form of Susanoo rapidly coalescing, soon adorned with scarlet armor. In the blink of an eye, it drew the Totsuka blade from its waist, the blade enveloped in sealing power as the air distorted violently in the wake of its arc. Itachi spoke no more. His fury transcended the need for words. The sword of Susanoo became the embodiment of his wrath, a blinding flash cleaving through the heavens, bearing a destructive force aimed squarely at me. Yet I stood unfazed, arms crossed, disdain etched across my face. Weakness is the original sin. My suffering far surpasses yours. The tidal wave of chakra surged forth, an indescribable pressure erupting from within me, manifesting as the complete form of Susanoo. That behemoth towered on the battlefield, unleashing a tempest of thunder that ravaged the world around us, as the very fabric of space seemed unable to withstand such terrifying power. Visible cracks spread like wildfire. In comparison, Itachi Susanoo appeared diminutive, akin to an infant before a giant, insignificant and trivial. Though the Totsuka blade possessed sealing abilities, it required a direct hit to be effective. I regarded the approaching blade with indifference, a flicker of contempt in my gaze. With the complete form of Susanoo, I raised my colossal katana slowly. Then, with a resounding crash, the massive blade tore through the air like divine punishment, descending with unparalleled might upon Itachi. His pupils constricted as Susanoo's arms crossed defensively. Gritting his teeth, he fervently channeled chakra, raising the Yata mirror high, maximizing his defenses. In an instant, the colossal blade struck the Yata mirror, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of energy. The crimson Susanoo shattered violently, revealing Itachi beneath the violet thunder. The massive katana plunged into the earth, sending shockwaves that ignited a tempest akin to an earthquake, obliterating surrounding structures into ruins while distant forests were uprooted, reduced to mere dust. I gradually retracted my complete Susanoo, my gaze sharpened, and I turned my expressionless face toward the horizon, the edge of the Uchiha territory in sight. The once lush forest has been reduced to barren ground. Upon this desolate land, a flock of crows suddenly gathers. In the next moment, the crows transform into human figures, and Uchiha Itachi reappears in the night, carrying the lifeless body of Sasuke on his back. At this moment, he displays no overt signs of distress, save for the blood tears streaming down his face, which seem particularly glaring under the moonlight. His chest heaves violently, breaths heavy and rapid, clearly indicating the considerable toll the recent battle has taken on him. Yet, more than the physical wounds, it is the overwhelming power of his adversary that shakes his very spirit. How could this individual possess such formidable strength? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's mind is a whirlwind of confusion. Having witnessed the complete Susanoo, he recognizes that he is no match for the opponent. His sole thought now is to flee from Konoha as swiftly as possible, to seek a method to resurrect Sasuke, and to find a definitive way to end this threat. Just as this thought crosses his mind, a chilling voice suddenly pierces the night. "You're not dead yet." In an instant, I flicker into view, my hand thrusting toward Uchiha Itachi's neck. However, the moment my fingertips make contact, Itachi's form once again transforms into a sky full of crows, only to soon reappear in the distance, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he coughs softly. "Your strength is too great. For the safety of the village, I must do whatever it takes to eliminate you." As soon as he utters these words, Uchiha Itachi swiftly closes his left eye, his right eye widening dramatically, locking onto my figure with unwavering intensity. In that fleeting moment, fierce black flames ignite, as if seeking to consume my upper body. Yet I remain composed, raising my hand as the formidable Susanoo skeleton materializes instantaneously, isolating the black flames from me. Although Amaterasu is said to be an eternal flame, it is rendered powerless against Susanoo, which is a manifestation of chakra without tangible form. Seizing the moment before the black flames can spread, I decisively dispel the left Susanoo, causing Amaterasu, stripped of its anchor, to extinguish into nothingness. Just then, Uchiha Itachi suddenly appears behind me, his left shoulder bearing Sasuke's corpse, his right hand gripping a katana, its blade glinting ominously as it aims for my vital points. However, my speed surpasses as almost instantaneously, I pivot and grasp his throat with my hand like lightning, pinning him firmly in midair. "What give you the right to represent Konoha?" I smirk, my gaze icy as I apply slight pressure. Itachi's breathing quickens, ultimately rolling back into his eyes. I hesitate not for a moment, my grip tightening abruptly, accompanied by a chilling crack as Itachi's neck is irrevocably broken. His lifeless body collapses to the ground, while his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, continues to lie peacefully in his embrace, as if in slumber. I gaze down upon this scene, my tone devoid of warmth. "You are reunited with your beloved brother. I trust you are both quite pleased." With that, I turn and vanish into the night. Yet, shortly after my departure, the lifeless eyes of Uchiha Itachi suddenly snap open. His once fatal injuries miraculously healed, yet his left I had become utterly devoid of. Light, a lifeless shade of gray. The Izanagi, one of the most formidable forbidden techniques possessed by the Uchiha clan, had been invoked. Previously, when I unleashed the full manifestation of the Susanoo, Li Jibwa, perceiving the dire circumstances, had preemptively dispatched an Izanagi practitioner. At that moment, deprived of the brilliance of one eye, he cast a glance down at the lifeless body of his brother, Sasuke, his heart awash with a tumult of emotions. Yet, there was no time for reflection, for he understood all too well that with my formidable strength, I would not let him escape easily. That it was imperative that he vacate Konoha swiftly. However, just as Uchiha Itachi rose to his feet, my previously vanished voice abruptly resonated, laced with mockery and an icy tone. "Return, and if you can leave Konoha alive today, I shall cease to be called Uchiha Itachi." A tremor coursed through Itachi's heart, yet he hesitated not for a moment. Activating the body flicker technique, he transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from his original position, a mere fish escaping the net. I scoffed softly, forming hand seals with one hand. The shadow clone technique was set into motion, and soon, amidst a flurry of white smoke, 20 clones erupted into existence, dispersing rapidly in all directions, effectively encircling Itachi's escape route. Upon witnessing this, Itachi's expression darkened as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Gritting his teeth, he invoked the semi-formed state of the Susanoo, encasing himself in a robust chakra skeleton. He meticulously assessed the situation. Uchiha Yoru had just executed consecutive Susanoo maneuvers and had summoned an overwhelming number of shadow clones, indicating a significant depletion of chakra. Each clone's strength would likely be diminished. Yet, the multitude of my clones surrounding him. A mere trick. With a low shout from Uchiha Ye, 20 Susanoo appeared almost simultaneously, the immense chakra boiling in the air, each gigantic figure exuding a terrifying pressure. encircling the crimson Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi. Susanoo 20. In the next moment, 20 chakra blades came crashing down. The blade light crisscrossed, striking down like raindrops, forcing Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo into full defense mode. The massive chakra rapidly depleting, blood tears sliding down the corners of his eyes once again. His breath grew weaker. The crimson Susanoo swayed precariously, ultimately shattering under the relentless assault. No! At this rate, I will die. Uchiha Itachi knew he had fallen into a desperate situation, with very little chakra left in his body, but he still had one last resort. Sensuke no Mi won't work. Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his eyes, his fingers quickly forming seals, and a crow suddenly flew out, spiraling in the night sky. The crow's single eye emitted an eerie, blood-red glow. Uchiha Shursue's Mangeki Sharingan. Kodo Amatsukami. The powerful Jinjutsu was instantly unleashed, rushing toward Uchiha Ye's pupils. Uchiha Itachi stared intently at his enemy, and saw Uchiha Ye's figure momentarily pause, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. A glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Did it work? However, in the next moment, a violent shock hit his chest, the backlash of the ocular power causing a sweet, metallic taste to surge in Uchiha Itachi's throat, blood gushing out. Uchiha Ye remained standing, even revealing a hint of a mocking smile. Your ocular power is still far from enough. His three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, overwhelming ocular techniques, crushing back. Uchiha Itachi felt the world spin, his consciousness forcibly dragged into an illusion, his body involuntarily stiffening, his pupils dilating, completely losing the will to resist. Uchiha Ye stepped forward, his hand once again gripping Uchiha Itachi's throat, murderous intent radiating. However, at that moment, a deep and mysterious voice resonated. Stop. The space slightly distorted, a black vortex slowly opened, and a man wearing a tiger-striped mask walked out. He gazed at Uchiha Ye, the single eye on his mask becoming even more pronounced. Kid, are you interested in joining us? Uchiha Ye coldly glanced at the masked man, a disdainful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, without a hint of hesitation. His hands twisting slightly, crack. Uchiha Itachi's neck was completely twisted under the gaze of the masked man, his body collapsing powerless. Immediately after, Uchiha Ye, under the masked man's gaze, unhesitatingly reached out and plucked Uchiha Itachi's eyes. He stood up, holding the bloody Mangeki Sharingan, smiling gently, his gaze filled with undisguised contempt. Are you worthy? Chapter 5. When Lin Yehun died, you were much braver than you are now. The man in the tiger-striped mask stood silently in the darkness, his hollow eyes deep and cold, as if they were going to swallow Uchiha Ye completely. The air around was stagnant, dead silence was suffocating. Uchiha Itachi's body still radiated warmth, blood slowly spreading, reflecting Uchiha Ye's crimson and indifferent pupils on the ground. Do you qualify? Uchiha Ye slowly squeezed the eyes of Uchiha Itachi in his hands, his tone contemptuous, his face full of disdain. With a pop, the eyes in his palm were crushed by Uchiha Ye. Heh, interesting, truly interesting. The masked man chuckled softly, his voice low and eerie, as if he didn't care at all about Uchiha Itachi's death. However, his inner vigilance had already reached its peak. Uchiha Itachi was the most outstanding genius he had seen in the Uchiha clan, second only to Uchiha Shursui, and now he was killed by this nameless boy before him. But precisely because of this boy was worth recruiting. It's just that his personality is too arrogant. Since that's the case, let me test your caliber. The masked man's eyes narrowed slightly, killing intent pervading, and he quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A scorching flame erupted like an enraged dragon, the fierce fire rolling and instantly engulfing the area where Uchiha Ye stood, the flames reaching to the sky, painting the night red. However, before the flames could approach, the Susanoo skeleton instantly condensed, protecting Uchiha Ye within. The fireball collided with the Susanoo, only stirring up a negligible ripple before dissipating into nothingness. The masked man's pupils contracted slightly, his internal vigilance heightened once again. He had originally wanted to test the other's condition. After all, Uchiha Ye had just displayed the complete form of Susanoo that even he found shocking, along with 20 Susanoo clones. In Obito Uchiha's mind, even the true Uchiha Madara at his peak, after using this level of power, would inevitably exhaust his chakra and could barely stand. But the reality was that Uchiha Ye not only showed no signs of fatigue, but even seemed to handle his fire release with ease. This kid's strength is far more dangerous than expected. The expression behind the mask darkened a few shades. However, since that's the case, it's better to show my name. I am Uchiha Madara. His tone was deep, deliberately adding a touch of mystery, raising his head, his voice laced with temptation. Kid, are you interested in joining us? Our Akatsuki organization's ideal is... Before he could finish, Uchiha Ye's mouth suddenly curled into a smirk, his indifference gradually turning into mockery. He first chuckled lightly, then laughed heartily without any concealment. Ha ha, you call yourself Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Ye slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with mockery, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. Should I then call myself Uchiha Tanigashima? The masked man was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a reaction from the other. However, before he could speak again, Uchiha Ye's smile suddenly vanished. His gaze sharp as a knife, his tone suddenly cold. Obito Uchiha, are you pretending to be someone else? The masked man's pupils shrank violently. When was his identity exposed? Before he could react, a chilling killing intent came from behind him. It's your turn. Uchiha Ye's figure appeared behind the masked man like a ghost, his crimson Sharingan already locking onto his form. Uchiha Ye's arm directly pierced through Obito Uchiha's body, without any obstruction, as if he were merely an illusion. Seizing this opportunity, Obito leaped back several steps, quickly creating distance, vigilantly staring at Uchiha Ye. However, Uchiha Ye did not stop, and the half-body Susanoo instantly condensed, a gigantic hand crashing down. Bang! The ground exploded, dust flying, a giant pit suddenly appearing in place. But when the dust settled, Obito Uchiha still stood unharmed in the same spot, as if the previous attack had never occurred. He tilted his head slightly, his tone indifferent, even with a hint of disdain. Kid, your attack has no effect on me. This is the power of Uchiha Madara. He deliberately emphasized the 4 words Uchiha Madara, as if to tell the other that he was the real deal. However, Uchiha Ye merely smiled coldly, unaffected by this bluster. Obito Uchiha's Kamui was indeed tricky. Physical attacks could not touch him. He could evade damage at any time, an almost invincible ability. But invincible does not mean there are no flaws. Buzz, Uchiha's Sharingan suddenly focused, the eye power fluctuations spreading like a tide, and the figure of Susanoo once again condensed, an eerie sense of pressure enveloping the air. Obito Uchiha frowned slightly. He sensed something unusual, but remained calm. After all, in front of Kamui, all attacks were futile. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. All around him, there were blades of Susanoo, dozens of Susanoo's phantoms intertwined, precisely sealing off all escape routes. Even the sky and ground were completely covered. At this moment, Obito Uchiha was experiencing the perspective of Uchiha Itachi just moments ago. But buzz! A black spatial vortex suddenly appeared, rapidly expanding, slowly engulfing Obito Uchiha's body. He did not hesitate to activate Kamui, preparing to completely escape the battlefield. Uchiha Ye's gaze darkened slightly, but he did not rush to stop him. Instead, at this critical moment, he coldly spoke. When Lin Yehun died, you were much braver than you are now. Buzz! The vortex suddenly stagnated. The originally smooth space twisted as if it had suffered some interference, beginning to flicker irregularly. In an instant, it seemed even time had frozen. In this brief moment of hesitation, Uchiha Ye's Sharingan suddenly erupted with intense eye power. A massive mental shock directly crashing into Obito Uchiha's mind. Boom! Obito Uchiha's face suddenly turned pale, a buzzing sound ringing in his head, as if countless shattered images surged in at once. The battlefield stained with blood. The moment Lin Yehun fell, he helplessly reached out, but could not touch her figure. In the darkness, the figure of Uchiha Madara coldly watched him, a low voice echoing in his ears. This world has long since rotted. In the beautiful illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi, Lin still stood before him, gently saying, Obito, let us go home. Obito Uchiha suddenly let out a muffled groan, his body swaying, but in the end, the vortex completely swallowed him, disappearing from the battlefield. Uchiha Ye quietly watched the direction he vanished, his gaze cold. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, softly uttering, You escaped this time, but next time? Can you still hide? Chapter 6 The door has collapsed. The Uchiha clan's territory has now turned into a wasteland. Uchiha Itachi slowly released his Susanoo, his gaze sweeping around, and he sneered, casually eliminating a few underlings dressed in umbu or root uniforms, as if their existence were entirely insignificant. He looked up at the high-hanging moon, its cold light like water. As the night deepened further. Tonight is still long. The night in Konoha appeared peaceful, with root ninjas moving silently, while most villagers slept soundly, as if everything was fine. However, this tranquility was destined to be short-lived. The enormous Susanoo had shaken the ground, and its might was hard for anyone to ignore. Following that, the violent tremors caused villagers to rush out of their homes, and nearly everyone saw the purple giant standing in the sky, exuding a powerful sense of oppression, as if the entire Konoha were shrouded in its shadow. The atmosphere in Konoha instantly became tense, with residents' confusion and fear intertwining, as the originally peaceful night seemed to be swallowed by a storm. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Konoha had already realized the seriousness of the situation. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere grew heavier, with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others wearing serious expressions. All the Konoha higher-ups had gathered together, except for Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe one after another, smoke filling the room, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Soon after, Shimura Danzo walked into the meeting room with an unhappy face. Upon seeing the atmosphere around him, he immediately frowned. Hiruzen, I am arranging for the root ninjas to maintain order in Konoha. Did you call me here to waste my time? Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him a cold glance, his eyes sharp as a knife. Danzo, why are you late? Are you hiding something? Shimura Danzo angrily replied. I act with integrity. Hiruzen, you are slandering me. He is slandering me. Shimura Danzo fumed. In truth, he was in a hurry to check the situation at the Uchiha clan's territory because the original plan had changed. The original plan was for Uchiha Itachi and the mysterious masked man to cooperate with Danzo's root to jointly annihilate the Uchiha clan. This plan had received Sarutobi Hiruzen's tacit approval. However, that enormous Susanoo was clearly not something that a small fry like Uchiha Itachi could use. No matter how strong he was, he could not unleash such colossal power. Unexpected or not, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turn against him? Was it that if the plan went awry, he would have to take the blame? Is there still a law? Is there still a sense of justice? Before Shimura Danzo could finish speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly interrupted. You better not have done anything you shouldn't have. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to discuss serious matters. Everyone should have seen that a huge figure has appeared in the Uchiha clan's territory. That figure, if I remember correctly, should be Susanoo. Several people present had seen Susanoo to some extent, except for Danzo, who knew the information about Uchiha Shursui. Others remembered that the last time Susanoo appeared was during the era of the first Hokage. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. That kind of oppressive feeling is exactly the same as Uchiha Madara back in the day. Mito came in, adjusted his glasses. A hint of dread in his eyes. Back then, just one Uchiha Shursui had already stirred up a coup within the Uchiha clan. Now that there is another strong presence within the clan, I'm afraid. Our Anbu sent to investigate have all gone missing. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. At this moment, Konoha's higher-ups still knew nothing about the true situation in the Uchiha clan's territory, and the identity of the person wielding Susanoo remained a mystery. Even Shimura Danzo could not figure out what had happened. He only knew that tonight, two Uchiha traitors would respectively massacre the Uchiha clan and the guard team. The Root and Anbu ninjas originally responsible for monitoring Uchiha Itachi had all been intercepted and killed by Uchiha Bito, amid such large-scale slaughter. Uchiha Itachi had no chance to report to him, and that giant Susanoo was undoubtedly the biggest variable. Fortunately, the appearance of the giant Susanoo did not last long. It quickly disappeared, seemingly limiting its actions to the Uchiha clan's territory. This discovery relieved the villagers of Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also breathed a sigh of relief. My teacher has long said that the Uchiha clan is a naturally evil clan, Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice. Hiruzen, I'll go check the situation, he urged. Shimura Danzo shared similar thoughts with Uchiha Bito, although that giant Susanoo was shocking. The bigger the ninjutsu, the more chakra it consumed. From his perspective, the caster would not have it easy either. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's most important goal was still to seize the Sharingan from the corpses of the Uchiha clan. If others acted first, his dream of becoming Hokage could be dashed again. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw through Danzo's thoughts and said without hesitation, Danzo, once the Jonin class is ready, we will go to the Uchiha clan together. Hiruzen you. Shimura Danzo was furious, a flicker of malice passing through his eyes. If so many people went together, Shimura Danzo could not openly seize the Sharingan. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, always ruining my good plans. Then, the iconic scene of the Hokage unfolded again. Danzo, I'm Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Bang! A set of actions was swift and precise, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. And Shimura Danzo left in anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not let up, calmly waving his hand to call Danzo back. Shimura Danzo's anger had not yet subsided, his expression dark. Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly coughed, his face becoming serious, his tone solemn. If there really is a presence like Uchiha Madara, we must do everything we can to protect Konoha, no matter what happens. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to order the Anbu to assemble and instruct the major ninja clans to be ready. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Who is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen nervously stared at the door, his expression instantly alert. Then, there was a soft sound followed by several intermittent screams. The sounds gradually fading, returning to silence. The Konoha higher-ups present tensed up, nervously looking towards the door, the atmosphere suddenly becoming even more tense. Creak! With a harsh sound of the door, it quietly opened. Then, accompanied by a heavy crashing sound, the door and frame, unable to bear the pressure, collapsed with a loud noise. The door has collapsed. Everyone's eyes widened, their gazes fixed on the entrance, the air filled with a sense of oppression, as if something unpredictable was about to happen in the next second. A boy dressed in a dark robe stepped into the room, his eyes shimmering with tomo, exuding a cold and bloodthirsty light, locking his gaze directly on them. Good evening, beasts. Chapter 7. The Hokage Building, blown up. Good evening, beasts. Here should be a movie still from a beautiful village in reality, depicting a certain monkey village. The boy's voice was low and cold, filled with provocation and disdain, as if announcing the arrival of a disaster. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, about to speak, but Shimura Danzo had already taken the first move, initiating with 0 frames and instantly forming 3 hand seals. Rat dog boar. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. His face, resembling a chrysanthemum, puffed up, and he immediately opened his mouth to spray. Chakra rapidly compressed into wind bullets, pouring out like a machine gun. Uchiha Ye's figure flickered, and with a few simple Shumpa steps, he easily dodged the incoming wind bullets. The residual force of the wind release crashed against the wall, instantly penetrating it and leaving a dense array of holes. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Ye's figure strangely disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared right in front of Shimura Danzo. Danzo's pupils constricted sharply, and almost as an instinctive reaction, he threw out several kunai, and even a chakra shuriken shot out from his sleeve, aiming straight for Uchiha Ye's vital points. However, Uchiha Ye merely tilted his body slightly, and all the attacks missed. He suddenly reached out, his fingers like hooks, grabbing Danzo's wrist. Too slow. Before the words fell, a terrifying wave of chakra suddenly erupted. Uchiha Ye twisted danfoshrist, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, as Danzo's right arm was brutally broken. Ugh! The intense pain made Danzo grunt, veins bulging on his forehead. But he had no time to care about his injury, as his other hand quietly formed seals. Boom! Danzo's figure transformed into a puff of white smoke, revealing a shadow clone. His real body had already appeared at the door, staring at Uchiha Ye's scarlet Sharingan, his face extremely dark. Uchiha. I knew it. All of this happened in a flash, and by the time Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others reacted, they were all on high alert. A strange Uchiha suddenly appeared here. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that this person had defeated Uchiha Itachi and that masked man, and had come for revenge. The other was Uchiha Itachi, the masked man, and this special Uchiha in front of them were all in cahoots, and everyone had been played. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, and without thinking much, he took the lead, launching a sweeping kick towards Uchiha Ye's lower body. However, Uchiha Ye merely leaped slightly, stepping on Sarutobi Hiruzen's sweeping leg. A sharp pain shot up from his calf, and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but grunt, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Uchiha Ye then took the opportunity to leap, landing lightly on Sarutobi Hiruzen's usual office desk, looking down at them with a gaze as cold as ice. Hiruzen, Tsunade Shizune and Mito Gate exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with horror. Mito Gate fixed his gaze on Uchiha Ye, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, and sternly questioned, does the Uchiha clan intend to betray Konoha? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ye's lips curled slightly, revealing a somewhat mocking smile. But then his expression suddenly turned cold, and the 3 tomo in his Sharingan slowly spun, a murderous intent enveloping the entire office. Betrayal? He scoffed, his tone low and sarcastic. It was truly ironic to hear the word come from your old mouths. The members of Konoha F4 showed discontented expressions upon hearing this. At this moment, Tsunade Shizen attempted to use medical ninjutsu to heal Sarutobi Hiruzen. While Hiruzen endured the pain, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Earth release, earth flow river. He quickly formed seals, suddenly pressing down on the ground, chakras surging. Boom! A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, rushing towards Uchiha Ye, attempting to block his movement. However, whoosh! In the next second, Uchiha Ye's figure vanished like a ghost, and the earth flow wall hit nothing but air, crashing into a corner of the office and kicking up dust. Go! Seizing this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others no longer hesitated, activating their Shuinpa and turning into afterimages, quickly disappearing in the building. Inside the office, only Uchiha Ye was left alone. He slowly raised his head, looking at the Hokage rock above. The crimson Sharingan in his eyes growing more intense with murderous intent. Meanwhile, several afterimages of Shuinpa swept across the street, and Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others had appeared on a rooftop dozens of meters away from the Hokage building. The night wind was fierce, blowing against their somewhat disheveled figures. The evil Uchiha clan must be eliminated quickly. That little brat, just now. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and growled, his right arm hanging limply by his side. Despite his efforts to endure, it was clear that the arm was broken, with blood dripping from the sleeve onto the ground. Danzo was right. Tsunade Shizen and Mito gate and exchanged glances, their expressions serious, their eyes filled with unmasked dread. Sarutobi Hiruzen, enduring the pain in his leg, took a deep breath, his gaze cold and steady, before slowly speaking. It seems the Uchiha clan has truly forgotten the will of fire. His tone was melancholic, as if lamenting some regret. But in the next moment, his eyes became incredibly resolute, slowly turning to Shimura Danzo and speaking in a deep voice. You are right. For the village, for the people within the village, the Uchiha must be eradicated. The hearts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others felt heavy. They had already realized Uchiha Itachi's plan might have failed. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking rang out as several figures rapidly descended. The first to arrive was the clan leader of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Hokage-sama, Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan, spoke in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before frowning. He noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was injured. What happened? Meanwhile, more figures continued to appear, the elite jonin of Konoha quickly gathering. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was icy as he issued a stern order. The Uchiha clan is in rebellion. They must be exterminated. In an instant, killing intent surged, and everyone's expressions became serious. Hyuga Hizashi frowned slightly. As another noble clan of Konoha, he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Kakashi stood among the crowd, his fists slightly clenched, his expression complex. However, just then look, a strange purple light suddenly illuminated the direction of the Hokage building. As the light flickered, it resembled a new moon rising, and the next moment, boom! A violent shockwave swept in all directions. The Hokage building exploded. Countless fragments of stone and wood flew everywhere, the shockwave sweeping around, creating a violent airwave. The elite jonin of Konoha retreated, crossing their arms to shield against the impact, their faces changing drastically. That is, as the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, a towering purple giant silhouette slowly stepped out from the smoke and dust. Complete body Susanoo. Chapter 8. The innately evil old wall lamp. Everyone's hearts trembled as they gazed up at the imposing war god before them. It was a colossal giant clad in armor, wielding dual blades with cold and merciless eyes, surrounded by terrifying chakra flames that seemed to warp the very air. The tall buildings around it looked like children's blocks, and as it took slow steps, the ground beneath it cracked inch by inch, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Previously, the gigantic purple figure in the Uchiha clan's territory had already instilled a sense of oppression, but now that it stood before everyone, the feeling of dread reached its peak. Shimura Danzo's gaze was fixated on those crimson pupils, his fists trembling slightly. On the surface, he appeared calm, as usual, seemingly filled with hostility towards the Uchiha, but inside, he was already consumed by a burning greed. This power far exceeded his expectations. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath, his expression grave. Looking at the massive Susanoo, he could hardly hide his shock. Stronger than Madara, even stronger? The oppressive chakra made his heart feel as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand. It seemed Itachi had truly failed. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was low, filled with anger and sorrow. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Has the will of fire of the Uchiha clan completely disappeared? Are you really planning to attack the village? In response to Hiruzen Sarutobi's questioning, Uchiha Itachi smirked coldly, his eyes full of mockery. You don't need to know my name. And don't act all morally superior. His voice grew even colder, killing intent permeating the air. The second Hokage established the police force, trusting the Uchiha. In reality, it was just to keep the Uchiha like dogs at the village gates. On the night of the Nine Tails incident, all Uchiha were forbidden from fighting. Did you already view the Sharingan as the source of calamity? When the power was needed to suppress the Cloud Village, the Uchiha were heroes. Once it was discovered that Shursui could change others' will, they became a threat that must be eliminated. Uchiha Itachi's three tomo spun rapidly, the crimson light in his eyes burning like two blazing fires in the night. Shimura Danzo, you took Shursui's eyes and plotted to seize more Uchiha eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you allowed Root to monitor the Uchiha for 20 years. Now even the chakra fluctuations of 3-year-old children must be recorded. Later, out of fear of the Uchiha's power, you conspired with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Bito to slaughter the entire clan. His voice suddenly rose, anger and killing intent almost materializing. Sweeping through the area, you old bastards are the truly, innately evil beasts. In the next moment, the eyes of Susanoo suddenly burst forth with a crimson brilliance. Boom! The massive blade swept through, violently slashing towards the 4 great clans of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others' faces changed dramatically. Not good. Several directions, right towards their own clan lands. Due to the speed, they could only watch helplessly as their clan land were torn apart by a massive chakra blade. In the night, flames shot into the sky, and Konoha trembled. Upon hearing from Uchiha Itachi that the Uchiha clan had been exterminated, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo should have felt happy. But now, they couldn't feel any joy at all. The Jonin were shocked by Uchiha Itachi's words, most thinking that the Konoha higher-ups were indeed inhumane. At this moment, Susanoo's dual blades swept through, the terrifying chakra shockwave sweeping outward, turning buildings along the way into ruins. Konoha ninjas cried out in alarm, hurriedly retreating. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shimura Danzo, Hyuga Hisashi, and others quickly formed seals, attempting to resist this sudden disaster. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water formation wall. 8 trigrams palm, heavenly spin. Rock walls rose from the ground, water screens surged and churned, white chakra spirals scattered. But these defenses were utterly ineffective in the face of Susanoo's might. Bang, bang, bang. Susanoo's dual blades directly tore through the earthen walls, shattered the water screens. And even Hyuga Hisashi's heavenly spin was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Cough. Hyuga Hisashi crashed heavily to the ground. Looking up to see Uchiha Itachi standing on Susanoo's forehead, looking down from a height, the cold light in his crimson Sharingan piercing. A thread of fear rose in his heart. If what Uchiha Itachi said was true, then the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan was perhaps the future destiny of the Hyuga as well. Still trying to struggle? Uchiha Itachi sneered, raising one hand slightly, the chakra blade of Susanoo coalescing once more. Tonight, Konoha will completely rewrite history. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned pale, forming seals in his hands to summon a monkey king. Transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Roar. A deafening monkey howl echoed as the Monkey King appeared, its body rapidly changing, instantly becoming a heavy black golden staff. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped the golden staff tightly, leaping up, and swung the staff fiercely towards Susanoo. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the golden staff struck Susanoo, causing its massive body to momentarily stagger. But just a moment later, Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brows tightly, leaping again, swinging the staff towards Susanoo, but still to no effect. Uchiha Itachi's lips curled into a cold smile. This little power, you think you can shake my Susanoo? The faint ripples appeared on Susanoo's armor, quickly returning to its original state. The chakra blade was casually waved, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's face changed dramatically, immediately jumping back. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's legs bore the wounds from earlier when Uchiha Itachi had stepped on him, now causing him to gasp for breath. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo felt as if his severed arm had instantly healed. A glimmer of excitement flashed his eyes. Hiruzen is getting old. In this battle, he probably won't last. However, in the next second, Uchiha Itachi suddenly looked up, his gaze locking onto Shimura Danzo, a cold smile appearing on his lips. You think I would let you go? Before the words fell, Susanoo suddenly stepped forward, its figure vanishing in an instant. Shimura Danzo's heart sank in terror. Caring about nothing else, the bandages on his arm quickly tearing apart, revealing several Sharingan. Instantly activating his eye technique, Izanagi. Bang! Susanoo's chakra blade slashed down fiercely. Danzo's figure shattered instantly, turning into nothingness. However, in another shadow, his figure reappeared, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Oomph. As expected, before he could steady himself, he saw Susanoo's crimson gaze locking onto him once more. Uchiha Itachi's voice slowly resonating. I want to see how many times your Izanagi can be used. After saying that, the giant Susanoo's blade light locked onto the area where Danzo had resurrected, the chakra blade raining down densely like a chef frying vegetables. Soon, Danzo despairingly discovered that he had only one resurrection coin left, and it was the most important one. Chapter 9, not only no beef, but no scallions either. Shimura Danzo's Sharingan on his arms had all turned gray. That just now was the Sharingan? A shocked voice erupted in the crowd. As several Jonin gasped in horror, their pupils constricting, their faces instantly turning grim. Originally, some were half convinced by Uchiha Yoru's words, but this scene before them made them involuntarily hold their breath. Shimura Danzo was truly robbing the Uchiha clan of their eyes. Damn it, Danzo, how could you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened instantly, his voice low and complicated. He was not unaware that Danzo had been studying the Uchiha's power. But when everything was laid bare before everyone, he realized he had underestimated this former comrade. The most terrifying thing was not Danzo's ambition, but that he was openly using the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques in front of everyone. This undoubtedly sent a dangerous signal to all the bloodline clans in Konoha. Would the Uchiha's fate today become their tomorrow? In the crowd, Hyuga Hizashi's expression had turned cold, his gaze warily fixed on Danzo. Then he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes subtly revealing dissatisfaction and questioning. Was Konoha really worthy of their unconditional trust? Although the current situation had shaken many Konoha ninjas, the major clans were clearly still unwilling to easily change their positions. For example, the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. The three clan leaders exchanged glances, silently communicating, and then they unhesitatingly joined the battle. Super Expansion Jutsu. Akimichi Chose's body suddenly swelled, transforming into a giant in just a few seconds. Meatball Battle Car. Boom. The massive body spun at an astonishing speed, turning into a giant spike ball that violently charged towards the complete Susanoo. Uchiha Yoru, standing on the forehead of the Susanoo, frowned slightly and clicked his tongue. Has he always been this brave? Clang. The dual blades of Susanoo crossed in front of him, and in the next moment, the blade shimmered with a cold light. Ready to chop this humanoid meatball into pieces right there. Now's the time. Nara Shikaku seized the opportunity and quickly formed hand seals, shadow, binding jutsu. Black shadows spread out, attempting to bind the Susanoo's movements, but failed. Such a massive chakra entity was beyond Nara Shikaku's ability to fully seal. He exerted all his strength, but it only delayed the Susanoo's steps for a moment. Nara Shikaku's heart sank, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he shouted urgently, "Hurry!" Almost simultaneously, Yamanaka and Noichi formed hand seals, mind disturbance technique. A powerful mental shock surged towards Uchiha Yoru's soul. However, in an instant, a pair of gigantic scarlet Sharingan suddenly opened. Yamanaka and Noichi's expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing straight down. Falling into a coma, Nara Shikaku had no time to react. The Susanoo had already shattered the bindings, its crimson gaze locking onto its target, the giant blade raised high. Shikaku. Before the shadow could be retracted, blood had already spilled onto the ground, and Nara Shikaku's figure was completely crushed. Akimichi Chose's fate was even more tragic. Two chakra blades sliced down like lightning. The violent slashes shredding the giant ball into mush in an instant. Blood splattered, dyeing half of Konoha village red. Is this power really something we can resist? In the midst of silence, some ninjas were already filled with deep despair. Yet, Uchiha Yoru's blade did not stop. He casually waved, the Susanoo's chakra blade cutting through the air, and the next moment, the two assistants of the Hokage didn't even have time to scream before turning to ashes, completely evaporated from existence. After doing all this, Uchiha Yoru expressionlessly lowered his head. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Susanu's movements suddenly halted. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed this and felt a slight movement in his heart, realizing that the other party might be planning to negotiate. He took a deep breath, suppressing the pain within, and spoke in a deep voice. I deeply regret the Uchiha clan's plight. We never anticipated such a thing. At this point, he suddenly turned his head and glared harshly at Shimura Danzo. Shimura the Danzo? Damn it, this monkey guy is going to throw away all pretense. Sarutobi Hiruzen's glare was meaningful, as if he was putting all the blame on himself. Danzo sneered internally. Since that's the case, I'm out of here. Before his words fell, he vanished without a trace. Uchiha Yuru's gaze swept over. Seeing that Danzo's target was the root base, he merely sneered, not stopping him. Run if you want. I'll just scatter your ashes later. As the Hokage's biggest scapegoat, Uchiha Yuru vowed not to let Danzo die that easily. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed slightly, but at this moment, he couldn't care less about Danzo's awkward departure and continued, perhaps. We can talk. His tone was steady, yet it carried a hint of barely concealed wariness. I will do my best to meet your demands. Heh. Uchiha Yuru chuckled coldly upon hearing this. Want to negotiate? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious, waiting for what came next, and the ninjas behind him couldn't help but hold their breath. The dual blades of Susanoo were slightly raised, and Uchiha Yuru's gaze was cold, as if looking down on ants. Then, he slowly spoke, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. How about you perform a scene of dying on the spot? You. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed abruptly, his tone subtly filled with anger. Are you joking? Joking? Uchiha Yuru scoffed lightly, his eyes growing colder. I fully understand and embody the will of fire of the first and second Hokage. His voice was low but resonant. Moreover, I believe that without you decaying fellows, my Konoha will become better. The will of fire? Those who understand, understand. As long as the strength is strong enough, the will of fire becomes one's own will. If Senju Hashirama had only relied on the will of fire to convince Uchiha Madara, he would have long been. So, Uchiha Yuru scorned negotiations entirely. He was merely toying with Sarutobi Hiruzen. His power made it impossible for him to remain low-key. He not only didn't eat beef, but he also didn't want scallions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, anger flickering in his eyes. This guy clearly had no intention of negotiating at all. In that case, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to frown in thought, as if truly considering Uchiha Yuru's demands. But in fact, chakra had already quietly gathered in his hands. No one among the ninjas present noticed. He had silently formed hand seals, preparing to go all out. Corpse sealing technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, chakra surging wildly within him. However, in the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted. What? Just as he spoke, he felt a tight grip around his neck, and he was firmly held by a strong hand. It was Uchiha Yuru. It seems. I need to personally help you with your performance. Uchiha Yuru's lips curled slightly, speaking coldly. Chapter 10 Loyalty. 8 doors of Duinjia, open. Release Hokage-sama. A rough, thunderous roar exploded on the battlefield. The next moment, a green lightning bolt tore through the air, speeding toward them. My guy on stage. He came flying in like a whirlwind, kicking with such speed that it was almost impossible to capture. However, Uchiha merely leaned slightly to the side, and this kick missed, sweeping past. Boom, guy landed, his legs leaving a deep mark on the ground, stabilizing his stance and glaring intently at Uchiha Ye. But Uchiha Ye only looked at him coldly, completely indifferent. He was not the kind of fool who didn't know how to deliver a finishing blow. Sarutobi Hiruzen was his target at this moment. Without the slightest hesitation, Uchiha Ye first used his powerful mental force to scour the memories in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, then with a forceful palm, directly executed the signature move of the king of fighters, ripping out his heart. BFF. Blood splattered. The man known as the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history. A master of ninjutsu, proficient in all 5 elemental natures and holder of countless titles, Sarutobi Hiruzen. His heart was crushed by Uchiha Ye just like that. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze instantly. He felt the excruciating pain of his heart being crushed, his mouth slightly opening as if he wanted to say something. But he could only emit weak gasps. Cough, cough. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and his body twitched as if it had lost all strength. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen's body fell weakly to the ground, blood rapidly staining the surrounding earth. The third Hokage of Konoha completely perished At this moment, the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Countless ninjas widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The Hokage is dead? How? How is this possible? Many trembled all over, their eyes filled with terror. Uchiha Ye slowly retracted his hand, gently shaking off the blood on it, his gaze sweeping across everyone present like a blade. The era of Konoha was about to change. Boom! The chakra of Susanoo suddenly erupted, a violent energy sweeping around, making it hard for people to breathe. Might Guy clenched his fists tightly, his body slightly trembling, his eyes burning with flames of anger. You bastard! Might Guy stepped forward, and his powerful chakra exploded instantly. The seventh gate, the gate of shock, opened. A violent airflow raged around him, muscles bulging, blood boiling, and he appeared like a war god descending. Daytime Tiger. Might Guy's palms suddenly came together, the air being rapidly compressed, forming a roaring white tiger that charged toward Uchiha Ye with a tearing momentum. But speed does not guarantee a hit. Uchiha Ye merely sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the attack. The terrifying shock wave slammed into the Susanoo behind him, yet it didn't even create a ripple. Nanny. Might Guy's pupils shrank, incredulously watching this scene. Just at that moment, his gaze accidentally met those blood-red Sharingan eyes. Not good. Might Guy's heart raced with alarm. Just as he was about to bite his tongue to forcibly break the influence, it was already too late. Indra's illusion had quietly etched itself deep into his psyche. Even the eighth gate of Doinjia, burning his life and breaking his limits, could not completely avoid such an illusion. The next second, Might Guy's body suddenly froze, the aura of the seventh gate gradually dissipating, and then his form swayed, falling to the ground with a thud, losing consciousness and kicking up a cloud of dust. Guy. Kakashi Hitaki's voice was filled with urgency. He rushed toward Might Guy, lifting him up, but the latter's eyes were already tightly closed, trapped in the depths of the illusion. Kakashi gritted his teeth, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This man is absurdly strong. Sure enough, ordinary power cannot compete with him at all. Originally planning to take it easy, he was now frantic seeing his friend injured. He slowly raised his hand, removing his forehead protector, revealing his blood-red, Mangeki Sharingan. Boom! A massive chakra fluctuation erupted instantly. Kamui. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. The distorted space began to spread, attempting to suck a part of Uchiha Ye's body into another dimension. But Uchiha Ye merely smiled lightly, disappearing from sight. Kakashi's pupils constricted. Was he an illusion? No. Wait. Kakashi suddenly turned around, and Uchiha Ye was already standing behind him. Your eyes. It's time to return them. Before his words fell, Uchiha Ye's hand shot toward Kakashi's eye socket like lightning. PFF. Uchiha Ye seemingly replayed Uchiha Madara's actions. He ruthlessly yanked Kakashi's Sharingan out of its socket. Kakashi let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood quickly sliding from the corner of his eye. He covered his eyes, his body shaking violently from the intense pain. Uchiha Ye felt somewhat bored, then cast an illusion, putting Kakashi and his friends into a deep sleep. The remaining ninjas were dumbfounded, staring blankly at this scene. In just a few minutes, this terrifying man had almost taken down all the enemies who dared to challenge him one by one. Who else? Uchiha Ye's voice was cold, his blood-red Sharingan gradually expanding, seemingly able to absorb all the light around. His gaze swept across everyone present, the atmosphere weighing heavily, making it hard to breathe. The ninjas on the battlefield all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Even the clan leaders of the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans fell silent. All understanding the situation, the Uchiha youth before them was completely invincible. Uchiha Ye looked at their silence, nodding in satisfaction. Very good. His tone was flat, yet could not conceal the killing intent. I, Uchiha Ye, am a reasonable person. Konoha was founded by both the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. But now, the Uchiha clan has been reduced to this under their dominance. He paused, letting out a cold smile, his voice carrying endless chill and pressure. Tonight, they have paid the price for their atrocities. Everyone couldn't help but think. The Konoha higher-ups have indeed paid the price. The four great clans were destroyed, or were killed. And Uchiha Ye's rebellion became. No, failing is called rebellion. Succeeding is called revolution. Uchiha Ye's gaze suddenly turned sharp. So next, what I want to see is your loyalty. As soon as his words fell, with a snap, a ninja dropped the kunai in his hand, kneeling on one knee, and whispered, "Fifth Hokage-sama." The next second, everyone on the battlefield put down their weapons and simultaneously knelt on one knee. Fifth Hokage-sama. Chapter 11. Now that it has come to this, let us get to work. Hinata Hizashi staggered to his feet, enduring the pain from his injuries. He took a deep breath and also knelt on the ground, showing his submission. On the battlefield, more and more ninjas followed suit, kneeling as the oppressive atmosphere spread throughout Konoha. Uchiha Ye surveyed the scene with a slight smile, clearly satisfied with the spectacle. He slowly spoke, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Everyone I killed tonight is a rogue ninja, an enemy of Konoha. His words resonated powerfully through the ruins, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Do any of you have objections? No one answered. The surrounding ninjas held their breath. Even their breathing became cautious. What a joke. Before them, the massive form of Susanoo still radiated terrifying pressure, standing behind their fifth Hokage, looking down at everyone. Resistance? What difference would that make to seeking death? Thus, everyone nodded in agreement from the bottom of their hearts. Good. Uchiha Ye nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the few clan leaders who were still standing. Speaking lightly, tonight, you few will lead the Umbu in charge of the village's security. Anyone who dares to cause trouble during this chaos, attempting to disrupt my Konoha. Uchiha Ye's voice paused, his crimson pupils narrowing slightly, and a burst of killing intent erupted. Then be prepared for death. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone's hearts trembled. Several clan leaders exchanged glances, then lowered their heads and replied solemnly. Yes, Lord Fifth Hokage. They had no capital to refuse. Uchiha Ye slowly retracted Susanoo, casually brushing the bloodstains from his sleeves, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Since you have no objections, then it's settled. After arranging everything, he turned around, his gaze deep and distant, toward Danzo's direction. His smile gradually faded, and his eyes turned cold as ice. With a step, he transformed into a shadow and vanished into the night. The massive figure of Susanoo slowly dissipated, leaving only broken walls and ruins that told the story of the indiscriminate beating that had just occurred. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the fiery glow flickered among the ruins, illuminating faces filled with fear and confusion. The surrounding ninjas looked at each other, as if still unable to comprehend everything that had happened. This night, the sky over Konoha had completely changed. Hinata Hizashi struggled to rise, a complex expression on his face as he looked toward the direction Uchiha Ye had disappeared, his heart in turmoil. As one of the top noble clans in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan had already been forced into a corner by Konoha's higher-ups. Who would have thought that amidst the crisis of their extermination, such an existence capable of overturning the ninja world would emerge? His presence was as chilling as that of Uchiha Madara back in the day. Hinata Hizashi did not know whether this was a stroke of luck for the Uchiha clan or misfortune for Konoha. But one thing was certain, from that night onward, the entire ninja world would face an unprecedented upheaval. Now that it has come to this, let us get to work. He took a deep breath, dragging his heavily injured body to begin directing everyone to calm the civilians, while also having Kakashi and Might Guy, who were still playing Jenga, carried away to Konoha Hospital. On the other side, Uchiha Ye moved like lightning, dashing straight to Danzo Shimura's hiding place. He did not look back and had no intention of acknowledging the shock and fear behind him. In his eyes, there was no one or no force in the current ninja world that could threaten him. Conspiracy and intrigue, that was merely a means for the weak to consider. Power determines everything. Why bother with pretense? Standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, he had no need to dabble in political schemes. The most effective way to deal with these ants was to crush them with overwhelming force. The system's goal was to unify the ninja world, but it did not specify the method. If he were a bloodthirsty madman, the simplest way to unify would be to slaughter everyone in the ninja world, making himself the sole existence. But he was not a cold-blooded butcher. At least, so far, those he had slain were all the despicable bastards standing against him. Meanwhile, Danzo Shimura hurriedly returned to the root base while ordering everyone to go into high alert, simultaneously starting to pack his belongings. That's right, although he had some issues, he wasn't stupid enough to confront Uchiha Ye head-on. The most important thing now was finding an escape route in advance. However, he did not intend to flee immediately, because he was still waiting for an opportunity that could turn the tide for him completely. Monkey, don't let me down. Danzo Shimura thought darkly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a ninjutsu professor, mastered many powerful S-rank forbidden techniques. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were pushed to the brink and used certain forbidden techniques to fight desperately, or even died in battle, that would be fantastic. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen and that damned Uchiha brat were both dead, Konoha would fall into chaos, and he, Danzo Shimura, could take the opportunity to consolidate the power of Root and the Umbu, seizing control of the situation. At that time, under the pretense of purging the Uchiha rebellion, he would ascend to the Hokage position. This had been his long-held wish for over a decade. The Hokage position. This time no one could stop me. Danzo Shimura clenched his fists, his heart racing. An unprecedented excitement made his blood boil, and at that moment, he could almost see himself sitting in the Hokage position, ruling over all of Konoha. However, boom, the entire Root base suddenly shook, a violent tremor spreading from deep within the ground, as if the earth itself were roaring. What is happening? Danzo Shimura suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with horror. Before he could react, the heavy rock layers above him were violently stripped away by an overwhelming force, a deep purple light tearing through the darkness. Immediately afterward, a gigantic chakra blade descended from the sky, like a divine weapon, directly plowing through the entire Root base. Boom! Dust and stones flew everywhere, massive cracks spreading outward, and the heavy ceiling collapsed with a thunderous roar. Large sections of the building instantly reduced to ruins. The glaring moonlight streamed through the enormous fissure, casting down upon a face filled with fear and pallor. Danzo Shimura stood frozen in place, the joy on his face not yet faded. But his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinheads. He saw that familiar figure. The night wind blew gently, and the massive form of Susanoo stood atop the ruins, like a god gazing down at the earth. And within the forehead of that colossal Susanoo, a pair of crimson pupils slowly opened. Uchiha Yoru looked down at him from above, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Isn't this the Hokage's assistant, the shadow of the ninja world, Danzo Shimura? Just a few minutes apart. How did you fall so far? Chapter 12. The end of my existence. Shimura Danzo's face turned as dark as thunder, his mind swirling with unbelievable speculation. This guy, is he really just an Uchiha? In his understanding, apart from Uchiha Madara, even the strongest Uchiha from the Warring States period couldn't possibly have such a terrifying amount of chakra. Complete body Susanoo, a technique of this level. Even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki couldn't maintain it for long. Only the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could possess such a powerful amount of chakra. Yet Uchiha Ye seemed to wield it effortlessly, as if casually performing a shadow clone technique. This is simply absurd. What kind of monster is he? Let me see if your root is fit to appear above ground. Uchiha Ye seemed to perceive Shimura Danzo's thoughts, but he didn't explain. Instead, a slight smile appeared on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a hint of sickly excitement. Before he finished speaking, the dual blades of Susanoo suddenly fell. Like a war axe wielded by a deity, the entire Root base was turned upside down in an instant. Boom! The Root ninjas scattered in panic, desperately using ninjutsu to counterattack. Fire release, wind release, lightning release flashed in the darkness. But in front of Susanoo, these attacks were like ants trying to shake a tree, unable to even move the energy barrier by a fraction. The dual blades of Susanoo slashed through dozens. Blood mist filled the air, and the screams abruptly ceased. Within seconds, the entire Root base had turned to ruins, with corpses strewn everywhere. Shimura Danzo stood frozen in place, his face ashen and cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He had seen strong opponents before, but this kind of pure crushing made him feel a suffocating sense of helplessness. If he had made any move, just now, I would have been a corpse by now. Uchiha Ye looked around with satisfaction, a smirk on his face, his eyes filled with mockery. He easily canceled Susanoo, slowly descending to the ground. However, just as his feet touched the ground, Shimura Danzo's pupils constricted, and he initiated a jutsu in an instant. Wind chakra gathering wildly. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several high-speed spinning wind blades, carrying incredible cutting power, rushed towards Uchiha Ye's body. No hand signs, direct activation. Danzo's wind release was among the top techniques in the ninja world, and this move was extremely fast. Even shadow-level experts would find it hard to evade in such a short time. However, Uchiha Ye smiled faintly, his gaze calm and unperturbed. Bang! In an instant, his figure transformed into an afterimage, effortlessly dodging all the wind blades. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened. What kind of speed is this? He couldn't even catch Uchiha Ye's trajectory, and the next moment, his vision suddenly went dark as a veiny hand grasped his neck, slamming him hard against the wall. Danzo, have you had enough fun? Uchiha Ye looked down at this so-called darkness of the ninja world, his expression indifferent, his tone frighteningly calm. You should be grateful. Tonight, I don't want you to die too easily. Danzo struggled desperately, but he found that his chakra was almost completely suppressed at that moment, rendering his body immobile. This was a fear of being crushed to the limit. He finally realized that the gap between him and Uchiha Ye could not be bridged by schemes, ninjutsu, or secret arts, but by a difference in the level of existence. Cough, cough. Danzo's face turned red, genuine despair showing in his eyes for the first time. What do you want to do? Uchiha Ye's lips curled up slightly as he leaned down, whispering in Danzo's ear, Of course I want to. However, at this seemingly desperate moment, a good opportunity. A cold light flashed in Shinmura Danzo's eyes, suddenly counterattacking like a dying snake. He forcefully pulled down his eye patch, revealing a kaleidoscope Sharingan filled with strange fluctuations. Uchiha Sue's eyes. Konoha F4. Danzo unleashed his final chakra, his blood-colored pupils spinning rapidly. The power of the Genjutsu pouring out in an instant. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Shinmura Danzo's mouth. Got you. Ha ha ha. This little brat in front of me is just an ordinary 3-tomo. How could a kaleidoscope Sharingan be anything but my advantage? However, Uchiha Ye remained standing calmly, his expression as tranquil as water, the crimson Sharingan in his eyes slowly rotating, filled with disdain. Is this it, Konoha F4? He didn't even blink, allowing Danzo's eye technique to invade his mental realm. But the next moment, the smile on Shinmura Danzo's face froze. His eye technique seemed to be devoured. The moment it touched Uchiha Ye's spirit, it was as if it had fallen into the ocean, not even causing a ripple. No, impossible. Danzo's body trembled violently, the intense backlash striking his brain. Ugh! He let out a scream, blood oozing from the corners of his eyes, his fingers covering his eyes as his whole body trembled in pain. The backlash of the eye technique raged like a sharp blade in his mind, the immense agony nearly driving him to collapse. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ye showed no signs of disturbance in his gaze. Danzo, did you think you could control me with Konoha F4? Uchiha Ye chuckled, his eyes filled with mockery. Truly laughable. Konoha F4 is indeed powerful, but no matter how strong the eye technique, it still requires corresponding chakra support. Danzo was merely relying on an implanted Sharingan to barely maintain it, and his amount of chakra and mental strength could not be compared to Uchiha Ye's at all. Moreover, Uchiha Ye had inherited Indra's power. Although it appeared to be 3-tomo, it was the kind that could unlock complete body Susanoo. His mental world was already like an endless ocean. No matter how Danzo's Genjutsu struggled, it couldn't stir the slightest wave. However, since you're so fond of this eye, then I shall grant you your wish. Uchiha Ye slightly bent down, his slender fingers reaching towards Danzo's eye socket under his terrified gaze. No, no. Shinmura Danzo struggled desperately, but his body could not move at all under the suppression of the Genjutsu. Crack! A crisp sound, blood splattered as a blood-red kaleidoscope Sharingan was forcibly plucked from Uchiha Ye's hands. Danzo's eyes became vacant, blood streaming down the corners of his eyes like tears. Ah! He let out a painful scream, his voice mixed with despair and anger. But Uchiha Ye did not stop. He looked at the blood-stained Sharingan in his hand, his expression devoid of any nostalgia. This thing should not exist. In the next moment, he exerted a bit of force with his palm. Crack! The Sharingan was crushed under his fingertips, turning into a mass of bloody shards. Shinmura Danzo's eyes went blank, and he collapsed to the ground, his face dazed. He had once gone to great lengths to plunder the ocular power of the Uchiha clan, but he never expected that one day this Sharingan would become the source of his suffering. Chapter 13 Beasts. Shinmura Danzo gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, staggering as he desperately fled to the side. His steps were disordered, blood dripping from his wounds, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. Uchiha Ye looked on at this scene, his lips curling slightly in a mocking grin. Escape? Even now, he still thinks he can escape? He slowly drew a cold ninja blade, the blade reflecting a faint cold gleam in the dim light. Danzo's breathing was heavy, and he dared not look back, lacking even the strength to sense chakra. Just get away from here. Just hold on until he reaches the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire. Then unite with the ninja villages of various countries. To eliminate Uchiha Ye, he frantically calculated in his mind, as if he could see himself ruling the ninja world in the future. The Leaf Village will return to my hands. Uchiha Ye is just the last stumbling block. But he had forgotten one thing. He no longer had a future. Swish, the sound of slicing air suddenly rang out, like the whisper of death. The next moment, Danzo felt a violent stabbing pain in his thigh. Thud! Blood gushed forth as a ninja blade viciously pierced his left leg, severing it completely. The horrific wails echoed throughout the root base, filled with indescribable despair and pain. His severed left leg twitched on the ground, staining the surrounding soil red. Danzo lost his balance and crashed to the ground, kicking up dust. Yet even so, his will to survive remained strong. I can't die. He mustn't die. He clutched the ground with both hands, struggling to crawl forward like a lizard with its tail cut off. The dirt mixed with blood smeared across his cheeks and clothes. But he could not care less about that. With every inch he moved, blood trailed behind him, leaving a shocking mark. However, the cold gaze behind him remained ever present. Uchiha Ye silently watched this scene, as if appreciating some absurd drama. How ugly. He stepped forward slowly, each step seeming to tread on Danzo's heart, intensifying his fear. A beast is still a beast, even after losing everything, still thinking of struggling in its death throes. Danzo's heart trembled at these words, cold sweat breaking out all over him. He suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with terror. You bastard! Uchiha Ye leaned down, his gaze piercing into Danzo's soul like a blade. Uchiha Itachi too, Sarutobi Hiruzen too, and you as well. In the face of absolute power, all your struggles are meaningless. Danzo's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart racing violently. Uchiha Itachi is really dead? A chill instantly surged from his feet to his heart. That self-proclaimed genius, Uchiha Itachi, couldn't even survive against Uchiha Ye? As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, although Danzo had long anticipated his doom, hearing the truth at that moment stirred a wave of sorrow for the fallen. The will of fire high. Uchiha Ye sneered, his voice dripping with endless mockery. After all, it was just a joke concocted by a bunch of old dogs. Danzo opened his mouth, gasping for breath, but could no longer argue. His face grew paler, blood loss making his body gradually cold, and the last remaining glimmer of hope was extinguished in Uchiha Ye's cold laughter. Compared to you, that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen still had some blood in him. Uchiha Ye looked down at the fallen Danzo, his voice thick with sarcasm. At least he knew he couldn't escape, still thinking of making a grand gesture before dying. And you? What can you do besides lingering on? It seems the second Hokage's choice not to select you was indeed the right decision. This sentence pierced Danzo's heart like a sharp blade. His pupils constricted sharply, his lone eye revealing uncontrollable fury. You brat, what do you know? Danzo felt a great humiliation, his body trembling violently, the remaining chakra within him restlessly stirring. He struggled desperately, trying to prop up his already broken body, his lips twitching with rage, the veins on his face bulging. I am the true inheritor of the will of fire. That monkey, with his womanly compassion, is not worthy to be compared to me. He roared, as if to vent the anger that had been building in his heart for years. For the Leaf Village, I can sacrifice everything, including this broken body, in an instant. Danzo's hands formed seals, the remaining chakra within him surging like a raging torrent. Even with stiff limbs and blood drained, he still forced himself to prop up his body. For symbol seal, the sealing technique's runes rapidly spread across his body, black curse marks like burning flames engulfing him at an astonishing speed. The 4-symbol seal is a forbidden technique that costs one's life as a price. Once completed, it would form a powerful sealing formation capable of devouring everything around it. However, the corners of Uchiha Ye's mouth lifted slightly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Just as the sealing technique was about to be completed, his Sharingan suddenly focused. In an instant, Danzo's expression froze. Those eyes filled with resentment and madness lost their focus in an instant. And the sealing technique's runes stalled in midair, then turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated. His brain felt like it was shackled by an invisible chain, an irresistible illusion directly invading his mental world. No, it's impossible. Danzo's lips trembled, the remaining rationality telling him to resist. But his body could not move at all. His consciousness was dragged into an endless illusion, and countless suffocating scenes appeared before him. In the illusion, darkness engulfed Danzo like a tide. In his ears, the wails of vengeful spirits rose and fell, as if countless souls were demanding his life. Scarlet Sharingan appeared in the darkness, cold and mercilessly gazing at him, each pair of eyes reflecting his past filled with crimes. Fear, pain, despair. These emotions intertwined and spread within him, transforming into chains that devoured his soul. The most devastating thing was the scene that repeatedly replayed in the illusion, on the battlefield of the Cloud Village. The figure of the second Hokage gradually blurred in his sight. Someone must stay behind a cover. Every time the second Hokage made this decision, a clear answer would emerge in Danzo's heart. I am willing. But every time the words reached his lips, his rationality would collapse in fear. That monkey. As soon as the words fell, he could only watch helplessly as Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, becoming the one called a hero. Countless cycles, each time the same choice, each time accompanied by endless regret and despair. Finally, when he mustered the courage in the illusion and shouted for the first time that he would stay behind, the second Hokage truly left with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Not looking back, leaving him alone to face death. They left, really left. What surged in his chest was not relief, but deeper despair. Beasts. In reality, Danzo's body trembled violently, black blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. He collapsed to the ground as if his soul had been drained, twitching all over, his eyes losing focus. Sacrificing everything for the Leaf Village? Unfortunately, your worthless life doesn't even have the right to be sacrificed. He turned and left, the broken root base behind him appearing even more desolate under the moonlight. Uchiha Yuru's footsteps showed no signs of stopping. The night wind howled, scattering the remaining ashes. Chapter 14. From now on, my will shall be the will of fire. The next morning, the sunlight was particularly glaring. Konoha village awakened in silence, but the smell of blood and traces of burning in the air hinted at the turmoil of the previous night. Villagers gathered in small groups in the streets, discussing fervently. The giant from last night was terrifying. I saw it clearly. The giant first appeared in the Uchiha clan area, and later it even appeared at the Hokage building. It was like a nightmare. Not to mention, go look over there on the street. There are still bloodstains on the ground, and they haven't even cleaned up the remains. One villager was speaking passionately when he suddenly caught sight of a ninja in an umbu uniform approaching from a distance. Leading the way was Hyuga Hizashi. His expression changed, and he immediately fell silent, lowering his head and pretending to leave casually. Hyuga Hizashi's gaze was heavy as he surveyed the surroundings, while the umbu remained vigilant, occasionally watching the passing pedestrians. Last night, Uchiha Yoru had killed decisively, but the mess left behind fell entirely on their shoulders. Hyuga Hizashi sighed inwardly. Although Uchiha Yoru had ordered them to maintain order within the village, there were no further instructions. He had thought that Uchiha Yoru would control public opinion further, at least ordering a news blackout. However, that was not the case. The villagers were buzzing with discussion, panic and speculation spreading continuously, with no signs of restraint. Without an order from Uchiha Yoru, he could only continue to patrol to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos. As for those whispering villagers, they weren't disrupting Konoha's order. How could mere discussions be punished? Hyuga Hizashi felt a wave of helplessness. However, at that moment, a shadow flashed by, and a ninja in an umbu uniform quietly appeared beside him, kneeling on one knee. Head of the Hyuga clan, the fifth Hokage summons you. Hyuga Hizashi was slightly taken aback, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Is the new policy finally going to be implemented? Uchiha Yoru's massacre last night shocked the entire Konoha. Within a single night, the situation had been completely rewritten. Konoha now had only one voice. But strangely, Hokage Rock. Upon hearing the location of the summons, Hyuga Hizashi's brows furrowed slightly. Why not the Hokage building but Hokage Rock? Oh, the Hokage building was destroyed yesterday. Hyuga Hizashi answered his own question in his mind, waved his hand for the umbu to continue patrolling, and then stepped forward, transforming into a shadow as he rushed toward Hokage Rock. At the top of Hokage Rock, the symbolic statues of Konoha stood quietly in the morning light. Yet the atmosphere was more oppressive than ever. The statues of past Hokages emitted a faint glow under the rising sun, as if watching over the future of the village. High-ranking members of various ninja clans had already gathered at Hokage Rock. Their expressions varied. The representatives of the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans stood among the crowd, their heads bowed. Last night, the clan leaders were all killed in battle, but faced with Uchiha Yoru's might, they had no room for resistance. To protect their clansmen, they had to comply and quickly appoint new representatives to follow orders. The heads of the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans had complex expressions. Although they did not actively participate in the battle last night, they understood that the dynamics of Konoha had completely changed. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned toward the top of Hokage Rock. There, Uchiha Yoru stood quietly atop the statue of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He looked down at Konoha, his gaze deep as if examining the entire village. Sunlight cascaded down on him, his black hair fluttering in the wind. And his crimson Sharingan appeared even more sinister in the sunlight. His face was chiseled, high cheekbones and deep-set eye sockets outlining sharp lines. His straight nose and clean jawline blended youthful vigor with mature charisma. He was an existence that was both terrifying and impossible to ignore. But if it weren't for the massacre of the previous night, no one could imagine that this barely teenage boy could be a cold-blooded killer, even one who would crush corpses. Yet now, standing on Hokage Rock, he wore a faint smile on his lips. It was a true dream. Uchiha Ye murmured softly, as if talking to himself, or perhaps questioning. Just then, he sensed movement behind him, slightly turning his head, his smile deepening. Hyuga Hisashi and other high-ranking members of the ninja clans arrived one after another, all of them stopping a short distance away from him. They exchanged no words, had no doubts, and even dared not cast a single odd glance. When Uchiha Yoru turned around and his gaze swept across the crowd, everyone instinctively lowered their heads. Hokage-sama, accompanied by a uniform voice, everyone bowed in respect. At this moment, a slight smile curved at the corners of Uchiha Yoru's lips, a hint of amusement in his expression. Yes, it seems you all are very self-aware. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold as if looking down on ants. Yet his voice carried a captivating power. After last night, the order of Konoha has been reshaped. I want you to understand, the Hokage is no longer a symbol, nor is it the so-called will of the ancestors that you old folks speak of. From now on, my will shall be the will of fire. As he said this, Uchiha Yoru's Sharingan slowly spun, a blood-red light flickering, instilling an indescribable sense of oppression in everyone present. First, Uchiha Yoru slightly raised his hand, his voice calm, yet undeniable. From today onward, the Umbu will be directly controlled by the Hokage. The original Hokage's direct Umbu is officially disbanded, and all members will be restructured. As for those who refuse, they will be treated as rogue ninjas and killed without mercy. The crowd below trembled, no one daring to voice an objection. Second, Uchiha Yoru looked around, his gaze pausing for a moment on Hyuga Hisashi. The Hyuga clan, from now on, will assist in maintaining order in Konoha. Hyuga Hisashi took a deep breath and bowed in response. As you command, Hokage-sama. Third, Uchiha Yoru's gaze swept over the representatives of the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans. His voice cold as ice. The Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans performed poorly during last night's rebellion, but considering that you did not actively rebel, I have decided to give you a chance. From this day forth, the three clans must unconditionally provide elite members to assist the Umbu until I deem your sins redeemed. The Nara clan leader will serve as an advisor to the Hokage. The representatives of the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans dared not refute, only bowing their heads in response. Finally, Uchiha Yoru's lips curled upwards, revealing a meaningful smile. Regarding the next steps for Konoha, he raised his hand and pointed towards the distant Hokage building, his gaze fierce. Those decaying systems are no longer applicable. I will establish a truly powerful Konoha, no longer bound by the so-called Elder Council. No longer allowing those self-righteous individuals to manipulate people's hearts. Only strength will be the ultimate voice. Uchiha Yoru's voice echoed over Hokage Rock, shaking the hearts of everyone present. The crowd bowed their heads in silence, an unyielding pressure enveloping them all. Chapter 15, They Don't Deserve to Be Here. The announcement made by Uchiha Ye left no room for rebuttal. Oppose? Fine. Go talk to my Susanoo. At this moment, Nara Kashima stepped slightly forward. He was not a foolish person. On the contrary, as the new representative of the Nara clan, he was known for his meticulous thinking and calm demeanor. Even when facing the decisive fifth Hokage, he maintained his usual composure. Hokage-sama. His voice was steady, with a hint of caution, according to Konoha's customs. Personnel appointments and major decisions typically need to be reported to the daimyo of the Land of Fire for formal approval. There was no hint of doubt in Nara Kashima's tone. He was merely fulfilling his duty as an advisor and providing a reasonable reminder. Uchiha Ye let out a cold laugh, and the Sharingan in his eyes spun slightly, as if seeing through everything. Approval? He slowly paced, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his voice deep and domineering. Is my strength not enough for them to acknowledge? The air instantly froze, as if even the wind had stopped. Nara Kashima lowered his eyes and said nothing more. At this moment, any further words would be futile. Uchiha Ye's attitude was already clear. Those dressed in fine clothes, powerless, who didn't even know how to protect themselves. How could they decide the fate of the ninja village? In a ninja world, The ones who decide everything have never been those who indulge in luxury within their castles. Is strength. Uchiha Ye's voice rang out powerfully, each word striking like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. I stand here as the Hokage of Konoha. This fact does not require anyone's permission. He slightly turned his body, looking once again towards Konoha. In their eyes, you are nothing but obedient lapdogs. In my eyes, the daimyo are merely meat on the chopping block. A scornful laugh echoed on Hokage Rock, filled with endless pride and arrogance. From now on, the daimyo will disappear. I will make all of the land of fire, and even the ninja world belong to Konoha. The high-ranking ninja clans below were shocked, but at this moment, no one dared to speak out against him. On Hokage Rock, a gentle breeze passed by, bringing the coolness of the mountains. However, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. The air seemed to stagnate, oppressive enough to make it hard to breathe. No one dared to look directly at that tall figure, for they all knew that this new Hokage was about to kill. In the next moment, everyone heard a crisp crack, as the ground's rocks split open with a fierce crack. This, someone instinctively exclaimed, but before they could finish their sentence, they saw Uchiha Ye move, and Susanoo gathered a giant sword, its edge gleaming with a blinding cold light in the sunlight. They don't deserve to be here. From now on, this rock doesn't need to leave anything behind. Uchiha Ye's voice was low, carrying an undeniable authority. The Susanoo sword swung down violently. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the statues on Hokage Rock shattered in response, massive stones crashing down and raising clouds of dust. The second strike, the third strike, the fourth strike. Bang, 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 bang. Four sounds reverberated in the sky above Konoha, symbolizing the statues of past Hokages turning to dust, leaving only broken remnants. As if narrating some silent declaration, everyone stared in shock at the scene before them, but no one dared to speak. Fortunately, there were no civilians gathered at the base of Hokage Rock. Otherwise, this destruction would have led to disaster. Uchiha Ye retracted Susanoo, his dark robe fluttering in the breeze, like a flag silently declaring something. He slightly turned his head, his voice cold and unquestionable. There's one more thing. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his next words. In the name of the 5th Hokage, I declare Uchiha Bito as an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously restrained atmosphere stirred up waves. Some showed confusion. Uchiha Bito? Who is that? Many others wore puzzled expressions, the name sounding familiar yet distant, as if it only existed in old tales. Wait, Uchiha Bito? Among the crowd, an older ninja's expression changed as if a vague shadow emerged from long-buried memories. He was a hero who sacrificed himself in the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge. No, wait, didn't he die long ago? Discussions erupted around, filled with shock, doubt, and disbelief on everyone's faces. At that moment, Uchiha Ye's gaze turned slightly cold, and his voice continued in a low tone. The Konoha hero you speak of is, in fact, not dead. He was saved during the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge and has been surviving ever since. The air seemed to solidify. Some had not yet recovered from this shocking news. The mastermind behind the Nine Tails rampage is Uchiha Bito. This sentence hit everyone like a heavy hammer. What? The Nine Tails rampage was actually Uchiha Bito? Impossible. Countless people had mourned that disaster, cursing the Nine Tails rampage. But who could have thought that the culprit behind this tragedy was that former hero of Konoha? That's right. Uchiha Ye sneered, a deep mockery flashing in his eyes. Last night, Uchiha Bito attacked the Uchiha clan's territory, nearly wiping out the entire police force. Uchiha Ye's voice was deep as thunder, filled with undeniable anger. He, like Uchiha Itachi, is a complete beast. It was because of this beast and that old man Shimura Danzo that the innocent Uchiha clan suffered even more severe prejudice after the Nine Tails rampage. As his words fell, the atmosphere became exceptionally heavy. Wiped out. The Uchiha police force, once a symbol of order in Konoha, responsible for protecting the villagers. The strength that once guarded has now turned into silent remains, disappearing into the night. The people present were filled with confusion and fear, especially regarding Uchiha Bito's strength. Reflecting on the night of the Nine Tails and this massacre of the police force, the opponent's power had already become exceedingly strong. From today onward, the Uchiha police force will cease to exist. Uchiha Ye slowly surveyed the surroundings, his scarlet Sharingan seeming to penetrate people's hearts. Hyuga Hizashi. In the crowd, Hyuga Hizashi slightly lowered his head. Hokage-sama. In the future, the new police force will be led by the Hyuga clan, combined with other ninja clans to reorganize personnel in a mixed format. As soon as these words were spoken, Everyone was left speechless. Yes. Although Hyuga Hisashi was shocked, he still respectfully responded, "Go to your job." After the announcement, Uchiha Ye turned around, his gaze looking down at the direction of Konoha. As soon as his words fell, everyone left in a whirlwind of shock and doubt, quickly disappearing into the shadows of Hokage Rock. Only Kakashi remained. Chapter 16. The Prime Minister of Konoha, Kakashi, still wore his mask. Although he had lost an eye, his gaze remained as calm as ever. At this moment, his appearance bore a resemblance to the once resilient Pot King. Both were one-eyed, yet Kakashi carried a deeper sorrow. Last night, Hinata, Hisashi, and others had taken him and Guy to Konoha Hospital. Initially thought to be a simple treatment, they were met with orders from the Umbu at dawn. All Jonin in Konoha were to assemble immediately. Despite still feeling somewhat weak, Kakashi rushed over. But he had a question in his heart. Why had he awakened, while Guy remained unconscious? Both had endured the same torment from Jinjutsu. Yet Kakashi had merely experienced a brief coma, while Guy was still enveloped in silent darkness. The Umbu had briefly considered bringing the unconscious Guy directly before Uchiha Obito. However, Obito merely frowned, his tone filled with impatience. Talking to brainless people is too exhausting. He ultimately waved his hand, ordering them to take Guy back to the hospital, as if even a glance was unnecessary. Brainless? These words made Kakashi sigh in relief. At least, this meant that Obito did not see Guy as a threat. However, even so, no news could be more shocking than today's revelation. Uchiha Obito was still alive. Kakashi could not suppress the tremor in his heart. He finally could not help but voice his trembling and hopeful question, as if wishing this was nothing but a ridiculous joke. Lord Hokage. Obito had his back to him, his black cloak billowing in the wind, steady and oppressive. Is Obito really still alive? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Obito slightly turned his head, his voice low and cold, carrying a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Not only alive. He paused, a slight smile appearing on his lips, revealing a chilling grin. Back then, he even blew up the fourth Hokage's child. Boom! This statement exploded in Kakashi's mind like thunder. What? His pupils dilated, looking at Obito in disbelief. The fourth Hokage's child? Kakashi's thoughts were pulled back to that horrific night. The Nine Tails roared. Flames engulfed the village, which struggled on the brink of destruction. Minato-sensei and Kushina fought with all their might to seal the Nine Tails, ultimately sacrificing their lives. And that man wearing the orange spiral mask. Kakashi's breath quickened. Impossible. Obito, the once kind, optimistic boy who always shouted about wanting to become Hokage. How could he destroy everything they cherished? Yet Obito's words were like a blade, ruthlessly tearing apart his self-deceiving fantasy. The true culprit behind the murder of the fourth Hokage and his wife was actually Obito. Kakashi's hands involuntarily clenched, his knuckles turning white. Why? He desperately searched for answers in his mind, but all he found were deeper questions. Obito, what have you been through? However, even with a torrent of emotions swirling within, Kakashi keenly sensed Obito had no need to deceive him. His strength, his indifference, and the mocking look in his eyes made Kakashi understand. This was the truth. Obito, Kakashi whispered softly, the shock in his heart lingering. But Obito had nothing more to say. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance at Konoha. Don't waste time. Obito's voice broke the silence. Calm yet firm. No matter what Uchiha Obito did before, he is now an S-ranked missing nin of Konoha. Kakashi, you should know how to choose. With that, Obito turned to leave. His dark cloak swept across the ground, not stirring a single dust particle. Kakashi stood in place, his expression grave. The emotions surging within him gradually calmed, replaced by a heavy sense of helplessness. Obito was still alive. This fact felt like a shackle, tightly binding his thoughts. But Obito was not concerned about Kakashi's feelings at that moment. To him, the bond between Kakashi and Uchiha Obito was nothing more than a meaningless past. If they were to meet again, Obito would not hesitate. Killing him would be as simple as crushing a bug. As time passed, under the direction of the Umbu, Konoha gradually returned to its former state, especially with the effort of Umbu Yamato. The buildings destroyed in the battle had begun to be rebuilt. The streets of Konoha still saw many workers and ninjas bustling about. Despite their fatigue, their faces bore a hint of relief. After teetering on the brink of destruction, the village finally welcomed a chance to breathe. However, Yamato's frequent use of wood release had made his body increasingly weak, his complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. Yet even so, he stubbornly persisted on the front lines of reconstruction, allowing Konoha's recovery to far exceed expectations. As for the reason, the Anbu were more perceptive than Obito had imagined. They were very obedient. The original Hokage building had turned to ruins. But now, a seemingly simple yet distinctly would-release-styled new building had risen. This was the temporary Hokage building constructed by Yamato himself. Simple as it was, it still emanated a solemn atmosphere. In the top-floor office of the Hokage building, a spacious room housed a large wooden desk at its center, piled high with various documents and scrolls. Through the window, the entire Konoha village came into view, the bustling crowd signaling the village's revival. Uchiha Obito leaned back in his chair, flipping through an ancient, heavy scroll, the Book of Seals. His fingers lightly traced the intricate and profound runes, a hint of mockery and amusement flashing in his eyes. Senju Tobirama, he murmured softly, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As expected, the nemesis of the Uchiha. The Book of Seals detailed countless ninjutsu, many of which were secret techniques targeting the Uchiha clan. Flying Thunder God Technique, Darkness Technique, Water Release Reinforcement System. Lines of forbidden ninjutsu leaped off the page. Each character encapsulated Senju Tobirama's exquisite understanding of combat, especially the sealing techniques aimed at the Sharingan and the Uchiha clan, which were truly astonishing. One had to admit, this guy was indeed a genius when it came to researching how to eliminate the Uchiha. Obito chuckled softly, his eyes filled with derision. However, now these ninjutsu are all mine. With Indra's innate understanding of ninjutsu, Obito merely skimmed through the scroll once and had already engraved those complex techniques into his mind. Analyze, dismantle, master. Senju Tobirama's efforts ultimately became the stepping stone for Obito's self-improvement. However, despite being Hokage, Obito's days were not particularly busy. He casually closed the Book of Seals, lazily leaning back in his chair, and looked out the window. As for why he could be so relaxed, just look to the next room to find the answer. Nara Shikaku, Konoha's Hokage advisor, a member of the Nara clan, who looked overworked and worn out. He was currently sitting in front of a mountain of paperwork, pen in hand, reviewing documents, his eyes revealing endless fatigue. Since Obito took office, the vast majority of administrative tasks had been handed over to him. Narashikaku's desk was cluttered with files, some related to village reconstruction, others involving diplomatic relations, and still others concerning the resettlement of villagers and distribution of supplies. He had originally been just a Hokage advisor, but now his authority nearly covered more than half of Konoha's administrative powers. Advisor? Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but scoff. This title was less fitting than simply calling him the Prime Minister of Konoha. Naha Keshimaes existence père d'Uchiha Yoru contre les trivial metteurs. All he needed to do was wave his hand and make the final decision when necessary. This was the authority of being Hokage. A smile appeared on Uchiha Yoru's lips as he happily reopened the Book of Seals. Since that was the case, he might as well take advantage of this leisure time to thoroughly absorb the legacy of Tobirama. Chapter 17. The Ninja World, a san since the night of the clan massacre. The atmosphere in Konoha village has never calmed down. It was only after Uchiha Ye announced various appointments and the identification of rogue ninjas a few days ago that this turmoil finally stirred up huge waves. Many villagers found it hard to accept. In their eyes, the third Hokage had always been a symbol of kindness and benevolence. As for the upper echelons of Konoha, aside from the poorly regarded Danzo, others were often seen as upright and trustworthy figures. However, with the disclosure of the Anbu announcements, this layer of false glamour was completely torn apart. Those who were once considered the pillars of the village schemed to eliminate the Uchiha clan for power, only to be personally dealt with by the fifth Hokage in the end. This political storm hit Konoha like a heavy bomb, creating ripples throughout the village. The night of the clan massacre, once a unique brand of shame for the Uchiha clan, this heavy term no longer belonged to them. It has become a symbol of Konoha's dark history, pulling those families consumed in the power struggle into the abyss. Villagers whispered among themselves, filled with shock and anger. Some began to doubt the upper echelons they once trusted, while others felt fear at Uchiha Ye's thunderous methods. Uchiha Ye cared little for the outside world's opinions of him. Even as news from Konoha reached the outside world, he remained focused on studying the forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals. Undeniably, as an ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Indra's understanding and mastery of techniques were top-notch, almost omnipotent. Especially when learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Ye displayed astonishing talent. Thanks to Indra's perceptual abilities, he quickly mastered the skill of sensing spatial coordinates, with the next task being to condense these coordinates into a seal to achieve space-time teleportation. Through continuous experimentation and research, Uchiha Ye nearly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique in one go. After completing his study of the Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Ye began practical testing. During this time, he returned Uchiha Obito's eyes to Kakashi. Originally, he intended to take Kakashi's eyes as a key to breaking through phasing. However, upon reflection, Uchiha Ye thought it might not be necessary to be so passive. Therefore, he shifted to learning the Flying Thunder God and had Kakashi reinsert his Sharingan. Next, Uchiha Ye slapped the spatial coordinate seal he had condensed onto a ninja blade, allowing Kakashi to absorb the seal into the Kamui space through the blade. The results were very satisfying. The Flying Thunder God was indeed an effective ninjutsu developed specifically to counter the Uchiha clan by the second Hokage. And, as Uchiha Ye anticipated, the Kamui space allowed the existence of external chakra marks. This meant that once the Flying Thunder God technique was successfully marked in the Kamui space, the user could achieve cross-space teleportation by sensing the coordinates. Uchiha Ye had previously used shadow clones to probe the Flying Thunder God technique, discovering that the actual size of the Kamui space remained unknown. This also meant that if Uchiha Obito and he entered the Kamui space simultaneously, they might arrive at different coordinates. However, all of this was not important to Uchiha Ye. For the current situation, the Flying Thunder God was sufficient to handle Uchiha Obito's trump card. After finishing his study of the Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Ye turned to attempt another forbidden technique experiment, the Edo Tensei, created by the second Hokage. As the source of the underworld ninja, this technique played a crucial role in the later stages of the Hokage era, naturally piquing Uchiha Ye's strong interest. To conduct the experiment, he first captured several white zetsu hiding in Konoha. He then laid the experimental materials on the bound white zetsu and shouted, "Edo Tensei, activate." As soon as the words left his mouth, the physical materials quickly consumed the body of the white zetsu, and with its piercing screams, everything soon fell silent. Then, countless fragments coalesced into a figure, Edo Tensei, Shimura Danzo. Indeed, Uchiha Ye resurrected none other than Shimura Danzo through Edo Tensei, as it seemed a waste to let this infamous figure die just like that. However, the timing was not yet ripe, so he randomly summoned a coffin specifically for Edo Tensei, firmly controlling the now unconscious corpse within. Afterward, the Edo Tensei and the coffin, along with Danzo's body, quietly sank deep underground. As soon as Uchiha Ye stepped into the Hokage office, he saw Nara Shikaku standing nearby, looking exhausted. "Shikaku?" He expressed slight surprise, then gestured for Shikaku to take a seat. After all, he respected this Hokage advisor more than treating him like a mere pawn. As soon as Shikaku sat down, he couldn't wait to say, "Hokage-sama, there are several urgent matters that require your report." Uchiha Ye nodded, indicating he was listening. First, due to the reconstruction of the village, the village's finances have run into a deficit. Before Shikaku could finish, Uchiha Ye interrupted, "Immediately confiscate all assets of the Sarutobi, Nara, and other 4 families that were previously designated as rogue ninjas. But those families have already been dealt with by your Susan." Shikaku reminded softly, "Oh, Uchiha Ye replied indifferently." To him, what did it matter if those useless families were wiped out? Our funding primarily relied on the Fire Country's daimyo, but now. Before Shikaku could finish his sentence, Uchiha Ye already had the answer in his mind. The daimyo was likely planning to cut off funding due to dissatisfaction with Konoha losing control. Just as I wished. The Fire Country's daimyo knows full well that Konoha is in reconstruction and still chokes us off. This behavior is clearly against the will of fire. It seems the daimyo must be completely eliminated. The finances of the Fire Country will be managed by us in Konoha from now on. Nara Shikaku seemed to be gradually getting used to Uchiha Ye's words. Facing Uchiha Ye's intimidating power, he and others gained a great sense of security from it. The second matter, since that incident a few weeks ago, the nearby ninja villages have been stirring. According to the intelligence from our spies planted in other ninja villages, Iwagakure and Kumogakure have recently become unusually active. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ye remained calm, as if he had already grasped the overall situation. That night, during the massacre, the once most powerful Uchiha clan in Konoha had long since turned to dust in history. The third Hokage and the Elder Council had also become mere shadows of the past. In the eyes of other ninja villages, this was undoubtedly a heaven-sent opportunity. At this moment, the internal strength of Konoha must be empty. As for the giant Susanoo mentioned in the intelligence, some believed it was worth being cautious. while others were quite dismissive, especially the Cloud Shinobi. If they did not take the opportunity to strike Konoha now, it would truly tarnish their reputation as the ace san of the ninja world. A cold glint flashed in Uchiha Ye's eyes. No matter, I will personally show them what the will of fire means. Chapter 18, Ninetales, I want you to assist me in my training. Uchiha Ye answered every question posed by Naruto with a flat tone and indifferent expression. It was as if what was being decided before him was not the fate of a nation, but merely a trivial matter. On the side of the Fire Nation's daimyo, he casually raised his hand, his tone calm, yet imbued with an irresistible pressure, suggesting that the Umbu and my clone should make a trip. As his words fell, he rotated his palm, and chakra immediately coalesced into a figure. The clone stood in the room, its form semi-transparent, eyes like mirrors, calm yet filled with a hidden intent to kill, as if ready to embark on a path of conquest at any moment. Uchiha Ye slightly tilted his head, his Sharingan slowly rotating, the three tomo tracing a heart-pounding scarlet trajectory. Shika, he called out softly, his voice not loud, yet it made Naruto tense up. Send part of your Naruto clan members to mix into the team. Once the daimyo of the Fire Nation is dead, take over the administration immediately, leaving no gaps. As he spoke, his voice paused, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile that intertwined mockery and cruelty, the cold glint in his eyes like a knife. If there are any resistors, kill without mercy. His tone was calm, as if merely stating the weather, yet it sent a chill down Shika's spine. The daimyo of the Fire Nation? The 12 guardian ninjas? To Uchiha Ye, these names felt like an outdated breeze, utterly weightless. The guardian ninja, known as the Earthland, though capable of executing a giant technique reminiscent of a miniaturized Buddha, was insignificant before Uchiha Ye's ocular power and overwhelming chakra. Even a mere clone was enough to crush all possible variables. Just as the clone stepped out of the room, a name suddenly surfaced in Uchiha Ye's mind, Sarutobi Asuma. That night, the Sarutobi clan was completely annihilated under his thunderous methods. Only this son of the third Hokage escaped by chance while on a mission. He hadn't taken the opponents seriously, but having begun to clean up the aftermath, how could he allow any sparks to remain in the world? Issue a bounty. Uchiha Ye stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window, his tone nearly cold. Sarutobi Asuma, a rogue ninja from Konoha, kill without exception. In this ninja world where strength reigns supreme, mercy means weakness, and failure only deserves annihilation. The winner takes all, the loser is exterminated. Every word was chilling enough to make one tremble. Naruto was slightly taken aback, then lowered his head obediently, his peripheral vision quietly sweeping over Uchiha Ye's figure. That tall figure seemed to blend into the shadows, exuding an unspoken authority that made one almost forget his age. This was an unquestionable Hokage, a ruler who could calmly plan coups, assassinations, and clan exterminations. Shika felt a slight heaviness in his heart, but could only bow his head and respectfully say, "Understood." He then turned and left, his steps quick yet careful. Any flaw would be exposed under those Sharingan eyes. Uchiha Ye seemed unfazed, stepping out of the Hokage office, passing through the bustling streets of Konoha, and entering a secluded alley. There stood a shabby, run-down apartment. It was also Naruto Uzumaki's home. Bang! The wooden door suddenly exploded open with a kick, the door panel crashing against the wall with a deafening bang, shards of wood and dust flying, instantly waking the small room. Naruto, startled awake, sat up abruptly, his messy blonde hair and eyes still clouded with lingering sleep and confusion. "Why you? Who are you?" He attempted to prop himself up from the bed, but his gaze froze upon seeing the figure at the doorway. Backlit, a tall and upright figure slowly stepped in. His pace unhurried, yet each step felt like a heavy hammer striking Naruto's heart. Those blood-red eyes quietly appeared, the Sharingan slowly rotating, the tomo swirling as they gazed at Naruto. Uchiha Ye did not answer. He didn't even spare Naruto a glance before gently raising a hand. Chakra swirling at his fingertips, releasing an invisible yet tsunami-like mental shockwave. In an instant, Naruto's consciousness suddenly collapsed, the world spinning violently, darkness engulfing him like a tide. The next moment, the damp and cold air hit him. He stood in that familiar, yet terrifying mental realm, before the sealing cage that lay dormant deep within his heart. Corrosive water lapped at his ankles, and the towering sealing iron gate stood before him, its surface covered in dense, glowing curse marks that trembled faintly. Behind that door, a pair of blood-red beast eyes stared intently ahead, filled with vigilance and instinctive fear. "You are The Nine Tails slowly spoke, its massive body slightly coiling back, its spiky tails instinctively swaying. It was not the first time it had encountered members of the Uchiha clan. The suppression of the Sharingan was something it had long since grown accustomed to, but this time was different. From a moment that person stepped into Naruto's mental world, it felt a kind of pressure that made it tremble. This was not an ordinary Sharingan, nor was it chakra like that of Madara or Obito, but something older, more primal, and far more chilling to its very soul. This chakra, the Nine Tails' pupils constricted, a hint of barely concealed fear and uncertainty creeping into its voice. Impossible. You are Indra. Its voice echoed in the ceiling space, laced with deep unease. As one of the first tailed beasts created by the Sage of Six Paths, the Nine Tails had lived too long and seen too much. The chakra fluctuations of the Sage's two sons, Ashura and Indra, were deeply imprinted in its memory. It clearly remembered that brotherly war capable of destroying the world, which had caused the entire continent to tremble. If Ashura's chakra was like a surging river, heavy and inclusive, then Indra's chakra was like boundless thunder, destroying everything, suppressing everything. But Indra, had he not already died? The Nine Tails' tails suddenly exploded in fury, anger and fear intertwining. Its body tensed as if facing a great enemy. It let out a low growl while fixating its gaze on the figure slowly approaching the ceiling iron gate. That person's eyes were blood red, and the Sharingan spun with an eerie light in the darkness. His figure seemed to overlap with that of the former Indra. Who exactly are you? The Nine Tails roared, yet with an instinctive retreat. Uchiha Ye finally stopped in front of the ceiling iron gate, quietly gazing into the Nine Tails' blood-red eyes. He did not deny or explain, merely curling the corners of his mouth into a meaningful smile. The Sharingan quietly rotated, its dual pupils radiating astonishing brilliance, causing the entire mental world to tremble. The ceiling gate emitted a blinding light, as if it might collapse at any moment. The Nine Tails trembled violently, a reluctant yet submissive low growl escaping its throat. That overwhelming chakra seemed capable of shattering its will. Uchiha Ye slowly extended his hand, his index finger pointing at the Nine Tails' massive beast head. I want you to assist me in my training. Chapter 19 Jiraiya, from now on. You are the enemy of Konoha. Good news, Uchiha Madara has not been resurrected. Bad news, Uchiha Madara's ancestor has returned. However, after hearing Uchiha Ye's words, although the Nine Tails felt fear inside, it appeared enraged on the surface. After that, giant Susanoo appeared. It had been confined and had stopped releasing its chakra to disturb Naruto. It was still found. Enough is enough. You damn human brat, I will kill you with my own hands. The Nine Tails took its stance, preparing to attack, but suddenly remembered that it was sealed. Its anger surged even more, and its resentment toward humans deepened, especially the blonde in front of it, Namake's Minato. The Nine Tails roared, glaring with hatred at Minato, who was dressed in a ceremonial robe, its two front paws gripping the cell door tightly, wishing it could immediately bite Minato to death. In the Nine Tails' mind, there were no good humans, especially those with the surname Uchiha and those with blonde hair, who were the epitome of unworthy beings. Uchiha Ye frowned, and then coldly glanced at Namake's Minato. The Sharingan spun slightly, and terrifying ocular power erupted in an instant. Oh no! Minato was startled. Just as he was about to react, he felt a dizzying sensation. The scene in front of him twisted rapidly, and then an endless darkness swallowed his consciousness. This chakra consciousness within Naruto ultimately couldn't withstand the Indra-level ocular power and was instantly suppressed. Uchiha Ye coldly withdrew his gaze. Next, it's your turn, Nine Tails. The Nine Tails bared its fangs, its gaze filled with rage, yet there was an underlying hint of unease. Don't get too proud, brat. Although it refused to back down verbally, it already understood that Uchiha Ye in front of it was not someone it could provoke at will. Golden chains suddenly appeared out of nowhere, rushing toward Uchiha Ye like swimming snakes. Ceiling technique, adamantine ceiling champ. The chains sliced through the air, attempting to bind Uchiha Ye. Uchiha Ye sneered, and the skeletal frame of Susanoo appeared in an instant, smashing all the chains to pieces with a wave of his hand. Just a little trick. His gaze instantly locked onto the source, and the figure of Uzumaki Kushina emerged. However, before she could react, her pupils suddenly constricted. Uchiha Ye's powerful mental force directly crushed her, and Uzumaki Kushina didn't even have time to cry out before losing consciousness instantly. The Nine Tails stared in shock at this scene, its recently ignited spirit of resistance extinguished in an instant. Don't come near. It screamed frantically in its heart, but its body felt paralyzed by fear. Uchiha Ye slowly walked toward the Nine Tails, his gaze icy. Beasts should have the awareness of beasts. The Nine Tails trembled slightly, terror evident in its red pupils. However, its struggles were ultimately futile. Under the pressure of the Sharingan's ocular power, the Nine Tails fell once again into an endless illusion world. Outside, Uchiha Ye retracted his consciousness, and in front of him was that colossal creature, its presence having crushed the surrounding buildings. Uchiha Ye frowned, thinking, it's not yet time to use the Nine Tails. He calmly instructed the Nine Tails to use transformation jutsu to shrink its size, then ordered it to assist his shadow clones in delivering food to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. As for the collapsed buildings, Yamato could only endure a little grievance. No, how could he call it a grievance regarding the leader's matters? It should align with the values of the will of fire. After giving his orders, Uchiha Ye stepped toward the Uchiha clan's district. Along the way, he encountered many villagers of Konoha, all of whom looked at him with fear and addressed him in a tone of reverence. Lord Fifth Hokage. Uchiha Ye nodded, but did not care about it in his heart. He knew that in the eyes of these villagers, there was more fear than genuine respect. But he didn't mind. Uchiha Ye was not as merciful as the former Konoha F4. In his view, that kind of benevolent policy towards civilians was simply inhumane. The strong naturally possess certain privileges, but rules must still exist. For him, any existence that deviated from the will of fire was destined for extermination. Just look at the past Konoha. Many outstanding ninjas were slandered by civilians. The inherently evil Konoha F4 was indeed heinous. Just as Uchiha Ye was lost in thought, a tall man with white hair suddenly appeared before him. You're the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Ye, right? The man's words carried an unruly air. Uchiha Ye stopped, staring intently at this sudden appearance, a hint of deep contemplation flashing in his eyes. Jiraiya was openly scrutinizing Uchiha Ye, a complex expression in his eyes. No one would have expected that this outstanding-looking, extraordinary young man was actually the true culprit known as the Night of the Massacre. Indeed, the Night of the Massacre referred to the clan of Konoha F4. Jiraiya recalled the information he had learned earlier and couldn't help but feel a chill. According to the intel, more than 1,000 people died that night. Isn't it too much for my Sarutobi clan to have 4,000 people? Hands on Hip's face, he only chose to return to the village to check the situation after learning about the upheaval in Konoha. During this time, he had originally wanted to call Tsunade to return with him, but Tsunade also had her own information channels, although she felt some sadness over Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. She was not interested in the Konoha regime. As long as the village of Konoha wasn't destroyed, it had nothing to do with her, Princess Tsunade. Speak. Uchiha Ye's tone was calm, but carried a hint of undeniable pressure. Jiraiya stared at him, his gaze deep. That colossal creature, just now, if I'm not mistaken, was the Nine Tails, right? He paused, frowning, his voice slightly low. The previous seal was still very stable. You released the Nine Tails, didn't you? Then Naruto. Jiraiya didn't care about the lies of the so-called higher-ups. He only felt a sense of loss regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's passing. Even if he held respect, it was merely respect for his former teacher's identity. However, his purpose for returning to the village was far more than just reminiscing about the past. Through these days of observation, he found that the order in Konoha was very stable, even more so than during the third Hokage's tenure. Moreover, apart from those who were exterminated, this rumored cold fifth Hokage seemed not to target others. However, what Jiraiya was most concerned about at this moment was the child left behind by his disciple, Uzumaki Naruto. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was coldly interrupted by Uchiha Ye. What does Naruto have to do with you? Do you have the right to speak here? Uchiha Ye's gaze was icy, his tone filled with pressure. Have you taken care of him? Or have you seen him in person? As the fifth Hokage of Konoha, I certainly have the right to manage the tailed beasts in the village. You, as a ninja of Konoha, have been wandering the ninja world with your false pretext and not returning, and that was fine. Now that I am the fifth Hokage and you have returned. But what I see in your eyes is not loyalty, but doubt. Jiraiya, from now on, you are the enemy of Konoha. Chapter 20. Really can do whatever you want. Jiraiya's mind was blank. He never expected that as soon as he stepped into Konoha, he would go from being one of the revered Sannin to a rogue ninja, in the words of Uchiha Ye. Isn't this a bit ridiculous? He chuckled softly, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Jiraiya was also a ninja filled with idealism. He firmly believed in the prophecy of the Chosen One. However, idealism often means lacking rationality. Perhaps it was this pure belief that created the unique charm of this hero of the ninja world. But Uchiha Ye was different. He knew all too well that in the ninja world, being weak is the original sin. The law of the jungle applies in the ninja world as well. To Uchiha Ye, Jiraiya's persistence seemed particularly laughable. The reason for searching for the Chosen One had led him to wander for years without returning to Konoha. When the Nine Tails chaos occurred, he didn't even want to take a glance when he heard about his disciple's death. And now, suddenly remembering to care about his disciple's son? But Naruto had no connection to him aside from his name. Back then, he chose to stand by and watch. And now he comes pretending to show concern. This is just purely disgusting. Even more ridiculous is that Jiraiya pinned his hopes on the ethereal prophecy based on a few words from Frog. And what was the result? In the future of the original work, the so-called Chosen One won the Great Ninja War, but failed to bring true peace. Conflicts persisted, and hatred had not dissipated. This fate that was so highly anticipated was nothing but a joke. Uchiha Ye thought, Naruto is the child of the fourth Hokage. He should not be subjected to such treatment. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his words laced with anger. Oh, you know he's the son of a hero? Uchiha Ye sneered. Then why didn't you come back to announce his identity and protect him when Naruto was discriminated against and bullied? The fourth Hokage made Naruto the Jinchuriki, surely intending for the Nine Tails to contribute to the village. Put away your pretentious facade. Minato would never think of his own child this way. Jiraiya frowned, confusion and anger in his eyes. Uchiha Ye shook his head lightly, a hint of sarcasm in his gaze. The will of fire of Namake's Minato is definitely purer than yours. When he decided to make Naruto the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, that belief was moving. Uchiha Ye casually continued, the corner of his mouth slightly raised as if enjoying Jiraiya's inner struggle. There are many theories about why Namake's Minato made Naruto the Jinchuriki. Some say he was a born political creature. Making his own child the Jinchuriki not only stabilized the village, but also paved the way for Konoha's future interests. Others say he was just an extremely infatuated man. After his wife died, he was unwilling to live on. Treating Naruto as a remnant to be entrusted to the village was merely a hopeless expectation, hoping Konoha would treat his child well. Of course, it could also just be a bug that a certain manga author regularly encounters. There's so many bugs that they can never be fixed. Uchiha Ye leaned towards a combination of the three theories, remarking that it's no wonder that a dying man still had his plans perfectly laid out. But unfortunately, he trusted the wrong people. Uchiha Itachi killed his own clan for the will of fire, sparing not even his own kin, and Namake's Minato for the will of fire, unhesitatingly sacrificed his dearest people, his wife and son. Uchiha Ye sighed lightly and continued, this is the price of inheriting the will of fire. He paused, took a deep breath, and his gaze sharpened like a knife. Uchiha Itachi followed the Hokage's orders, while Namake's Minato was himself the Hokage. In other words, the will of fire is the will of the Hokage. Uchiha Ye did not feel he said anything wrong. What was the will of fire that the god of the ninja world once preached? It is sacrifice, protection, and the inheritance of hope. These originally beautiful words once made countless ninjas fight desperately. But from the moment he stabbed through Madara's body, that will had already changed. His will of fire began to devolve into a tool of control. The current will of fire is no longer about protection. This so-called will has long been devoured by the shadows of power in history. Furthermore, the interpretation of the current will of fire belongs to me. Uchiha Ye. You. This. Jiraiya's lips trembled with anger, momentarily unsure how to refute. The will of fire is not like this. You are distorting the will of fire. His voice was filled with anger, veins throbbing on his forehead. Faced with Uchiha Ye's absurd remarks, he should have scoffed. But those words unexpectedly stirred a hint of doubt within him. The will of fire is just the will of the Hokage? It seems that what this kid across from me is saying actually has some merit? No. Jiraiya shook his head violently, shaking off these absurd thoughts. He fixed his gaze on Uchiha Ye, speaking firmly. Uchiha Ye, the will of fire is not what you understand. Sacrificing oneself to protect the village is not for anyone's selfish desires. The will of fire is to protect family, comrades, and everything that is cherished. Jiraiya's eyes burned bright, trying to use his words to shake the person before him. However, Uchiha Ye merely looked at him coldly, his eyes filled with indifference. To him, Jiraiya, this naive idealist, held no value for exploitation. Jiraiya. Uchiha Ye's voice was low, carrying an irresistible sense of oppression. Your existence is a hidden danger to Konoha right now. I am a reasonable person, so I will give you a chance." Before he could finish, a chilling aura began to permeate the air around them. "Obey me. Be loyal to Konoha. Otherwise," in an instant, the air around them seemed to freeze, and a murderous intent spread like a tangible substance, heavily enveloping Jiraiya. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, and his heart sank slightly. Even having experienced countless battles, he could still clearly feel this heavy sense of oppression. "It seems the rumors are true." He spoke in a deep voice, suppressing his anger and unwillingness. "Did you really slaughter those clans?" Facing Jiraiya's questioning, Uchiha Ye was indifferent, a slight smirk on his lips, his eyes showing a hint of indifference. "Sorry." His voice was low and calm, as if stating an ordinary fact. With strength, of course, one could do whatever they want. As the words fell, the air seemed to ripple as if torn apart. The two entirely different auras collided instantly, creating invisible ripples. Jiraiya felt a tightness in his chest, the oppressive force from Uchiha Ye bearing down on him like a boulder, making it difficult for him to breathe. This guy's chakra is too strong. For a moment, a storm surged in Jiraiya's heart. As one of the Sannin, possessing sage abilities, when had he ever felt such overwhelming pressure? But now, Uchiha Ye was crushing him with mere momentum. Uchiha Ye slightly narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of amusement flashing through them. Interesting. As he raised a hand, the space warped, and a phantom of Susanoo gradually emerged, a terrifying chakra sweeping forth. Chapter 21. Suitable for children's table. As the chakra within Uchiha Ye fluctuated, an overwhelming sense of pressure instantly spread out. The chakra surged from his body like a raging tide, causing ripples to appear in the sky. Under the influence of this astonishing energy, a deep purple light rapidly condensed. The chakra continuously intertwined and spiraled, transforming into a gigantic skeletal form. Soon after, limbs and armor gradually covered its body, forming a massive Susanoo that exuded an aura of destruction. The eyes of the Susanoo burned with a crimson glow, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. Its enormous arms slightly lifted, and a dull humming sound resonated through the air. Even standing silently, it created a suffocating sense of pressure. What a joke! Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. He had heard of the Susanoo before, as one of the legendary Sannin. He had long understood the terrifying power of the Uchiha clan from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before returning to the village, he had mentally prepared himself, knowing that on the night of the massacre, a giant phantom had appeared, reducing the entire Uchiha clan's land to ruins. But even so, the scene before him still exceeded his understanding. The hundreds of meters tall Susanoo resembled a deity descending, its purple chakra flames surging, swaying slightly with Uchiha Ye's movements, causing the ground beneath it to tremble faintly. Even from a distance, Jiraiya could still feel that suffocating aura. What level has this guy's strength reached? Jiraiya's heart trembled, a cold sweat beating on his forehead. He had originally estimated Uchiha Ye's strength to be at its limit, but reality had violently torn apart his understanding. Faced with such overwhelming power, he momentarily felt as insignificant as dust. However, Jiraiya did not back down. He gritted his teeth, the shock in his eyes replaced by determination. "No matter how strong you become, I cannot let you act recklessly." As he formed hand seals, Jiraiya quickly mobilized the chakra within his body, and a faint humidity spread through the air. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, thick smoke billowed up. A gigantic orange toad leaped out from the smoke, holding a pipe in its mouth, its eyes reflecting a mix of experience and disdain. Hey, Jiraiya. You didn't T-summon me just to have me deal with this monster, did you?" The toad Bunta squinted at the Susanoo before him. The massive purple chakra giant seemed to tear through the horizon, its violent chakra sweeping through the surroundings like storm. Even Bunta, who had fought for years, couldn't help but gasp. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of size, it was comparable to the Susanoo of the now-deceased Uchiha Itachi, suitable for a children's table. This giant is even bigger than the Nine Tails. Bunta couldn't help but recall a scene from years ago. Minato stood atop his head, calm and resolute in the face of the Nine Tails. This guy's size is even more exaggerated than the Nine Tails back then. In his memory, the Nine Tails' roar and the scene of its tail sweeping the ground were vivid, and the oppressive feeling brought by the Susanoo before him was even more intense than that of the Nine Tails. Jiraiya's expression dimmed slightly upon hearing this. Jiraiya's heart shook, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Minato, but he quickly suppressed his emotions, his gaze becoming resolute again. "Stop wasting words." Jiraiya said in a deep voice, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This battle cannot be lost. Bunta exhaled a puff of smoke, though feeling anxious. He still nodded firmly. Kid, don't underestimate me. However, Uchiha Ye only sneered, the corners of his mouth curling up, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. Jiraiya. His voice was low and mocking, like the whisper of death. Do you think a mere toad can stop me? Before his words fell, the eyes of the Susanoo suddenly erupted with a terrifying light, and the purple chakra surged like a colossal wave, crashing around wildly. In an instant, the massive chakra blade slowly lifted, creating a suffocating pressure in the air. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Susanoo's blade swept out with unstoppable force. Jiraiya's pupils constricted as he urgently shouted, Bunta, get out of the way. I see it. Bunta roared, his powerful leg muscles tightening, and he leaped with a thunderous crash. His enormous body soared into the air at an astonishing speed, leaving a blur behind. The massive Susanoo's blade carved a terrifying fissure into the ground, dust flying as if an earthquake had occurred, and the surrounding earth was torn apart into a bottomless chasm. The shock waves spread out, destroying everything in its path, and smoke billowed up. Bunta adjusted his position in mid-air, his gaze sharpened, and he bit down on his pipe with a crack. Damn it, it's my turn to strike back. With a roar, Bunta drew out two blades from his waist, their massive edges glimmering coldly in the sunlight. Toad twin blades, mountain splitter. He charged down, the dual blades cleaving towards the legs of the Susanoo like meteors. Bang! The blade struck fiercely against the purple chakra armor, sparks flying. However, the seemingly decisive blow failed to budge the Susanoo in the slightest. The blades left only a shallow mark on the sturdy armor, the purple light flickering slightly before quickly returning to its original state, as if mocking. What? Bunta's pupils shrank sharply, and in the next second, a strong recoil surged from the blade. Ugh! Bunta's massive body was directly blasted away by the tremendous force, like a meteor streaking through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth instantly cracked, raising a cloud of dust. Bunta, Jiraiya's pupils constricted, a hint of worry in his voice. Kof, dam brat. Accompanied by heavy breaths, Bunta shook his enormous head and slowly rose from the rubble. He dusted himself off, rubbed his back with his thick arms, and cursed with bared teeth. Damn, this guy's hard shell is really annoying. As soon as he finished speaking, Bunta suddenly raised his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Chakra rapidly condensed within him, and a low growl resonated from his throat, shaking the air. Water style, water iron cannon. Bunta opened his massive mouth wide, and in an instant, a water sphere containing immense water pressure erupted forth like a cannonball, screaming through the air straight for the Susanoo. The gigantic water sphere spun in the air, creating a whirlwind, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, Uchiha Ye's expression showed no signs of disturbance. The Susanoo remained motionless, its crimson eyes flickering slightly. Boom! The water iron cannon struck hard against the Susanoo's chakra armor, sending water splashing everywhere like a raging sea, but accompanied by a low, rumbling sound. The surface of the armor merely rippled slightly, then quickly calmed again. Bunta's attack left not even a single crack. What a joke! Bunta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. Is this your struggle? Uchiha Ye slightly raised his eyes, his gaze filled with indifference. The Susanoo seemed to respond to his cold smile, its massive chakra surging around it like a tsunami. In the next moment, purple chakra rapidly condensed, wrapping around the giant sword of Susanoo. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a low humming sound, and the air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. As Susanoo slowly raised its hand, the destructive aura became even more violent, as if the next strike could tear apart the heavens and the earth. Chapter 22 are you referring to? This? Jiraiya sensed the situation was dire. His figure flashed as he leaped onto Wentai's head, his feet landing firmly on the rough toad skin. Wentai. Without needing to say more, Wentai instantly understood, his massive mouth suddenly opening wide, a foul and thick liquid quickly gathering in his throat. Just watch me. Accompanied by a roar, Wentai forcefully spat out toad oil, sweeping out like a torrential rain, filling the air with a pungent odor. The oil rapidly spread, enveloping Susanoo like a spiderweb, sealing it tightly. Almost at the same moment, Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, chakra surging within him, and suddenly opened his mouth to unleash a blazing flame, the firelight dazzling. Toad oil fireball. Boom! The flames merged with the oil, erupting with a thunderous roar, transforming into a sea of fire that engulfed the heavens and the earth, scorching waves of heat rolling. Susanoo was about to be consumed by the flames, the high temperature scorching the air, distorting the surrounding scenery. However, facing this terrifying sea of fire, Uchiha Ye's expression remained indifferent, a trace of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. He slightly raised his head, looking at the horizon, his voice casually drifting over, "Foolish." The chakra armor of Susanoo trembled slightly, a purple brilliance flowing like water, quickly forming an impenetrable barrier that completely blocked the flames' assault. The raging flames licked at the surface of the armor but could not penetrate, and the oil was effectively isolated by the chakra barrier, unable to adhere. The flames gradually extinguished, the residual scorching waves lingering like an echo, while Susanoo remained towering and unmoved, like a war god overlooking mortals. Still useless, Jiraiya stood atop Wentai, fists clenched, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had thought that the high temperature and adhesive effect of the toad oil fireball would be enough to break through defenses. But all of it seemed so powerless in front of the mighty Susanoo. Reality dealt him a harsh slap, exposing his helplessness. Damn it. Uchiha Ye looked at them with contempt, his crimson Sharingan flickering with a mocking light, his voice cold as a knife, as if treating them like insignificant prey. You've struggled long enough. He did not form hand seals. The chakra within him violently surged, that power sweeping everything like a hurricane. An overwhelming flame erupted from within Susanoo, transforming into boundless fire, almost instantly covering the entire sky and earth. Fire release, great fire destruction. Boom! The flames surged like a mad dragon unleashed, overwhelming and roaring out, carrying an unmatched momentum. The air severely distorted, as if even the earth yielded under this pressure. Compared to other fire techniques at this moment, the great fire destruction, under Uchiha Ye's immense chakra, had long surpassed the realm of ordinary ninjutsu. That fierce fire seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth, everything disintegrating within its scorching breath. This is bad. Wentai's pupils shrank suddenly, his massive body leaping up, tracing an arc in the air, narrowly avoiding the direct impact of the flames. However, the scorching sea of fire chased him relentlessly, as if given life, persistently pursuing. This fire actually tracks? Wentai broke out in a cold sweat, the flames behind him closing in, the searing heat almost burning his skin. He could almost feel the fiery waves tearing at his body. What a hassle. Wentai gritted his teeth, trying to calm down, while simultaneously counterattacking with a water bullet, hoping to divert the flames' attention. But no matter how hard he tried, the flames rushing toward him never let up, making it impossible to shake them off. Jiraiya also felt unprecedented pressure, anxiety surging within him. He knew that if this continued, Wentai might not be able to hold on for much longer, and he himself would struggle to endure. Iwasa Great Toad, Jiraiya suddenly formed hand seals to summon. Almost at the same moment, the air around them fluctuated. The massive body of Iwasu Great Toad appearing on the battlefield, its gigantic belly temporarily altering the view and shielding them from the oncoming sea of fire. However, before Iwasu Great Toad could do anything, the giant Susanoo instantly tore through its belly, and with a loud bang, the toad vanished. If this continues, Wentai panted heavily, his heart sinking as he looked towards Uchiha Ye ahead. That nearly immovable sense of oppression weighed heavily on him. Jiraiya, this guy, is not something ordinary people can deal with. He spoke in a deep voice, his gaze fixed solemnly on Susanoo, his body tense. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break this terrifying suppression before them. However, Jiraiya's expression showed no sign of retreat, instead growing more resolute. He gritted his teeth, his low voice exuding a sense of determination. Wentai, cover me. I want to enter Sage mode. Wentai was taken aback for a moment, then grinned maliciously. All right, I'll do my best. Even if the enemy was frighteningly strong, he was still willing to give his all for Jiraiya. In this moment of life and death, he showed no hesitation. Boom! Susanoo slowly approached, the ground trembling, a destructive sense of oppression like an avalanche and tsunami, making the air feel heavy. In the next second, Susanoo suddenly raised its hand, the great sword cutting through the sky, carrying a momentum of destruction, and struck down towards Wentai. Clang! Wentai swung his dual blades to meet the blow, sparks flying, the violent impact numbing his arms, nearly making him lose his grip. TCH! Wentai cursed under his breath. quickly retreating while forcefully spitting out a water bullet, trying to create distance. However, Susanoo merely raised its sword slowly, casually slashing down, boom! A terrifying slash swept across the ground, sending dust and debris flying, as Wentai was knocked back repeatedly, nearly affected by the shockwave. Susanoo continued to strike down at Wentai. Wentai could only keep leaping to evade Susanoo's attacks. Any slight misstep could turn him into mere fragments. The battlefield was in chaos. Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Jiraiya could only helplessly roar. The prelude to his entry into Sage mode, in Uchiha Ye's eyes, was simply a living target. Suddenly, Jiraiya's pupil shrank. He turned around sharply. This is Flying Thunder God? He saw Uchiha Ye's clone, and beneath the clone, traces that had yet to dissipate. When did this happen? Before he could sort out his thoughts, Uchiha Ye's clone decisively struck, swinging its left hand, the suddenly appearing Susanoo blade piercing directly at Wentai. The blade pierced through Wentai's massive body, which had been rampaging across the battlefield, suddenly stiffened, and the next moment, amidst the wails, the huge toad transformed into rolling smoke, completely dissipating. Losing support, Jiraiya suddenly fell to the ground, crashing down and shattering the earth beneath him. However, he was not injured. As dust filled the air, Uchiha Ye approached slowly. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, wanting to say something. Before he could finish, a violent heart palpitation engulfed his entire body. In an instant, Uchiha Ye's palm had penetrated his chest. He leaned close to Jiraiya's ear, his tone calm and indifferent. Just a bit more? Are you referring to this? Uchiha Ye made a gesture with his other hand that would make any contestant from a certain country blush. Blood splattered, covering the shattered ground. Chapter 23. A declaration of war against the entire ninja world. Uchiha Ye stood there, blood dripping from his fingertips, creating ripples of crimson in the puddle below. He looked down at the heart in his palm, slightly curling his fingers, and the still beating organ exploded in an instant, splattering flesh and blood onto his hand before slowly sliding to the ground. Jiraiya's body fell helplessly, the sunset's afterglow casting a pale light on his face, exuding a sense of desolate tranquility. The wind stirred the already shattered forehead protector, which spun a few times in the air before finally falling to the ground. Stained with blood, Uchiha Ye gently flicked his fingers, letting the blood fall to the ground. And a faint cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he whispered, Sage mode, huh? His gaze fell on Jiraiya's face, as if pondering or assessing. This mode was indeed powerful, but its reliance on charging was ultimately cumbersome, far inferior to the natural state of Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Ye always advocated for quick and decisive battles. A dragging and muddled fighting style only served to annoy him. He would not be foolish enough to give his enemies a chance to gather strength against him. He turned to leave, and under the sunset, the blood-red afterglow stretched his shadow long, like a silhouette piercing through heaven and earth, heralding the storm that was about to sweep the entire ninja world. A few days later, in the Hokage building of Konoha, the morning light penetrated the clouds, spilling onto the land of the village. With last night's rain still not fully evaporated, filling the air with a damp, cool breath, Uchiha Ye walked steadily towards the Hokage building, his black cloak swaying slightly in the wind, his gaze calm and profound, as if seeing through everything in the world. As he stepped into the building, a familiar figure was already waiting at the door. Nara Shikaka nodded slightly, respectfully saying, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Ye stopped, signaling him to continue. Nara Shikaku leisurely added, regarding the Hokage order you mentioned earlier about the daimyo of the Land of Fire not existing, it has been executed very smoothly. Anyone dissatisfied with the will of fire in the capital of the Land of Fire has been cleared out, without those greedy nobles exploiting. The financial situation of the Land of Fire is rapidly recovering. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ye's gaze slightly tightened, then he nodded. In fact, he had known about this matter long ago. At that time, his shadow clone had personally gone to the capital of the Land of Fire, sweeping away all opposing forces with overwhelming force, and after slaying all the nobles and the daimyo, he left the Nara clan and others responsible for stabilizing the situation before dispelling the shadow clone. He was not concerned with these trivial matters. This was merely the natural result. However, Nara Shikaku changed his tone, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. However, due to our large-scale actions, news of the replacement of the daimyo of the Land of Fire has spread. It is said that the daimyo of several other great nations are calling for their ninja villages to unite and prepare to attack Konoha. He paused slightly, his gaze subtly observing Uchiha Ye's reaction. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ye smirked slightly, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Attack Konoha? His tone carried a hint of mockery, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. It seemed they still did not recognize reality. His eyes were extremely indifferent, the crimson Sharingan slowly spinning, killing intent surging deep within his pupils. The ninja world had long since decayed, and the daimyo of the various countries, dependent on the ninja villages, were no different from useless trash. They could only rely on ninjas to serve them while deluding themselves into thinking they could control everything and maintain their so-called rule. This decayed system should have been completely eradicated long ago. Since they could not help but jump out, let them understand what true power is and who truly dominates the ninja world. Uchiha Ye's gaze turned cold, his tone calm, yet filled with undeniable authority. Shikaka. In the name of Konoha, he slowly uttered a few words, as if thunder had struck the earth. We formally declare war on all countries and ninja villages outside of Konoha. A declaration of war. A declaration of war against the entire ninja world. The moment these words fell, the air in the office instantly froze. Narashikaku's pupils constricted, his breath halted, and cold sweat slowly slid down his face. He almost doubted whether he had misheard. Huh? He blurted out instinctively, his face filled with shock. But when he saw Uchiha Ye's cold and determined face, he knew. The other party was not joking, but serious. Hokage-sama. Narashikaku suppressed the shock in his heart and said solemnly, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? We are essentially nameless, and the strength of the various villages is still considerable. Recklessly opposing the entire ninja world may." He didn't finish his sentence, but his concerns were already evident. However, Uchiha Ye merely gazed at him quietly, his eyes deep as an abyss, showing no sign of wavering, but rather a hint of faint mockery. "Are you afraid?" His tone was calm, yet it carried a heavy sense of oppression. Narashikaku took a deep breath, about to speak, but was interrupted by Uchiha Ye. Rest assured. Uchiha Ye slowly stood up, walked to the window, overlooking the streets of Konoha, his voice indifferent as if stating an utterly ordinary fact. The ninja world will eventually be unified. He slightly tilted his head, the crimson pupils reflecting the morning light, exuding a chilling aura. Since they cannot help but jump out, then let it be now, let them understand. Konoha is the only ruler of this world. As his words fell, his figure was shrouded in the intertwining light of dawn and shadow, like a king overlooking all beings. Narashikaku opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to persuade further, but ultimately chose silence. He took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. "I will comply." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave, beginning to spread this shocking news. However, it was not the great nations of the ninja world that were first shocked by this news, but rather the internal community of Konoha. War is coming again? Konoha against the entire ninja world? How can we fight this? Although the fifth Hokage is incredibly powerful, the scale of this war seems too exaggerated. The village buzzed with discussions, various voices rising and falling. Most people were still immersed in the aftermath of the recent extermination night, and had not fully adapted to Konoha's new order. Now, facing an unprecedented large-scale war, many felt a sense of unease and apprehension. Some ninjas, in their shock, felt a hint of excitement. Perhaps this is the glorious era that belongs to Konoha, but more people were worried, fearful, and even dissatisfied. Especially among some of the older generation, grievances had already surfaced. The extermination night had just passed, and now we are declaring war again. This is too extreme. I have always said that allowing a young brat to ascend to the position of Hokage based solely on strength is simply incapable of governing Konoha. The speaker was none other than the elders of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 24. Loyalty is not absolute. It is absolute disloyalty. The elders of the Hyuga clan believed their discussions were secret, unaware that the Konoha's reorganized Umbu was no longer just for show. Every word they said, every change in their expressions, was observed by the Umbu and quickly reported to Uchiha Ye. After hearing the intelligence, Uchiha Ye's lips curled into a subtle, meaningful cold smile. Originally, he had looked down upon the decaying family system of the Hyuga clan, thanks to Hyuga Hizashi's understanding. But who would have thought that these old geezers would actively seek their own demise? He casually leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, his tone half smiling, half serious. "Hyuga Hizashi, shouldn't we deal with those old relics in your clan?" The air instantly thickened. Hyuga Hizashi felt as if he had been struck by lightning, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He understood Uchiha Ye's implication. While the Hokage could tolerate the existence of the Hyuga clan, he would never tolerate those with ulterior motives within it. His mind raced, trying to find a compromise that would protect the Hyuga clan while also appeasing Uchiha Ye. However, under that overwhelming pressure, his throat felt as if it had been choked, and he couldn't utter a single word. In the end, he could only stiffly say, "Hokage-sama, this. The caged bird system of the Hyuga clan clearly does not align with our will of fire in Konoha." Uchiha Ye calmly interrupted him. This system was originally meant to protect the Byakugan, but now it had completely deteriorated into a shackle of enslavement for the branch family. Konoha did not need, nor would it allow, such a thing to continue to exist. He slightly leaned forward, reached out, and gently patted Hyuga Hizashi's shoulder, speaking as casually as if chatting with a friend. "I'm a reasonable person," Uchiha Ye smiled and said, "so I'll give you two choices. First, you eliminate those old folks yourself, and I will send people to assist you. Then we'll abolish the caged bird. Second, I help you wipe out the stubborn remnants of the Hyuga clan, and by the way, also abolish the caged bird. It's up to you to decide." This statement was lightly made, yet felt like the whisper of death, causing Hyuga Hizashi's heart to sink. Whether it was abolishing the caged bird or personally killing the clan elders, he would undoubtedly face fierce backlash from the main family, and might even be isolated by the entire Hyuga clan. However, he knew better that if Uchiha Ye took action himself, the Hyuga clan might very well cease to exist. He thought of his younger brother, of the tragedy he was powerless to prevent, and of the deep-seated issues that plague the Hyuga clan. In the end, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his gaze was resolute. "Hokage-sama, I choose the first option. Those people I will deal with personally." His voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of determination. Uchiha Ye smiled slightly, looking at him with a meaningful gaze, and nodded gently. Then, he slowly turned his head, scanning the other ninja clans present. The former heads of these noble clans instinctively lowered their heads, their expressions anxious, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. "You all know that I am a reasonable person." Uchiha Ye's voice was not loud, yet thundered in everyone's ears. "In this place, loyalty is of utmost importance. If loyalty is not absolute, then it is absolute disloyalty. I hope others take this as a warning." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into a deathly silence. The ninja clans felt heavy-hearted yet confused. They had thought Uchiha Ye would take this opportunity to discuss declaring war, but unexpectedly, he did not mention a word about it. Could it be that the Hokage was merely trying to intimidate the other ninja clans of Konoha? Everyone was filled with doubt, but had no choice but to leave with heavy hearts. Uchiha Ye stood by the window, his gaze calm as if he had already anticipated everything. As he said, what he needed were subordinates who were wholeheartedly and completely loyal. Right now, the future situation in Konoha was already determined, and the battle in the entire ninja world was about to begin. But before that, he had to eliminate those wavering traitors within Konoha. In the evening, at the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi returned to the family and summoned the elders of the main family for a meeting. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "From today on, the caged bird system is abolished." As soon as his words fell, the entire conference room fell silent. Then a wave of intense protests erupted, with elders glaring in anger, and several elderly men even stood up, slamming their fists on the table, angrily questioning, "Hizashi, have you gone mad?" But Hyuga Hizashi remained unwavering, taking a deep breath, slowly raising his head, his eyes glimmering with steadfast determination. "Hokage-sama said, loyalty that is not absolute is absolute disloyalty. If you do not agree, then do not blame me for being ruthless." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall of the main family erupted in chaos, with several elders angrily scolding him. But faced with Hyuga Hizashi's resolute gaze, they knew that everything had become unchangeable. Night fell, and the sounds of dispute and anger from the Hyuga clan echoed in the air. However, beneath this chaos, blood had quietly seeped into this ancient land. The next morning, Hyuga Hizashi, with a hint of fatigue and heavy steps, walked into the Hokage's office. When he saw Uchiha Ye, he immediately bowed respectfully, his tone steady yet filled with a hint of excitement. "Hokage-sama, I have fulfilled my mission and eliminated all opponents." Despite the fatigue written on his face, the light in his eyes was exceptionally bright. Last night, all the elders opposing him had disappeared, and the remaining branch family members' loyalty to him had reached an unprecedented height. What pleased Hyuga Hizashi even more was that his younger brother, Hyuga Hayashi's son, Hyuga Niji, had also significantly changed his attitude towards his uncle. The previous indifference and distance had now been replaced by deep respect and support. All of this seemed to indicate that Hyuga Hisashi had finally grasped the lifeblood of the family, and the Hyuga clan would no longer repeat the past's irreparable pain. His heart was filled with an unprecedented determination and belief. And all these changes were due to the support of the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Ye. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hisashi's admiration for the Hokage deepened. He knew that without Uchiha Ye's backing, the fate of the Hyuga clan might still be lingering on the edge of darkness. After listening to the report, Uchiha Ye nodded slightly, encouraging Hyuga Hisashi calmly, signaling him to withdraw. Then, he slowly left the Hokage building, passing through the bustling Konoha, and arrived at a remote corner of the Uchiha clan's territory. At this moment, the figure of the Nine Tails appeared before him. Clearly having been waiting here for a long time, Uchiha Ye smiled, knowing that if a battle was to be fought, a tailed beast would be an essential power source. He lightly leaped up and instantly landed on top of the Nine Tails' head. The next moment, he saw a woman appear ahead. "Little brat, did you kill Jiraiya?" Chapter 25, and I shall establish true order. The person who arrived was Tsunade. Before coming to Konoha, she had just won dozens of rounds at the casino on Shortbook Street. With her luck of always losing at gambling, Tsunade had a vague feeling of foreboding. Sure enough, the more she thought about it on the way, the more uneasy she felt, ultimately hurrying back to Konoha with Shizun. After returning to the village, she inquired everywhere and quickly grasped the recent turmoil. Jiraiya had mysteriously disappeared after returning to the village, and just a few days ago, the giant purple figure exclusive to the Hokage had reappeared in the village, with reports of a giant toad sighting. A worst-case scenario quietly emerged in Tsunade's mind. Jiraiya was likely in grave danger. Uchiha Ye had a sneer at the corner of his mouth, looking down at her with indifference. As a ninja of Konoha, Jiraiya had failed to fulfill his duties and even dared to resist me, the fifth Hokage. His actions had severely deviated from the will of fire. He was a rogue ninja. Naturally, he could not be spared. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression darkened instantly, her anger nearly boiling over. "You've killed so many people, suppressing the populace with fear," she scolded fiercely. "You want to completely destroy the stable life that our ancestors pursued and desperately maintained. You're a terrorist." In the face of Tsunade's outburst, Uchiha Ye merely chuckled, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Stability?" His voice was low and mocking. "The so-called stability you speak of is built on a foundation of false peace." He slowly stood up and took a step forward, his aura suddenly changing. "You all claim to maintain peace, but what are the facts? How many have died on the battlefield? How many families have been shattered? Konoha's stability is merely a comfortable existence for a select few, and I shall establish true order." Tsunade's gaze was piercing as she stared at him, her fists clenched, knuckles turning white. "True order? Is your so-called order to make the entire village submit in fear?" Uchiha Ye did not answer, only coldly smiled as his eyes slowly revealed the crimson Sharingan. Tsunade knew that today's battle was inevitable, since words would not suffice then. Tsunade took half a step back, her toes grinding the shattered stones beneath her feet, producing a piercing grinding sound. The diamond mark on her forehead suddenly exploded, and violent chakra stirred the air, as if even the wind was being torn apart by the energy coalescing beneath her feet. Painful heaven foot. Her target was aimed directly at Uchiha Ye, who stood atop the Nine Tails' head. But Uchiha Ye was faster, with a flicker of the Flying Thunder God technique. He disappeared in an instant. However, the Nine Tails was not so fortunate. Although Uchiha Ye controlled it with Genjutsu, he did not seal its instincts. A painful roar shook the ground as the Nine Tails was struck hard on the head by Tsunade's powerful kick, angrily swinging its giant claws to smash the little bug on its head. Tsunade was quick and agile, dodging just before the Nine Tails attack landed and landing steadily in the distance. She narrowed her eyes slightly, watching the place where Uchiha Ye had just vanished. This guy's speed. Memories of that former junior, known as the Yellow Flash, floated into her mind. The Flying Thunder God user who could make the entire ninja world change color. Just then, a deep voice suddenly sounded behind her, cold and ruthless. If it were Senja Hashirama, I might have been a bit interested. "You are too weak." Tsunade spun around suddenly, her fists clenched tightly, battle intent boiling. The air was compressed to the point of exploding, and a violent shockwave shattered the ground, sending debris flying like rain. But this punch only hit the air. Uchiha Ye's figure vanished again. Tsunade looked up sharply, the crimson Sharingan reflected in her pupils. And Uchiha Ye's figure had already appeared in the distance, a hint of scorn on his lips. Such brute force. As expected, compared to Senju Hashirama, you are just a failed descendant. Bastard. Tsunade roared, her chakra erupting beneath her feet, causing the ground to shatter as she shot into the sky like a cannonball, charging at Uchiha Ye. But just as she was about to reach him, Uchiha Ye vanished in even faster speed. Her expression changed slightly, and she forcibly twisted her body, using the chakra explosion to adjust her posture, landing heavily and creating a massive pit. This guy. Tsunade's expression grew serious, a hint of unease rising in her heart. Uchiha Ye stood with one hand in his pocket, looking down at her like a cat playing with a mouse. His voice was flat and mocking. No matter how strong your brute force is, it's useless. Tsunade took a deep breath, stabilizing her mind, her gaze sweeping around as she rapidly analyzed Uchiha Ye's abilities. Flying Thunder God, Sharingan, Susu. This guy's fighting style was practically a fusion of the essence of Uchiha, Madara, and Namikaze's Minato from back in the day. Tsunade suddenly turned, her fist wrapped in violent chakra, blasting toward Uchiha Ye behind her. Stop looking down on me. The speed of this punch was extreme, compressing the air and producing a low, explosive sound, shaking the entire space with Tsunade's momentum. However, her fist hit nothing but air again. Uchiha Ye's figure vanished once more, as if he had never existed. Flying Thunder God. Tsunade's heart sank, realizing she had fallen into a trap. The next second, a fierce gust of wind struck from the side. Tsunade's eyes twitched, and she quickly turned her head, a long and powerful leg nearly brushing past her cheek. Her reaction was already extremely fast, but still a moment too late. Bang! Uchiha Ye's knee strike hit Tsunade's abdomen solidly, the violent force sending her flying backward, crashing into the ground and creating a large hole. Tsunade-sama, I'm here to help you. Shizen cried out from a distance, wanting to rush forward, but suddenly felt the world spinning. Her steps faltered, her pupils dilated, the entire world twisted, and her consciousness instantly fell into darkness. Uchiha Ye didn't even glance at Shizen, casually walking towards Tsunade with one hand in his pocket. Amidst the rubble, Tsunade gasped for breath, struggling to stand up, the intense pain in her abdomen causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Damn it, just as she propped herself up, a cold hand was already pressed against her throat, lifting her up forcefully. Tsunade's pupils constricted as she struggled to break free. But Uchiha Ye's grip was like an iron claw. No matter how hard she tried, she could not budge him in the slightest. Too weak. Uchiha Ye's voice was extremely cold, the crimson Sharingan flickering with a strange glow in the darkness. You don't even have the qualifications to make me go all out. Tsunade glared at him, summoning the last of her strength to raise her arm, but Uchiha Ye merely smiled slightly, and the next moment, her consciousness sank into complete darkness. The battle was over. Chapter 26. Sage eyes and sage body. Uchiha Ye looked at Tsunade, who was standing there unconscious, and shook his head slightly. No wonder this woman could make pain feel emotional with just one sentence in the original work. He murmured softly, seeming to ponder, and it seemed that Senju Hashirama's evaluation of his granddaughter was indeed not wrong. Just as he was about to deal with Tsunade, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the unification of Konoha, receiving a stage reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Azura template, which has been automatically installed. Uchiha Ye's expression paused slightly, a strange wave passing through his eyes. Immediately after, a flash of surprise flickered in his gaze. He originally thought the system operated on a single thread, but it seemed that was not the case. The next moment, a vast and overwhelming chakra surged into Uchiha Ye's body like a raging sea, violent and scorching, as if it wanted to tear apart his meridians and completely reshape his body. Next, a torrent of chakra rushed into him like a furious tide, violent and heated, as if it wanted to rip apart his meridians and remold his body. It was hot, warm, yet carried an indescribable heaviness. Uchiha Ye clenched his fists tightly, feeling the transformation of the chakra. This power was different from Indra's sharp and cold chakra, which was as fierce as thunder. The power before him was heavier, as encompassing as the earth, and as blazing as the scorching sun. This is the power of Azura? His pupils suddenly constricted, and two completely different chakras within him began to clash violently, like thunder intersecting, as if the space itself was trembling. Boom! In the depths of his mind, a grand figure emerged, his gaze gentle yet filled with unwavering determination. Memories surged in like a tide, the persistence, kindness, and resilience of Azura flooding his mind. As long as there is hope, the world will eventually change. Even if I walk alone, I will bear the pain of everyone. This world does not need to be ruled by hatred. Indra's chakra was cold and proud, sharp as a blade, while Asura's chakra was vast and broad. Like a burning sun, the moment the two met, his body seemed to become a battlefield of heaven and earth, where thunder and flames intertwined, and coldness and heat crossed. Every inch of muscle, every drop of blood, was torn apart by this violent clash, as if it were about to explode. However, just as the chakra was about to completely spiral out of control, a hint of calmness suddenly flashed in the depths of his pupils. Interesting. Uchiha Ye chuckled softly and slowly closed his eyes. His will traversed the center of this storm, controlling the convergence point of these two powers. Indra and Asura, born enemies, now coexisted within his body. He could feel his body being transformed, his meridians becoming more resilient, the speed of chakra flow skyrocketing. And even his soul felt as if it had been cleansed, gradually evolving toward a completely new form. So that's how it is. He slowly opened his eyes, and a brand new light quietly blossomed within his pupils. Then, his pupils transformed into concentric purple ripples, revealing the Rinnegan. Uchiha Ye felt the tremendous amplification of his ocular power and revealed a slight smile. It made sense. After all, his body already possessed Indra's sage eye chakra. And with the addition of Asura's sage body, it created an effect greater than the sum of its parts. He successfully generated 6 paths-level chakra. Moreover, since he obtained the source template, the power was even more overwhelming. Uchiha Ye's thoughts shifted as he recalled Asura's memories. Unlike Indra's cold and proud memories, Asura's recollections were filled with warmth and tolerance. The spirit of not consuming beef must lead other thoughts by countless versions. In Uchiha Ye's eyes, Asura's notion of using love to influence the world seemed utterly false. After all, kindness does not solve all problems. It often symbolizes weakness instead, rather than yielding and compromising. It would be better to emulate Indra, to stand atop a higher power, and to control everything with force and wisdom. For him, only the path of the strong was the ultimate destination. Uchiha Ye's gaze fixed on Tsunade, and with a sweep of his left hand, he dug out her heart. Thud. Her corpse fell to the ground. He leaped onto the back of the Nine Tails, which let out a deep roar beneath him. First, head to the Cloud Village. Uchiha Ye murmured, a cold light flickering in his eyes as his gaze pierced through the distant horizon. Why go to the Cloud Ninja first? Because the Cloud Ninja was the most enthusiastic. In the original work, the Cloud Ninja was already quite eager, and now, according to the latest intelligence within the village, they had gathered a large number of ninjas, preparing to directly invade the borders of the Land of Fire. Since the daimyo of the Land of Fire was killed, and Konoha declared war on the entire world, the other ninja nations' daimyos have all issued orders to unite and attack Konoha. Every ninja village was gearing up for a major battle. However, among these ninja villages, the most proactive was undoubtedly the Cloud Village. The fourth Reikage's thoughts coincided with the daimyo's orders, so he readily agreed to the daimyo's request, rapidly assembling troops and quickly entering a state of readiness. In contrast, the attitudes of the other ninja villages appeared more cautious. The Tsuchikage, Anoki, was a man of deep schemes and cunning, especially since he had personally witnessed Uchiha Madara's terrifying power, instilling a deep fear of Susanu's power within him. Although he loudly proclaimed the need to unite and attack Konoha, in reality, his strategy leaned more towards waiting for the Cloud Village's actions, observing the situation before making a decision. The fourth Kazekage, Raza of the Sand Village, had long been troubled by the village's poverty. The lack of resources made it difficult to cultivate outstanding ninjas, and the daimyo's funding was always delayed. Raza was so poor that he had to seek sand gold to exchange for resources. Upon hearing that the daimyo was willing to increase funding, he quickly agreed and began slowly gathering his team. Raza was very clear that with the current strength of the Sand Village, they could not gain substantial benefits from Konoha. Rather than blindly attacking, it would be better to digest this additional funding first and observe the actions of other ninja villages before making a decision. As for the Mist Village, the situation was even more chaotic. The fourth Mizukage had been controlled by Uchiha Obito's illusion, and Uchiha Obito had not shown his face since the night of the massacre, affected by the illusion cast by Uchiha Ye. The leader of the Mist Village, Yagura, was in a completely controlled state, unable to effectively command the village's actions, still executing the Blood Mist policy, which infuriated the daimyo of the Water Country, who directly cut the funding support for the Mist Village. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage personally led his team, preparing to rush towards Konoha with lightning speed, aiming to seize the initiative in the war. He believed that this time, they would surely be able to take a piece of flesh from Konoha. Chapter 27. The border of the land of fire the night was as dark as ink, with countless stars dotting the vast sky. A cold wind whistled through the jungle, carrying a sense of foreboding. A tall, muscular black-skinned man stood at the front of the line, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He spoke in a deep voice, faster. His voice boomed like thunder, shattering the silence of the night and sending a shiver through the hearts of those who heard it. Yes, the group of Yunin ninjas behind him responded in unison, quickening their pace. Dressed in the distinctive black cloaks of Yunin, they became swift shadows under the moonlight, darting through the mountains and forests, their target straight ahead. The leader was none other than the current raikage of Yunin village, the fourth raikage, A. Was born with immense strength, his body wrapped in lightning chakra, granting him speed and defense comparable to that of a monstrous beast. He not only suppressed enemies with thunderous methods, but also unified the entire Yunin village with his unmatched might. His philosophy was simple: only strength could protect peace. The people of Yunin fully recognized this ideology. In addition, the fourth raikage had another policy: to bring back bloodline limit ninjas from other villages at any cost. They were always looking for opportunities to expand Yunin's influence. Whether it was the kidnapping incident involving Hinata in the original work or various forced abductions of bloodline limit bearers in the ninja world, Yunin village's actions had long caused dissatisfaction among other ninja villages. In the eyes of the outside world, Yunin was nothing but a bandit. The fourth raikage stood at the forefront of the Yunin troops, his gaze piercing. "What has the reconnaissance team found?" he asked in a low voice. For this operation, he not only brought the two-tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, but also his brother, Killer Bee, clearly determined to succeed. A Yunin ninja, wearing goggles, jumped forward, kneeling on one knee, his tone serious. "Raikage-sama, there are no abnormalities in the direction of Konoha. The border is still patrolled by those Konoha ninjas, and they have not detected our movements." Upon hearing this, A frowned slightly and coldly snorted, "Humph, these guys are as arrogant as ever." In his view, the information coming from Konoha was mostly exaggerated. Perhaps at this moment, Konoha was being torn apart by power struggles among the major ninja villages, completely oblivious to Yunin's assault. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. Lightning erupted around him, transforming into a dazzling bolt as he instantly broke through the Konoha border. In an instant, the roaring lightning crushed all Konoha ninjas in its wake. He paused to look back, his eyes sharp, directing his gaze at the elite Yunin ninjas behind him, and shouted, "Speed up. Tonight, we will flatten Konoha." The Yunin ninjas responded in unison, yes. The night wind howled, and the battle intent soared. "Be alert." A sudden voice rang out in the ranks. The speaker was the sensing-type ninja among the Yunin Jonin, Kishi. I turned to Kishi, frowning as he asked, "Kishi, what's going on?" Kishi's face was pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his expression filled with terror, as if he had sensed something extremely horrifying. "Raikage-sama, in the direction of Konoha." Kishi's voice trembled. A's frown deepened as he urged, "Speak clearly." Kishi took a deep breath, his face serious as he reported loudly, "We sense two extremely powerful chakra signatures in the direction of Konoha." A's gaze darkened slightly. The chakra intensity far exceeded that of ordinary ninjas. A guess formed in his mind. Could it be the Nine Tails? But what the Nine Tails? He had already subdued the Eight Tails. What could the Nine Tails do against him? However, why were there two signatures? As far as he knew, Konoha should not have many with vast chakra now. Could it be Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? No. Something even more terrifying than the Nine Tails. Kishi's voice shook, revealing unprecedented horror. A's pupils constricted slightly, and the Yunin ninjas also stopped in their tracks. An oppressive atmosphere filling the air. In the darkness, a vague figure quietly emerged, its outline gradually becoming clear under the moonlight. The next moment, shadows surged like raging waves. A massive chakra fluctuation sweeping out, as if to tear the heavens and earth apart. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the skies. Heavy footsteps crushed the ground, and the colossal figure finally appeared fully before everyone's eyes. 9 ferocious tails swayed in the air, the violent aura of the tailed beast overwhelming, making it hard to breathe. The Nine Tails. It truly was the Nine Tails. The Yunin troops were immediately in an uproar, staring in shock at the tailed beast larger than the Eight Tails, as if facing a natural disaster, a hint of fear rising in their hearts. Killer Bee's usual playful smile vanished, and his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, widened slightly, revealing a trace of seriousness. The fourth Reikage narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharply fixed on the Nine Tails, clearly feeling the oppressive force. There was no doubt the chakra intensity of the Nine Tails far surpassed that of the Eight Tails. However, as the Nine Tails crushed the earth and approached step by step, a Yunin ninja suddenly noticed something unusual and stammered on top of the Nine Tails' head. "There's a person?" Hearing this, everyone focused their gaze. Indeed, standing atop the dark beast's head was a figure. A black robe fluttered in the night wind, and the crimson Sharingan gleamed with a captivating light in the darkness. The person stood with hands behind their back, looking down at the Yunin troops from a high vantage point, as if a king who ruled over everything. Who was he? Could it be? The fourth Reikage's expression darkened, and his deep voice slowly emerged. The fifth Hokage. This guess sent a shockwave through the hearts of the Yunin ninjas. After all, according to intelligence, the new Hokage of Konoha hailed from the Uchiha clan and had gained immense power at a young age. And now, with the Nine Tails obediently lying at his feet, it was enough to prove that he had completely tamed this strongest tailed beast. This matched perfectly with the information they had. High above, Uchiha Ye gazed down at the Yunin ninjas, his expression cold, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he softly uttered a word. "Nigger?" His voice was not loud, but in the stillness of the night, it still clearly reached the ears of the Yunin ninjas. However, the Yunin ninjas exchanged glances, clearly not understanding his meaning. After a brief silence, a Yunin ninja mustered his courage and spoke up. "Are you the fifth Hokage?" In the darkness, Uchiha Ye's gaze met the fourth Reikage's, the air seeming to freeze. He did not deny it, but instead revealed a meaningful smile. The hearts of the Yunin ninjas tightened, and they all assumed a defensive posture. The night wind howled, and the Nine Tails' tail flicked lightly, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise. Chapter 28. Enough nonsense. Clouds and thunder clashed, and a killing intent loomed. Uchiha Yuru stood high above, looking down at the dark mass of cloud shinobi below, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, revealing an ambiguous expression. How did these dark-skinned ninjas grow into this? He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze tinged with mockery. Could it be that they were really struck by lightning? Seeing this, the fourth Reikage AI's expression suddenly darkened, veins popping on his forehead, fists clenched tightly, and his lightning chakra erupted uncontrollably, crackling around him like furious thunder. Damn, what kind of look is that? The fourth Reikage's anger soared to the skies, but he did not lose his composure. He had brought 1,000 elite cloud shinobi, while Uchiha Ye was just one person. The advantage was his. Thinking this, he no longer suppressed his anger, but let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp as he waved his hand, directly placing a large hat on Yoru's head. "Uchiha Yuru, you have killed the daimyo of the Land of Fire, which is a serious violation of the one country, one village system. This is a rule set by your first Hokage. Do you dare to defy it?" The fourth Reikage was not as reckless as he appeared. However, Uchiha Yuru merely scoffed at his words, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. "Oh, and so what?" He crossed his arms, his expression full of disdain. "I now represent the Cloud Shinobi." The fourth Reikage's expression darkened again, about to press down harder, but Uchiha Yuru interrupted him directly. "You represent what?" His voice was cold, completely disregarding the ashen expression on the other's face. "Enough nonsense." Before his words could finish, the earth suddenly shook. Roar! The Nine Tails opened its massive mouth, chakra wildly condensing within, the crimson energy compressing continuously, forming a tailed beast ball capable of destroying mountains and rivers. Not good. The fourth Reikage's pupils constricted sharply. Sensing the danger, he shouted, "Everyone, get back." At the same time, the two Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, also simultaneously entered full tailed beast transformation. Massive chakra transformed into a blue flame cat demon and a deep purple 8-tailed giant octopus. The gigantic figures of the 2 Tails and 8 Tails blocking out the sun. Almost in an instant, the 2 Tails and 8 Tails also opened their mouths wide, wildly condensing their tailed beast balls. Tailed beast ball. Boom! The 9 Tails tailed beast ball collided instantly with the 2 Tails and 8 Tails tailed beast balls. 3 destructive chakras violently clashing in the air. The air seemed to freeze, and the next second, boom! A colossal shockwave swept in all directions. The raging energy spreading like a tsunami, the ground instantly shattered, debris flying, and forests flattened. Ugh! A large number of cloud shinobi were instantly blown away by the explosion's shockwave, screams echoing, and the battlefield turned into a hell on earth. Uchiha Yuru calmly observed the battlefield, watching the two-tailed beasts, slightly disheveled but unharmed, and shook his head. The Nine-Tails' power is still too weak. The fourth Reikage forcibly steadied himself, his expression dark to the extreme. He scanned the battlefield, his brows furrowing tighter, his anger boiling even more. Damn, this guy truly deserves to have succeeded in a coup. However, the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he looked up sharply. In the high sky, Uchiha Yoru's figure had already vanished without a trace. What? The fourth Reikage's expression changed dramatically, turning around suddenly, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. Just then, Susanoo, accompanied by Uchiha Yoru's deep voice, an earth-shattering pressure suddenly descended. Boom! A completely purple Susanoo burst forth, like a deity descending, its massive hands gripping a crimson long blade, its eyes burning with overwhelming battle intent. The fourth Reikage's heart sank sharply. This guy. However, before he could react, the massive long sword of Susanoo was already raised high, aimed directly at the Cloud Army. Not good. Little 8, let's go. Killer Bee shouted as the Eight Tails instantly whipped out several thick octopus legs, attempting to sweep away the Cloud Shinobi before Susanoo's blade fell. But Uchiha Yoru's Susanoo's long sword suddenly swung down, the black blade carrying a devastating force, directly severing the Eight Tails' octopus legs. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the severed tentacles along with dozens of swept away Cloud Shinobi were crushed by the sword's aura, blood raining down on the battlefield. The Eight Tails roared in pain, its massive body trembling violently, chakra wildly escaping from the severed area, the tentacle charred like coal, flesh rolling. Killer Bee's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Susanoo, his palms clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. Damn, this guy is even more troublesome than I imagined. At the same time, the fourth Reikage AI was furious beyond measure, lightning chakra surging wildly, his whole body wrapped in lightning armor, like a falling star, charging straight at Uchiha Yoru. Uchiha Yoru died for me. He clenched his fists, lightning wrapping around him, muscles bulging, lightning explosive bomb condensing to the limit, and punched towards Susanoo's chest. Boom! In the earth-shattering roar, Susanoo's rib armor concentrated, the energy shockwave wildly spreading, sending surrounding Cloud Shinobi flying. However, Uchiha Yoru merely coldly looked down at the Reikage, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Is that all? His gaze suddenly sharpened. There were no cracks on Susanoo's surface. At the same time, Susanoo's long sword was raised high, the blade pointing directly at the Reikage. Slash! Boom! Susanoo's blade, wrapped in unparalleled terrifying cutting force, instantly shattered the Reikage's lightning armor under this destructive energy, sending him flying hundreds of meters, dragging a deep trench on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Killer Bee's expression changed drastically, rushing towards the Reikage, the Eight Tails' massive body blocking in front of Uchiha Yoru, his expression grave. Hey, big brother, are you okay? The Reikage gritted his teeth, hands on the ground, his chest heaving heavily, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Yoru, full of anger and unwillingness. Damn, Uchiha Yoru. However, before he could stand up, Uchiha Yoru had already slowly raised his hand, the Sharingan suddenly shining with a scarlet glow. The long sword of Susanoo pointed directly at Killer Bee and the Eight Tails. It's over. The Eight Tails took a deep breath, its thick tentacles crossing in front, taking a defensive stance. However, in the next second, an unexpected change occurred. Killer Bee and the Eight Tails simultaneously heard a barely perceptible sound of wind cutting behind them, their hearts instantly ringing alarms. They turned around sharply, only to see Uchiha Yoru had quietly appeared in front of the fourth Reikage. In that moment, the Reikage AI had not even had time to react before seeing a cold hand, like lightning, piercing through the void, aiming straight for his chest. Black Tiger pouncing on the heart. Blood suddenly sprayed. Uchiha Yoru's hand pierced straight through the fourth Reikage's lightning armor, deep into his chest. Crimson blood slowly dripping down his arm. The Reikage's pupils constricted sharply, the rage on his face solidifying into fear and unwillingness, his lips quivering slightly, wanting to say something. But consciousness was already swallowed by endless darkness. His body weakly knelt down, the lightning in his eyes completely extinguished. Chapter 29 survive at the moment the Eight Tails turn around. Susanoo had already swung its blade. Whoosh! The pitch-black blade fell like lightning, instantly cleaving down on the massive back of the Eight Tails. Ugh! The Eight Tails roared in pain, its enormous body trembled violently. A wound deep enough to see bone pierced through its spine, nearly splitting it in half. In agony, the eight tails instinctively tried to dodge, its massive body rolling sideways. However, bang! At that moment, the nine tails tail beast ball had already formed and erupted violently. The dark energy sphere carried a terrifying storm of destruction, charging straight toward the eight tails. Boom! The explosive sound shook the heavens. The eight tails' entire body was blasted away by the frenzied impact of the tailed beast ball, blood and flesh mangled, crashing down to the ground like a meteor. Ugh! Debris flew, and the earth trembled. Amidst the rolling dust, a bottomless pit emerged, cracks spreading like spider webs in all directions, and the battlefield, under the terrifying clash of the nine tails and eight tails, seemed like the end of days. In a mental world, Kurabi found himself in a deep mental space. Although his physical body in the outside world had not yet collapsed, his spirit was enduring a tremendous shock. We are no match," the eight tails said in a low and heavy voice, its tail slowly swaying, carrying a hint of exhaustion and helplessness. Kurabi's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He understood this fact all too well, but to make him back down? Impossible. Damn it. We are in a fight. Kurabi gritted his teeth and roared. How could he just admit defeat? Moreover, his brother died right before his eyes, and Kurabi felt immensely guilty. The eight tails' enormous pupils reflected calmness, and it spoke in a steady voice. You don't understand. Uchiha Ye has not been serious at all. What? Kurabi was taken aback. The eight tails continued. If he wanted to, he could have controlled us with Jinjutsu long ago. But he didn't. Kurabi's heart sank sharply. Indeed, the fact that the nine tails was under control was evident. Its previously volatile personality had vanished, becoming a butcher's knife in Uchiha Ye's hand, frantically attacking them, who were also tail beasts. But Uchiha Ye had deliberately refrained from using Jinjutsu against them. Was it because he couldn't? No. It was because he looked down on us. A chill that Kurabi had never felt crept up his spine, and he finally realized that in Uchiha Ye's eyes, they were simply not worth using Jinjutsu on. We must retreat, or else we will die. There was a hint of urgency in the eight tails' voice. On the real battlefield, the two tails witnessed the eight tails being cut down and was immediately shocked. Damn it! Its pupils constricted sharply. Tailed beast chakra surged wildly, and the blue flames on its tail blazed fiercely. Tailed beast ball. The scorching chakra rapidly compressed, forming a black-blue energy sphere that shot towards the nine tails. However, roar. The nine tails opened its fearsome, fang-filled mouth, condensing a tailed beast ball that was several times larger than the two tails. The pitch-black energy sphere spun like a black hole, carrying the power to annihilate the world, crashing head-on into the two tails' attack. Boom! The terrifying explosion instantly engulfed the battlefield. The shockwave roared, and the earth cracked again. The two tails' body was blown away, tumbling several times, deeply embedded in the ground, utterly disheveled. It gasped for breath, looking towards the still-standing nine tails and Uchiha Ye in the distance, a hint of terror appearing in its eyes. How is this possible? Its tailed beast ball couldn't even shake the nine tails' attack. At that moment, the two tails finally realized that it was simply no match. Retreat. If we don't retreat, we will die. This was also the advice given to it by the wooden man inside. The eight tails forced itself to stand up, its gaze solemn, sharing the same thought as the two tails. They from the Cloud Village. Today's defeat has become a foregone conclusion. The battlefield under the night was as brutal as hell. At this moment, Uchiha Ye, beside the corpse of the fourth Reikage, returned to the top of Susanoo, looking down upon the world. Beside him, the nine tails roared, and beneath his feet, Susanoo stood unmoving, like an undefeated war god, overlooking the heavily wounded eight tails and two tails on the battlefield. The fourth Reikage's corpse had already turned cold, lying on the ground, eyes wide open in death. The ninjas of the Cloud Village witnessed this scene, their hearts shattered, filled with terror and despair. Their Reikage, that once invincible man, is dead. No, impossible. How could Lord Reikage be? Kill like this? Uchiha Ye. This demon. The hearts and minds of the Cloud Ninjas had completely collapsed, their souls trembling, their legs uncontrollably shaking. Run. Run fast. Some began to discard their gear and flee in all directions. The previously fierce elite of the Cloud Village now like startled birds. But would Uchiha Ye allow them to escape? The giant blade of Susanoo slowly raised, the purple edge flashing with cold light. In the next moment, the blade swept across. Boom! The earth was torn apart, dust flying, the massive gash deeply embedded in the battlefield. Wherever it passed, blood mist filled the air, and corpses lay everywhere. Dozens of cloud ninjas were cut in half in an instant. Before they even had time to scream, blood raining down, the figure of Susanoo loomed like a king of death, enveloping the battlefield, proclaiming the downfall of the Cloud Village. Karabi and the Eight Tails silently watched all of this, an endless bitterness rising in their hearts. They lost. Not just them, the entire Cloud Village lost. The Eight Tails' voice carried a hint of heaviness. This is not an ordinary battle, but a massacre. Karabi gritted his teeth, his pride shattered at this moment. We should retreat. The Eight Tails continued. Uchiha Ye did not use Genjutsu. It is our luck that we can still live. But now, our luck has run out. Karabi's fists tightened, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping out. Retreat? Let the warriors of the Cloud Village die for nothing. Let his brother die for nothing. Let Uchiha Ye trample their dignity? But if they don't retreat, they will all die. Only by surviving can there be a chance. The Eight Tails asked in a deep voice. Karabi trembled all over. Right? Only by surviving can he take revenge for his brother. They must survive. Go. The Eight Tails' massive body suddenly shook, and its form began to shrink in an instant. The large body was not convenient for movement, and the injuries it sustained had already healed considerably. The Two Tails was the same. They were going to retreat. Uchiha Ye's gaze swept over the two-tailed beasts, a hint of disdainful sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Now you want to leave? It's too late. The three tomo of Uchiha Ye changed, instantly transforming into a light purple Rinnegan. Summoning technique. Outer Path, King of Hell. Chapter 30. What the hell is that giant Outer Path golem? The art of summoning. Outer Path golem. Boom. In the next moment, it felt as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart by an invisible force. A pitch-black crack spread across the ground like the arrival of the apocalypse, shaking the entire battlefield. The air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the whole world trembled in response. A withered giant claw broke through the darkness, accompanied by a sharp, tearing sound, as the sharp wooden spikes flickered like phantoms, emanating a cold light. The dried skin on the claw was pale like that of a millennia-old corpse, and the crooked wooden spikes among the wrinkles exuded an eerie aura, resembling a demon crawling out from the depths of hell. Then, the monster's head appeared. Its massive skull was as steep as a cliff, with cracks all over, bearing the marks of time. 9 cold eyes were embedded within, each sealed with rough stitches, only the hideous scars exposed, radiating a strong sense of death. The Eight Tails and Two Tails sensed a familiar aura almost simultaneously, and as they turned around, their gazes froze in shock. Killer Bee noticed the Eight Tails anomaly, furrowing his brow and whispering, "What's wrong, Eight?" The monster in his eyes didn't seem to raise much alarm. The oppressive feeling was far less than that of the previous Susanoo. However, a storm of fear surged within the Eight Tails and Two Tails. Impossible! This aura, a shocking thought, surged in the minds of the two-tailed beasts almost simultaneously. It can't be. The voice of the Two Tails began to tremble slightly, struggling to suppress its inner fear. 10 Tails! The Eight Tails frowned tightly, a flicker of disbelief flashing in its eyes. How could this be the 10 Tails? The 10 Tails had long been sealed. A sense of unease rose within the Eight Tails, as it knew its origin was closely related to the 10 Tails. As one of the 9 parts of chakra separated from the 10 Tails by Sage of 6 Paths, it instinctively recognized that the 10 Tails had long since vanished. All-tailed beasts inherited the memory of the Sage of 6 Paths, knowing clearly that they originated from the splitting of the 10 Tails. But now, it knew this aura was definitely not just an ordinary summoning beast. Its source seemed to be related to the 10 Tails. Run! The Eight Tails' voice suddenly rose, filled with unprecedented tension and panic. No matter what, leave here quickly. The Eight Tails could no longer contain its anxiety, although it couldn't understand why Uchiha Ye summoned such a bizarre monster. Its instincts told it, at this moment, the only way to survive was to escape. The Two Tails' gaze flickered uncertainly, feeling that terrifying oppressive force, also believing that this moment was extremely dangerous. But at this time, the roar of the Outer Path golem grew deafening, and that irresistible aura seemed ready to tear the entire world apart. The air was thick with oppressive energy, and the entire battlefield felt suffocated by this force. Uchiha Ye stood atop the Outer Path golem, his brow furrowed, his eyes flashing with deep contemplation. He had originally planned to seal the two-tailed beasts in one go, but then suddenly recalled a crucial detail from the original work. The order of sealing-tailed beasts with the outer path golem was critical. The one-tailed Shikaku must be sealed first. Otherwise, the outer path golem would collapse and become inoperable. With a decision made in his heart, Uchiha Ye smiled slightly and quickly flashed to stand before the 8 tails and 2 tails. The 8 tails looked at Uchiha Ye, who suddenly appeared before it, with a hint of wariness in its gaze. However, before it could finish speaking, Uchiha Ye's eyes turned icy. Jinjutsu. In an instant, the consciousness of the 8 tails and 2 tails plunged into darkness. Their bodies stiffened, their eyes vacant, completely losing perception of the surrounding world. All resistance was utterly suppressed. The 2-tailed beasts had completely become puppets of Uchiha Ye, with no ability to resist. A cold smile flashed in Uchiha Ye's eyes as he turned and walked toward the outer path golem, while the 8 tails and 2 tails mechanically followed under his control. Oh right, there's also the 9 tails. In front of the 3-tailed beasts, Uchiha Ye coldly commanded, "Head to the hidden cloud village." Before his words fell, he moved his fingers slightly, and then released the summoning of the outer path golem. The outer path golem immediately let out a loud noise, turning into a puff of blue smoke and vanishing into the air. Uchiha Ye stood there, a slight, elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There's only one outer path golem in the ninja world, and just now, he sensed a summoning request for the golem coming from somewhere else. Interesting. He chuckled coldly, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. As the reincarnation of Indra and Asura, his priority in summoning the outer path golem far surpassed anyone else. The summoner of the outer path golem should be Nagato. However, Uchiha Ye was not in a hurry to respond. He decided to temporarily store the outer path golem with them, and after he cleared the hidden cloud village, he would go to the land of rain. He leaped up, firmly standing on the shoulder of the 9 tails, his gaze deep, as if he could see through every corner of the future. The massive body of the 9 tails began to move, its heavy footsteps like thunder, shaking the entire earth. It carried the remaining 2-tailed beasts, swiftly heading towards the hidden cloud village under Uchiha Ye's control. After tonight, the hidden cloud village would no longer exist. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, in a collapsed cave. Inside the cave, several people stood there, dressed in black cloaks adorned with blood-red cloud symbols. In the dim light, the atmosphere was heavy, almost suffocating. What is going on? A grotesque creature with a twisted form asked hoarsely, its words laced with obvious anxiety and tension. Black Zetsu, this ancient being, who had been silently manipulating everything from behind the scenes, was now evidently unsettled. Pain's face remained stern, but Nagato, who controlled him, was filled with shock and deep confusion. What the hell is that giant outer path golem? Just now, the powerful summoning beast he had once considered his last trump card, the outer path golem, actually disappeared right before his eyes. However, what was even stranger was that the black rods nourishing Nagato had not vanished. They remained tightly connected to him, symbolizing that the existence of the outer path golem had not completely severed. Nagato could sense that the power of the outer path golem was still fluctuating in the ninja world, only that it was being pulled by some powerful chakra, which relieved some of the pressure on him. The outer path golem still exists. But where did it go? A deep sense of unease surged in Nagato's heart, his gaze filled with suspicion. He knew this couldn't be a coincidence. The disappearance of the outer path golem left him in a panic. His long-standing careful arrangements seemed to have collapsed in an instant. His initial plan relied on the outer path golem sealing the tailed beasts, completely sealing them from a ninja world to achieve his goals. However, everything now seemed vague and unclear. Nagato, continue summoning the outer path golem. Black Zetsu's voice came again, tinged with impatience. Nagato took a deep breath, refocusing his mind, and began to attempt the summoning again. After several failed attempts, anxiety gradually appeared in Nagato's eyes. Finally, after repeated failures, the figure of the outer path golem reappeared in Nagato's sight. Nagato let out a sigh of relief, momentarily setting aside his burdens. He couldn't help but frown. The disappearance of the outer path golem made him realize the crisis. Conan. Pain looked at Conan, gazing deeply into her eyes. Call a meeting of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 31. The Akatsuki of Accelerated Pace, the Land of Rain. Dark clouds surged, and a continuous curtain of rain enveloped the entire city. Raindrops fell on the dilapidated buildings, as if whispering the endless sorrow of this ninja village. Inside a hidden tall tower, the outer path's golem stood silently, its pitch-black, giant hands slowly reaching towards the sky. On enormous fingertips, the silhouettes of Akatsuki members flickered in and out. Confusion was etched on their faces. Hoshigaki Kisame looked around, his brow furrowed, and said in a low tone, "What's happening?" Beside him, Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his hoarse voice laced with mockery. "In such a hurry to summon us. Could it be that the leader has encountered some sort of accident?" His gaze shimmered with a dangerous light. Since joining the Akatsuki, Orochimaru had always harbored ulterior motives. Pain's Rinnegan was something he coveted. If something truly happened to Pain, it would undoubtedly be a godsend opportunity for him. Life is so fragile. Orochimaru licked his lips, his voice filled with fervor. Only by attaining immortality can one grasp the true truth. Deidara snorted coldly, rebutting in a deep voice from within his clay bird. Immortality? Utterly foolish. Only by mechanizing the body can one forge eternal art in the river of time. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, not bothering to hide his inner mockery. Art? It is nothing but a futile delusion. Do you think that by locking yourself in that puppet body, you can escape death? Do you think that by parasitizing in another's body, you can call it immortality? The two were at odds, and the air was thick with an imminent sense of tension. However, a furious shout broke the strained atmosphere. Enough! Pain's indifferent voice echoed through the tower, a hint of coldness flashing in his Rinnegan. "If you want to keep arguing, I don't mind personally shutting you up." Upon hearing this, Deidara and Orochimaru both fell silent. The way to join the Akatsuki was not through persuasive words. Everyone had bowed before Pain's absolute power. Even the scheming Orochimaru had to temporarily restrain himself at this moment. Pain's gaze swept across the crowd as he slowly spoke. Earlier this morning, the Outer Path's golem was summoned away by an unknown force. Everyone was stunned. What? Summoned away? Their gazes all converged on the Outer Path's golem that had originally stood beneath Pain. Black Zetsu remained hidden in the shadows, expressionless as he observed everything. "Aside from me, someone was able to use the Outer Path's golem," Pain said in a deep voice, dangerous ripples swirling in his Rinnegan. "Even a god can be provoked." At this moment, Nagato felt an immense humiliation. "Our plans must change," Pain said solemnly, his gaze resolute. "Accelerate the pace, and gather the tailed beasts as soon as possible. The risk of losing the Outer Path golem has made our time even more pressing. From now on, I want you to increase the recruitment of personnel. Each action team must be equipped with 2 members to cooperate with each other and ensure efficiency. Zetsu, increase the investigation efforts. I want to know who in the ninja world is most suspected of summoning the Outer Path's golem." Black Zetsu slowly nodded, his voice deep. "Rest assured, Pain. I will personally investigate." The projection gradually dissipated, and everyone dispersed. However, after this brief meeting, different ripples arose in everyone's hearts. The Akatsuki was thrown into a flurry of activity due to the disappearance of the Outer Path's golem. Meanwhile, another shocking storm was sweeping through the Hidden Cloud Village. In front of the gates of the Hidden Cloud Village, 3-tailed beasts stood tall, their immense chakra creating an invisible sense of oppression that seemed to solidify the air. The 8 tails, 2 tails, and the massive 9 tails loomed like 3 towering mountains, sending chills down spines. The ninjas in the village quickly gathered, their faces grave. And even though fear gripped their hearts, no one retreated. Above the 9 tails, Uchiha Ye stood proudly, his crimson Sharingan slowly rotating as he looked down at the trembling cloud ninjas. He slowly raised his hand, a hint of mockery in his gesture, as if examining a group of ignorant ants. "You people still want to struggle in your dying throes?" Uchiha Ye's voice was indifferent, yet clearly resonated in all directions. "After your 4th Reikage death, I thought you would learn what it means to fear. I gave you a chance." However, the Cloud Ninja's response was only a defiant glare. "Bastard! You demon!" The ninjas gritted their teeth, wishing they could rush forward and fight to the death. Uchiha Ye chuckled lightly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Having grown accustomed to the infighting of Konoha, he was somewhat surprised by the unity of the Hidden Cloud Village. Even in the face of insurmountable despair, they still chose to resist. Unity? Uchiha Ye muttered to himself, a slight smile, curling his lips, but unity is useless. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he waved his hand, and the 9 tails let out a low growl, its crimson chakra rapidly coalescing. A spinning black chakra sphere appeared in the 9 tails' mouth, and the sense of oppression in the air instantly peaked. Tail Beast Bomb. Boom! A column of destructive light shot out, tearing through the sky, heading straight for the Cloud Ninjas. Quick dodge, barrier technique, quick prepare defenses. The Cloud Ninjas frantically unleashed defensive ninjutsu, trying to block the tailed beast bomb strike. But before the tailed beast bomb, everything seemed so pale and powerless. Boom! The terrifying shockwave swept through, causing the walls of the hidden cloud village to collapse in an instant. The earth trembled and dust filled the air. Countless ninjas were flung away by the shockwave, and screams echoed continuously. Uchiha Ye squinted his eyes, as if savoring a meticulously choreographed drama. However, as the dust gradually settled, a swaying figure still stood amidst the ruins. "You demon!" A cloud ninja, covered in blood, angrily pointed at Uchiha Ye, his eyes burning with fierce rage. Uchiha Ye did not respond. Only the low roar of the Nine Tails echoed in his ears. "Demon?" He smiled faintly, the Sharingan spinning eerily, reflecting a sea of crimson. "You will come to know that the true fear has only just begun." In the next moment, the chakra of the Two Tails and Eight Tails erupted violently. The raging tailed beast bombs fell like rain, carrying the momentum to destroy the heavens and the earth, smashing down on the terrified Cloud Ninjas. Boom! The deafening explosions continued, and the blazing firelight tore through the night sky. Those once invincible elite ninjas were now as fragile as ants, instantly devoured by the tailed beast bombs, their flesh and blood flying, screams ringing out endlessly. "No! Stop attacking! We surrender! Please spare us!" "Surrender now?" Uchiha Ye scoffed, the Tomo and his Sharingan slowly rotating, filled with unspeakable mockery and indifference. Too late. Chapter 32. The Fall of Kumogakure. At this moment, Kumogakure is a battlefield in ruins. Broken rocks, shattered weapons, and bloodstained ninja tools are scattered everywhere, and the air is thick with the smell of blood. The setting sun, resembling blood, casts a grim light over the scarred land, as if drawing the curtain on this catastrophe. Once a proud village in the ninja world, Kumogakure now lies in complete silence. The Nine Tails crouches amidst the rubble, its tail swaying slowly, its massive body resembling a mountain that spans the heavens and the earth. Its blood-red beast eyes coldly survey the ground, crushing the last remnants of resistance. Uchiha Yoru stands atop the Nine Tails, his cloak billowing in the fierce wind. Is this the confidence of Kumogakure? His voice is indifferent and calm, as if declaring the end of an era. The arrogance of the weak only leads to annihilation. On the ground, the remaining Cloud Ninja tremble, having once fearlessly charged at the Nine Tails, attempting to change their fate with sheer numbers. But reality has brutally shattered their illusions. The explosion of the tailed beast bomb has left the earth in ruins, flesh and blood flying, their bodies lying discarded like rags among the debris. The fourth Reikage is dead. Lord Killer Bee, as well. Despair fills the eyes of the Cloud Ninja, as their proud leader and Jinchuriki have failed to create even a ripple before Uchiha Yoru. At this moment, 90% of the Cloud Ninja have perished on the battlefield. The few remaining are too weak to fight. "Please, spare us." Kneeling on the ground, the Cloud Ninja weep, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The desire to survive drives them to abandon their last shred of dignity. However, Uchiha Yoru merely glances at them. A cold smile curves at his lips, and the Tomo in his Sharingan slowly spins, crimson light spreading forth. In an instant, an invisible mental shockwave sweeps out. Jinjutsu. The pupils of the Cloud Ninja suddenly contract, the world distorting in their eyes, spinning uncontrollably. Their remaining will crumble before the powerful illusion, and they lose the ability to think, their bodies stiffening, consciousness completely obliterated. No one struggles anymore. From now on, their lives and deaths are entirely in the hands of Uchiha Yoru. Kumogakure is no more. During this time, Uchiha Yoru took the Nine Tails and 2 other tailed beasts to the capital of the Land of Lightning, completely eliminating the daimyo and those so-called nobles. He then used Jinjutsu to control some people to maintain order before leaving. The Land of Lightning has vanished. A day later, in Konoha, when the Leaf's Guard team stepped into the ruins of Kumogakure, what they saw was a scene of deathly silence. Among the shattered walls and broken remnants, a few Cloud Ninja stood dazed, as if they had lost their souls. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if the world had long since abandoned them. With only mechanical movements, they were no longer ninjas, merely puppets controlled by commands. All of this is the result of a single thought from Uchiha Yoru. From today onwards, The land of lightning is annexed into the leaf. Uchiha Yoru's voice echoed in the high-level meeting of Konoha, brief and cold, yet carrying an undeniable authority. The guard team is to dispatch personnel to Kumogikure in the capital of the land of lightning to take over order. The meeting hall fell silent, and then the shocked expressions of the attendees gradually faded, replaced by a sense of relief. No one dared to oppose, nor did anyone feel it necessary to do so. In their eyes, Uchiha Yoru had become an unshakable presence. His power was enough to render any opposition superfluous, even absurd. Moreover, this was the first time since the founding of the Leaf that they had acquired the land of an enemy village. This sense of fulfillment was like a stimulant for some radicals, causing their inner desires to erupt completely. Since the era of the first Hokage, Konoha had been known for its so-called generosity and peace, like a turtle hiding in its shell. During the second Hokage's time, although it was not as conservative, the surprise attack by rogue ninja from Kumogikure led to the death of the second Hokage, a disgrace that still lingers in the hearts of many. By the time of the third Hokage, the Leaf was no longer a turtle but a complete grandson. However, today, the situation has changed drastically. The rise of Uchiha Yoru has fundamentally transformed the balance of power in Konoha. From now on, the dynamics of offense and defense will be different. The news of Kumogakure's destruction swept through the ninja world like a hurricane. The major ninja villages were shaken, finally realizing that the Leaf's declaration of war was not mere bluster, but true, thunderous wrath. The ninja villages that had once held a wait-and-see attitude quickly dispelled all hopes of survival. The absolute military power displayed by the Leaf instilled unprecedented fear across the entire ninja world. Once invincible Kumogikure, under the divine-like Susanoo of Uchiha Yoru, has been reduced to ruins. The Tsuchikage, Inoki, turned pale, and with Uchiha Madara's presence, he urgently convened a meeting of the village leaders. However, to his astonishment, the fourth Mizukage, Kuratsuchi, directly executed his own envoy after receiving the invitation. This left only the Sand Village capable of forming an alliance. That bastard Kuratsuchi. Inoki's anger surged, nearly causing him to spit out blood. He suddenly stood up, but the sudden movement caused a sharp pain in his waist. Ouch, my back. His face turned red, gritting his teeth as he gasped, veins bulging on his forehead. The Leaf has strayed from the will of fire passed down by the first Hokage. Its self-destruction is only a matter of time. But at present, the Leaf's power is overwhelming. Inoki's gaze sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, "If we do not unite to resist, the next to be destroyed will be us." The air was filled with a sense of oppression. The absence of the Reikage, felt like a silent deterrent. After a moment of silence, the Kazekage nodded. He knew that Inoki's words were not alarmist. The strength of the Sand Village was far from sufficient to withstand the Leaf's offensive alone. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki organization, Kuro was exceptionally excited. The information brought back by the White Zetsu clone about Uchiha Yoru's godlike Susanoo and his seemingly endless chakra further confirmed his suspicions. The reincarnation of Indra. Kuro whispered, an unusual light flickering in his eyes from the shadows. He was filled with regret. On the night of the clan's extermination, White Zetsu had already reported the existence of Uchiha Yoru. He had originally planned to make contact, but at that time he had not acted, and the other party went to Kumogikure. Later, with the disappearance of the outer path, it further delayed his plans. If he had laid the groundwork earlier, perhaps the Eye of the Moon plan would have already been completed, and his mother Kagaya would have been revived. But now, it is not too late. With just a little guidance. Kuro's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes glinting with cunning. Back then, Uchiha Madara fell into extremism under his schemes. Today's Uchiha Yoru, younger than Madara, possesses even more unfathomable strength. As long as he pushes him along, he can let him fall into darkness and become the best pawn for the Eye of the Moon plan. Thinking of this, Kuro couldn't help but curse Uchiha Obito. That brat has neither the strength of Uchiha Madara nor his vision, and he acts smart all day long. On the night of the extermination, he was directly defeated by Uchiha Yoru's Jinjutsu and passed out. If it weren't for his mastery of yin-yang release secret techniques to help him recover, that brat would probably have become a vegetable by now. Simply useless. Uchiha Yoru's heart must be buried with dissatisfaction and hatred. Kuro slowly reined in his smile, his gaze as dark as water. He knew that the power of the Uchiha clan needed extreme emotions to stimulate it. The Sharingan was like this, and the Manjiki Sharingan was the same, and he only needed to add a little more fuel to the fire. In the darkness, a vague figure quietly slipped into the ground. Uchiha Yoru is destined to become the best pawn in the Eye of the Moon plan. Chapter 33. Black Zetsu: The Destruction of Yunin Village was merely the first step in the chess game. However, Uchiha Ye felt a hint of disappointment. The system showed no response. He had thought that annihilating a ninja village would yield rewards, yet the system remained indifferent, not even offering a hint, which made him frown slightly. It seemed that other ninja villages could never compare to Konoha. After a moment, he gathered his thoughts and returned to Konoha with a touch of regret. Upon returning to the village, he immediately summoned the security team to prepare for the handover with the capital of the land of Lightning and Yunin Village. After inspecting the situation in the village and confirming that everything was in order, Uchiha Ye began to plan his next move. However, before that, he had to resolve a more important matter: the three-tailed beasts, which he had placed deep in the forest outside Konoha. Instead of sealing these colossal creatures, Uchiha Ye had directly signed a mandatory summoning contract with them using his powerful ocular abilities. From now on, whether they were willing or not, they would have to obey his summons, and when the time came to suppress the one tail, they could be summoned to allow the outer path golem to absorb them. With everything arranged, he originally planned to head straight to Sunagakure. But before that, there was one more place he had to visit in person: Yugakure. At the border of the Land of Fire, a gentle breeze carried a hint of dampness. Uchiha Ye walked along a forest path, his pace leisurely, as if strolling in a garden, yet his speed was astonishing. Occasionally, a flicker of the flying thunder god technique would instantly cover dozens of meters. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and his pupils contracted slightly. Interesting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Ye's mouth as he came to a halt. Ahead, a figure quietly emerged atop a tree trunk. The person was clad in a rain cloak, with the hood pulled low, enveloping them in shadow. Even though he could not see the face clearly, Uchiha Ye could still sense the faint aura of yin-yang release emanating from the figure. In the silent forest, the breeze gently brushed by. The air seemed to grow stagnant. The next second, Uchiha Ye appeared in an instant, the flying thunder god technique leaving an afterimage as his left hand slammed toward the figure. Try to play tricks. However, the figure moved slightly and managed to evade in an instant. Oh! Uchiha Ye squinted his eyes, revealing a trace of interest. The shadow, standing on the tree trunk, slowly raised its head. You finally sense me. The voice was deep and hoarse, carrying a hint of a smile that was not quite a smile. Black Zetsu quietly watched Uchiha Ye, as if assessing or weighing something. As expected, it is the reincarnation of Indra. Black Zetsu's heart was filled with joy. What surprised it was that this little brat also bore the aura of Ashura. Did the matching mechanism I set up have a bug? But that was not important. In Black Zetsu's eyes, the Uchiha Ye before was prouder, stronger, and even more ambitious than the Indra of 1,000 years ago. Such a person was the most suitable to be guided. I know what you're trying to do. Black Zetsu spoke slowly, its tone enigmatic. Let me guess, you want to create a peaceful world, right? Uchiha Ye did not respond, merely gazing silently at the figure, as if waiting for it to continue its performance. Seeing this, Black Zetsu became even more certain, its tone growing more assertive. Although your strength is already formidable, it is still far from enough to truly unify the ninja world. So, Uchiha Ye's tone was calm, as if he did not care at all. Hooked. Black Zetsu's heart surged with joy. It continued. I have a plan that can truly achieve permanent peace. Infinite Tsukuyami. Capture the tailed beasts and use the outer path golem to absorb them to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Then cast Infinite Tsukuyami. Black Zetsu's voice was low, carrying a hint of seduction. Once Infinite Tsukuyami is cast, the entire world will be immersed in the most perfect illusion, erasing all war, hatred, and suffering. It'll be a world of eternal peace, a perfect ninja world without disputes. Black Zetsu's voice was filled with fervor, as if it could already see that ideal future. However, Uchiha Ye merely looked at it, a slight smile curling at his lips. Is that so? His voice was calm and profound. Black Zetsu's heart skipped a beat. The next moment, boom! A violent aura erupted. Uchiha Ye's pupils abruptly changed, the crimson Sharingan reflecting Black Zetsu's pitch-black figure. Are you underestimating me? Uchiha Ye slowly raised his hand, a hint of cold indifference in his tone. If I keep getting stronger, what is the meaning of Infinite Tsukuyami? Black Zetsu's heart tightened, a sense of unease rising within. But it did not fear. After all, it was a product of yin-yang release. An ordinary ninjutsu could not harm it. However, the next second, its pupils suddenly contracted. Uchiha Ye's eyes had suddenly transformed from Sharingan to Rinnegan. What? Black Zetsu's heart shook violently. In this world, besides Uchiha Madara, there's actually a second person who unlocked the Rinnegan through training. The birth of the Rinnegan requires either innate talent or the fusion of Ashura and Indra's chakra. Just now, it had sensed both auras emanating from Uchiha Ye, thinking it was merely an illusion. But now this fact ruthlessly shattered its understanding. Moreover, even if one gathered both types of chakra, the awakening of the Rinnegan was extremely lengthy. Uchiha Madara spent his entire life to take this step, but the young man before had achieved it so easily. Black Zetsu's thoughts raced, and even the missing outer path golem seemed to have an explanation. Only the wielder of the Rinnegan could summon the outer path golem at will. But the problem was, this little brat not only showed no interest in its proposal, but also exuded a sense of dangerous hostility toward it. Uchiha Ye's palm shifted slightly, the dark truth-seeking balls slowly coalescing, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. He looked at Black Zetsu with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, a disturbing light flickering deep in his eyes. Since you are here, you won't be leaving. Oh no. Black Zetsu's already dark face turned completely grim. It had never experienced such a sense of crisis in its existence. The Uchiha Ye before was far more terrifying than it had imagined. I must leave. But before it could take action, Uchiha Ye had already raised his hand and waved, boom. The void trembled, the power of the six paths surged forth, and several truth-seeking balls shot through the air like meteors, sealing off all of Black Zetsu's escape routes. Six paths held burial. Uchiha Ye sneered, suddenly clenching his fist, and the truth-seeking balls exploded, transforming into a towering dark storm that engulfed Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu let out a piercing scream, its body twisting and dissolving under the pressure of the truth-seeking balls. However, just as Uchiha Ye thought he could completely eliminate it, Black Zetsu's already torn body suddenly writhed violently, transforming into countless black tentacles that dispersed in all directions. Trying to escape? Uchiha Ye snorted coldly, his hands quickly forming seals. Pushing forward, in an instant, 4 truth-seeking balls elongated and shot through the air, fiercely slashing toward the shadow of Black Zetsu's escape. Hiss! Black Zetsu's tentacles were instantly torn apart, the remnants of its black sludge drifting like smoke, but still did not completely perish. Instead, it seized a moment of being shattered to transform into a thin residual shadow and burrow deep into the ground. Uchiha Shirsue's eyes were slightly cold, and the perception of the sage body spread out, trying to lock onto Kagaya's position. But the next moment, his brows furrowed slightly. It disappeared. Beneath the ground, a faint shadow was slowly moving, and Kagaya's voice seemed to echo in the void, eerie and low. Uchiha Shirsue. Whoosh! The shadow completely concealed itself, as if it had never existed. Uchiha Shirsue stared at the direction where Kagaya had vanished, his gaze profound, but the corners of his lips curled into a playful smile. Quite fast on your feet. He slowly withdrew his hand, looking down at the ground, his Rinnegan slightly rotating, refracting an unfathomable light. However, next time, you won't be so lucky. Chapter 34. Making this cannibalistic world slightly better. Uchiha Ye agreed with Black Zetsu's statements to some extent. At least the first half, becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, is indeed an enticing goal. However, as for the latter half about the infinite Tsukuyami, he scoffed. With a system already in place, why bother with the infinite Tsukuyami? Uchiha Ye sneered, a trace of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Does he expect me to waste this golden finger for nothing? Kagaya is ultimately just a woman with deep obsessions. She may understand that those white Zetsu transformed from humans are simply insignificant in front of the real Otsutsuki clan. Yet, she still clings to her meaningless preparations, perhaps in self-deception or merely as a form of consolation. White Zetsu. When the true Otsutsuki descends, those things won't even count as cannon fodder. However, Uchiha Ye was not alarmed. He believed that with the system he possessed, he would ultimately become the true god of the ninja world. Land of Rain. The weather here is starkly different from the distinctly 4 seasons of Konoha, remaining shrouded in perpetual rain. The drizzling rain tapped against the dilapidated eaves, sliding down the dark tiles, converging into small streams that meandered into the narrow streets. The entire village was enveloped in humid mist, the air heavy and damp. However, this rain did not solely come from nature. Part of the rain was due to the weather, while another part was caused by Nagato continuously using the Rain Tiger Freedom technique to sense all movements within a village. Deep within this rain-drenched town stood a towering structure, resembling a cold and indifferent deity. Uchiha Ye walked leisurely on the slippery stone path. The rain should have fallen on him, but an invisible repulsive force pushed it away a few inches from him, causing it to slide down to the ground. He quietly gazed at the tower, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Akatsuki, he murmured softly, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At the top of the tower, Nagato's Rinnegan slightly narrowed. Conan, hidden in the shadows, also showed a change in expression, staring at the figure slowly approaching through the rain. Inside the tower, Nagato's Rinnegan peered through the layers of rain curtains, observing the man below, his brow slightly furrowed. His chakra is very strong. Conan's gaze shifted, her tone serious. Who is he? Uchiha Ye. Nagato's voice was low, carrying a hint of contemplation, an existence that could not be ignored. Black Zetsu had long reported relevant information to him, so he knew that this Uchiha clan member was an extremely arrogant madman who believed in the supremacy of force. This aligned perfectly with Akatsuki's ideals. However, Nagato was not afraid. He is a god. Conan's eyes grew slightly cold. She raised her sleeve slightly, revealing several explosive tags hidden between her fingers. The door was pushed open. Uchiha Ye stepped in, his pace steady, his expression indifferent, as if this was not the core stronghold of Akatsuki, but rather a courtyard he could enter freely. Nagato wisely dispersed the guards here, understanding that they could not stop Uchiha Ye at all. Nagato quietly watched the newcomer. What are you here for? Uchiha Ye met Nagato's gaze, a faint smile on his lips. To collect you. Conan's eyes suddenly turned icy, the explosive tags at her fingertips trembling slightly. Nagato narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone calm. Do you want to become the leader of Akatsuki? Uchiha Ye smiled nonchalantly, pretty much. His gaze swept over Nagato and Conan, his tone leisurely. I want to unify the ninja world, establish a unified resource allocation system, and a scientific development model. Let ninjas no longer be mere tools of war, but individuals who can contribute to society. For example, within the Konoha Umbu, there is a ninja who uses his abilities to become a construction worker, and his efficiency is several times that of an ordinary person. This is the best example. Moreover, we can develop technology alongside it, increasing food production, which would reduce the number of hungry people. I want to make this cannibalistic world slightly better. His voice was deep and powerful. This point was not too different from Akatsuki's original goals. Nagato remained silent. Akatsuki's original plan was to make the world feel pain, using tail beasts to create deterrence and forcibly end wars. However, while this method might work temporarily, it placed immense pressure on the organization. The major ninja villages always viewed Akatsuki as a thorn in their side and vowed to eliminate it. However, the world this man envisioned seemed to be more profound than their vision. However, Uchiha Ye's voice paused, his gaze sharp. So, the only two paths before you are, either submit or die. The air instantly froze. Nagato's eyes slightly narrowed, his chakra, aura suddenly surging. The figure of pain appeared, a chilling, killing intent spreading through the rainy night. So, are you ready to accept the judgment of God? Uchiha Ye scoffed. God? He slowly raised his head, and his Rinnegan suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. In front of me, you are just a broken puppet. What? Nagato and Conan were shaken, disbelief evident in their eyes. The person before them actually also awakened the Rinnegan. The reason Nagato considered himself a god was that he possessed this eye, known as the Eye of God, firmly believing that he was destined to change the ninja world. Yet now, everything he firmly believed in was shaken by another pair of identical eyes. The violent chakra aura clashed fiercely in the rainy night, creating a tumultuous storm. The entire tower was instantly caught in the eye of the storm. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, Black Zetsu's body was covered in cracks, his aura weak, quietly moving through the shadows, eventually slipping into a dark cave. Inside the cave, before the rock wall, Uchiha Obito stood quietly, his gaze indifferent. This was his hideout for recuperation. Since that night in the Uchiha clan's territory, when he was severely injured by Uchiha Ye's Jinjutsu, he had been hiding here. What happened? Black Zetsu suppressed the pain surging within him, speaking urgently. Uchiha Ye is in contact with Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito's pupils constricted slightly, a murderous intent suddenly surging in his Sharingan. What does he want? Black Zetsu gritted his teeth, his voice low and filled with hatred, he said. He wants to unify the ninja world. He was severely injured and had no choice now. If Uchiha Ye really fought against Nagato, and if Nagato lost, then everything he had painstakingly planned would turn to dust. At this moment, perhaps he could only temporarily make use of this waste. The air suddenly solidified. Uchiha Obito's expression grew increasingly cold, murderous intent swirling deep within his pupils. This man once injured him with a single move, and now he dares to meddle in his plans? He thinks he can. The words abruptly stopped. Obito slowly raised his head, his Sharingan emanating a chilling light. Then let's see if he has that qualification. After pondering for a moment, he quietly said, "We need to make some preparations in advance." Chapter 35 is this Uchiha. Night? Rain Ninja Village. The fine rain fell from the overcast sky like an endless dirge, softly tapping against the dilapidated eaves and muddy streets. The entire village was immersed in a cold gray world, with the air filled with moisture and a heavy, oppressive killing intent. A flash of purple-white lightning suddenly illuminated a solitary figure. Uchiha Knight stood with his hands behind his back, his hair and the edges of his clothing swaying in the wind, the purple glow in his pupils flickering slightly in the rain. At that moment, 6 figures suddenly appeared between him and Nagato, lined up to form a stern barrier. Their eyes were almost identical, indifferent and ruthless, as if they were 6 emotionless corpses. Rinnegan. The Akatsuki organization uniforms with black and red clouds swayed slightly in the rain, exuding a cold aura. Pain 6 paths? Uchiha Knight's gaze sharpened slightly as he coldly uttered a few words, then sneered, his tone laced with unabashed mockery. Using puppets against me? Nagato, do you look down on me? The 6 paths of pain did not move. Only Devapath Pain stepped forward slowly. His tone as mechanical as ever. You are too dangerous. It is a reasonable judgment to use the 6 paths against you alone. Uchiha Knight gently raised his head, raindrops sliding down his stern face, landing on a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was indifferent, and his tone carried a hint of disdain. Dangerous? No, you're just afraid. You have played God for too long. You even believe it yourself. He raised his eyes, his gaze frost-like, his voice deep, yet reverberating like rolling thunder. Unfortunately, you are nothing but a pitiful person clinging to a machine to survive. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The next second, complete body Susanoo. Boom! The sky exploded, an invisible force tearing through the rain curtain. Purple chakra surged like a vast ocean. A giant silhouette rising from behind Uchiha Knight, its semi-transparent armor shimmering with an eerie glow, the mask looking down upon the battlefield like a judge. Nagato and Conan's pupils suddenly constricted, the enormous figure of Susanoo pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. It was even larger and more imposing than they had imagined. Devapath Pain's gaze turned cold, and without hesitation, he raised his hand. Shinra, Tensei. Boom! A mountain-like shockwave swept forward, shaking the ground of Rain Ninja Village. Buildings crumbling like paper before the invisible force, the air emitting a sharp cry like breaking glass. Faced with this pressure, Susanoo crossed its arms, protecting Uchiha Knight. Bang! The impact surged like a furious tide, yet only caused Susanoo's body to ripple slightly, leaving no damage. The ground cracked open, a deep fissure appearing, thick smoke rising, but Uchiha Knight remained standing, as imposing as a deity. Nagato's pupils slightly shrank, his heart shaken. Shinra Tensei was just blocked? Before he could regain his senses, Susanoo had raised its blade forward, the blade light slicing through the sky. Get back! Conan quickly spread her paper wings, flying into the sky, her figure like a streak of light. The 6 paths of pain reacted swiftly, the animal path summoning a giant bird, carrying Nagato's body into the air, while the others quickly scattered to escape. Boom! Susanoo's long blade swung down, splitting the buildings on the ground like paper, the entire area seeming to be torn apart by a violent wind. Bambutsu SZ. Devapath Pain shouted in anger, suddenly raising his hand, and the surrounding rubble was instantly attracted to him, forming a massive ball of debris, hurtling towards Susanoo like a meteor. However, Uchiha Knight did not even lift his head, merely uttering a faint word, foolish. With a swing of Susanoo's blade, the giant ball was cleaved in half, the debris scattering like dust. At that moment, Conan in the air, her face cold as ice. She spread her arms, and countless pieces of paper flew like sharp blades, densely pressing down on the battlefield. Boom! These papers were explosive tags. In an instant, the world seemed to turn into a sea of fire. The explosive tags detonated in succession, the sound of explosions crashing like waves. The other panes also began to act, the Azura Path's mechanisms firing missiles and lasers. A torrential downpour of attacks pouring down on Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was incessant, firelight and thunder intertwining. Yet that massive purple war deity still stood firm, as if these attacks were merely a tickle. Following closely, the animal path summoned a giant three-headed dog and one-eyed rhinos, howling as they charged towards Susanoo. But before Susanoo, they seemed as insignificant as ants. Uchiha Knight simply waved his hand coldly. Slash! Susanoo's giant blade fell, and the one-eyed rhino was instantly cleaved in half, blood and flesh scattering. The three-headed dog instinctively split to escape, but Susanoo's blade was incredibly fast, almost in the blink of an eye, turning them into a mass of blood and flesh. Blood rained down, splattering on Susanoo's armor, only enhancing its majesty. Shinra Tensei, Deva Path Pain, still unwilling to give up, suddenly spread his hands wide. A powerful repulsive force tore through the air, instantly rushing toward Uchiha Knight. Truly foolish. Uchiha Knight muttered derisively, a cold purple light flashing in his eyes. The blade of Susanoo suddenly rose high, purple flames igniting, the air vibrating. Each inch of chakra at the blade's edge radiated a scorching light, as if the will of a god had descended. Deva Path Pain's Shinra Tensei continued to wreak havoc, the immense force pressing down on Uchiha Knight. Yet Susanoo's blade did not hesitate to slice down. Boom! With a tremendous sound, Deva Path Pain's repulsive force crumbled before this power like paper. The surrounding air shook again, and in an instant, a powerful destructive force swept across, completely shattering Nagato's Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, Susanoo's long blade struck directly at Hellpath, the cold blade dashing forth like lightning, carrying an irresistible pressure. Bang! Hellpath had no chance to struggle, being torn apart by the blade light, its body instantly cut into pieces, blood and flesh splattering, falling from the sky like meteors. Conan looked down at this scene from the air, cold sweat covering her face, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair. She watched as Hellpath's body instantly turned into a pile of fragments, feeling the unstoppable power from Uchiha Knight. Her heart weighed down like a massive stone. Nagato! Conan murmured softly, "We can't stop him." Nagato's gaze remained locked on Uchiha Knight, his expression stern, his eyes filled with undeniable shock and anger. He gritted his teeth tightly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, due to the chakra consumed to sustain the Outer Path's Ghetto statue. He was already low on chakra, and now this battle had drained a large amount of it. Is this Uchiha Knight? Chapter 36, My Suffering Above Yours. The colossal figure of Susanoo still stood firm in the center of the battlefield, purple flames burning on its surface like a torrent, as if a deity had descended. Wherever it went, nothing could stand in its way, effortlessly crushing all obstacles. The air on the battlefield was filled with a dead silence. Only the scorching heat of the purple flames silently devoured everything. The realms of hungry ghosts and Asuras, like mayflies, were instantly destroyed under the slash of Susanoo's blade. Uchiha Yahiko's indifferent aura enveloped the entire battlefield, sending chills down people's spines. Nagato stood at a distance, took a deep breath, raised his head, and his gaze pierced through the billowing smoke and dust, sweeping over the devastated scene before him. This world, once filled with hope, had now been torn apart by the blood and fire of war. His heart held not an ounce of anger, only a deep fatigue and an unspeakable pain. The unification of the ninja world sounded like a dream worth yearning for. His deep voice carried a hint of calmness, yet concealed endless exhaustion, as if all hope had become pale and powerless. But even if the ninja world were unified, if people had not felt pain, how could they cherish this hard-won peace? He spoke slowly, his voice gradually rising, carrying a long-suppressed determination and resolution. Without extreme pain, humanity cannot truly reflect, and conflicts cannot be resolved. He gazed straight ahead, as if he had already made his final decision. Therefore, war would eventually come, and the ninja world would still be fragmented. This was not pessimism, but the truth he firmly believed in, deeply buried in the depths of his heart. Peace was merely an illusory dream. Only after endless suffering could there be a true awakening. Conan, witnessing this, seemed to understand something and anxiously rushed towards Nagato, wanting to stop all of this. Her hands tightly gripped Nagato's arms, her eyes flashing with despair and fear. She knew that Nagato could no longer bear such a massive chakra drain. Yet he remained stubbornly pushing his beliefs, walking towards the edge of destruction. Nagato, no, you will die. Her voice almost screamed out, filled with endless pain and pleading. Nagato did not turn back. His gaze remained fixed ahead through the constantly shattering void, staring at that distant target. His heart seemed to have reached a certain resolute state, as if all the pain and struggle had become powerless to sway his beliefs. Humanity only truly awakens in the face of pain. His voice became hollow and distant, as if he were speaking to himself. This is what they truly need. Not a fantasy of peace, but a pain they can endure. He closed his eyes, allowing everything around him to blur, as if nothing else mattered, only that heavy belief. Conan's expression was pained, and she quickly flapped her wings to flee from the core area. She knew that no matter how she tried to stop him, she could not change the decision Nagato had made. After Conan left the core area, Nagato's gaze sharpened, and the palm of Pain's Deva path suddenly closed together. Black chakra surging forth, enveloping everything around. The sky seemed to become even more oppressive, a heavy aura filling the entire battlefield. Those who do not understand pain cannot comprehend true peace. Deva Pain raised his hand and shouted, "Shinra Tensei!" His voice echoed like thunder in a rainy night, deafening, carrying a world-destroying momentum. The black sphere detached from Deva Pain's palm, rising into the air, immediately emitting a strong gravitational pull. Creaking sounds echoed as the debris and buildings on the ground began to shift, being drawn upward by the powerful gravity. That immense force was like a massive black hole, devouring everything, whether it was building fragments or civilians in the area, all losing their power to resist under this attraction, being dragged into the sky, ultimately forming a dark sphere. At that moment, Nagato was bleeding from his nose, gasping for air, yet his gaze remained fixed on the black sphere, the scene in the sky becoming increasingly tense, the pressure in the air almost suffocating. Just then, a cold sneer broke the silence. "Shinra Tensei?" Uchiha Yehiko's voice cut through the battlefield like a cold wind, filled with disdainful mockery. "Huh." Immediately after, his words grew more fervent, carrying an overwhelming momentum. "Nagato, my suffering is above yours." This deafening proclamation seemed to freeze the air around. Nagato was stunned. Uchiha Yehiko's Susanoo suddenly soared into the air. That colossal figure rolled in the sky, purple flames surging like a furious tide, a powerful repulsive force erupting from the blade, directly confronting the heavens. In that instant, the atmosphere of the battlefield became even more tense, the surrounding space seemingly oppressed by this overwhelming pressure. The blade of Susanoo seemed to break through conventional physical laws, wielding immense power and repulsion, carving a terrifying trajectory through the air, fiercely slicing towards the core of Nagato's summoned Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a deafening collision sound erupted, as if heaven and earth were trembling at this clash. The two immense forces collided violently in the air tearing apart, creating intense ripples. Under Uchiha Yehiko's control, that force nearly reached its limit, completely shattering the core of Nagato's proud Shinra Tensei. Boom, boom, boom! A series of explosion sounds resonated across the entire battlefield. The flames and shockwaves from the explosions surged forth, light and darkness intertwining in an instant, as if doomsday had arrived. Nagato stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the violent scene above. He could not believe that his Shinra Tensei had been so easily torn apart under Uchiha Yehiko's repulsion. The core of Shinra Tensei began to collapse in stability, the black sphere rapidly disintegrating in the air, forming a massive explosion vortex. The powerful gravity that once enveloped the battlefield instantly vanished, debris, fragments, and even some people being thrown in all directions by the tremendous shockwave. The battlefield instantly plunged into chaos. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yehiko's Susanoo remained unscathed, the blade still held high, purple flames burning, as if he had become the sole master of this battlefield. A flicker of disbelief passed through Nagato's eyes, but soon, that calmness and determination resurfaced. Yet his mood grew heavier. "No, this is impossible," Nagato whispered to himself, a complex light flashing in his eyes. The massive Susanoo slowly descended, Uchiha Yehiko stepping out with a stern expression. "Nagato, your suffering cannot be compared to mine." Uchiha Yehiko's voice was deep, carrying a sense of oppression. "True power is the key to controlling everything. The so-called peace you speak of is merely an illusion." Before his words fell, the core of Shinra Tensei completely shattered, a massive explosion of brilliance engulfing the entire sky. Chapter 37. The true master of these eyes is Uchiha Madara. In the instant when the god's planetary devastation shattered, the sky seemed to be torn into two halves, leaving only a blazing white chasm between heaven and earth. Thousands of fragments were enveloped in blue-white chakra, tracing dense trajectories in the pouring rain, each trajectory like a spear of divine punishment, igniting the air, dragging firelight, and smashing to the ground, the thunderous roars echoing continuously, as if 10,000 thunderclaps were ringing together. Amidst the roaring, Nagato's slender fingers clutched the armrest of his wheelchair tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. His rinnegan trembled violently, the purple concentric circle patterns twisting and pulsating in the eye socket, almost about to split. This is impossible. The hoarse voice seemed to be swallowed by the raging wind and rain, squeezing out from deep within his throat. He suddenly coughed, his chest heaving violently, large amounts of blood gushing from the corners of his mouth and the chakra conduit of his puppet body. The scarlet blood mist quickly diluted in the rain, resembling a manjusaka wilting in the wind. His spine emitted a painful cracking sound, the 6 black rods embedded in his body wriggling beneath his skin, revealing strange angles. Like a venomous snake struggling to emerge, the god's planetary devastation, actually, was forcibly broken. In the center of the sky, the gravitational core that was supposed to become an eternal cage was now collapsing and falling like a shattered star core, debris raining down, flames cascading like a waterfall. Conan's paper wings shattered into countless white butterflies in a shockwave, the remaining talismans carrying embers and chakra scattered in the storm. Like torn souls helplessly drifting between heaven and earth, she endured the sharp buzzing in her eardrums and the violent tremors in her chest, barely managing to fall beside Nagato's wheelchair. Her eyes widened in horror, rainwater and tears blending together. The chakra flow has completely gone awry. She knew that Nagato's life could end at any moment, but Nagato merely raised a withered hand, trembling as he touched her forehead. His gaze was gentle and calm, but his voice was deep and powerful. Conan, I'm Fine. Tears streamed down Conan's face, her throat choked, but she could not rebut. Just then, a heavy footstep echoed through the rain, and it seemed as if the oppressive weight of the world remained. The giant shadow of Susanoo stood atop the ruins, purple chakra condensing like armor. Above its forehead, Uchiha Ye stood with his hands behind his back. The giant blade of Susanoo hung high, its edge pointing directly at the shattered ruins in the rain. The air seemed to solidify, even the raindrops avoided it. Uchiha Ye stood atop Susanoo's forehead, his rinnegan slowly spinning, the purple light piercing through the rain curtain. His voice was low yet clear, resonating between heaven and earth. I, Uchiha Ye, am a reasonable person. Surrender or die. His tone was calm, devoid of any emotion, yet all the more chilling. Furthermore, any action you take next, I will consider a provocation. With a shift in tone, his gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade piercing the heart. In that case, there will be no need for the rain village to exist. Boom! A thunderclap seemed to respond. The giant blade of Susanoo gently pressed down. The storm roared in response, as if it were the final judgment issued by a deity. Nagato clenched his teeth, his face pale as paper, his joints trembling slightly from the effort. He had suppressed enemies countless times with the 6 paths, even wanting to challenge the entire ninja world. But at that moment, uncertainty and fear arose in his heart for the first time. The earlier phenomenon of the outer path golem suddenly disappearing echoed in his mind like an alarm bell. He suddenly realized that Uchiha Ye, who also opened his rinnegan, might even be able to control the outer path golem. If he acted rashly, it wouldn't just be him who would die. There was also Conan. He looked down at the woman beside him, the rain soaking her face, tears indistinguishable. She endured the tremors, still standing in front of him, as if ready to block the blade for him at any moment. Yahiko's death had already torn him apart. He vowed never to let anyone close to him sacrifice again. He could not lose Conan again. Nagato gritted his teeth, struggling to raise a hand, taking a deep breath, closing his eyes, suppressing the humiliation and anger in his heart, hoarsely and firmly shouted, "We surrender." The suffocating sense of oppression in the air instantly solidified. Uchiha Ye raised an eyebrow, his rinnegan slowly retracting. He gently nodded, a barely visible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A wise choice. As his words fell, the purple chakra dissipated like a tide, the massive Susanoo disintegrating in an instant, transforming into specks of light carried away by the wind. And this overwhelming oppression, finally, quietly came to an end in the rain curtain. The rain stopped, but the oppressive air still hung over the ruins like a nightmare that had yet to end. Nagato leaned against the wheelchair, his face pale as paper, the chakra fluctuations on his body nearly weak. Konan stood beside him, her hand still gently shielding in front of him, her gaze complex as she looked at Uchiha Ye approaching the two. After a long silence, Nagato slowly spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. Uchiha Ye, he can interfere with the outer path golem and can even see through my techniques in an instant. He slowly raised his hand, pointing to his eyes that were already filled with pain and obsession. The Rinnegan. These eyes. Whose are they really? Konan suddenly gasped, turning to look at him. Do you still remember, Konan? Since we embarked on this path, I have always believed these eyes are a gift from the gods. The power for me to change the world. He bitterly smiled and shook his head, the purple Rinnegan reflecting the gray color of the sky. But now I increasingly feel they are shackles, a cage, a... Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly trembled. In that instant, his body stiffened abruptly, his tone cutting off. Konan. Konan had just called out, when a shadow suddenly slammed into her, sending her flying several meters and crashing heavily against the crumbling wall. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she stared wide-eyed at Nagato ahead. No, that was no longer the Nagato she was familiar with. A pitch-black substance extended from the back of his neck, like a venomous snake coiling around, covering his spine and head, finally drilling into his eye sockets. His body trembled slightly, his gaze becoming hollow and indifferent. Those eyes that belonged to the gods, the Rinnegan, at this moment seemed to be taken by some evil will, growing cold and lifeless. A deep, low voice echoed from his mouth, but it was not his voice. Finally, it's my turn to take the stage. The figure of Kagaya's will slowly rose from behind Nagato, enveloping his body like the night. His voice was devoid of any emotion, yet it exuded a chilling, eerie coldness. These eyes have never been yours. You are merely a host, a vessel, the most successful piece in my plan. I am Kagaya's will incarnate Black Zetsu. Chapter 38. Uchiha Obito's PTSD. I am Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu proudly uttered these words, its voice deep and eerie, like a proclamation from hell. As soon as it finished speaking, it manipulated Nagato's body. In that instant, familiar hand seals began to form one by one, accompanied by a suffocating sense of oppression. Nagato's pupils trembled violently, and he whispered in shock, "You want to activate the rebirth of the world technique? Revive, Uchimadara." Kurizetsu did not answer. It merely sneered, as if victory was assured, and continued to force Nagato's chakra to flow. Konan, run away. Nagato's voice was strained as he tried to break free, but it was in vain. No. Konan finally broke down, screaming in despair, her eyes bloodshot, struggling to rush towards Nagato. But she was flung back by an invisible shadow. In the next moment, Kurizetsu's expression suddenly changed, and the figure of Uchiha Itachi appeared before him. Uchiha Itachi reached out, his palm glowing coldly, slowly pressing against Nagato's chest, trying to completely sever Kurizetsu's control over him. You dare to come back? Kurizetsu did not flee or resist. Instead, the corners of its mouth curled up slightly, and a strange cunning flickered in its eyes. Oof, just what I wanted. Just as Uchiha Itachi was about to strike, Kurizetsu frowned, sensing an unusual spatial fluctuation coming from behind. Shinra Tensei! A deep shout suddenly rang out. The void twisted, and a figure wearing a tiger-striped mask abruptly appeared, reaching out to touch Uchiha Itachi's shoulder. At that moment, Uchiha Obito's pupils widened, and an uncontrollable ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Gotcha! Uchiha Itachi's figure was being pulled and distorted by spatial power, as if he was about to be drawn into Obito's alternate dimension. However, in that instant, Uchiha Itachi flicked his right hand, and a kunai cut through the air, unexpectedly piercing through Obito's figure. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi's figure transformed into a burst of ink-like light, scattering in the air and disappearing without a trace. How is that possible? Uchiha Obito stood frozen in place, his brain unable to process the sudden changes. He suddenly realized one thing. This technique. He had seen it before. This is... In the next second, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, and he sensed a scorching and intense chakra fluctuation above his head, as if the sun was burning on him in an instant. It's Uchiha Itachi. He had somehow appeared in midair, his right hand gathering a blinding blue chakra vortex. Rasengan. That was not an ordinary Rasengan, but a Rasengan fused with a Shura chakra, like a meteor crashing down, boom. The massive chakra sphere smashed into Uchiha Obito's back, causing the ground to tremble violently, and a shockwave of explosion surged through the air, sweeping in all directions. Uchiha Obito's intangibility couldn't keep up in that brief moment. He let out a painful scream, his body being smashed away like a rag doll, creating a long trench in the ground, blood mist splattering everywhere. This was still a result of Uchiha Obito successfully activating his intangibility afterward. Otherwise, he would have turned to ashes at this moment. Korezetsu, seeing this from afar, finally changed its expression. Damn it, the plan is being disrupted. It muttered a curse under its breath and immediately reacted. Its body seemed to soften like black mud, splitting apart. One part flowed along the ground like water, wrapping around Nagato's powerless body, dragging him toward the corner away from the battlefield. You never learn. Uchiha Itachi smirked coldly, looking at the disheveled Uchiha Obito, his eyes full of mockery. Obito's mask shattered once again, fragments scattering with blood and scorch marks intermingling. His body was torn and battered by the giant Rasengan, with exposed muscles covered in cracks, blood flowing like a river. The white Zetsu merged with him was also on the verge of collapse, half of his body completely dissolved, a mix of milky white and crimson liquid dripping down, tracing a shocking pattern on the ground. Uchiha Obito gasped heavily, a rare look of terror appearing in his eyes. This man, after the night of the massacre, can still grow stronger? What is even more terrifying is that the flying thunder god technique he despises. He can actually perform the second stage. It has only been a few months since the night of the massacre, and this guy's rate of growth is simply inhuman. Uchiha Obito's body instinctively resisted this man before him. Even raising his eyes, his gaze subconsciously flinched away. He did not understand what PTSD meant, but if he did, he might realize his symptoms were strikingly similar to that thing. Uchiha Itachi, he murmured softly, spitting out a mouthful of thick blood, the crimson liquid winding down his mouth. He forced a mocking smile, bloodied as he spoke. Before he could finish, Uchiha Itachi's body suddenly rippled, a Susanoo skeleton forming abruptly, a cold blade coalescing between its bony fingers, unexpectedly slashing down at him. That kind of trick won't work on me. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Obito's pupils constricted sharply, because before him was not just one blade, but over 20. Each Susanoo seemed to be replicated from a void, lined up in a row, killing intent solidifying, freezing the very air around them. His smile froze on his face. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Obito knelt on the ground, covered in blood. Uchiha Itachi grasped his neck with one hand, lifting him high, his gaze as cold as frost. Kakashi's Raikiri, he stated indifferently, as if merely stating a fact, always a bit faster than you. Just like back then, you would never save Rin. After finishing, he exerted force with his fingertips. Crack. The sound of bones dislocating was particularly clear in the silence. Uchiha Obito's pupils shrank violently, his breathing gradually choking, losing consciousness bit by bit. Thud. Uchiha Itachi released his grip, and Uchiha Obito's lifeless body fell to the ground like a broken puppet, making a dull thud. The corpse lay there, eyes wide open, anger and unwillingness frozen on his face, unable to close his eyes in death. But compared to him, the countless wronged souls of the Uchiha clan held even more resentment. Uchiha Itachi slowly withdrew his gaze, turning to look at another figure in the shadows. It was Korezetsu, who was currently controlling Nagato's body, standing in the darkness, seemingly aware of the deadly gaze, its figure trembling slightly. The corners of Uchiha Itachi's lips slowly curled into a cold arc, his eyes glinting like blades, his voice low yet filled with murderous intent. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 39. Orochimaru, the snake coming to hunt Uchiha Kagaya, cursed inwardly, but his face remained calm and unruffled. However, his cold, lifeless eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. Even he, Kagaya, felt a deep chill that penetrated to the soul in that moment. Uchiha Yuru's gaze was sharp and sinister, like a blade piercing through souls, as if he could see through Kagaya's true form and understand its thousands of years of schemes. Kagaya's heart sank. This boy was more dangerous than he had imagined. He had thought that even if Uchiha Obito was useless, he could at least hold off Uchiha Yoru for a moment. The result once again refreshed his understanding of what useless meant. For just dozens of minutes, he had been defeated. Humph! Kagaya snorted softly, a flash of murderous intent fleeting in his eyes. But soon, he regained his usual cold and composed demeanor. He never placed all his bets on one piece. A single fallen pawn only served to create a larger game. Uchiha Yuru, you're ultimately just a piece in this game. Kagaya's lips curled into a strange smile. The next second, a low, chilling laughter echoed across the shattered battlefield, like a poisonous snake flicking its tongue by one's ear, sending chills down the spine. How lively indeed. Before the words had even faded, a gray shadow suddenly darted out from the darkness. The hidden shadow, snake hands. Several pale, hideous snake shadows shot out from the wide sleeves, writhing and hissing like live creatures, lunging directly at Uchiha Yoru. However, facing this sudden attack, Uchiha Yoru remained unfazed, merely waving his right hand lightly. Shinra Tensei, an invisible force erupted with a thunderous boom. The air seemed to warp, and the snake shadows were completely shattered, turning into a mist of blood and flesh that scattered across the ground. Orochimaru stood at the edge of the battlefield, his pupils constricting, then licking his lips, his eyes filled with an increasingly sickly smile. Perfect, truly a perfect prey. According to reason, this battle did not belong to the Akatsuki's predetermined mission. The order from the organization was simple: recruit new members, search for combat power. The other members were currently busy across the ninja world, working hard to gather new recruits. But for Orochimaru, such tasks were meaningless. Uchiha Itachi had long since died on the night of the massacre, failing to join the Akatsuki. The experimental subject he had long awaited had turned to dust. His body was burned to ashes by Uchiha Ye. Additionally, with the mysterious disappearance of the Outer Path Golem, Pain was overwhelmed and had no energy to manage this most unruly colleague. Thus, he was happy to be at leisure, acting alone, coiling in a secret base near the Rain Village, immersed in endless research and experiments. Until a few days ago, Kagaya came. That night, the wind and rain were pouring, and in the shadows, that half-white, half-black monster appeared quietly, evading layers of barriers, as if materializing from thin air. It handed Orochimaru a container. Inside lay a mass of cells, quietly pulsating, emitting an ancient and immensely oppressive chakra fluctuation. Kagaya's voice was low and enticing. Uchiha Madara cells, plus the true secret of the Rinnegan. Additionally, there were several rare ninja corpses cells and a large number of white Zetsu samples as a bonus. Orochimaru quickly discovered in his experiments, the body of white Zetsu could only be described in 2 words: amazing. The survival rate was extremely high, and chakra compatibility was incredibly strong. Almost a perfect match for the Edo Tensei technique, as if it were a vessel tailor-made for this jutsu. Had he not already known that Kagaya was not human, he might have doubted whether this was a gift from some deity. With the assistance of white Zetsu, he even successfully optimized the Edo Tensei technique. Were it not for the fact that his own body had not yet reached the replacement deadline, he might have already considered using white Zetsu as a body clone. However, in the face of Kagaya's trade, he remained vigilant. Why would an information broker possess such a level of forbidden material? Kagaya's origins, motives, and even existence itself exuded an air of mystery. But more exciting to him than these doubts was another name: Uchiha Yoru. When he delved into Uchiha Yoru's combat records, his fingers trembled slightly. The night of the massacre, Sharingan. Now, reappearing, it was actually the Rinnegan. Did this mean the Sharingan could evolve further? Those eyes, that power, the potential contained within that mysterious bloodline. For Orochimaru, who had an obsessive fixation on bloodline limits, this was an irresistible temptation. As a researcher, Orochimaru had long deduced from subtle clues that Pain was merely a puppet body controlled by Nagato. He had not made this discovery public, partly because it was unnecessary, and partly as a bargaining chip for future negotiations with Nagato. Now, what truly puzzled him were 2 points. Firstly, Pain's Rinnegan clearly belonged to Nagato, yet Nagato was an actual member of the Uzumaki clan. If so, and since the Rinnegan was an advanced bloodline limit of the Sharingan, Nagato could not have awakened such a bloodline limit through himself. Secondly, how did Kagaya know the secrets of the Rinnegan so well? Wasn't it Nagato's trusted aid? Where did it get its information? Orochimaru pondered for a long time, gradually revealing several possibilities in his mind. Perhaps Nagato's Rinnegan was not innate, but rather implanted later, and Kagaya had been involved in this long-planned conspiracy from the very beginning. This mysterious Kagaya perhaps was more worthy of dissection than I had imagined. Thinking of this, a hint of fervor flashed in Orochimaru's narrow, snake-like eyes. He was not here to assist anyone. He had come to hunt Yoru, to hunt Kagaya, to hunt all the unknowns he wished to study. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's gaze also turned towards him. It was a calm, cold gaze, yet with a hint of curiosity, like a scientist observing an unopened sample. This person, like his disciple he had accepted, was an undeniable genius. He could be considered the most dangerous scientist in the ninja world. Orochimaru. His voice was low and oppressive, like thunder rumbling underground. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru revealed a trance-like smile, as if he had heard the most beautiful melody in the world. He. You're even more powerful than I anticipated, and even more tempting. Sharingan. Rinnegan. How on earth did you achieve this? Uchiha Ye slightly lowered his head, his gaze flickering. Do you want to know? I certainly want to know. Orochimaru licked his lips, his voice low and excited. I am already prepared the experimental tools. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand seals changed rapidly. Edo Tensei. The incantation fell, and the ground suddenly shook. A gust of ominous wind kicked up dust. The earth cracked, and 4 ancient coffins slowly rose from the ground, their surfaces covered in runes and sealing marks. Bang, 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 bang. The coffin lids crashed down, accompanied by an ancient aura, revealing 4 figures. They were the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In an instant, the world fell into a deadly silence, and the air seemed to freeze. Orochimaru's smile grew increasingly unrestrained, his voice like a snake's hiss, whispering madness and excitement. Come, let me witness. The legendary Uchiha Ye, Chapter 40. Operation Orochimaru today is no longer the experimenter limited by his container from years ago. With the special white Zetsu cultivated from the outer path, he successfully bypassed the traditional curse of 3 years of decay associated with the reincarnation of the dead. Moreover, the white Zetsu cultivated by the outer path possesses a unique constitution, containing Hashirama cells with a physical stability that can be deemed perfect. The degree of compatibility with Orochimaru's soul even gives him the illusion of being able to settle down for the first time. The lifespan of traditional containers essentially arises from the repulsive reaction between the soul and the body. However, the white Zetsu, whether in terms of physiological structure or chakra adaptability, seems to have been born to be possessed. He can occupy this body long-term without needing a replacement, and it will not decay. Orochimaru even developed a sense of belonging. This made him unable to help but marvel. How exactly was the white Zetsu created? It's just too useful. Not only that, but the experimental tools he has at his disposal now are far superior to those of the past. Kagaya provided the Death God mask, allowing him to forcibly initiate the sealing ritual and draw out the souls that were swallowed by the Shinigami. Among them is Minato Namikaze. The side effects of the Reaper sealing technique are, in Orochimaru's eyes, merely a setting loophole that can be exploited. The so-called forbidden techniques are simply unparsed technologies. And now, Orochimaru stands on the threshold of deciphering everything. Yet even so, he remains vigilant. The information provided by Kagaya regarding the Death God mask is detailed to the point of being considerate. The strange white Zetsu from the outer path has smoothly allowed him to achieve his desires. The smoother things go, the more cautious he becomes. It feels as if everything has been calculated by someone long ago, just waiting for him to follow the script step by step. This feeling of being led by the nose disgusts him to the core. But he does not stop, because this time, he has glimpsed a possibility that surpasses the past. The resurrection of the previous Hokage is merely the beginning. Not to mention, just the few Hokage resurrected through the white Zetsu have combat power that far exceeds any individual he created during his experiments back then. They're absurdly powerful. What does this indicate? It indicates that the quality of the white Zetsu individuals is far more advanced than the batch of experimental waste he initially had. This is troubling. The figure behind the scenes is likely not just Kagaya. There may be a third unseen hand manipulating the pieces from behind the scenes. As he falls into thought, Uchiha Ye's gaze slowly shifts towards the 4 Hokage. He sees clearly that Orochimaru is limiting their will. He dares not let go, dares not delegate power. It is no wonder. Among the 4 Hokage, just Senju Hashirama alone is enough to keep anyone awake at night. You use Hashirama cells to restrict the original Hashirama? Isn't that pure foolishness? Orochimaru certainly understands this principle, which is why he chooses control over release. Uchiha Ye looks at the figures emerging from the 4 coffins and calmly speaks. Is this your experimental tool? His tone is calm, but carries a sense of disdain. Just these dead men? Orochimaru chuckles lightly, moves his feet slightly, and waves his hand leisurely. Let's see. After all, they were the pinnacle of the ninja world. Before his words fall, would release, Flower Tree World. The reanimated Senju Hashirama strikes first, and the earth trembles violently as dense giant trees burst forth from the ground, seemingly wanting to devour the entire battlefield in an instant. However, would release, flower tree world. Uchiha Yuru softly utters, raising his hand, and a new sea of trees surges forth, emerging like a tide, forcibly crushing and dividing the original wood release. Old wood shatters, new forests dance wildly, and there is no longer a trace of tranquility between heaven and earth, only the clash of two powers tearing the world apart. The sound of wind howls, and dust flies. A momentary shock flashes in Orochimaru's eyes, and the previously confident smile seems to have been torn apart by a sudden gust. Orochimaru's throat feels as if choked by something, and he murmurs, "This power would release? No, that's flower tree world. Impossible." He freezes in place, his voice tinged with disbelief. That is the legendary power of the first Hokage. Hashirama's bloodline limit, the true divine, would release. Not only is it would release, this power even seems to faintly surpass the Hashirama he resurrected with enhanced Edo Tensei. In the past, he poured his heart and soul into countless experiments, and aside from Yamato, almost none survived. And Yamato's power, in front of the first, might not even be considered shadow. Orochimaru looks towards Uchiha Yuru again, his eyes filled only with deep greed and uncontrollable dread. This is getting more and more interesting. Yoru-kun. He extends his tongue to lick his lips, his eyes flashing with madness and fiery desire. At this moment, the reanimated Hashirama suddenly unleashes the wood dragon technique, and the roaring giant dragon bursts forth from the ground, charging at Uchiha Yoru with an overwhelming force. Oh! Uchiha Yoru smiles faintly, simply uttering one word. That, boom! The two dragons collide, with chips flying, the explosion shaking the heavens and the earth. The next second, Uchiha Yoru's figure flashes and disappears. When he reappears, he is already above the reanimated Hashirama, coldly commanding, "Would release, would human technique. Would release, would dragon technique." With a thunderous sound, a massive wooden figure descends from the sky, roaring as it shatters Hashirama's wooden dragon, and with a backhand, it smashes the reanimated Hashirama deep into the ground. There is no ability to fight back. This is not a confrontation, but a crushing defeat. In terms of wood release, Uchiha Yoru is stronger than Senju Hashirama. How is this possible? From a distance, Orochimaru's pupils constrict, an expression of unease appearing in his eyes for the first time. At this moment, the other three Hokage also moved under his control. In the air, the reanimated Minato throws kunai to create a net, sealing off the entire area. The reanimated Tobirama transforms into lightning, closing in an instant. The reanimated third Hokage stabilizes his footing, sealing off the route with his techniques. And the reanimated Hashirama has already re-emerged from the ground, the flower tree world unfolding instantly. The four Hokage join forces to encircle and kill Uchiha Yoru. Any shadow-level powerhouse witnessing this scene would have their expression change dramatically. But Uchiha Yoru simply smiles coldly, his gaze indifferent. Too weak. Swish. The reanimated Tobirama teleports behind him, just as he prepares to strike, only to be met with a sudden elbow to the face, sent flying with a bang. Immediately after, the third Hokage, having just completed his technique, feels a flash of fire behind him. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom! The reanimated third Hokage is directly interrupted, his body flying out horizontally. The reanimated Minato tries to take advantage of the moment to sneak attack, launching a Rasengan down, but it misses completely. "I'm behind you." Uchiha Yoru's voice rings in his ear. The next second, the reanimated Minato is met with a backhand Rasengan, smashing him into the ground. Boom! Finally, the reanimated Hashirama, just emerging from the ground, lifts his head and sees the wooden figure coming again. Uchiha Yoru lightly clenches his fist. Boom! The reanimated Hashirama, along with the nearby trees, is directly smashed back in the ground, dust rolling everywhere. The four Hokage, suppressed and working together, are utterly defeated. Uchiha Yoru is only slightly dusted. As he walks, he pats his sleeves, speaking calmly, using their own proficient ninjutsu to defeat them. Seems quite fair, right? In the distance, Orochimaru's expression finally changes. He slowly licks the corner of his mouth, quietly retracts his form, his gaze cold, curling up like a snake in the shadows. Silent and no longer daring to act rashly. He finally realized one thing. Despite having the technique of impure world reincarnation that could awaken some of the strongest Hokage in history, he could not truly control these characters. The fighting habits, reaction logic, and even the release rhythm of each jutsu of the Hokage were all beyond his complete grasp. In other words, he was just a player with poor skills. Chapter 41, The Awakening of Consciousness. Orochimaru squinted, his snake-like eyes gleaming as thoughts raced through his mind. He was well aware that the combat power of these shadow-level accounts did not completely obey him. Right now, they were fighting solely on instinct. No matter how strong they were merely advanced puppets. Uchiha Yoru was truly too strange. He could easily counter even Senju Hashirama's would release. But after all, he was a madman and also a scientist. If he couldn't control them, then let them operate on their own. A dangerous smile slowly formed on Orochimaru's lips. Since that's the case, then let's unlock their consciousness. His hands quickly formed seals. The next moment, the pupils of the four Hokage suddenly trembled. The sleeping consciousness fully awakened. What is this? The first to open his eyes was Senju Hashirama. He stared blankly at his gradually recovering palm. Feeling the loose soil beneath his feet, his brows lightly furrowing. Tobarama, didn't I say before? Stop studying those ridiculous techniques. Look at you this again. Shut up, big brother. Senju Tobarama's eyelid twitched, and upon opening his eyes, he heard the familiar nagging, his tone filled with exasperation. Can you not blame me, right after being revived? Hashirama. He was about to say something else when his gaze shifted and landed on an elderly yet familiar figure. Oh, you are the monkey? Tobarama's expression froze as he scrutinized the person, his tone complex. How did you get so old? The third Hokage sighed softly, his tone steady. I was quite old when I died. Humph. Tobarama snorted coldly, not pursuing the question further, looking down at his own hands as if confirming something. Hashirama then turned to the last person. Who are you? The man scratched his head, smiling somewhat awkwardly. I am the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The air stagnated. Hashirama was taken aback for a moment before breaking into his signature goofy smile. Oh, the one with the eternal name? Huh, sounds strong. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere quickly turned serious. Hashirama straightened up, scanning the surroundings, his expression becoming grave. Who brought us back to life? And that Uchiha kid. How could he use a release? Tobarama's expression instantly turned cold, his brows tightly knitted. Uchiha has such capability? The third Hokage slowly spoke, his voice deep. His name is Uchiha Yoru. He is one of the most dangerous people in the ninja world today. I died at his hands. He paused, lowering his head, his expression complex. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated by him. As the words fell, the air instantly froze. Tobarama's gaze turned icy. What did you say? The Uchiha was exterminated by him alone? The third Hokage nodded, his tone suppressed. On the night of the clan's extermination, the talent he displayed, his chakra and combat power, had completely surpassed common sense. He has almost transcended the ninja world. Minato's expression was momentarily stunned, lost in thought, but said nothing. Hashirama's expression finally changed, solemnly asking, how did it come to this? How did Konoha handle the Uchiha? The third Hokage remained silent for a moment, his tone low. We tried to salvage the situation, but failed. He was too strong, too obsessed. We could not control him at all. Konoha may well have long been under his control. Tobarama stared coldly at him, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. Minato also furrowed his brows slightly. Hashirama asked in a low voice, so someone revived us to fight against him? The three fell silent. Minato spoke softly. His chakra is unnaturally strong, and his speed, instincts, even surpasses mine. Tobarama did not respond, but his gaze quietly fell on the third Hokage, whispering, Monkey, I will ask you about the Uchiha later. Hashirama's expression grew serious as he stroked his chin in contemplation. If it is indeed to stop him, then we must take this seriously. After a moment, he cleared his throat and forced a smile. Although I am indeed strong this time, it seems a bit difficult. Big brother. Tobarama's expression darkened. In the distance, Orochimaru quietly watched everything, a satisfied smile on his lips. This time, he did not intend to take control anymore. It was time for these true Hokage to step onto the stage themselves. Yet in his heart, he still felt an unsettling unease, even they might not win, because that man had already surpassed the realm of reason. The four shadows stood in the center of the battlefield, their breaths calm as a mirror, yet a silence like that before a storm was rising. Hashirama looked around, his gaze landing on the distant figure with black hair, standing still. His voice was deep, like a mountain pressing down. Uchiha's descendant. Your methods are too ruthless. Uchiha Yuru raised his eyes, looking at him indifferently. Ruthless? His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable power. I just see reality more clearly than you. Tobirama stepped forward slowly, his voice sharp like a blade. You master would release, yet you are not a senju. Who exactly are you? Uchiha did not answer, merely casting a cold glance at him. Tobirama's tone grew colder. Your existence is extremely dangerous for Konoha. Uchiha Yuru's gaze shifted slightly, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Dangerous? You dare to say that word? Without your group of disciples, the lives of Konoha's villagers are much better than when they were alive. Tobirama's expression darkened. Arrogant brat. At this moment, the third Hokage slowly spoke. Everything we do is for Konoha and for the will of fire in our hearts. You. The will of fire? Uchiha Yuru sneered, interrupting him. He slowly stepped forward, his tone as cold as frost. The so-called will of fire is just a cover-up. It cannot protect justice. It only shelters decay. You indulged Danzo, tacitly allowing conspiracies. When the Cloud Village plundered the Byakugan, you accepted peace at the cost of lives. As for the Uchiha, he narrowed his gaze, his voice laced with killing intent. You let that fool slaughter his own clan. The so-called will you profess is nothing but a hollow shell. The third Hokage's expression froze, rendered speechless. Hashirama's face displayed rare seriousness, his tone gentle yet sincere. Attempting to diffuse the tense atmosphere, Uchiha Yu. I have never denied that there were misunderstandings and conflicts between the village and the Uchiha. I truly hoped to establish real peace with Madara. But you killed him. Uchiha Yuru calmly interrupted, his tone devoid of emotion like a cold wind. Hashirama's form slightly paused, a flicker of pain crossing his features. Uchiha Yuru's gaze was like a blade, his tone slow, yet each word struck like a hammer. He was once your closest friend, a pioneer towards unity in the ninja world. But when he proposed an ideal different from yours, you did not understand him, nor did you attempt to accept him. Instead, you chose to suppress him. What you cut down was not just one person's will, but the hope that the entire Uchiha clan once held. Your so-called peace is built on the denial of dissent. The will of fire you speak of is your monologue after defeating a friend. You won against him, yet never truly understood him. In the end, you passed this will on to your brother, onto the next generation, and then to the entire ninja world. But the foundation of this will is the dream of a friend that you buried with your own hands. Chapter 42. The True Thousand Hands of the Divine. Transformation into the Buddha. Looking at the four Hokages who were left speechless, Uchiha Ye suddenly understood. Why do those who clearly have strength still enjoy talking big? Standing at the moral high ground and tearing others apart, that feeling is really quite satisfying. Moreover, he realized that he was quite good at this too. He knew that Uchiha Madara was not killed by Senju Hashirama in the Valley of the End. He also understood that what he said today might not all be correct. But at this moment, he didn't need to be right, nor did he need to be understood. All he needed was to stand here, recklessly on behalf of Uchiha Madara, to overturn this group of hypocritical heirs of the will of fire, one by one. The naturally evil Uchiha brat, I will personally take you down. Senju Tobirama shouted angrily, his figure rushing out like a ghost. Rather than saying he was enraged, it was more accurate to say he had been observing for a long time and finally found the opportunity to strike. Dark arts technique. As soon as the words fell, Tobirama suddenly formed hand seals with both hands, a cold light flashed, and a strange wave of chakra instantly surged toward Uchiha Ye's mental domain. The Jinjutsu entered his mind, weakening his visual perception and mental resistance, almost instantly effective. At the same moment, his real body also vanished from its original spot, darting like a ghost to Uchiha Ye's back. Water release, hidden mist technique. Thick fog enveloped the area, water vapor spread, as if the entire battlefield had fallen into a haze. This was Tobirama's specialty interference tactic, weakening the long-range perception of the Rinnegan in the mist, creating an opportunity for assassination. In the next moment, his kunai glimmered coldly, aimed directly at Uchiha Ye's neck. Clang! A metallic clash suddenly erupted. The kunai stopped half an inch away, as if it had struck an invisible barrier. Uchiha Ye turned his head, his expression cold. Voice like frost. Your little tricks are too slow. Tobirama's pupils contracted, realizing the sneak attack had failed, and immediately retreated. Explosive tag exchange. He suddenly threw out several special talismans, connecting them with sealing techniques, forming dozens of linked explosive chains. Boom! 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 The violent explosions engulfed the entire area. Smoke and shockwaves rampaging. But in that instant, click, A circle of pitch-black, truth-seeking balls quietly spun in the air, wrapping around Tobirama's wrist and knee, locking them in place. When did this happen? Tobirama's expression changed, his body instantly immobilized, forcibly interrupting his attack. Senju Tobirama, you really are getting old. Uchiha Ye smiled lightly, his eyes only showing coldness and mockery. The dignified second Hokage, is he only good at sneak attacks or hiding behind the environment? Is this all he can do? The weight of the truth-seeking balls pressing down grew heavier. Even the flow of chakra began to stagnate. What you call the will of fire probably also comes from such means as yours, right? Thinking that a few words of for the village can cover your inner obsession and cruelty? Tobirama gritted his teeth and struggled, but couldn't move at all. Uchiha Ye snorted coldly, raised his hand and tossed Tobirama to the ground like a rag doll. People like you should be nailed to the pillar of shame. As the words fell, Ye's truth-seeking balls quietly transformed into two black chakra rods, stab. Without hesitation, the black rods pierced into Tobirama's temples, one from each side. I wanted to do this for a long time. A sense of ultimate humiliation, like a blade cutting through silence, caused the expressions of the Hokages present to change drastically. In the mist, they did not speak, nor did they roar. They acted directly. 4 red yang formation, activate. Boom! A crimson cubic barrier suddenly rose, sealing off the entire battlefield, and the 3 Hokages soared into the air, forming a triangle. Chakra gathering and intertwining. As Hashirama formed hand seals, the immense sage chakra capable of crushing the earth erupted violently. Sage art, true 1,000 hands, transformation into the Buddha. The sky trembled and the ground cracked. Endless would release shot up from the ground. A gigantic Buddha statue that blocked the sun slowly ascended, its arms stacking like ocean waves, each palm carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. This is the power of the first Hokage? Namake's Minato's eyes widened. Don't just stand there. Hashirama shouted. All previous Hokages, attack together. Minato understood, instantly darting to the top of the Buddha's head, Sarutobi Hiruzen following closely behind. The 3's chakra pouring into the giant Buddha beneath them like a torrent. Boom! The entire Buddha radiated dazzling golden light, as if breaking free from the shackles of wood release, transforming into a chakra giant warrior. It was no longer a heavy, clumsy puppet, but a flexible war god with battle intent, killing intent, and the will of shadows. Every giant palm that fell was like a storm, and every step taken caused the earth to quake. Hashirama's eyes widened in anger. Hiruzen softly chanted the technique. Minato flickered back and forth with the flying thunder god. And under their control, the Buddha's might was formidable, like the master of the battlefield. The Hokages joined forces. We will not allow you to continue your arrogance. Uchiha Ye looked up at the rolling giant fists of 1,000 hands, the violent airwaves sweeping toward him, but his figure remained unmoved. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, a nearly morbid smile emerged, as if welcoming some long-lost prey. This is good, he whispered softly, his voice tinged with mockery and arrogance. This is more like you. No matter how much you preach your hypocritical principles, in the end, it still comes down to speaking with your fists. He slowly raised his head, his pupils swirling with the Rinnegan and Sharingan, like a ghost light at the center of a storm. Then let me see if you, the inheritors of the so-called will of fire, are truly worthy of guarding the peace you speak of. Boom! The earth roared and rocks flew, just as Hashirama's giant Buddha shook the heavens and the earth beneath Uchiha Ye. A massive wood release also surged forth. Countless arms shot up from the earth, all reaching for the sky. The towering Buddha's body slowly standing tall, as if responding to the provocation from the will of fire. 2 Buddhas stood side by side, shaking the heavens and the earth. How is this possible? He also mastered the true 1,000 hands. Hiruzen's pupils shrank sharply. Not only that, Minato's expression changed suddenly. That chakra is still growing stronger. Uchiha Ye spread his hands, murmuring softly, the will of the true 1,000 hands, transformation into the Buddha. Boom! Purple chakra erupted like lava. A towering complete body, Susanoo, slowly emerged behind the true 1,000 hands Buddha, clad in armor, blades like divine punishment, 6 arms spread wide, wings covering the sky like a night curtain. The Buddha was already majestic, and once the Susanoo was clad upon it, it was as if a deity had descended. The battle Buddha pierces through armor, God and demon united. At this moment, Uchiha Ye, like the ruler of a throne in darkness, donned the dual will of Buddha and demon, looking down upon the entire barrier. You think you can suppress me with a Buddha statue? He slowly raised his hand, the Susanoo Buddha also lifting its arm. Unfortunately, I also have a Buddha. Chapter 43. All swords return to one. The purple Susanoo giant Buddha's figure far exceeds that of the impure world great Buddha. Its oppressive force is like the sky collapsing, causing the air to vibrate violently, the earth to tremble, and the mountains and rivers to lose their color. The Susanoo giant Buddha raises its mountain-like wooden giant arm, each punch carrying waves of destruction, with wind pressure sweeping and tearing through the surroundings like a doomsday storm. Boom, boom, boom. The massive fists create thunderous sounds, shaking heaven and earth. The Susanoo giant Buddha continually launches fierce attacks like a tide, almost shattering every giant hand of the impure world great Buddha that initiated an attack. Seeing the impure world great Buddha's offensive being dismantled, the battle situation begins to tilt. The Hokage's expressions turn serious, and they all control the impure world great Buddha to retreat. The third Hokage frowns deeply, instantly mobilizing all his chakra, emanating a terrifying aura, attempting to turn the tide. He suddenly increases his chakra output, and 5 Buddha heads emit dazzling light, with 5 powerful elemental chakras surging forth. 5 elements, great multiple bullets technique, flames like dragons, thunder like nets, waves like tides, landslides like mountains, roaring winds. These 5 ninjutsu combine into a devastating offensive, roaring towards the Susanoo giant Buddha. Boom! The explosion of the 5 elements instantly erupts with earth-shattering brilliance. 5 beams of elemental light shooting into the sky, shaking heaven and earth. However, when the dust settles, the Susanoo giant Buddha remains unmoved, purple flames burning fiercely, the armor showing not a single scorch mark. The intense attack of the 5 elements seems to have merely brushed past like a light breeze, having almost no effect on it. The third Hokage grits his teeth, his voice low like thunder. Even the great multiple bullets cannot break its defense. This defensive power is simply beyond reason. It's far stronger than Madara's power. The first Hokage's expression rarely turns serious, his gaze fixated on the unstoppable Susanoo giant Buddha, revealing a heavy look. At that moment, a golden figure slowly emerges from within the impure world great Buddha, the surrounding airflow violently swirling due to its presence. Wave Wind Minato is now wrapped in a chakra, cloak like golden flames, exuding tremendous power. That is, the Nine Tails chakra. The third Hokage looks at Minato in shock, a glimmer of disbelief in his eyes. Minato, how could you? What's wrong? Tobirama, with a hint of confusion, slightly tilts his head and asks. The third Hokage slowly turns around, his expression serious as he looks at the first Hokage, his tone low and solemn. Lord Tobirama, you may not yet realize. Minato's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was once the host for the Nine Tails. He pauses for a moment, as if sorting through his thoughts, or suppressing emotions, and continues. That night, when Kushina was about to give birth, the Nine Tails was forcibly controlled by someone using the Sharingan. In the ensuing chaos, it nearly destroyed the entire Konoha. To prevent all this, Minato chose to fight to the death. He sealed half of the Nine Tails chakra with a dead demon consuming seal, leaving the other half for the newborn Naruto. After that battle, both Minato and Kushina perished. Senju Tobirama is momentarily stunned, his gaze silently retracting a bit. Though he knew the Nine Tails was powerful, he had never considered the heavy price paid to protect the village. He slowly speaks, his tone filled with respect and emotion. So, the fourth Hokage sacrificed so much for Konoha. Truly an outstanding junior. After saying this, he looks at Minato, his gaze revealing comfort and admiration. The third Hokage gently nods, his feelings complex. After a long time, he looks at Minato again, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry and emotion. Minato, how did you manage it? An existence like the Nine Tails. You could actually reconcile with it? Wave Wind Minato quietly looks at them, his eyes calm and clear. His voice is not loud, but exceptionally firm. Over the years, in the belly of the Reaper, I had countless conversations with the Nine Tails. We went from being adversaries to understanding, and finally to reconciliation. It is no longer just a bound power, but a partner willing to fight alongside me. His tone carries calmness and steadiness. Just as his words fall, the chakra within Minato suddenly fluctuates, the golden chakra cloak instantly transforming, a thunderous aura suddenly erupting, doubling the pressure around him. far exceeding that of an ordinary person. This is Sage Mode. The third Hokage's eyes flash with astonishment, his pupils suddenly constricting, whispering in disbelief, "Minato, you have actually mastered Sage Mode too?" The first Hokage then exclaims, "Fourth Hokage, I didn't expect you to reach this level. The younger generation truly cannot be underestimated. I'm not skilled in Sage Mode." Minato smiles slightly, his voice low but firm. "Although I have only grasped it at a preliminary level, with the aid of the impure world body, I was able to stabilize natural energy and feel a power I have never touched before." In the next moment, Minato forms hand seals, chakra surging behind him, rapidly swirling like a tornado, condensing into a massive chakra sphere, the surrounding air violently twisting. Sage Art, Spiral Flash Burst, 0. This was the ultimate technique Minato had left unfinished in life, and now, with the enhancement of Sage Mode, it is finally complete. The impure world Great Buddha raises its arm high, throwing the massive chakra orb infused with Nine-Tails chakra and Sage Mode fiercely towards the Susanoo giant Buddha. The golden light is brilliant, like a meteor streaking across the sky, heading straight for the enemy. Boom! The earth shakes, a thunderous roar echoes through the skies, and the trembling ground seems about to shatter. The entire battlefield is suddenly torn apart into massive cracks, dust swirling, flames erupting. The Susanoo giant Buddha charges forward, 6 arms swinging in unison, chakra surging like a tsunami from behind, crossing its arms to form a solid defensive barrier, attempting to withstand this deadly blow. Boom! A deafening explosion resounds, the shock wave of the explosion reaching hundreds of miles away, the space outside the barrier rippling like water, shaking the entire earth. However, the outcome of the battle did not go as everyone expected. As the dust gradually settles, the Susanoo giant Buddha's defense has not completely collapsed. There is merely a deep crack on the armor of its left shoulder. Although there is damage, it still stands firm, unyielding. It actually only suffered surface damage. Minato stands in the air, his gaze deep, his expression serious. And at this moment, a disdainful sneer comes from the top of the giant Buddha. The god of the shinobi world is nothing more than this. Uchiha Obito stands with his hands behind his back, stepping on the head of Tobirama Senju, his eyes filled with mockery. "Uchiha brat, you." Tobirama's face is filled with anger, but he is firmly suppressed by the truth-seeking ball, unable to move. Before he can finish his words, the purple giant Buddha suddenly moves. Countless arms rise in unison, each palm forming a Susanoo giant blade. Uchiha Obito coldly whispers, "All swords return to one." Chapter 44 Uchiha Madara Boom. Boom! Boom! Countless Susanoo blades fell like a torrential rain, shattering the hundreds of diamond arms of the Edo Tensei Buddha, crashing down like a landslide and tsunami, shaking the heavens and earth with mournful cries. As the Buddha's arms collapsed, the ground shook and cracked like a dragon turning over, violently tearing the earth apart, thick smoke billowing, obscuring the sky and sun. The expressions of the 3 Hokage changed drastically as they exerted all their strength to control the Edo Tensei Buddha to retreat, but still could not withstand the overwhelming pressure that crushed everything. Step by step, they were forced back. "No more hard fighting," Hashirama shouted in anger, his face ashen, wanting to teleport in an attempt to stop Uchiha Ye, but it was too late. The countless arms of the Susanoo Buddha converged into a gigantic arm resembling a pillar of heaven, with a giant chakra blade pointing angrily at the Buddha. Boom! The chakra sliced through the void, and the chest of the Edo Tensei Buddha was violently pierced, the explosion echoing, the sonic boom deafening, the Buddha's light extinguished, the statue crumbling. The head of the Buddha exploded like a falling star, fragments flying everywhere, the dignity of the divine being completely trampled under this blow. The entire Buddha collapsed with a thunderous roar, dust rising to the sky, the heavens and earth trembling. The 3 Hokage fell from the collapsing Buddha body, their figures in disarray, their robes tattered, and before they could land, a shadow was already upon them. Whoosh! 3 pitch-black, truth-seeking orbs shot through the air, instantly expanding into 3 rings like black moons, accurately enveloping the 3 Hokage, firmly fixing them in mid-air. Hashirama's gaze sharpened, and his expression darkened instantly. This is the power of the truth-seeking orbs transformed into chains, moving like living things, precisely wrapping around the chakra core nodes of the 3. making them unable to move an inch. The third Hokage's face turned pale, cold sweat dripping. The ability to control the Edo Tensei body. This was no ordinary ninja technique. Tobirama gritted his teeth and whispered, frowning deeply. Hashirama's eyes were more serious than ever. The Susanoo Buddha, combined with this strange sealing technique, Uchiha Ye was no longer something human strength could oppose. And at this moment, the sky roared, the fierce wind like blades. Uchiha Ye stood at the brow of the Susanoo, his dark windbreaker billowing, the cold light of his purple Rinnegan glaring down at the three Hokage. Like a deity judging the mortal realm. The old era you protect ends here, and I will reshape the ninja world with the hand of a god. His tone was calm, but the pressure was like a deep abyss, impossible to resist. As his voice fell, he flicked his fingertips. Clang! The chains of the truth-seeking orbs suddenly tightened. The three Hokage were violently pulled upwards, suspended in midair, completely sealed like statues. The Susanoo Buddha stood tall between heaven and earth, as if a true god had descended to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, behind the remnants of walls a kilometer away, a thin figure slowly emerged. Orochimaru, his eyes widened in shock, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. Even his proud fingers trembled unconsciously. This is the Susanoo Buddha? He murmured, his voice hoarse. Even from a kilometer away, the pressure of that strike was still like thunder piercing the heart. The first Hokage is a monster, but he is even more terrifying. He turned his head, gazing at the boy standing tall between heaven and earth. Uchiha Ye. Those purple eyes were as deep as an endless night sea, as if they could swallow all light. Orochimaru licked his cracked lips, his eyes filled with uncontrollable obsession and madness. Lord Ye, you no longer belong to the realm of ninjas. Your bloodline, your ocular technique, your physical skills, your chakra, are simply not something that can exist in this era. Who exactly forged you into a god? Orochimaru stared at the Susanoo statue, standing tall between heaven and earth, his eyes shimmering with various colors, emotions surging uncontrollably. He knew very well, the Uchiha Ye before him was no longer an existence he could contend with. That overwhelming power, even just the residual waves, was enough to turn him to ashes. In the past, he might have been unwilling, angry, even trying to find flaws and quietly lay out plans. But now, an existence that cannot be defeated should be attempted to be understood. Orochimaru slowly closed his eyes, a faint laugh escaping his throat. Uchiha Ye's goal is to unify the ninja world, to end the chaos of war and reshape order. And he, Orochimaru, despises the chaos and hypocrisy that binds freedom the most. A unified ninja world. If it can truly be achieved, that would be the most ideal experimental ground. No disputes to disturb, no foolish power games. As long as he demonstrates value, he can obtain stable resources, a stable environment, and even gain the experimental privileges personally recognized by Lord Ye. Orochimaru licked his lips and muttered softly, I can endure subservience, as long as it does not restrict my research, as long as it allows me to see the door to truth. He was a smart man, knowing what to fight for and what to go with the flow. If Uchiha Ye could truly become a god, then why couldn't he, Orochimaru, become the god's left hand? Surrender? No, this is not surrender. It is investment. The corners of his eyes slightly lifted, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly and expectant smile. Lord Ye, please don't disappoint me. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, although the two Susanoo Buddhas over there had already transformed the heavens and earth, causing a great change, that area seemed to be isolated by an invisible barrier, with the violent residual waves collapsing at the periphery, unable to advance an inch. Black Zetsu had quietly set up multiple barriers before the battle broke out, just to guard this key moment, not allowing any variables to interfere. The anxious Konan was repeatedly bounced back by the barrier until she fainted. Its expression gradually darkened, cold light swirling in its eyes. Sure enough, this guy is already beyond the realm of normal humans. That aura is even reminiscent of that detestable older brother. At this moment, Nagato knelt on both knees, his face pale as paper, his body trembling, yet still raised his arms high, allowing that destructive chakra to surge wildly from within him. His Rinnegan flickered violently, the purple light illuminating the earth, as if trying to pierce the barriers of heaven and earth, connecting the two realms of yin and yang. Black Zetsu's chakra had long since eroded his will, driving this body to become a vessel for sacrifice. Nagato opened his mouth and roared, his voice seemingly penetrating the heavens and earth. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. In an instant, the void trembled, time and space rippled like water, and an invisible yet immensely heavy force crashed down from the depths of the Pure Land. An ancient and powerful soul was precisely locked onto, dragged to the present world. Winds rose and clouds surged. The heavens and earth lost their color. On the ground, dust flew. Inside the coffin that Black Zetsu had prepared in advance lay a corpse specially treated by it. The next moment, a green light shot into it. Blood and bones wove flesh, skin and hair reshaped in the wind. Bang! The chakra momentum of the owner of this body directly exploded the coffin. His figure was tall, his expression dignified, clad in a dark red battle robe, with the unique Uchiha clan emblem emblazoned on the chest of his clothing. Those renegades slowly opened, cold and proud, as if born to overlook all things. It seems the plan is proceeding smoothly. Uchiha. His voice was deep, echoing across the battlefield. Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows with a smirk, bowing respectfully. Lord Madara, everything is going according to plan. Welcome back to this ninja world which is already prepared to be your stage. Chapter 45, worthy of serious fight at this moment. Nagato was already exhausted. His hair was gray and his body emaciated, resembling a withered branch in the wind. His breath had completely ceased, and there was no sign of life. The next moment, with a crackling sound, a pair of once hopeful renegade quietly shattered, turning to dust and scattering with the wind. This was the price of the renegade, the technique of rebirth. Using life as fuel, it fully resurrected Obito and reshaped his body. However, Kaguya did not allow Obito to be reborn in his old age. She had secretly used yin-yang release to enhance his body. Now resurrected was the Uchiha Obito from his prime, the one who struck fear into the ninja world. As for Nagato's death, Obito showed no reaction, merely casting a dispassionate glance. Kaguya did not pause either, not even a ripple in her gaze. This was the conclusion that fate had long predetermined. He was nothing but a used pawn. Hashirama. Obito suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he was resurrected, the familiar yet weak chakra on the battlefield hit him, making him instantly alert. He looked up and saw that the wood-release Great Buddha, which should have stood tall, had now turned to ruins, dust flying everywhere. Hashirama was actually defeated? His voice was deep like thunder, and his gaze instantly turned sharp as a blade. But the next moment, he suddenly looked up to see the towering, godlike purple giant Susanoo. Its aura so strong it seemed to suppress heaven and earth. Is this a complete Susanoo? Obito's pupils constricted, his gaze locking onto the giant Susanoo in the sky that intimidated the world. Its presence almost made the heavens dim. Every inch of the Susanoo's armor radiated a chilling, killing intent, and the giant palms created a faint collapse in the void. He fell silent for a moment, but a rare smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth, a smile that came from the soul. Someone actually managed to evolve Susanoo to this extent, to defeat Hashirama head-on? At this moment, a low voice slowly sounded from beside Obito, filled with careful respect. Lord Obito, his name is Uchiha Ye, a descendant of our clan, who has also awakened the renegade. I attempted to contact him, inviting him to join the Eye of the Moon plan. But the process was extremely difficult, and he nearly erased me completely. His goal is to bring the entire ninja world under his control, achieving unification through absolute power. In his eyes, your plan is nothing but a delusion, not worth considering. At the end, Kaguya's voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz, filled with deep resentment and apprehension, clearly extremely dissatisfied with Uchiha Yoru. Upon hearing this, Obito paused, then threw his head back and laughed, his voice echoing through heaven and earth. Unifying the ninja world? Arrogant, yet qualified. His laughter gradually subsided, his gaze becoming profound as he looked at the Susanoo in the sky, as if seeing the continuation of a certain will-through chakra. Would release the truth-seeking balls, renegade. The powers of Senju and Uchiha all gathered in one body. At such a young age, to possess such power and awareness. Not bad. Very not bad. Such talent. Even surpasses my own from back in the day. His tone was low, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression, both recognizing and judging. Indeed, the bloodline of Uchiha never disappoints. Besides me, another existence worthy of being called extraordinary has finally been born. Obito slightly tilted his head back, his gaze penetrating the vast sky, staring at the Susanoo statue, his eyes deep. The path he walks is indeed similar to my past ideals, but ultimately, fundamentally different. To attempt to unify the entire ninja world with one's own strength? Too idealistic and too naive. He slowly raised his hand, the Rinnegan gradually opening. As if stars fell into his eyes, his fighting spirit surging like a tide. Only infinite Tsukuyami is the ultimate resolution to end all conflicts. However, he changed his tone, his voice suddenly heavy, his eyes shining with astonishing sharpness. Such a person, such power, is worthy of a serious fight. Complete body Susanoo. As Obito's deep voice fell, blue chakra surged like a tidal wave, instantly condensing into a complete Susanoo towering hundreds of meters high. Everyone present noticed the presence of Uchiha Obito. That is, Madara. In mid-air, Hashirama, bound by the truth-seeking balls, suddenly felt that familiar aura, his gaze somewhat excited. Tobirama's brows furrowed instantly, his expression grave. Obito? He muttered uncertainly to himself. Could it be? We were summoned to restrain Uchiha Yoru. The purpose is to resurrect Obito? After a pause, Tobirama's expression darkened even further. Indeed, the mastermind was the inherently evil Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tense expression revealed vigilance. His eyes fixed on the increasingly imposing Susanoo, whispering, Obito has actually been resurrected. Minato felt a surge of emotions, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. The strength of the Uchiha clan is truly extraordinary. Unlike the other Hokage, who had differing thoughts and were shocked, Uchiha Yoru remained calm, like a still ancient well. Obito's resurrection was merely a part of the predetermined script for him. There was no stopping his forward march, nor could anyone shake his will to unify the ninja world. Of course, he did not deny that this predecessor who once contended with Hashirama was indeed worthy of respect. Unfortunately, this was not the time for discussing respect. At this moment, the fighting spirit of Uchiha Obito had already boiled over, and he unleashed his killing intent without reservation. His voice booming, shaking heaven and earth. Uchiha's descendants, let me see if your power is worthy of your arrogant ambition. Boom! The blue complete Susanoo suddenly swung its great sword, roaring as it charged forward. That massive figure descended like a deity, crossing its swords, gathering astonishing chakra, delivering a horizontal slash that cut through the air, targeting the wrists and elbows of the giant Susanoo. Clearly, he aimed to precisely sever the key joints of the giant Buddha, destroying its structure and causing it to collapse. Boom! The blue Susanoo suddenly soared, its dual swords like a storm, carrying the power to break mountains and seas, accurately striking the wrists and elbows of the giant Susanoo. This was the winning strategy that Uchiha Obito had summarized after countless battles, breaking the enemy's structural balance, collapsing at the nodes. But after the loud sound, although the great sword was heavy, it only left a small crack on the giant Susanoo's arm, not even reaching the muscle, before being rebounded back. Bang! The Susanoo's dual swords trembled violently, and Obito's blue Susanoo was violently pushed back dozens of steps in midair. Chapter 46, Unassailable. Ineffective? Uchiha Madara floated in midair, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression more serious than ever before. The Susanoo great Buddha opposite him appeared like a deity descending to the world, its myriad arms stretching across the sky, exuding a tremendous might, its defensive power so formidable that even his complete Susanoo's slashing strike couldn't budge it an inch. Stronger than Hashirama's true thousand hands? His tone was low, but his eyes burned fiercely, excitement, madness, and fighting spirit intertwined. Interesting. Before his words fell, the blue Susanoo suddenly rose again, shockwaves exploding, its blade wings spread wide. At the forehead of the Susanoo, Madara suddenly leaped out, his figure leaping forward on a skeletal structure, locking onto his target like a falcon. Target, Uchiha Yoru. Huh! With a roar that shook the heavens, Madara leaped high, his right fist filled with blue chakra, striking hard at the Buddha's brow. Uchiha Yoru remained motionless, only raising one hand. Bang! In an instant, the Buddha's palm blocked Madara's heavy punch, not even causing the statue to tremble. Ha! Uchiha Yoru chuckled lightly. Fire release. Great fire, annihilation. Madara opened his mouth and released a fire dragon, charging straight at Uchiha Yoru's face. Uchiha Yoru's expression remained calm, his right hand lightly raised, unleashing the same technique explosively. Boom! The two flames collided, fierce fire soaring into the sky, igniting the entire high altitude. At that moment, Madara's figure flickered, missing the strike. Instantly teleporting behind Uchiha Yuru, the blade light swept across. Caught. Uchiha Yuru gripped backhandedly, precisely pinching the blade edge and Madara's wrist as if he had anticipated it. You're too slow. Madara's expression did not change, instead revealing a hint of a strange cold smile. You think there is only one of me? Wheel grave, edge of hell. Buzz. For invisible shadows suddenly appeared, cold and eerie, silently closing in. The next second, Madara's pupils constricted. The 4 shadows of the wheel grave were actually intercepted in mid-air. 6 figures resembling the 6 paths suddenly appeared, suppressing his wheel grave. You also mastered the wheel grave? Not imitation, Uchiha Yuru replied, but a more thorough mastery. Your 4 shadows are too illusory. As his words fell, Uchiha Yoru's 6 shadows suddenly struck bang. The 4 shadows were instantly crushed. Uchiha Madara was shaken back, barely stabilizing his form, cracks spreading across his armor. He looked down at his palm, as if sensing the pressure of that moment. Silence for a long time. To think. Even the wheel grave was cracked? He raised his head, looking at Yoru's expression, instead smiling. It was excitement, it was fighting spirit. Yoru, you are truly outstanding. You are more remarkable than countless geniuses I have seen. You indeed stand at the position of deity. But I, Uchiha Madara, never bow my head. After speaking, he formed hand seals. Earth explosion star. The sky instantly collapsed, black spheres flying towards the horizon, gathering the power of the earth. Even the entire territory of the Susanoo Great Buddha was shaking. Yoru remained calm, 6 halos appearing behind him, reaching out to gently tap. Release. Boom. The gravitational pull between heaven and earth instantly broke, and 6 black spheres fell like stars, exploding in mid-air. Uchiha Yuru looked at Madara in mid-air. His gaze calm. Stop struggling. Your incomplete power of the 6 paths is not enough. Madara's eye corner twitched, staring fixedly at Yuru. Any attack he made against Uchiha Yuru was perfectly countered. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, good, very good. You are the first to push me to this point. After Hashirama, I thought no one was worth my full effort. But you are different. He slowly raised his hand. The power of his Susanoo once again coalescing, his body transforming like a dragon, dense as night sweeping over. Next, I will use my true endgame power. Uchiha Madara stood atop the Susanoo, his voice deep yet filled with fervor. Yoru, let me see if you, this god, can withstand my final power. Just as Madara was about to gather chakra, suddenly, Hachiru opposite him, his Rinnegan eyes slightly brightened. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's figure paused. His expression, for the first time, showed slight fluctuation, as if in an instant his soul was pulled into some unknown space, then returned in a very short time. In less than half a breath, the madness in his eyes disappeared for a moment, but the next second, he had returned to normal, a cold arc pulling at the corner of his mouth, still prideful and unmatched. Meanwhile, on the ground, the 3 Hokage, already bound by Uchiha Yuru's seeking truth jade, now all wore blank expressions. They were no strangers to being shocked. When Yoru initially suppressed them with overwhelming force, it was already a shocking feat. And now facing the true Uchiha Madara, he still maintained the upper hand. Senju Hashirama's throat moved slightly, shock evident in his eyes. When he just suppressed us, didn't even use the abilities of the Rinnegan, even they had been heavily crushed, yet Uchiha Yoru still had reserves? Madara actually opened a new eye. Hashirama murmured, his gaze fixed on Madara in the sky, his brows tightly furrowed. On the ground, 2 figures fell into silence. The battlefield had become a ruin. The space seemed to tremble. Orochimaru hid behind the broken rock layers, his snake eyes narrowed, staring intently at the battle in the sky. The great Buddha, Susa, Rinnegan. This kind of power. He let out a hoarse laugh from his throat, his voice low and raspy. Heh, I heard that Hashirama and Madara's battle once collapsed mountains. I thought that was an exaggerated legend. Now it seems they're not fighting at all, but terrifyingly forcing a change in the natural environment. He licked his cracked lips, his face pale, but his eyes surged with an almost obsessive madness. Compared to such an existence, I actually dared to dream of immortality? Humanity perhaps shouldn't pry into such levels of power. At this moment, on the other side, Kurizetsu's face was already as dark as the deepest abyss, his eyes filled with a web of suspicion and unease. Just that moment, Madara's chakra actually stagnated. Its voice was cold, but its emotions were nearly out of control. That little brat. What did he do to Madara? Genjutsu? No, that is not ordinary mental interference. Is he peering into Madara's heart? Not good. If Madara loses, Kurizetsu trembled violently, cold sweat streaming down its back, a feeling of unprecedented fear spreading from its spine to its limbs. The resurrection of the mother would completely become a bubble. It dared not hesitate any longer, suddenly shuddering, its figure twisting into a mass of shadows, quietly merging into the depths of the earth, quickly retreating. I need to leave a way out. This boy is not a variable I can control. Uchiha Ye, what kind of monster are you? But just as it was about to completely escape, it looked up at the sky, yet felt relieved. Because Uchiha and Uchiha Madara, leaving aside the statues, and Susanoo, their figures broke through the air, shooting straight into the clouds. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, the power of the Rinnegan. The two transformed into two beams of divine light, crashing violently in the high sky. The clouds exploded, the sky shattered. Chapter 47. Are you really planning to use me as a puppet? In the high sky, chakra interweaves into a storm as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Ye engage in an intense battle. Waves of destructive impacts explode in the air, and the residual effects of ninjutsu fall to the ground like meteors, stirring up clouds of dust. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru's figure comes to a sudden halt. Madara frowns, just about to attack, when Yoru unexpectedly vanishes before his eyes. Without any warning, Black Zetsu's heart trembles, and before he can react, a chilling power has quietly descended. Wah! Black Zetsu can only let out a half-gasp when sharp pain strikes from behind. The truth-seeking ball transforms into chains as if it were alive, sealing all of Black Zetsu's meridians in an instant. Chakra completely lost. You! How could you? Black Zetsu screams, his entire face twisted in fear. Uchiha Yoru's figure slowly materializes, raising his hand to lift Black Zetsu into the air, his Rinnegan swirling like a vortex, as if passing judgment. He remains silent, merely gazing at Black Zetsu, as if looking through its skin to see the millennium-old conspiracy. In the next moment, the Rinnegan suddenly glows, strands of chakra pulling away from Black Zetsu's body. What are you doing? Stop. Don't look. Black Zetsu struggles violently, his voice hoarse from shouting, yet he cannot break free from the binding of the chakra chains. You will destroy everything. Black Zetsu suddenly howls, his voice trembling, as if terrified to the extreme. Uchiha Yoru still remains silent, slightly lifting his hand. Black Zetsu's memories, like shattered glass, are forcibly stripped away from its body. Materializing in the void, infinite Tsukuyomi descends, and the earth falls into a deep slumber. The god tree's roots penetrate humanity, quietly transforming them into white Zetsu. The white Zetsu army has long been hidden for 1,000 years, just waiting to be activated. In the end, at the top of the god tree, Kagaya slowly opens her eyes, coldly looking down upon the mortal world. This is the true way you speak of achieving peace? Uchiha Yoru's voice falls like cold ice, pressing down coldly. Black Zetsu's eyes widen suddenly, and then it struggles violently, its voice hoarse as it roars. You don't understand. You don't understand at all. Everything I've done is to bring my mother back. She is the starting point of the world. She is the true deity. She is the source of all life. Those humans, they betrayed her, sealed her away. She just wanted the world to return to peace. Black Zetsu's voice has gone mad, like a twisted obsession screaming. I waited for 1,000 years. I have guided countless generations of wars. I awakened the Rinnegan. I will stop at nothing, just to rescue her from that damned seal. It throws its head back and roars, its voice tearing through the air. I am the true will. The will of Otsutsuki Kagaya. At this point, it breathes heavily, suddenly realizing it has revealed too much. In the distance, Uchiha Madara trembles violently, staring fixedly at the scenes unfolding in the void, his pupils constricting sharply. He stares blankly at the images of the god tree and Kagaya appearing, murmuring in a voice that seems to be squeezed from deep within his chest. Everyone has turned into white Zetsu. Infinite Tsukuyomi is not for peace, but to resurrect Kagaya. His voice trembles, as if unwilling to believe what he sees, yet unable to deny that each scene comes from Black Zetsu's mouth. Black Zetsu's entire body twists like boiling black mud, anxiously squirming, its eyes filled with terror. It opens its mouth, trying to argue, but only lets out faint whimpers. Uchiha Yoru throws it to the ground, landing at Madara's feet without a word. Madara slowly crouches down, staring at Black Zetsu's face twisted in fear, asking each word clearly. You, from the very beginning, were deceiving me? Black Zetsu's lips tremble, and after a long moment, finally squeezes out a sentence. I only wanted To bring my mother back. Bang. Madara slams his fist into the ground, rocks flying. You really plan to use me as a puppet? In that instant, his aura completely changed. It was not anger. It was bone-chilling, heavy coldness. He stands up, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fixed on Black Zetsu. Clang. Two black rods shoot through the air, one to the left, one to the right, fiercely piercing into Black Zetsu's body. Aya aya wa. Black Zetsu's screams echo in the high sky, twisting and struggling. Uchiha Madara slowly withdraws his gaze, remaining silent for a long time. The storm still howls, and it seems as if only his breath remains in the world. He lowers his eyelids, and after a while, softly speaks to himself, as if asking himself, and also asking the heavens, what have I lived for in my life? Peace? Ideals? Order? He closes his eyes. Memories of the past surge in like a tide. The burning Konoha, the broken order of the ninja world, Hashirama's back, and that vow long covered in dust. Opening his eyes, his gaze is clearer than ever. He looks at Uchiha Ye, his eyes devoid of fighting spirit, only coldness and scrutiny. You knew all along, didn't you? About Black Zetsu's purpose, about Kagaya, and even about the future. Uchiha Ye stands in the void, his black robe moving without wind, his expression as before, yet revealing an unapproachable sense of oppression. You have witnessed the outcome of the fourth great ninja war with your own eyes. That was not an illusion's deception, but a tragedy that once occurred in reality. Madara slowly lowers his eyelids, his voice deep. I thought I could win the war, but I was just another chess piece controlled by someone. Along with you, along with everyone, walking the path of destruction. He raises his head, looking at the young yet composed junior before him, his eyes crossing with complexity and weariness. Then what about you, Uchiha Ye? You saved me for what? How do you intend to end this chaotic ninja world? Uchiha Ye speaks calmly. Unification. No more games between the five great nations. No more mutual suspicion among villages. No more pseudo-peace maintained by war, or the need for gods or illusions to numb the masses. His voice is calm, but contains an unwavering will. I will use true order and power to prevent the ninja world from sinking into chaos and reincarnation again. Not compromise, not idealism, but true control. Madara looks at him, remaining silent for a long time. Those eyes that have looked down upon all beings countless times on the battlefield now reflect a younger, yet clearer and more resolute self. He suddenly lets out a light sigh. So you have already surpassed me. Then, he raises his head, his eyes no longer filled with arrogance, but rather a solemn recognition. Uchiha Ye, since you carry the will of unification and possess the power to suppress gods, then I have no reason to refuse. But one thing you must understand. Unification relies not on the power itself, but on the person who holds it, whether they have the awareness to bear this loneliness. Uchiha Ye nods, his tone heavy. I understand. True peace is not about ending war, but managing the desires and divisions that follow peace. I am not afraid of betrayal, nor of being pointed at by thousands. What I fear is that this world will once again fall into the abyss that both you and I have witnessed. Hearing these words, Madara smiles slightly, finally revealing a long-lost composure in his eyes. That's good. I, Uchiha, from this day forth, will return under your banner. He slowly extends his hand, palm up, just like when he made an alliance with Hashirama back then, softly saying, but if one day you waver, forgetting your original intention, I will be the first to pull you down from the altar. Uchiha Ye smiled faintly and extended his hand for a handshake. Before that day arrives, let me take over the ninja world first. The storm has finally begun to dissipate. The two Uchiha stood side by side, with the sky behind them already starting to change. The new era of the ninja world quietly began to unfold. Chapter 48 from now on, live and serve me. Kagaya was sealed above the ground, twisted like a shadow, resembling a dark ink stain nailed to the earth. The mastermind who once controlled the ninja world for thousands of years and guided countless conflicts could now only emit a faint hoarse whisper. White Zetsu, an outsider. You do not understand the will of mother, that is, the only home. The voice was mixed with despair and obsession, like the struggle of a dying candle. Uchiha Ye looked down at it, his gaze calm to the point of being cold, as if he were staring at a monument that had long lost its meaning. You should not delude yourself into thinking the entire world can bear your mother's will. Uchiha Ye's voice was deep and stern, devoid of any emotion. True never needs to borrow a corpse to return. Dust gradually settled, and the surroundings fell into a deathly silence, as if the world could finally breathe again. In the distance, Orochimaru stood in the shadows, his elongated pupils slightly constricted. He witnessed Uchiha Ye sealing Kagaya, easily suppressing Hashirama and the successive Hokage, even persuading Uchiha Madara to cooperate. His gaze was both scrutinizing and sickly excited. Truly remarkable, Uchiha Ye. He licked his cracked lips, his voice filled with an undeniable obsession and fervor. This control is the existence I've always dreamed of. He stepped forward slowly, carrying a hint of danger. His gaze swept across the broken battlefield, glancing at those half-destroyed corpses, as if assessing an unfinished experiment. I have waited for this era, for a long time. His voice was hoarse yet clear, imbued with the same confidence and playfulness. As if a person capable of truly pulling the ninja world out of the quagmire had finally appeared. He stopped, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, as if selecting experimental materials while observing Uchiha Ye. You want to unify the ninja world. And I just happen to excel at turning chaos into something controllable. Chakra research, medical technology, cellular regeneration technology, robotics. What I can provide is not just ninjutsu, but the fundamental ability to reconstruct the structure of the world. His tone grew heavier, his gaze sharp as a blade. I can create a framework that won't collapse for you, allowing your will to have a truly rooted soil. So he paused slightly, a nearly pathological smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Ye. Do you need a collaborator willing to delve into the darkest corners, yet able to light the tools of light? After Orochimaru's words fell, the air briefly stagnated. Uchiha Ye remained silent, merely looking at him coldly, his gaze profound as if it could disassemble a person's soul. His silence was the heaviest oppression. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, as if he was already accustomed to maintaining an elegant and humble posture before the strong. I do not seek power, nor do I pursue status. He spoke softly, his tone intertwined with the flames of reason and fervor. I only want a space to conduct research freely, the essence of ninjutsu, the limits of life, the balance point between nature and chakra. His gaze flickered, his voice low yet clear. Only under the unified order you construct can all of this have the possibility of realization. And I will use my knowledge to lay the technological foundation for your new world. Uchiha Ye finally spoke, his voice cold and steady. You should understand your position. Not far away, Senju Hashirama knelt among the ruins, his reanimated body already in tatters, chakra weak, yet he still straightened his back. He slowly raised his head, looking towards the familiar figure, his voice low and sorrowful. Madara, are you really going to take this step? Uchiha Madara stood still, his back like a mountain. His voice was calm, yet carried a hint of an unfamiliar coldness. I haven't changed anything. I have simply, finally seen clearly. Hashirama trembled slightly at his words, his footsteps halting, his gaze pained. You once said there is no one worthy of trust in this world. What about now? Are you willing to trust him? Madara finally turned slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring at Hashirama, his tone devoid of hesitation. Because he is different from you. You always think that as long as you're sincere enough and persistent enough, people will understand you and follow you. But you are wrong. This world never understands sincerity. He stepped forward, his voice deep and firm. The so-called peace you speak of is an illusion built on hope and compromise, one that even you cannot uphold. He looked up at the distance, his tone pausing slightly, and I once tried to create a world without pain using the infinite Tsukuyami. But even that kind of eternity is ultimately just a dream. Madara's gaze returned to Hashirama, a hint of complexity and fatigue flashing in his eyes. Now, I walk a different path, perhaps cruel, perhaps extreme, but at least it is real. Only an order that instills fear in everyone and cannot be resisted can bring about true stability. Hashirama fell silent, lowering his eyelids, as if facing an ending he had long anticipated but never accepted. Madara, you ultimately chose power. He sighed softly, his gaze sorrowfully resting on Uchiha Ye's calm and resolute back. Perhaps we no longer belong to this era. Uchiha Madara's expression remained unchanged, without a hint of hesitation. He looked towards the figure standing in the center of the battlefield, with an unfathomable aura, his tone flat. Yeah, what should we do next? Uchiha Ye glanced at the Kagaya on the ground, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This guy can still be squeezed for some value. As he spoke, the Rinnegan flashed. Kagaya's expression changed drastically. You know, you can't. Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of intense pain engulfed him. His body began to shrink rapidly, clumps of black matter being stripped away, turning into energy, swirling in Uchiha Ye's right hand. Uchiha Ye reached out with his left hand, grasping the void, forcibly pulling out a wisp of soul. It was Nagato. His expression was calm, devoid of resentment. Only the silence of death. Uchiha Ye's hands moved in unison, one gathering the remnant power of Kagaya, the other guiding the soul, speaking faintly. To submit to me. You should not die so casually. As the words fell, light gathered in his palm. With a flash of light from the broken corpse, Nagato's body rapidly repaired and reconstructed. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, shaking violently, coughing heavily. Cough. Uchiha Ye looked down at him, his tone calm. From now on, live and serve me. Nagato's body paused slightly. The previous state of his spirit had already made him aware of everything around him. When he confirmed that Conan was merely unconscious and unharmed, a weight finally lifted from his heart. Understood. He lowered his head and touched his eyes. The Rinnegan was no longer there. In its place were a pair of ordinary eyes. Yet his perception had become even sharper and stronger. The effects of Kagaya's yin-yang release were remarkably evident. His body and soul were once again fused, restoring his former aura. Resurrection was not merely a revival. It felt more like complete submission. Chapter 49. The Gathering of the Akatsuki. Seeing Nagato completely submit, Uchiha Obito nodded slightly, his gaze as deep as an abyss, as if he were already predicting the next grand chess game. Beside him, Orochimaru's eyes burned with intensity, fixated on the aura emanating from Nagato, which was entirely different from that of the impure world reincarnation. It was pure life force, radiating the warmth and fluctuations of the living, devoid of the coldness and sluggishness that the dead should possess. He licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a mad glint. Black Zetsu could actually achieve this? That mass of black mud. It's practically the source code of life. Orochimaru murmured, his voice filled with an unmistakable greed. I need to get a sample back for research. If I can unravel its mysteries, all previous studies on immortality can be completely overturned. At a glance from Uchiha Obito, he swiftly made hand signs to release the impure world reincarnation technique. In the center of the battlefield, the figure of Senju Hashirama transformed into motes of light and scattered with the wind. Hashirama! Uchiha Madara stepped forward, his Rinnegan flickering with flames. Go to the Pure Land with peace of mind. Watch closely. I will personally reshape this ninja world from within the light. Hashirama's final words of reluctance echoed. True peace is not achieved through oppression, but through understanding. Madara, I will always keep an eye on you. The words of the dead are worthless. Madara scoffed, his back like a mountain, steady and resolute. A brief silence enveloped the battlefield. In the next moment, Madara's gaze fell upon a body on the ground with a shattered mask. Uchiha Obito. The Rinnegan flickered slightly. Fragmented memories surged into his mind like a tide. Obito infiltrated Kirigakure, controlling the blood mist alone, bringing the entire upper echelon under his control. But due to personal grievances, he lost control, turning Kirigakure into a purgatory, the name of the blood mist spreading like wildfire, the plan becoming tarnished. What a waste. Madara spoke coldly, his tone filled with disappointment and mockery. Clearly, he was just following the game I set up, yet he even messed this up. He slowly approached the body, looking down at the familiar yet strange face. You claimed it was for that girl, but you didn't even grasp the significance of her sacrifice. The new world is not for mourning. It is for reshaping. Madara's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he flicked his sleeve and turned away. What a pity. If you could be a little more like me, perhaps you would still hold some value. 2 days later, Hidden Rain Village, Akatsuki Base. Once a secretive and deadly base, now it resembled a site of apocalyptic destruction. The ground shattered and collapsed. Mud mixed with scorched earth, fragments of ruined buildings scattered everywhere. As if a ferocious beast had swept through the battlefield. Nagato and Conan initially showed expressions of sorrow. But after the arrival of the Leaf Village's construction team, led by Yamato, their mood gradually settled. Uchiha Obito secretly used Black Zetsu's yin-yang release power, quietly enhancing Yamato's abilities, allowing him to quickly reshape the terrain. In just 2 days, the main building of the base was already rebuilt, with Yamato standing silently not far away, sweat beading on his forehead as he continued to perform techniques. This level of efficiency left the returning Akatsuki members astonished. Hey, Scorpion Senpai, what happened here? Deidara crossed his arms, looking around with disbelief. A battle. Scorpion's voice remained cold and steady, his gaze fixed on the scorched marks on the ground, indicating a fierce battle. Such a scale of destruction. Is the leader truly that powerful? Kisame grinned, his shark-like teeth glinting. What a lively place. The evil god will surely love the smell of blood here. Haydn, clutching his trident, paced excitedly around the ruins like a beast scenting its prey. Shut up. You're so noisy. Kakuzu frowned, casting a cold glance at Haydn. At that moment, a deep voice came from his side. It seems only the leader can take revenge for this blood feud. Everyone turned to see a new face standing among them, his expression grim. He was none other than the former elite of Konoha, Asuma Sarutobi. Oh, didn't he expect it to be you? Kisame grinned. A survivor of the Sarutobi clan? Survivor? Asuma gritted his teeth, anger and killing intent surging in his eyes. I was merely away on a mission. And when I returned, my clan was slaughtered and I was wanted. All of this is because of that bastard Uchiha Obito. The atmosphere froze momentarily. Don't worry. Haydn spoke slowly. The current leader is far stronger than any ninja you've ever seen. His goals are beyond mere revenge. Asuma fell silent for a moment, emotions swirling in his eyes, and finally nodded slowly. Then let me see if the path he walks is worth my life to follow. Meanwhile, Kakuzu had been staring intently at Asuma. That face, once high on the black market's wanted list, was deeply etched in his memory. This guy is bounty isn't a small sum. He thought to himself, his gaze growing slightly cold. If it weren't for wanting to pull Haydn in, he probably would have already made a move, taking Asuma's head to exchange for that hefty bounty. Oof. There will be opportunities sooner or later. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed through Kakuzu's mind, but he soon returned to calmness. At that moment, paper began to flutter in the sky. Conan slowly descended from the air, her figure tall, her paper wings shining like snow in the sunlight, exuding a chilling and cold aura. She landed and scanned the crowd with an indifferent gaze, speaking calmly. Has everyone gathered? A few of the new members showed surprise. She is the leader? A woman? Haydn scratched his head in astonishment, while Deidara widened his eyes at Conan, his tone filled with doubt. No, the leader should be arriving soon, right? White Tiger? Zuki ZZ spoke respectfully, slightly bowing his head. Conan did not respond, merely nodded gently, then slowly turned, her gaze directed toward a high platform in the base. He.S. here. Step, 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 step. The sound of footsteps drew closer, steady and powerful, like the beating of war drums. Everyone turned to look in that direction. Two figures emerged from the interplay of light and shadow. The first was clad in a long black robe, the collar slightly raised, his face cold and severe, exuding an air of aloofness. Beside him stood another in red armor, arms crossed behind his back, black hair cascading like a waterfall, his gaze looking down with an air of superiority over the masses. That is, you are. Kakuzu's pupils constricted, his voice slightly unsteady. Uchiha Madara? This exclamation caused many of the new members to change their expressions drastically. Even Scorpion and Kisame furrowed their brows slightly, shock appearing in their eyes. This name had long since vanished from the legends of the ninja world, yet his reputation remained an indelible terror. How was this possible? Was Madara along? Uchiha Madara stepped forward slowly, his eyes filled with disdain, so weak. Fortunately, you are now standing on the right side. His voice was calm, but the pressure it exerted felt like mountains and seas collapsing, instantly silencing everyone. Chapter 50. Fish that escaped the net on the high platform. Uchiha Ye stood with his hands behind his back, his cold eyes like knives, looking down at the crowd below. His deep voice seemed to come from the abyss, like a sharp blade cutting through the air, carrying an undeniable pressure. From today onwards, Akatsuki is no longer a loose coalition of hired individuals. His tone was calm, yet every word carried an irresistible power. We are the blade that tears apart the hypocritical peace of the ninja world. Before his words fell, his gaze was cold and merciless, as if to pierce through the souls of everyone present. My goal is the true unification of the ninja world. He paused for a moment, scanning the crowd, his words like thunder rolling down, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. Those who resist will be eliminated. Order will be reshaped, and you all will be the executors. Before he finished speaking, a harsh laugh broke the oppressive atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Do you really think of yourself as a god? Haydn threw his head back and laughed mockingly. Before he could finish, a cold and sharp voice fell from the void. Shut up. It was Uchiha Madara. In the next moment, Haydn's body crashed violently into the ground, blood mist splattering. He looked up in terror, only to see those cold eyes that resembled death itself. What are you? Haydn's lips trembled, and he fell silent. The scene fell into silence, with only the sound of heartbeats violently crashing in their chests. Uchiha Ye's gaze fell on the crowd. Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma frowned. You are. The fish that escaped from the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Ye stepped down from the platform, his voice dripping with menace. Asuma roared and charged forward, swinging his chakra blade down with force. However, the air trembled, and Ye's figure vanished. The next moment, Asuma knelt on the ground, spitting blood, his chakra blade shattered. A hand piercing through his chest. Those who deserve to die, I never leave alive. Blood stained the ground, and silence enveloped the surroundings. As if even the air had frozen. That hand was both a warning and an irrefutable verdict. Scorpion slightly lowered his head, his tone deep. Understood, leader. Kisame licked his teeth, smiling meaningfully. Lord Ye, truly more terrifying than the rumors. Haiden's face turned pale, muttering, Lord, evil god. You should see this too, right? At this moment, Konan stepped forward, her paper wings slightly unfurled, her gaze firm. From today onwards, he is the first leader of Akatsuki. Uchiha Ye. Uchiha Ye stepped back onto the high platform, and the crowd averted their gazes. He would not walk alone. Before they could react, a deep, thunderous whisper came from behind. It was Madara. Uchiha Madara stood with his hands behind his back, his robes billowing without wind, his voice ancient and cold. From now on, I will assist you in taking full control of Akatsuki as an advisor. Hearing this, no one dared to speak up again. Scorpion's heart trembled slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching. Yet he did not speak. In the past, he still had some pride, but now he could only bow his head in front of the two Uchiha. Kisame licked his lips. The leader is Ye. The advisor is Madara. This game is getting more and more exciting. Haiden swallowed hard, finally understanding that Akatsuki at this moment was no longer that hunter organization, but rather a complete revolution. Even Kakuzu lowered his head expressionlessly, secretly sighing. If these two join forces, the old debts of the ninja world may truly be settled one day. At this moment, the members of Akatsuki no longer whispered to each other. For the first time, everyone truly fell silent. In the solemnity, only the sound of the wind brushed against their clothes. Uchiha Ye stood quietly on the high platform, his gaze sharp, his robes billowing. Asuma's corpse was still warm, the blood not yet dry, and the crowd remained silent. One exciting performance. Deidara, however, was as excited as ever, his mouth grinning as if he had just enjoyed an artistic feast. Asuma's death was very explosive, but not enough. Explosive, he raised his finger and snapped it lightly. Next time, let me do it. I will make him explode in the air. That's what art deserves. Madara opened his eyes and coldly snorted, his voice like a cold blade. Don't confuse bombs with art, brat. Deidara froze, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. But he still murmured and withdrew his finger. Kakuzu stood silently in place for a long time, finally raising his eyes, slowly sweeping over the still warm corpse. A flicker of complexity flashed in his eyes, like a forgotten memory buried behind money, but he ultimately did not speak. He took a half step forward, his tone low, unusually restraining his sharpness. I have no objections, as long as the allocation of funds within the organization remains under my control. His voice was still hard, but it had lost the aggressive flavor of the past. He slightly bent, carrying a rare hint of respect. He knew very well that that blow was not just about killing. It was also a declaration that severed all chances. Uchiha Ye glanced at him indifferently, his tone calm, but unquestionable. Fine, financial authority will still be under your control. He paused for a moment and added, but don't forget, Akatsuki is not your financial institution. It is the blade that settles the old era. Kakuzu lowered his head, his voice crisp. Understood. At this moment, a suppressed breath sounded from behind. Haiden stood in the shadows, his face gloomy, brows furrowed, his hands subconsciously tightening around the hilt of his knife. He struggled to suppress his emotions, but could not hide the shock that arose from being caught off guard. He had just infiltrated from the border of the land of fire, expending favors and temptations, finally persuading a rogue ninja from Konoha to join Akatsuki. The original plan was for him to act as an intermediary to contact the land of fire. But who would have thought Asuma would be killed by this new leader before he even made a formal appearance? Clean, swift, and without rebuttal. That strike was too fast, so fast that he did not even have time to awaken his instinct to stop it. For the first time, he realized this youth is more dangerous than Uchiha Madara. Madara is a god of war, a monster, a deterrent. And the youth in front of him, named Uchiha Ye, is the blade itself, offering no warnings, only results. Haiden lowered his head, his tone hoarse, containing a hint of repression and unwillingness. Leader. My question. Before he could finish, Uchiha Ye had already stepped down from the high platform, his gaze landing on him, his tone calm, yet piercing to the depths of his soul. You have no question, Haydn. Just a misjudgment. This is not your fault. He was unworthy. Haydn trembled, the tension on his face slowly relaxing, and he quietly said, Understood. Uchiha Ye turned to the crowd, suddenly speaking coldly. There is one more thing. From today onwards, Akatsuki will add one more member. He waved his sleeve, and a figure stepped out from the shadows. It was a red-haired youth, his expression calm, his steps like floating leaves in the wind, yet carrying an inexplicable steadiness. The newly awakened Nagato. Uchiha Ye looked at the crowd, his tone icy. From today onwards, Nagato will be responsible for the reconstruction and expansion of the organization's intelligence network. He will take over Akatsuki's external ears, contacts, and reconnaissance agencies. Anyone with objections, speak now. There was silence in the crowd. Nagato slightly nodded, his face composed, standing beside Uchiha Ye. At this moment, there was no longer the hypocritical god of pain, only a true awakened one. Uchiha Ye calmly withdrew his gaze, standing on the high platform, the cold wind blowing and the killing intent still lingering. The crowd stood with bowed heads, as if waiting for a true deity to descend. Akatsuki has changed. Chapter 51. Rewriting the script of this world, Conan spread her wings like paper, resembling a cold hawk surveying the battlefield from a high vantage point. Her expression calm and unruffled, with only her icy blue eyes glimmering with a chilling light in the dim candlelight. She slowly scanned each member of the Akatsuki present, her voice low yet clear, like a blade gently slicing through the surface of water. I have just received a confidential report. As her words fell, the air seemed to freeze instantly. She paused, her gaze darkening, a hint of deep undercurrents passing through her brows, before returning to normal. Her tone remained unchanged, calm yet laced with an undeniable weight. The border funding chain managed by Kaksu, confirmed by the spy network set up by Sasori in the Land of Wind, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure have secretly formed an alliance. She slowly surveyed the crowd, her paper wings slightly unfurling, the chakra in the air seeming to ripple in response. The tense atmosphere almost suffocating. Her voice was like a call from the depths of the ocean. Cold and undeniable, the joint forces of Sunagakure and Iwagakure will arrive at our southern border within 3 days, with a clear target, the Konoha outpost. Conan paused slightly, her icy tone adding an extra layer of pressure. According to the intelligence, they're bringing the Jinchuriki from the village. At this statement, everyone's expression froze. Even those seasoned in battle felt their gazes sharpen, as if their murderous intent was being gradually awakened. She took a deep breath and continued. Kirigakure will launch support from the water's flank. She paused again and added, before his death, the fourth Mizukage broke free from the illusion control and personally handed over the tailed beast seal to Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei, who has officially assumed the position of fifth Mizukage, has responded to the alliance at the first opportunity. As her words ended, the room fell into a dead silence, as if all sound had been swallowed by darkness. Conan's gaze slowly shifted to the figure standing in the shadows of the corner. Uchiha Ye? Uchiha Ye stepped out from the shadows, his eyes indifferent, as if nothing captured his attention. His voice was deep, his tone like a decree good. He lifted his head, a smile appearing. Yet it was cold and bloodthirsty, just what we need, tailed beasts. They're delivering themselves right to our door. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere tightened suddenly, like dry firewood igniting at a single spark. Uchiha Ye slowly ascended to the high platform, his dark robe swirling without wind. He looked down from above, like a god of judgment, his voice not loud, but resonating deeply. If the ninja world wants to ally with the tailed beasts to break the deadlock, then let them each put the tailed beasts in coffins. His gaze swept like a blade, ultimately landing on Sasori. Sasori, infiltrate the Iwagakure and Sunagakure front lines and lock onto the Jinchuriki's whereabouts. I want every movement monitored, not a single detail overlooked. Sasori nodded slightly, his voice cold as a machine. The puppets have infiltrated everywhere. Their breaths and steps are all under control. Uchiha Ye turned to the side, his gaze falling on Deidara. Deidara, assist Sasori. After making contact with the enemy, detonate the battlefield immediately. Deidara's laughter was sharp, his eyes manic. Haha, art should burst forth at that moment. They will witness the true meaning of ultimate explosion. Huh. The firelight illuminated his twisted smile, resembling a priest of hell. Uchiha Ye's expression remained unchanged as he continued issuing orders. Kaku's, Haydn, Orochimaru, secure the perimeter and monitor the movements of the ninja coalition. If any fish slip through the net, Kill them without mercy. The three accepted their orders silently, a hint of killing intent emerging. Haiden no longer displayed the rebellious demeanor he had earlier. He licked his lips, his eyes reddening. The ninja coalition. Is the altar prepared for Lord of Evil? I want them to scream and offer their hearts. Before he finished speaking, a trace of bloody chakra fluctuations emerged in the air. Uchiha Ye ignored the deranged Haiden and slowly looked at the last two. Kisame, JZ, head to Kirigakure. Take my clone and ensure that this so-called assassination squad has no return. Kisame grinned, a sinister smile spreading. The underwater is a perfect grave. Yes, JZ answered solemnly. Uchiha Ye continued to arrange. Konin, Nagato, guard the second front line. Support and redeploy. If anything changes, notify me immediately. Nagato nodded silently, steady as a mountain. Understood. The divinity of his past had dissipated with the Rinnegan, but now he resembled an awakened giant, his power heavier and more real. Uchiha Ye slowly walked to the center of the discussion table, his footsteps echoing in the silence like a bell tolling. Everyone's gaze was drawn to him, the air seeming to solidify at that moment. He lifted his gaze, his pitch-black eyes reflecting the entire battlefield of the ninja world. You, he spoke steadily, each word clear, like iron forged into a blade, are responsible for the hunt. His voice was not loud, yet it seemed to seep an invisible power into the hearts of everyone present, stirring an instinctive reverence. In that moment, every member of the Akatsuki felt an irrepressible will, not a command, but a judgment. He slowly raised his hand beneath his cloak, black curse markings flickering in and out of view, as if the abyss that devours light was marked by fate. I am Madara. He paused, his voice suddenly deepening, as if it came from the bottom of the abyss, revealing a chilling determination and coldness, are responsible for the end. As he spoke, the air seemed to freeze completely. There were no shouts, no declarations of war, only a cold, silent yet unshakable resolve. This was not a vow, but a prelude. Uchiha Ye slowly turned around, the wind lifting the corner of his black robe, like the night surging. His voice drifted from the wind. The entire ninja world is nothing but a chess game. How the pieces move, how the game unfolds, is for us to decide. He paused, his gaze penetrating layers of shadows, looking towards the battlefield that was about to be engulfed in a storm. They think that forming an alliance can shake the order. Then let them see for themselves what true power is. Since they want to deliver the tailed beast to us, we shall accept. His tone was calm, yet carried a hint of almost indifferent mockery. This was not disdain, but a complete disregard for the opponent's level. His figure stood before the Akatsuki members, his back proud and stern. In the next moment, the meeting concluded. Madara rose from his high seat, his robe fluttering slightly. His eyes, seeming to have witnessed the passage of history, fell on Uchiha Ye, a hint of an elusive cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You, my friend. Madara began lightly, his tone still arrogant, are becoming more and more like me. Uchiha Ye did not respond, only softly said, because I have long since surpassed you. Madara raised an eyebrow, the battle intent and smile in his eyes intertwining, yet he did not argue. He turned around, his cloak billowing, a whisper like a period breaking the silence. Then let the two of us rewrite the script of this world. Chapter 52. Dragging Konoha into the quagmire. At the border of the Land of Wind, the night was as dark as ink, pressing heavily upon the earth. The campfire flickered its light dim, outlining the silhouettes of the allied ninjas, silent and menacing. The night wind swept through, bringing a hint of chill. But the people in the camp remained oblivious. A formless web of secrets was quietly being woven. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, sat upright in a simple wooden chair. His stature small, yet his presence steady. His gaze pierced through the firelight, staring intently at the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, across from him. Terumi Mei had not only dispatched elite forces from the Hidden Mist to provide flank support, but had also personally come to the Land of Wind, demonstrating the determination of the Hidden Mist village to eliminate Konoha. The Uchiha clan's knight had assassinated the daimyo of the Land of Fire and swept through the Hidden Cloud and the Land of Lightning with his shadow clone technique. Such reckless deeds left the daimyos of various countries feeling uneasy. Thus, they spared no expense to allocate resources, aiming to eliminate what they saw as the Uchiha heresy, a near-demonic presence in their eyes. This led to the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Water secretly plotting when forming their alliance. Once Konoha fell, they would divide the remaining forces and resources among themselves. In terms of qualifications and prestige, Inoki was undoubtedly the commander of this alliance. Raza looked at Terumi Mei and couldn't help but murmur, I didn't expect that your fourth Mizukage has been under Jinjutsu all along. Has the mastermind behind this been identified? Terumi Mei nodded slightly, her eyes filled with barely concealed hatred. Lord Shizuma mentioned before his death that before he was controlled, he saw a pair of Sharingan. Damn, those Konoha bastards. Terumi Mei roared, her voice laced with piercing hatred. That era of blood mist had long become a shame for the hidden mist. In a ninja academy, young children were forced to kill each other. The blades were not aimed at enemies, but at classmates, friends, even brothers. Only those who could kill their companions could graduate and become ninjas. This was the system, and it was also a slaughterhouse. During those days, the hidden mist was drenched in blood, hatred spreading to every inch of land. The entire village almost hated the fourth Mizukage, Shizuma, to the bone. It wasn't just the ninjas. Even merchants dared not approach this village. If goods didn't arrive, heads would roll first. No matter how high the profits, no one was willing to gamble their lives. The name Blood Mist became a code that struck fear into everyone. But now, the truth had surfaced. Shizuma was no longer himself. As the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, he should have been the protector of the village. But one day, he had been quietly manipulated. He was a puppet, and the one controlling him was that masked man with the Sharingan, a monster that could toy with shadows. Sharingan. Inoki frowned, slowly repeating. That belongs to Konoha's Uchiha clan. The three of them wore serious expressions, falling into silence for a long time. Originally, they thought Konoha's internal strife would be a stroke of unexpected fortune, mutual destruction, a power vacuum, a chance to seize the opportunity. However, things did not go as planned. Konoha had indeed turned on itself, but it was the upper echelons that had died, and the power had shifted to an even more uncontrollable entity, Uchiha Yoru. Moreover, according to intelligence estimates, there might be another Uchiha hidden within Konoha capable of controlling shadow-level powerhouses at any time. That was the truly terrifying part. If only the Reikage were still alive. Inoki sighed inwardly. If the Reikage were around, he would have definitely been the first to rush into Konoha. Although Awagakure and Kumogakure had a long-standing feud, at this moment, Inoki found himself missing that Reikage who would storm in and punch all four Kages. That way, they could watch from the sidelines and take advantage of the chaos. However, Uchiha Yoru had completely shattered this fantasy. He had wiped out the upper echelons of Kumogakure, leaving only a few willing to submit. The enemy was not only powerful, but also highly strategic and decisive. This young man named Uchiha Yoru was extremely strong, and against him, we must be cautious. Inoki's tone was steady, but his words were merely the platitudes of a seasoned politician. He knew very well, at this moment, the Allied forces had reached 10,000, and with the hidden mist reinforcements, the total exceeded 13,000, excluding the nightmares he had seen in his youth. Otherwise, no matter how strong a ninja was, they could not face 10,000 alone. Even Uchiha Yoru was ultimately flesh and blood. Moreover, this time, the three villages had brought their own Jinchuriki. As long as they could trap him, stall him, exhaust him, victory would eventually belong to them. This time, Konoha would undoubtedly be breached by us. Raza turned back to look, his tone firm. In his eyes, this was not just a war. It was a gamble that must be won. It was well known that Sunagakure was poor, truly poor. The harsh desert climate had crippled agriculture, and the industrial base was weak, causing the overall strength of the ninja village to decline. To maintain the title of one of the 5 great nations, Raza could only keep pouring limited funds into the research of tailed beast weapons, which ended up draining the national treasury. Even maintaining normal operations had become a problem. He had to use his alchemical-like abilities to personally refine sand gold to secure funding, even in his position as Kazekage. Worse still, his status as Kazekage was not stable. In the past, to stabilize the situation, he had betrayed the village's hero, Yakura, and forced the young Gaara to become a Jinchuriki, which sparked strong discontent within the village. Support for him was dwindling, while opposition grew louder. This time, the daimyo of the Land of Wind had rarely allocated a large sum, fighting with their backs against the wall. Raza had no retreat. He had to win, even if it meant turning Konoha into ruins. Terumi Mai nodded, her voice cold. According to the plan, the Hidden Mist Assassination Unit will first launch a surprise attack on Konoha's rear. Then our main forces will borrow a path through the Land of Rain and directly invade Konoha's heart. The Land of Rain, huh? Inoki's eyes lit up slightly. That place was familiar to him. The Land of Rain appeared neutral, but in reality, it had long been infiltrated by various forces. becoming the largest gray area in the ninja world. And he, Inoki, was one of the earliest Kages to dare invest in this black market ninja village. Years ago, he had reached an agreement with a mysterious organization, using money in exchange for action. This organization did not belong to any country, had no background, and did not abide by morality, but as long as the money was right, they would dare to kill even shadow-level figures. The Akatsuki organization. Intelligence gathering, assassination, infiltration. Many matters inconvenient for a Wagakure were handled by this organization. He had even arranged for the rogue ninja Deidara to join them, establishing a covert connection for mutual benefit. It seems there is an organization in that place. Inoki's lips curled slightly, as if speaking to himself. Next to him, Raza's expression shifted, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Akatsuki? He spoke lightly. As the Kazekage, he certainly knew of this organization, because the rogue ninja Sasori from Sunagakure was one of its members. Once upon a time, he had no time to deal with this organization named Akatsuki, but now, perhaps it was time to consider utilizing it, if they could use them to kill. He spoke in a low tone, his voice laced with calculation. Terumi May did not speak. She was unfamiliar with the Akatsuki organization, only knowing that their rogue ninjas, like Kisame and the members of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, had defected to join it. The three exchanged brief glances. After a moment of silence, Inoki nodded. Once we reach the land of rain, the allied forces won't intervene. We will directly hire the Akatsuki to gather intelligence on Konoha. We will send our troops while they infiltrate, one open and one hidden. Since Konoha has produced Uchiha Ye, we should also use all means to drag Konoha into the quagmire. Chapter 53. The Steps of Akatsuki, the Rhythm of Death. The ninja allied forces swiftly cross the border, quietly stepping onto the land of rain. This place is shrouded in clouds and rain all year round, originally sparsely populated, but now it is eerily quiet. Yuki gazed ahead, his expression increasingly grave. It's too quiet. It shouldn't be like this. It's like, Conan slowly spoke, a deliberately emptied battlefield. Heavy rock technique. Before her words fell, Yuki suddenly soared into the sky. Amidst the churning clouds, a white shadow broke through the mist. A gigantic clay bird soared in the sky, its wings flapping, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. It's Deidara, Yuki roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Yo, old man, long time no see. Deidara sat cross-legged on the bird's back, a signature frenzied smile on his face. You old bones are really persistent, aren't you? You just had to come here, huh? Conan looked up, her eyes slightly narrowing. At that moment, the branches and leaves in the forest stirred, and a faint sound seemed to herald something. Several figures appeared in succession. Scorpion, draped in the Akatsuki's dark red cloud robe, slowly approached. Conan stood high above, her paper wings unfurling, paper pieces fluttering in the wind. Kakuzu crossed his arms, coldly surveying the allied forces. Orochimaru had a smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze chilling, his aura strange. Haiden was laughing excitedly. And at the forefront was Nagato. Though he had lost the Rinnegan, his aura still captivated the soul. Conan's eyes narrowed slightly, and she whispered, "The Akatsuki organization." "It seems so," Yuki said in a deep voice, "but something feels off." The members of Akatsuki were also surveying the allied forces. Nagato slowly closed his eyes. The unique perception ability of the Uzumaki clan being released, instantly capturing the target within the team. Opening his eyes, his voice was low and cold. "Good. The Jinchuriki are all here." He stepped forward, his voice echoing across the dead land of rain. "So, are you ready to welcome a greeting from Akatsuki?" In the next moment, the battle suddenly erupted. In the sky, Deidara had thrown out several clay bombs, laughing hoarsely. "Art is explosion!" Boom! White light erupted. The explosion tore apart large areas of the forest. Flames and debris soared into the sky, and the allied forces immediately scattered to evade. Water release, hidden mist technique. Conan acted quickly, thick fog enveloping the front line, concealing the movements of the allied forces. But suddenly, there was an unusual sound in the mist. A flash of silver light. Scorpion's puppet turned into an afterimage, quietly sneaking into the fog, and in an instant, several poison needles shot out, accurately striking a sand-hidden Jonin, who fell to the ground, convulsing. Damn! Heavy rock technique. Yuki pressed down on the clay bird, and Deidara maneuvered the flying bird to swiftly ascend, narrowly avoiding it. Conan, isolate them. Understood. Countless pieces of paper fluttered, quickly constructing a blockade zone, completely severing the front line from the rear like a cage. Kakuzu had already launched an attack, his masked puppets floating around, unleashing continuous bombardments of fire, wind, and lightning ninjutsu like divine punishment. Haiden laughed wildly, swinging his scythe, as if he were the embodiment of death, harvesting lives. You are one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, Orochimaru? A middle-ranked ninja from the allied forces stared wide-eyed. Orochimaru licked his lips and chuckled lightly. Recognized me? In the next second, his figure transformed into a long snake, suddenly piercing through the defense line, biting towards that middle-ranked ninja. Nagato was also closing in step by step. Although he had lost the Rinnegan and could no longer use its ocular techniques, this body, refined by yin-yang release, was now proficient in 5 elemental ninjutsu. Still a threat that could not be ignored on the battlefield. Universal. Cough. He chuckled softly. It can't be used anymore. But he formed hand seals, fire bursting forth from his palms, his tone calm, yet chilling. Fire release. Fireball. Wind release. Gale wave. The scorching flames, enhanced by wind release, emitted a deadly temperature, rolling like a dragon towards the front line. Several jonin were instantly caught, engulfed by the flames, ash sticking to their bodies, igniting severe burns, with screams rising one after another. Water release. Water dragon tornado technique. He shifted his palm, instantly drawing moisture from the ground, trapping several ninjas attempting to break through in a water tornado, then suddenly contracting. Bang! The water prison exploded into water blades, slicing everything apart. This guy, how can he use so many types of ninjutsu so skillfully? A sand-hidden ninja gasped in shock. Lightning release. Lightning serpent. He slammed his hand to the ground. The lightning extending, a lightning serpent bursting from the earth, moving swiftly across the ground in the blink of an eye, capturing the sensing team hiding in the back. Magnet release. Gold sand explosion. Rasha raised his hand. The sand and gold on the ground surged violently, transforming into a torrent, sweeping towards Nagato. But earth release. Earth flow wall. Nagato had already seen through the intention, and several rock pillars rose from the ground, firmly blocking the torrent of sand and gold, not moving an inch. The transitions between his ninjutsu were almost seamless, perfectly connected. Konan gritted her teeth, a serious expression in her eyes, suddenly shouting, "Stop probing. This is a tough battle. Everyone, full attack." The Akatsuki organization gathered for the first time, momentum like a raging tide. This battle had already turned the battlefield into a true hell. Facing the full-on assault of Akatsuki, a storm swept across the battlefield, the earth trembling. In midair, Yuki shouted angrily, "Let me handle this." His figure trembled, his hand gestures reversed, and a triangular cube suddenly took shape. Dust release. Original realm separation technique. Dust release pierced through the sky, dazzling white light tearing through the atmosphere, directly targeting the advancing routes of Kakuzu and Scorpion. The space seemed to be instantaneously sliced. Large areas of the surface stripped into nothingness, forcibly tearing apart Akatsuki's frontline rhythm. Meanwhile, Rasha suddenly knelt and pressed against the ground. Chakra surging. The sand and gold surged like mountains, intertwining and dancing, constructing a heavy barrier in the air, cutting off the suppression between Konan and Nagato. The sand flowed like a wall, with no gaps. Konan then cleared a path with boil release, exhaling a thick mist, acidic vapor spreading across the battlefield, melting metal and evaporating paper flowers. The 3 shadows surrounded, dust release, magnet release, and boil release forming a triangular formation, erecting an almost unbreakable iron wall on the front. Behind, the allied forces composed of Awakens and Sunagakure quickly deployed their response. Chiyo personally manipulated 10 puppets to guard the middle line, while the Awakens side took the lead. The sand-hidden puppet forces had also begun to set traps, sealing off the terrain. The battle situation temporarily stabilized, but the sense of oppression did not diminish in the slightest, because that red shadow was still advancing step by step. Nagato's 5 elemental rotations. Like a god descending to earth, every strike was incredibly precise, hitting the weakest points of the allied forces' defenses. And behind him, Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Scorpion, and Konan each displayed their killing intent, working together as seamlessly as a weapon system. The steps of Akatsuki are the rhythm of death. Chapter 54. This is just the beginning. The Akatsuki's offensive surged like a tidal wave, and the allied forces found themselves in a bitter struggle. In just a few moments, the casualties were heavy, blood staining the ground. Noki looked at the wreckage scattered everywhere and the retreating ninjas, his chest heaving violently as he roared. Bastards! Two tall figures burst forth from the rear of the allied forces, their chakra surging like a tidal wave, charging straight for the center of the battlefield. Naka's gaze sharpened as he whispered, "Old Zetsu Han." The Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and Five Tails appeared, their bodies engulfed in blazing, lava-like chakra, while the other was surrounded by churning steam and rolling airwaves. Roar! With the eruption of their roar, Old Zetsu's arms were encased in magma as he slammed towards Kakuzu. Steam explosion. Han stepped onto the high-pressure steam, his form becoming a silver blur as he sliced into Scorpion's puppet army from the side. Seeking death. Kakuzu sneered, his masks flying. Lightning release, false darkness. Fire release, head heavy. Wind release, pressure damage. The three elemental ninjutsu intertwined and burst forth explosively. Lightning cracked through the air, flames surged, and fierce winds ravaged the battlefield, creating a massive explosion at the convergence of the three elemental skills, shockwaves reverberating through the air and violent gusts sweeping around. However, the power of these ninjutsu did not directly hit Old Zetsu or Han. Old Zetsu swiftly reacted, instantly forming a magma shield with the flow of chakra to withstand the attacks of fire and lightning. Meanwhile, Han unleashed more tailed beast chakra, creating a steam shield that significantly weakened the impact of the wind release attack. God's paper jutsu. At the same time, Konan unfurled her paper wings in the air, calmly raising her hand as thousands of paper blades flew out, densely covering Kakuzu and Scorpion like a meteor shower. Don't linger in battle. Tirumi Mai shouted angrily. Her lips slightly parted as she exhaled mist. Boil release, skillful mist technique. Scalding acidic mist surged forth, forcing Konan to retreat quickly. The paper blades scorched by the heat of the mist, some disintegrating rapidly. Old Zetsu's body suddenly sank, using the force of the ground to punch out, instantly pushing Kakuzu back, the residual waves of lightning and flames tearing through the air, the shock wave kicking up dust from the ground. Magnet release, gold sand lockdown. Rashi slammed his hand to the ground, and the gold sand formed blades, locking the puppet strings from both sides and forcibly severing Scorpion's control. Han erupted with tailed beast chakra, kicking through several puppets. At this moment, Gaara slowly stepped out from the sand village formation, his young body radiating killing intent. In the next instant, sand particles flowed silently, swirling around the boy. He raised his hand and lightly waved. The gourd trembled. Sand binding coffin. The sand flowed out like chains, precisely binding the two masks that Kakuzu had sent flying. Sands of funeral. Crack. The sand suddenly constricted, crushing the two masks. Little brat. Kakuzu's expression turned grim, a cold smile appearing beneath his mask. Magnet release. Gold sand lockdown. Rashi slammed his palm onto the ground. The gold sand intertwined with Gaara's yellow sand, and two sand dragons coiled tightly around Kakuzu. The three shadows and the two Jinchuriki launched a fierce attack together, finally slightly suppressing the Akatsuki organization, forcing them to retreat several dozen meters. The ninjas from Awakens and Sunagakure seized the opportunity to launch an assault, the sounds of hand seals rising and falling. Various ninjutsu intertwined into a surging sea of techniques, trying to suppress the Akatsuki's front line. With the support of several powerful fighters, the battlefield gradually stabilized, and the Allied forces finally built a solid defense, temporarily entering a stalemate. But in the next moment, the Akatsuki suddenly halted their offensive. The wind became tense, as if some massive pressure was approaching. In the sky, dark clouds roiled. The earth seemed to hum. Two figures slowly walked into the battlefield from a distance. The former was clad in battle armor, his expression cold, strands of hair swept across his forehead, and a pair of deep, penetrating Rinnegan stared ahead, as if seeing through all life and death. Uchiha Madara. His gaze was indifferent, as if looking down upon the world. Beside him was a slightly slender figure, with long hair hanging to his shoulders, wearing a black cloak that fluttered in the wind. Uchiha Bido. Madara, you really couldn't hold back again. Watching these small fish and shrimp entangle is truly annoying. Madara stepped forward, chakra surging like a flood, causing the air pressure in the world to suddenly collapse, as if even the air was stripped away. Boom! The violent wind exploded, and sand and stones flew. At that moment when this oppressive force surged, Noki in midair suddenly widened his eyes, his body pausing as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. He stared intently at that familiar yet unbelievable figure, his voice hoarse with profound fear and disbelief. That is impossible. How can it be him? His eyelids trembled, lips dry. He almost exerted all his strength to shout that name. Uchiha Madara! This shout seemed to strike the earth like thunder, instantly reverberating across the entire battlefield. What? Who did he say? Uchiha Madara? That legendary reaper of the ninja world? The ninja allied forces erupted into an uproar, countless gazes turning towards the man slowly entering the battlefield. The battlefield fell silent for several seconds. The next moment, a tide of fear spread from the crowd. How? How is this possible? He was supposed to be dead long ago. That is, an existence that stood alongside the first Hokage. If it really is him, can we really win? Those ninjas who had been filled with courage and determination now wore expressions filled with doubt and fear. They were not afraid of battle, but instinctively terrified, facing a man who should only exist in the legends of the ninja world. The legend had now become reality. The members of the Akatsuki, who had been fiercely battling the ninja allied forces, now chose to retreat. Madara walked forward step by step, as if a deity had descended to the mortal realm. The battlefield had unknowingly transformed into a stage. Just some rotten fish and shrimp. Madara glanced at them, his eyes cold, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. He crossed his arms, his Rinnegan surveying the surroundings like a deity. His gaze slowly swept towards the densely packed allied soldiers ahead, and he frowned slightly, as if looking at a swarm of ants. The enemy I was looking forward to is just this, he whispered softly, as if to himself, or perhaps pronouncing a judgment. Immediately, a cold arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. His gaze sharp as a knife. Then I want to see if you mortals can dance. Boom! Madara raised his right hand, his Rinnegan spinning violently, terrifying chakra exploding like a storm, shooting up into the sky. The sky immediately rolled, as if responding to his will. Heavenly obstruction. Shock of the stars. As the words fell, the world seemed to fall into a silent vacuum. The next moment, everyone felt the daylight dim suddenly, a massive shadow abruptly blocking the sun. That was not a cloud. It was a meteor, a gigantic rock covering half the sky, descending with a suffocating pressure. What the hell is that? Is that a meteor? No, it's impossible. What kind of chakra would it take to do this? The ninja allied forces instantly fell into panic, as if the entire battlefield had turned into a valley of death in that moment. Defense. Quickly, set up the defensive barrier. Noki shouted hoarsely, but his voice seemed incredibly small amidst the thunderous roar of the heavens collapsing. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. Winds whipped up the dust. Countless ninjas looked up at the sky, but only saw the shadow of death approaching. And in Madara's eyes, there was not a shred of pity. This is just the beginning. Chapter 55, you said. It's over? Boom! At that moment, it felt as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The meteorite fell from the clouds with a thunderous roar, compressing the very air to the point of distortion, the explosive sound resonating throughout the world. The allied ninja forces of Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure had nowhere to escape. Block it with sand, Rasha shouted angrily, and the golden sand iron surged forth like a tidal wave, quickly weaving into multiple layers of metallic barriers, merging with the barrier techniques of Sunagakure's Jonin, forming a flowing bulwark that spanned the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, the ninja from Iwagakure were also unwilling to back down, using earth release techniques to combine yellow earth with other Iwagakure ninjas, creating a towering wall of earth and stone that stood like a mountain. Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. Noki soared into the air, quickly ascending to the height of the meteorite, extending his hands to touch it, instantly changing its mass and reducing its weight. He guided this change above the defensive line, attempting to lessen the impact of the meteorite. However, facing this massive meteorite, even with its weight significantly reduced, the powerful force of impact could not be completely resisted. Boom! The meteorite crashed heavily against the defensive barrier formed by the combined efforts of Sunagakure and Iwagakure, shaking the barrier violently, sending sand, iron, and rock fragments flying, as if the sky was splitting apart. In the end, this line of defense could not withstand it, producing a loud noise before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Can't, hold it back, Rasha roared, desperately trying to resist with sand iron, but the tremors of the earth made it nearly impossible for him to steady himself. Retreat. With the order given, all the ninjas quickly fell back. Despite their best efforts, they could not reverse the outcome in the face of this disaster that felt like the end of the world. Exploding rocks and shattered chakra waves swept in all directions, The ground cracked deeply, and flying stones rained down, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. At this moment, Tsurumime, with her battle robe billowing, looked up at the sky, her expression stern, her eyes radiating a chilling aura. Three Tails' first form. As her words fell, a tsunami-like wave of water release chakra erupted, and water jets collided head-on with the falling meteorite, creating towering waves. At the same time, other Jinchuriki also unleashed their powers. Tailed Beast Transformation, first stage. The Jinchuriki from Sunagakure and Iwagakure released their chakra cloaks, steam and crimson chakra intertwining on the ground, forming a powerful opposing field. Various ninjutsu poured forth like a flood, lightning crackled, flames soared, and surged towards the sky. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the meteorite that obscured the sky was finally forcibly intercepted just dozens of meters above the ground, instantly cracking and shattering. However, the explosive aftermath swept in all directions, tearing apart the land within a kilometer, flying stones raining down, the air thick with the stench of blood. Quickly retreat. Everyone fall back to the rear barrier. Medical team. The front line suffered heavy casualties, the remaining ninjas desperately retreating, cries of agony echoing, blood flowing like a river. Even so, the air of despair still lingered in the hearts of every ninja. As the order to retreat was issued, they did their utmost to preserve themselves, but the fear of the impending situation was hard to shake. Just then, everyone thought the disaster had momentarily passed. Thud. A shadow reappeared in the sky. It was not a cloud, but the second meteorite. You said, "It's over?" Uchiha Madara's tone was indifferent, as if stating a fact. His gaze deep and lifeless. Wrong now, it has just begun. The pupils of the ninjas contracted in an instant. The second one. That is, the second one? The Ninja Alliance looked up at the sky, their hearts chilling. What joke? That guy actually threw two. Is Madara a monster? The first one nearly wiped out a squad. And now another one. We're completely outmatched. Damn it. The second, even larger meteorite, slowly descended from the clouds, carrying the weight of utterly crushing their will to resist. In the distance, Uchiha Madara looked down at the battlefield, his voice calm yet chilling. True despair only becomes sweet after hope. Beside him, Uchiha Obito, draped in a dark robe, stood with arms crossed, his expression slightly raised, simply stating, "They're playing too fast, they can't hold on." At that moment, in the center of the battlefield, 4 streams of tailed beast-level chakra erupted like a volcanic eruption. Roar! 4 figures shot up from behind the front lines, the violent chakra nearly crushing the earth. One tail, Shikaku, surrounded by flowing sand, laughed maniacally. Finally, I can come out and breathe fresh air. 3 tails, Isabu, with its massive shell rolling like waves, spat bubbles. So heavy, but I can't retreat. 4 tails. Son Goku gritted his teeth and growled, his body igniting with red-hot lava. Roar. I've risked my life. I must hold it up. 5 tails, Koko, poised with its left foot. Let's go. Charge together. The 4-tailed beasts simultaneously unleashed their complete tailed beast forms. The violent chakra enveloped the battlefield. Sand, waves, lava, and storms surged together, the scene magnificent to the extreme. Use tailed beast bomb shatter it. Accompanied by their roars, the 4-tailed beasts simultaneously gathered chakra. The tailed beast balls converging in the air, for beams of light like colossal pillars of heaven violently bombarded the underside of the meteorite. Boom! The meteorite in the sky was forcibly halted for a moment, a massive crack splitting its front surface, but then it continued to slowly descend. It hasn't shattered. Quick, don't let it fall. In the center of the battlefield, the 4-tailed beasts lifted into the air, their bodies bracing directly beneath the meteorite, their arms straining to hold it up, the hot lava chakra searing the edges of the meteorite. The 3 tails rushed up to assist, its massive shell bracing against the side, its tail like chains piercing into the ground. The 1 tail charged from behind, swinging its tail, sand like a giant shield to try to disperse the impact. The 5 tails spat out steam, continuously striking the meteorite, attempting to reduce the impact force. The earth trembled, the heavens groaned, but the meteorite was too large, and even with the combined efforts of the 4-tailed beasts, they could only momentarily stall it. As the bodies of the tailed beasts began to tire, the 1-tail's sand armor cracked, the 3-tail's shell fractured, the 4-tail's knees sank into the earth, and the 5 tails left marks in the ground. At this moment, a steady voice came from the distance. fall back. Everyone looked up to see Tsuchikage Noki forming hand seals, solemnly saying, "Dust release. Original world separation technique." Boom! With Naki's eruption, an incredibly powerful dust release chakra swept out, thousands of tiny dust particles rapidly converging, surrounding the massive meteorite. The power of dust release instantly stripped away the outer layer of rock from the meteorite, most of it being instantly consumed, turning into fine dust scattered in the air, significantly weakening its impact. However, even so, the remaining meteorite was still massive and carried destructive force. The tailed beasts suddenly adjusted their formation, concentrating their remaining chakra. Tailed beast bomb, final strike. With their roar, the four-tailed beasts gathered chakra once more. The tailed beast balls forming in the air, for luminous orbs like colossal pillars of heaven simultaneously bombarded the remaining meteorite debris. Boom! The final impact completely shattered the remaining meteorite, fragments scattering like a violent rain. The sky in chaos, dust swirling, the battlefield once again becoming a terrifying wasteland. Chapter 56. Just collecting interest, Madara stood high above, looking down at the battlefield with an indifferent expression, his tone filled with disdain. Blocked? He scanned the rising dust and smoke, as if sensing a familiar chakra fluctuation, raising an eyebrow. That should be that kid from Awagakure, the two scales. A hint of sarcastic amusement crept onto his lips. Has he made something of himself? Uchiha Obito stepped forward slowly, arms crossed, his smile shallow yet exuding a chilling pressure. Resistance is merely futile. He took a step forward, his gaze sweeping over the entire ninja alliance. His voice not loud, but rumbling like thunder across the plains. Listen well, Ninja Alliance. This is your last chance. Surrender to Konoha and hand over all tailed beasts, your country. Your system, your era, has come to an end. That is, the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Obito. The iconic Indra outfit of Uchiha Obito was recognized. Gaara's face turned ashen, and he roared, "You killed the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and now you wish to enslave the entire ninja world? You are the true evil." He pointed at Uchiha Obito, his voice filled with fury. "The so-called peace you speak of is built upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It's the delusion of a madman." In the air, Inoki floated, his old body trembling slightly in the wind, yet still standing tall like a pine tree. His gaze was sharp as he looked at the two below, his tone steady yet cutting. "Uchiha Obito, you claim to want to overturn the order, but you are merely a butcher dressed in the guise of reform. And you, Uchiha Madara, what should have been a long-buried past, now wishes to rewrite the future with violence once more." He slowly raised his right hand, dirt and dust gathering into a shield, steady as a mountain. "Do you think this ninja world is so fragile that it will collapse beneath your feet? Do not forget, Senja Hashirama walked another path long before you. He was not perfect, but he once showed us that ninja can fight to protect, not merely live to kill. I will not speak of the will of fire, for that is not my faith." His eyes were resolute, his voice deep yet resonating like trembling stone. "I have my own belief, the will of stone. Steadfast, patient, protective. You may destroy bodies, tear apart systems, but you cannot obliterate the will that truly belongs to our generation on this land." He enunciated each word as if thunder erupted from compressing rock. "If you wish to turn this land into a battlefield, then start by crushing this old stone of mine." As his words fell, silence enveloped the battlefield. Madara's expression darkened suddenly, the previously indifferent cold smile freezing on his face. He looked down at Inoki, his voice icy as if crawling from the depths of hell. "Hashirama? Inoki, you say you inherit Hashirama's will?" The previously calm pupils of his eyes ignited with towering fury, an overwhelming pressure hitting like a physical force. "Do you think that Geisel can save the world? He failed. He betrayed our shared ideals. Will you take that foolish compromise, weakness, and charity for? Light? Faith? Ridiculous." Uchiha Obito merely turned his head slightly, his voice as cold as frost. "Your emotions are wavering, Madara." Madara snorted coldly, his eyes suddenly glowing red, the intent to fight in his Rinnegan erupting like a volcano. "These ignorant ants, their dying struggles are laughable." "Oomph. Just right." Uchiha Obito's gaze turned cold, his Rinnegan synchronizing. "Since they have chosen death, then let's warm up." Before his words could fade, two figures shot out like phantoms, the void shaking, as if the air itself were being torn apart. The battlefield was once again shrouded in killing intent. Crack! In the next moment, Madara charged into the enemy ranks. his figure like a shadow, his fists and feet bursting with killing intent. An elbow sent a rock ninja flying, a spinning kick shattered another sand ninja's helmet, and a knee strike crashed into the heart of the enemy ranks, blood and flesh flying. His movements were steady and swift, as if he had already anticipated all weaknesses. He suddenly formed seals, shouting, "Fire style! Great fire destruction!" A fire dragon roared out, engulfing a large swath of enemy forces, flames rolling, scorched earth spreading. Several sand ninjas attempted to counter, but were reduced to ashes in the firestorm. Uchiha Obito stood behind the sea of flames, suddenly shaking his hand, throwing out hundreds of kunai, each engraved with the flying thunder god technique. His figure transformed into a black light, instantaneously teleporting across the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wherever the kunai landed, blood splattered. The enemy had not even had time to scream before they fell dead. A Jounin's eyes reflected a cold glimmer, and the next moment, blood surged from his throat like a spring. Madara snorted coldly, watching Obito's figure darting through the shadows, his tone mocking. Flying Thunder God? Even the techniques of Tobirama are being used by you? Uchiha Obito's figure flashed. A blade piercing through the enemy general's chest, he turned back slowly, a chilling smile on his face, who told him to like recording ninjutsu in sealing books, just collecting a bit of interest. Madara raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. You were right. The two briefly exchanged a few words, yet it was like thunder colliding, their momentum reaching a peak. Madara suddenly leaped into the air, forming seals with both hands, the heavens and earth suddenly rumbling, the air pressure plummeting. Fire style, dragon flame, song technique. Numerous fire dragons roared down, sweeping across the battlefield, incinerating everything. And amidst the gaps in the flames, Uchiha Obito moved like the shadow of death, kunai falling. Enemy lives ending. One person was like flames burning the sky, the other like a black shadow claiming lives. They needed no words. Their coordination was as if they were deities. The allied forces gathered more and more, yet sank deeper and deeper. This was not a war, but one-sided slaughter. At that moment, complete body, Susanoo, as two chakras erupted like torrents. The sky was suddenly torn apart by deep blue and deep purple brilliance. Two colossal divine figures rose, one in deep blue armor, cold eyes like stars, the other in purple flame armor, oppressive as a mountain. However, this was just the beginning. They formed seals again, chakras surging like the sea, the ground shaking violently. Wood style, wooden man technique. Wood style, true thousand hands. A towering wooden figure rose, and the giant thousand-handed Buddha seemed like a deity descending. At the moment when everyone's minds are on the verge of collapse, the two shouted in anger. Armor of Susanoo. The deep blue Susanoo covered the wooden man, reforging the armor. The purple Susanoo fused with the thousand-handed Buddha, resembling a battle armor of Azura, overwhelming pressure crushing the heavens. The divine figures stood side by side. Demonic shadows danced together. The ninja alliance completely collapsed. The three shadows also felt unprecedented fear. Flying Thunder God, Susanoo would style. Is he still even human? Chapter 57, How Can We Fight Like This? Two powerful Susanoo stood on the battlefield, resembling deities descending to earth, breaking the psychological defenses of everyone present. What a joke. Inside the three-tailed beast, Terumi Mei's pupils constricted violently, and she trembled slightly. She had seen strong opponents before, but the monstrous pressure from these beings crushed even her desire to fight. Konoha truly has the advantage. Raza's throat tightened, his face looking as if he had eaten sand. His gaze was fixed on the two Susanoo, his tone filled with barely concealed jealousy and fear. In the history of Sunagakure, we have never seen ninjas of this caliber. The great Buddha, the wooden man, and the Susanoo. Is this really not an illusion? Inoki floated in the air, his teeth clenched, and the veins on his forehead twitched. He was a living, fossil-level existence, familiar with Susanoo and even more so with Wood Release, but a monster that combined the two? He could swear this had surpassed the realm of human ninjas. How can we fight like this? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the four-tailed beasts quietly watched the two colossal figures that shook their hearts in the distance. That stinky fox was right. Shikaku's voice carried a rare heaviness as he raised his head, his eyes reflecting the giant Susanoo, making his throat feel dry. No wonder that guy goes crazy every time he mentions the first Hokage. I can somewhat understand now. Susanoo can actually be this strong? The four-tailed beast's son Goku frowned, his tone carrying a rare hesitation. Should we go? The five-tailed beast Mu whispered, his eyes twitching as he looked at the giant figure wreaking havoc. Go! Go your fur! Shikaku's tail was trembling. Do you think we can win against those two lunatics combined? Haven't you always looked down on Kurama? The three-tailed beast, Isabu, rarely spoke calmly. But how do you see it now? That doesn't prove that Stinky Fox is stronger than me. Shikaku gritted his teeth, but his tone lost its previous confidence. Meanwhile, the masters of the battlefield had no mind to pay attention to the little drama among the tailed beasts. Madara glanced at Yuru, a slight smile on his lips. Even the Senju Hashirama's thousand-handed Buddha, you can achieve this level? The interest on Senju is never-ending. Uchiha Yuru replied, controlling the giant Buddha Susanoo to slowly step forward, the immense shadow causing the entire mountain range to tremble. In the next moment, boom, the 1,000 arms behind the Susanoo Buddha, like the Milky Way pouring down, caused mountains to collapse, and with a simultaneous strike, it was like a divine wrath. The entire ground was directly lifted by a layer. Countless rock and sand elite ninjas didn't even have time to react before being turned to dust beneath the 1,000 hands, turning into blood and mud. Quick battle, quick decision. Uchiha Yuru's tone was deep, as cold as ice. He looked through the dust towards the last, wavering line of defense in the distance. Only by killing cleanly can there be complete silence. The hand seals changed again, and the Buddha statue's 1,000 hands suddenly tightened into a fist, blocking the sky and covering the sun. 10,000 fists converged into one. Bang! The earth exploded. The remnants of the army's defense line directly collapsed under the giant fist, morale shattering along with the mountain. Run away! Earth release barrier. Quick! It can't be stopped. The heart-wrenching shouts of the allied forces were swallowed by that one punch, and the originally orderly formation was utterly crushed before the immense force. On the other side, Madara's lips curled up, his expression joyful, swinging the giant sword of the Susanoo wooden man, sweeping away thousands of troops. Everywhere he went, mountains were flattened, rivers rewritten, and even the sky seemed to split apart. He looked up at Yoru's Buddha statue, his gaze filled with rare admiration. Yoru, your killing intent is too strong. Finishing so quickly is not interesting. Those who lack appreciation should die early. Uchiha Yoru's tone was cold, his killing intent undiminished. Madara laughed heartily. This is truly to my taste. Both Susanoo moved simultaneously. Madara's left fist swung down, and Yoru's right palm pressed down, causing the center of the battlefield to instantly collapse into a bottomless black pit. The four-tailed beast finally couldn't hold back. We can't wait any longer. Let's go together. The three-tailed, four-tailed, five-tailed, and Shikaku each stood on one side, opening their mouths simultaneously as tailed beast chakra wildly converged. Four-tailed beast balls shot out with a roar, rapidly merging in midair into a giant black sphere larger than a mountain, dragging ripples through space and time as it hurled towards the two Susanoo. Oh! Madara raised his eyebrows, his face full of disdain. They actually dare to take action? He stepped forward, the Susanoo wooden man raising its giant sword. Then let be as you wish. Clang! A huge sound. The giant sword collided with the tailed beast ball in midair, the sound wave creating a tidal wave of sound. Immediately after, boom! The giant sword actually cleaved the tailed beast ball in half. One half exploded in the distant mountains, creating a deep pit in the kilometers of mountain range. The other half burst in midair, but did not get close to Susanoo even a step. The tailed beast's pupils shrank suddenly. It was cut in half. Impossible. That was the tailed beast ball fused from four tailed beasts. Before they could finish their shock, Uchiha Yoru's voice came from the void. You are too noisy. His rinnegan slightly brightened, and then several large hands behind the Susanoo Buddha rushed towards them. Boom! The four-tailed beasts didn't even have a chance to react. As if in that instant, they were completely suppressed by some invisible force. Boom! Yoru's Buddha palm slammed down. The four-tailed beasts were forcibly smashed into the ground, raising a dust storm that covered the sky. The five-tailed beast flew backward like a kite with a broken string, sweeping over several miles, crashing through more than 10 peaks before finally stopping. The three-tailed beast's body shook violently, its sturdy shell cracking inch by inch, its painful roar echoing through the sky. Shikaku was horrified, incredulously growling. I can't move at all. The four-tailed beast gasped for breath, its pupils constricting sharply. Just now, there was an invisible force. It felt like it forcibly controlled our nerves and chakra flow. Was that mental power? Or some kind of eye technique? Before they could recover from their shock, the Susanoo Buddha had once again raised its arm, the 1,000 hands moving in unison. angrily falling like thunder. Bang! The four-tailed beasts were once again brutally smashed into the ground, and the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. The next moment, hiss, accompanied by intense vibrations in space. Uchiha Ye's Buddha statue actually extended a giant hand, as if a divine hand descending from the heavens, directly grabbing the injured-tailed beasts, lifting them in the air like picking up chicks. The tailed beasts struggled, but couldn't gather even a bit of power. They shockingly realized that the vast chakra within them was being devoured by the wood release wrapping around them like a hungry wolf, with no chance to resist. That instinctive pressure made all the tailed beast's pupils shrink sharply, and for the first time, a sense of deathly fear rose from the depths of their hearts. Chapter 58, the end of it all at this moment. Noki and Rasha had already used all their strength. Noki roared, forming hand seals with both hands, releasing a series of dust techniques. The light of annihilation tore through the sky, carrying the chakra of his life as it surged toward the colossal Buddha-like figure that blocked out the sun. However, before the dust technique could touch the surface of the Susanoo statue, it seemed to be drawn into something formless, twisted, crushed, and turned into nothingness. How is this possible? He widened his eyes, cold sweat pouring down, his voice trembling. That was dust technique, a bloodline limit capable of annihilating even other bloodline limits. It didn't even shake the opponent's defense in the slightest. On the other side, Rasha's eyes widened in anger, his palms overflowing with sand and gold, solidifying into blade-like edges, crashing like a tidal wave toward the Susanoo. That was his ultimate technique of controlling gold and iron sand, the national art of the Sand Village. But when the torrent of sand and gold collided with the Buddha statue's body, boom, it felt as if it had crashed into another world, being bounced back, shattered, and dissipated. Not even a crack was left behind. What is this? Rasha murmured, his voice hoarse, his chest heaving violently. The chill in his heart coiled like a venomous snake around his spine, crawling upwards inch by inch. They finally understood. What stood before them was not a ninja, but a god. An embodiment named Destruction. Noki clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, his knuckles cracking. He led the strongest force of a Wagakure with the intention of weakening Konoha and dominating the ninja world. But now, the ones falling the most were his own people. He looked up. The Buddha statue loomed like a mountain, its 1,000 hands reaching to the sky, tailed beasts struggling like puppets, corpses lying everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. Noki felt a tightness in his throat and whispered 2 words, defeated. Then, as if squeezing out his last breath, he spoke in a low voice. Completely defeated. Rasha was covered in blood, the sand and gold long exhausted, even his chakra completely depleted. He gazed at the towering Susanoo statue, his eyes hollow, as if his soul had been drained. Once he prided himself on controlling gold and iron sand, capable of slaying tailed beasts and pacifying wars. But now, the sand and gold couldn't even shake a single finger of that statue. A bitter taste filled his mouth as he whispered, not even a little. Crack was left. Beneath him were the severed limbs of the Sand Village ninjas. In the distance, the remnants of a Wagakure's army cried out, and that Buddha statue remained high above, seemingly untouched by the world. Rasha lowered his head and knelt, his throat feeling as if it had been cut by a sharp blade, struggling to utter a single sentence. We didn't come to fight. We came to die. Noki took a deep breath, looking up at the Susanoo statue, his voice hoarse but firm. We surrender. Before he could finish speaking, a giant hand descended from the heavens, slowly, but pressing down with a suffocating force. Surrender? Too late. The voice was cold, like the judgment of death. The giant hand accelerated downward, blocking out the sun. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Rasha shouted, but Noki did not move. He raised his head to gaze at the sky, his eyes calm, his aged figure like rock and mountain. At that moment, he let go of all his obsessions. Boom! The giant hand fell, the sky collapsing and the earth cracking. Everything turned to dust, sand and gold shattered, mountains torn apart, and the world fell silent. Noki and Rasha, along with their dreams and struggles, were all buried beneath that hand, without a sound. The wind stopped. The stench of fire and blood was nauseating. On the scorched earth, only wood chips filled the sky, falling like snow, reminiscent of a god's mercy, delayed, cruel mercy. And there, atop the head of the Buddha, stood a shadow, Uchiha Ye, looking down with cold eyes. His voice was as still as dead water, as if proclaiming, not worth a single blow. The entire battlefield fell into a terrifying silence. The hand of Susanoo slowly rose, leaving behind a giant pit that resembled the scars of a natural disaster. With not a trace of chakra fluctuation remaining, the allied forces of Awakens and Sunagakure looked like their souls had been drained, each face ashen. No one dared to strike again. Even the thought of fleeing was stripped away by the overwhelming pressure that crushed the world. Such great power. Could a ninja really achieve this? An Awakens Nin collapsed to the ground, trembling like autumn leaves. Would release Susanoo, flying thunder god. What kind of monster was he? No one could answer. Uchiha Ye stood at the center of the Buddha's brows, his black robe fluttering, the rinnegan slowly spinning. Below, the densely packed ninjas crawled like a tide, as if they were pilgrims before a god. Still want to fight? His voice was the only will in the world. Silence. Suddenly, a thud echoed. Among the remnants of Awakens, a Nin knelt on the ground, his head touching the earth. Then came the sand village. The remaining 1,000 ninjas all knelt, no one daring to rise. The Ninja Alliance officially declared surrender. At that moment, the mountains and rivers were silent. The ninja world fell into stillness. Beneath the Susanoo statue, thousands knelt. This was not submission to a ninja, but a worship of Uchiha Ye. He gazed down upon all beings, his eyes heavy with silence. After a moment, he waved his right hand. The statue shattered, and the 1,000 hands turned to wood chips scattering through the world. But in the memories of all ninjas, that towering god will forever be engraved in their souls. At the end of it all, Uchiha stood quietly, his gaze never leaving the Buddha statue. As time passed, an unmistakable excitement and fervor gradually surfaced on his face. He stepped forward slowly, his steps firm, each step causing the shattered wood of Susanoo to break beneath him. Yet nothing could hinder his advance. Yeah, Madara's tone was low, carrying a hint of almost imperceptible admiration. You have finally become a man that even gods must look up to. His eyes were like knives, piercing through Uchiha Ye's back, as if scrutinizing a truly worthy opponent. In Madara's eyes, although it seemed calm, that long-lost fervor burned like flames. If you had appeared in our time. His tone paused slightly, then a cold laugh carried a long-suppressed arrogance. Hashirama would surely be defeated by you. His gaze swept over the still-kneeling ninja alliance, his voice low and filled with coldness, carrying an irresistible pressure. This is the order that the ninja world should have. Fear the strong, obey the rules. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, his words sharp as a knife. We will decide the future of this world. Madara's gaze finally met Uchiha Ye's, his eyes showing no fear, only infinite expectation and appreciation. You are the god who holds power, and I am the one who wields the sword for the god. He smiled gently, that smile filled with certainty about his future, as well as admiration and encouragement for Uchiha Ye. He raised his hand, slightly pointing toward the distance, as if heralding the end of everything and the beginning of a new era. Chapter 59, New Policy in this battle. Uchiha Ye and Uchiha Madara joined forces, with the support of the Akatsuki organization, completely destroying the main forces of Sunagakure and Awakens. The remaining enemy troops were hardly worth mentioning. With the end of the battle, Uchiha Ye immediately took control of the tailed beasts, preparing to utilize them at the right moment, while also instructing Nara Shikaku to send personnel to quickly rendezvous with the Akatsuki and swallow the remaining forces of the two villages. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ye's shadow clone, on another front, teamed up with Kisame and JZ to eliminate Kirigakure's elite assassination unit and retrieved all the ninja swords. The Fourth Great Ninja War concluded with a decisive victory for Konoha. At the entrance of Konoha, a large crowd of villagers and Nin members gathered. Upon learning that Uchiha Ye had swept through 3 ninja villages in just a few months, everyone's shock was almost palpable. Konoha had never seen such a powerful and decisive ninja. His existence nearly overturned all their perceptions of ninjas. Uchiha Ye was not only a strong warrior, but also a symbol of a new era, a force that could change the fate of the ninja world. However, alongside the shock, many Nin felt a hint of unease. They worried that Uchiha Ye might become addicted to power, ultimately descending into a tyrannical dictator, even threatening the future of Konoha. Yet, when they saw the peaceful villagers around them, their inner worries gradually subsided. For the past few months, Uchiha Ye's rule was not based on violent suppression, but rather sparked a new vitality in Konoha through reform. The sense of happiness and belonging among the people surpassed any previous times. He implemented revolutionary educational policies, overhauling the education system for ninjas and civilians alike. Ninja schools established classes for civilians and ninjas, allowing everyone the opportunity for education. After foundational theoretical courses, students could choose various skills according to their interests, covering ninjutsu, architecture, cooking, forging, and more. Importantly, Uchiha Ye emphasized moral and ethical education, believing that the violence and instability in the ninja world stemmed from deviations in people's hearts. Therefore, he stressed the cultivation of students' moral awareness, social responsibility, and self-restraint abilities. With the assistance of Orochimaru and Kabuto, Uchiha Ye promoted technological advancements in Konoha, especially in agriculture and food production. Through the application of chakra, the development of super crops significantly shortened growth cycles, leading to a remarkable increase in food production. Konoha no longer relied solely on external resources, becoming self-sufficient and reducing the hardships caused by war and resource scarcity. Uchiha Ye understood that ninjas were not merely tools for combat. They should also participate in social construction and promote progress in various fields. He abolished the traditional notion that ninjas were unsuitable for productive work and advocated for their roles in production, medical care, scientific research, and other areas. Under his leadership, ninjas gradually became versatile talents in society, driving comprehensive development in Konoha. To ensure safety both inside and outside the village, Uchiha Ye established a new public security system, training elite ninja teams to maintain stability. Through strict laws and efficient execution, he eliminated the long-standing chaos in the ninja world, ensuring the peaceful lives of the villagers. As he once said, he aimed to make the ninja world better. When the people of Konoha saw Uchiha Ye and Madara appear, they erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Some were even moved to tears. Over 50 years had passed since the founding of Konoha. For countless years, the village had remained in a passive defensive position, with ninjas facing constant threats and challenges. Now, everything had changed. The emergence of the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Ye, completely liberated Konoha from its previous limitations. He had not only swept through other ninja villages in a short period, but had also managed to do so without disrupting the villagers' normal lives. Konoha was now unprecedentedly powerful and resolute, bringing an unparalleled sense of security and pride. Every villager deeply felt that this power was changing their destiny. Since Uchiha Ye took office as the fifth Hokage, the dynamics of Konoha's offense and defense had undergone a drastic transformation. The previous passive defense had now turned into active offense, all thanks to Uchiha Ye's leadership. He stood before the crowd, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His expression calm, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. The overwhelming pressure and attention seemed no longer new to him. Beside him, Madara quietly surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on every detail, as if he were filled with curiosity about this familiar, yet somewhat strange world. Madara's presence sent a shockwave through many Konoha ninjas. Who was this extraordinary man? Why was he walking alongside the fifth Hokage? Surely, it was Uchiha Madara, Nara Shikaku said solemnly, and, as his words fell, the surrounding ninjas suddenly awakened. What? How is that possible? Wasn't he already? Some ninjas could hardly believe their ears, their shocked gazes darting to one another, struggling to digest what was unfolding before them. Nara Shikaku raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, softly adding, "That's right, Madara has been revived," and he paused, and the surrounding ninjas held their breath, all eyes on him. He is the ally of the fifth Hokage. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all Konoha ninjas instantly became more complex. Some twitched their lips, unable to hide their shock, while others stood frozen, as if they had heard the most unbelievable news. Madara? Revived? And he is an ally of the fifth Hokage? This was simply unimaginable. How could he possibly be our ally? He was once Uchiha Madara. Can we trust him? The ninjas of Konoha whispered among themselves, confusion and unease filling everyone's hearts. Although Uchiha Ye's strength and the changes under his rule had shocked them, the fact of Madara's revival, especially his alliance with the fifth Hokage, stirred up turmoil within them. Clearly, neither Uchiha Ye nor Madara had the intention to explain anything to the ninjas of Konoha. Madara was filled with curiosity about everything in Konoha, his gaze sweeping around as if savoring this long-lost world. With every step he took, his pace was unhurried, his eyes sharp as a blade, precisely analyzing everything around him, from the branches and leaves of the trees to the expressions on the villagers' faces, from the design of the buildings to every brick on the streets. Madara seemed to be attentively perceiving Konoha under this new order. His gaze missed no detail, as if pondering the deeper meaning behind this village. Yeah, you did well, Madara whispered softly, seeing in the warm smiles of the civilians that Uchiha Ye's policies had already achieved remarkable results. Today's Konoha far exceeded his expectations. A complex light flickered in Madara's eyes. Compared to his former self, Uchiha Ye seemed more mature, calm, and decisive. Back then, Madara had also harbored dreams of unifying the ninja world, but he only thought about how to forcibly achieve unification, never truly contemplating what the world would look like after unification. Now, Uchiha Ye's approach made him realize that true strength is not just the accumulation of power, but also a deeply considered change. Madara's lips curled up slightly, carrying a hint of a serene smile, but the profound contemplation in his eyes seemed at odds with the outside world. His smile was not simply one of appreciation. It felt more like he was assessing the long-term impact of this change. This ninja world, once stained with blood, was now rejuvenated in Ye's hands, Madara mused. And I'm searching for my own meaning in this transformation. Uchiha's gaze swept over Madara's face, a gentle smile appearing as he quietly said, "All changes ultimately aim to lead the shinobi world towards a better future." Madara was slightly taken aback, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. He knew that what Uchiha Yoru spoke of was not just the present Konoha, but the future of the entire shinobi world. Yes, this world, once destined to be stained by blood and war, was quietly changing in an unprecedented way. Future, Madara repeated the words softly, his deep tone carrying a profound meaning. Perhaps this was our true battlefield. The two exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent consensus. Chapter 60, Arangin's Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. The cheers surged like a tidal wave, as if they could overturn the entire Hidden Leaf village. On both sides of the streets, crowds gathered, their faces filled with uncontainable excitement and admiration. Children waved flags, ninjas bowed in respect, and ardent gazes were directed toward the figure who was leading the village into a new era. The sole focus in their hearts was the new Hokage, Uchiha Ye. The vast majority were unfamiliar with the sudden appearance of Madara, merely stealing glances out of instinctive curiosity. A few who recognized his identity were momentarily stunned, then chose silence, burying their emotions deep within. At this moment, they understood clearly in their hearts. Standing at the forefront was Uchiha Ye, the future of the village, the symbol of hope. Uchiha Ye calmly scanned the crowd, his gaze as fluid as water, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. He nodded slightly in response to the cheers, his expression composed, his posture steady, perfectly embodying the leader everyone had anticipated. In contrast, Madara appeared particularly uneasy, his brow furrowed slightly, a trace of unfamiliar hesitation flickering in his eyes. He was not afraid of the thousands of enemies on the battlefield, yet he showed an almost instinctive rejection of this sudden enthusiasm. He did not meet the crowd's gaze, nor did he acknowledge the few children excitedly waving at him. He merely turned his head slightly, snorting coldly, as if dismissive, yet also attempting to conceal his inner discomfort. "Oomph. Too noisy," he muttered softly, his tone as cool as ever, yet betraying a subtle awkwardness. Uchiha Ye seemed to sense his emotions, but merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, the two walked side by side, ultimately setting foot on the path back to the village. Hokage's office. Uchiha Ye stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside, his eyes deep and calm. Inside the office, the elite ninjas of the Hidden Leaf stood quietly to the side, waiting for Uchiha Ye to speak. He turned around, his gaze slowly sweeping across every familiar face present, his eyes sharp as knives, causing the air in the room to instantly freeze. "Let me introduce everyone." His tone was not loud, but carried an inherent pressure that seemed undeniable. "Madara will serve as one of the advisors, alongside Narashikaku." As his words fell, the room plunged into an almost suffocating silence. Everyone's gaze instinctively focused on Madara. Uchiha Madara, a name that once made the entire ninja world tremble, was now to sit in a high-ranking advisory position in the Hidden Leaf. This alone was shocking enough. "Any objections?" Uchiha Ye slowly spoke, his voice still gentle, yet more penetrating than a blade, each word carrying the weight of a hammer. He did not raise his voice in reprimand, nor did he need to explain too much, just a plain question that made everyone instinctively fall silent. Kakashi's mouth twitched, concealing the complex emotions that flashed across his eyes. If someone dared to jump out and say, "I have an objection," he silently thought, The legendary Madara would probably send that person to the afterlife with just a glance. He remained silent, just standing quietly in place, like everyone else, silently accepting this unrefusable decision. The air seemed to solidify, and silence spread throughout the room. Everyone weighed how to speak, and Madara's presence undoubtedly brought immense pressure to this meeting. Although Uchiha Ye's words exuded undeniable authority, Madara's cold aura and silent oppression had already sown an invisible intimidation in the room. Silence lingered. Finally, an elderly elite ninja cleared his throat, breaking the deadlock. Hokage-sama, he cautiously spoke, his tone laced with unease. We understand Lord Madara's strength, but his past actions still leave many with doubts. Uchiha Ye did not respond immediately, but slowly turned his head, looking at the elder ninja with a cold, sharp gaze that pierced into the other's heart. How should I respond to such words about a hero who has brought us back from the fires of war? He paused, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm and cold composure. Better yet, let him answer for himself. With that, he turned his head to look at Madara. Madara snorted lightly and finally stepped forward. His gaze swept over everyone like a chilling blade, making them shiver. I do not care about your doubts. His tone was calm, but carried a greater sense of oppression. If anyone thinks I am unfit for the advisory position, then step forward. The air seemed to freeze. No one dared to meet his gaze. No one dared to respond. Uchiha Ye slowly withdrew his gaze and calmly added, the fact that no one dares to step forward means the decision has been made. From now on, while I am here, no one can question him. At last, the meeting room returned to silence. No one dared to voice objections, and a suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. It seemed that everyone understood one principle. In front of Uchiha Ye and Uchiha Madara, any opposing voice seemed insignificant. Uchiha Ye spoke again, his voice gentle, yet carrying an irrefutable firmness. Since there are no issues, let us join hands and welcome the new chapter of the Hidden Leaf. Madara did not speak, merely nodding slightly, standing beside Uchiha Ye, silent as a mountain, yet exuding an undeniable pressure. Nara Shikaku. Uchiha Ye's gaze shifted, calling out. Nara Shikaku immediately stepped forward, his expression grave, yet still carrying respect for the young Hokage. After this war, the territory of the Hidden Leaf will expand to half of the ninja world. Uchiha Ye's voice was not loud, but each word was clear. The land of wind, the land of earth, the land of water will all fall under unified management. He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, his tone steady. You will dispatch administrative and logistical personnel from within the village, collaborating with the Akatsuki organization that has already been deployed to the front lines. After they eliminate the core powers of each nation, you will immediately take over the governance of each country. Understood. Nara Shikaku slightly bowed, his tone as usual, but a hint of bitterness lingered in his lowered gaze. He knew well that managing only the Hidden Leaf and the Land of Lightning had already left him like a candle in the wind. And now, adding the land of wind, earth, and water, he feared he might have to check into the hospital for health reasons soon. Uchiha Ye noticed his fatigue and softened his voice. Responsibilities can be shared. The land of wind will be led by the Mountain Clan, as they excel in intelligence and communication. The land of earth will be supported by the Nara clan, responsible for logistics and resource allocation. The land of water will temporarily be governed in transition by the Akatsuki in cooperation with Madara. His gaze sharpened. I will send other personnel to support you, gradually reshaping the environmental order of the wind and earth nations. You will oversee the coordination without needing to handle everything yourself. Upon hearing this arrangement, Shikaku's expression relaxed slightly, a bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Then I might be able to live a few more years, maybe. The people in the room, after hearing this arrangement, displayed varied expressions. Some were shocked, some hesitant, yet they couldn't help but secretly marvel. This fifth Hokage seemed not to be as autocratic as they had imagined. Instead, he possessed a convincing calmness and foresight. Chapter 61. Don't let me down. After the orders were given, the crowd dispersed, and Uchiha Ye left the Hokage office with Madara. Nain Shrine. The stream flowed gently, reflecting two figures standing side by side. Madara quietly gazed at the water surface, his expression solemn, with a weight of emotions that did not belong to the present, as if he were staring into the past or contemplating a long-dead era. Uchiha Ye did not disturb him, merely standing silently beside him. After a long while, Madara slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on Ye, his eyes revealing a hint of indescribable complex emotions. You mean? He spoke, his tone deep like thunder. Within the clan, there was a little beast who personally killed all his relatives that night? He spoke slowly, as if each word were being squeezed out through his teeth, a hint of murderous intent already flickering in his eyes. He didn't spare even his parents, just to carry out the Hokage's orders. Uchiha Ye did not shy away and nodded. Madara slowly straightened up, a deep shadow rising in his eyes, the killing intent almost solidifying, as if it were about to tear through the sky at any moment. Ha! It's utterly pathetic. He let out a low laugh, his voice hoarse yet like a blade cutting through the air. The Uchiha clan has fallen to such a state. Even the blood of their kin is shed by their own. He raised his head, his eyes slicing through the night like a blade, turning to stare directly at Uchiha Ye. You took action, didn't you? Yes. He responded calmly. Madara fell silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Well done. Those three simple words were like thunder rolling down, causing ripples on the water surface. Those who betray their ancestors, regardless of the reason, have no right to live under the clan's emblem. He walked slowly to the edge of the stream, as if honoring something or bidding farewell to an era. Madara turned his head, his expression still carrying an oppressive coldness. You died once. And then you stood up. Madara did not continue to question. Just looked at you for a few seconds, then nodded. That's better. Those who can walk back from death will not waver easily. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze returning to the distance. In the past, I too once walked out of a sea of corpses and blood, but I hope you can go further than I did. His words were very light, yet they felt like a trust or a test. Uchiha Ye simply answered, I will. Madara's mouth moved slightly, but he did not speak further. The wind passed through the pine forest, the shadows of the trees swaying, and the night at Nain's shrine returned to a deathly silence once more. The two entered Nain's shrine, which irregularly had cleaned, so it remained clean and tidy. Madara stood before the stone tablet that once supported all his beliefs, his gaze cold. In the past, my voice was low and contemplative. What supported me was this stone tablet. He chuckled softly, that smile carrying deep irony. Now it seems, all of it was an illusion. Madara's voice gradually deepened. Then he suddenly raised his hand, the black rod in his hand flashing with a dark glow, and threw it at the stone tablet. With a thud, the stone tablet was torn in half, the sound of the breakage resembling the collapse of Madara's inner world. Infinite Tsukuyomi? It's fake. Kaguya? Also fake. Madara looked down at the broken pieces of the stone tablet, his tone gradually becoming hollow, as if he had acknowledged that all his efforts were in vain. His once stubborn eyes were finally enveloped in deep regret and self-blame at that moment. I was ridiculously wrong, he muttered bitterly, his gaze as deep as the night sky, as if he were seeing the truth he once could not reach. Madara suddenly lifted his head, locking his gaze onto Uchiha Ye, his eyes carrying a rare seriousness and depth. Yeah, he said, his voice low and powerful, don't me down. This sentence was not delivered in the dismissive tone of the past, but was filled with expectation and a certain implied sense of responsibility. In Madara's current gaze, besides calmness and determination, there was also a silent hope, a trust in Uchiha Ye, and an anticipation for the future of the ninja world. Uchiha Ye was slightly taken aback, sensing the weight of Madara's words. He fixed his gaze firmly and nodded slightly. I won't let you down, Madara. Madara ultimately chose to settle down next to Nain's shrine. This was the Uchiha clan's land and his new home. The next day, Uchiha Ye entered the Konoha laboratory. It had already been completely transformed, filled with a modern atmosphere. Under Uchiha Ye's full support, Orochimaru had obtained ample funding and resources, leading to unprecedented improvements in both the scale and research level of the laboratory. Moreover, Orochimaru had established a specialized research class aimed at cultivating scientists in the ninja world, promoting the integration of ninjutsu and technology. The research scope of the laboratory was extensive, ranging from basic needs of clothing, food, housing, and transportation to more advanced military technology, such as the development of cannons, missiles, and other firearms, and even studies on electricity and mechanization, delving into the mysteries of ninjutsu, chakra, and bloodline limits. In the laboratory, significant progress had been made in the study of wood release, and even corpses with Sharingan, crushed version, and some special bloodline limits have been brought in for research, aiding Orochimaru in further exploring the essence and limits of these abilities. Seeing all this, Orochimaru's expression was filled with excitement and ecstasy. He was no longer the experimenter lurking in the shadows, but had grasped immense resources and power, standing at the forefront of technology and ninjutsu. Upon seeing Uchiha Ye's arrival, Orochimaru immediately bowed in greeting. Lord Ye. Uchiha Ye nodded slightly and then spoke. How was the progress on the environmental transformers for the land of wind and the land of earth? Hearing this, Orochimaru let out a hoarse low laugh. They have been developed and are currently in the testing phase. Production is expected to begin shortly. Uchiha Ye knew that the scarcity of resources in various countries was closely related to their harsh environments. So he had ordered Orochimaru to develop environmental transformation robots as an important part of long-term governance. These robots could accurately adjust the regional environment based on the geographical and climatic conditions of each country, not only improving soil quality and regulating humidity, but also guiding the gradual change of local climates, thereby maximizing agricultural resource output efficiency. In due time, those once barren and desolate lands would gradually restore their ecology and regain vitality. Additionally, the previously initiated Superfood Seed project had also achieved a phased breakthrough. Orochimaru smiled with a hint of satisfaction and continued, Lord Ye Kabuto is indeed a rare good assistant. A trace of rare appreciation shone in his eyes. Kabuto's fate had long since diverged from the original history. After Uchiha Ye unified Konoha, he summoned back all the spies and hidden lines lurking outside and restructured them into various departments of Konoha based on their specialties and backgrounds. Kabuto was thus arranged into Konoha's research class and had now become one of Orochimaru's most capable assistants in the research system. The Superfood Seed project was also developed under Kabuto's experimental efforts. Chapter 62 The Truth of Tsutsuki Uchiha Ye nodded. Calling back those lurking spies was a decision he made after careful consideration. With his current overwhelming strength in the ninja world, intelligence was no longer necessary. What he needed more was the initiative to control all variables, rather than letting them continue to lurk in the shadows. It was better to recruit this group entirely for his own use. As expected, Kabuto's talents were fully unleashed under Orochimaru, and in just a few months, he became a cornerstone of the research system. Well done, Uchiha Ye said in a calm tone, which was enough to make Orochimaru's lips curl slightly, revealing an unmistakable sense of satisfaction. However, Lord Ye, Orochimaru's expression became serious, his tone gradually sinking, yet he could not hide the burning light in his eyes. What you mentioned, the commonality in the origins of Uchiha, Senju, and even the Tsutsuki clan indeed has a basis. He paused slightly, as if still digesting the truth that had once been regarded as a myth. If these bloodline limits were seen as a split extension of the same origin, then their fusion would no longer be a taboo, but a kind of return. At this point, a trace of indescribable reverence and fervor appeared in his eyes. I have completed the first phase of the fusion experiment. The cells of Uchiha and Hashirama have achieved stable symbiosis in the special medium you provided. More importantly, an unprecedented chakra resonance pattern has emerged between them, like they are responding to some lost source. Uchiha Ye turned his gaze, quietly watching him. What about the test subject? White Zetsu, Orochimaru replied in a low voice, excitement seeping through. His composition is remarkably similar to Hashirama's cells and possesses extremely high adaptability. The initial reactions have been surprisingly smooth, and the fusion efficiency far exceeds expectations. But he paused, his tone shifting slightly, his gaze becoming deep and somber. There are still unknown side effects. Inside White Zetsu, something resembling a self-evolving structure is developing, seemingly reorganizing itself with awareness, attempting to break away from the original template. Uchiha Ye's expression remained unchanged, his voice cold as a glacier. Continue monitoring, ensure stability, and expedite the progress to the controllable injection phase. Understood, Lord Ye, Orochimaru answered with his head bowed, but the unintentional smile that leaked out revealed the agitation within him. He was immersed in a life mystery about to be uncovered. Even his breath carried a slight tremor. However, Lord Ye, Orochimaru slowly began, his tone unusually serious. Even the snake-like eyes that always held a hint of sarcasm were now somewhat restrained. The research department is currently extremely short-staffed. The directions you have given, environment reconstruction, bloodline fusion, and even chakra experiments, each is like a door shrouded in fog, behind which lies the unknown and disaster. He paused, his gaze lingering on Ye's back for a moment. There are too few who dare to open these doors, but they must be opened. Uchiha Ye slowly stood up, his figure like a drawn sword, silent yet deadly. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking out at the distant sea of clouds, his voice deep and calm. I will have Sasori join. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, and then his lips slowly curled into a thoughtful smile. Sasori, huh? He tilted his head slightly, as if reminiscing or fantasizing. He slowly licked his lips, his tone sinking into a kind of abyss about to be opened. His puppet modifications have already touched the edge of the human form limit, and his attempts in the field of soul sealing are, in essence, the creation of another life form. A long-lost fervor flickered in his eyes as he spoke softly. If we can integrate his ideas with my flesh reconstruction system, those areas deemed taboo might be able to mass-produce deities. You're responsible for the research direction. Uchiha Ye turned, his tone as firm as iron. He is responsible for technical implementation. You are the blade and the sheath, mutually reinforcing. The experiments must be accelerated, not just in pursuit of power. He paused, his tone suddenly growing somber, like a warning bell falling into a deep valley. This is the foundation for building the future world. The old order of the ninja world is dead. New rules will be written by us. In the future, our journey is not just in the ninja world. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, as if igniting a long-dried desire within him. What you say, Lord Ye, I will remember. He lowered his head, his tone respectful, but unable to hide the burning desire in his eyes. This key will be forged by our own hands and embedded into the bones of the ninja world. I will push the progress of the experiments at all costs. I do not need the process, Uchiha Ye said coldly, his voice like cold iron. I want results. Progress must be fast. As the words fell, his gaze was like the night pressing down, captivating. Orochimaru smiled lightly, his form quietly sinking into the shadows, the final echoes of his voice reverberating in the darkness. Then let us offer the most perfect experimental subjects for the new world you are constructing. The next day, the Valley of the End. Ancient stone statues stood silently, as if witnessing the restart of an era. The morning mist had not yet dissipated. The river was as dark as ink, and the figures of seven-tailed beasts stood quietly at the bottom of the valley, their eyes hollow, carrying a sense of deathly silence after some erased will amidst the flowing chakra. They had been completely suppressed, like slumbering deities forced to bow to human hands. Uchiha Ye and Uchiha stood side by side on the high cliffs of the Valley of the End, behind them the fluttering black cloaks and swirling fallen leaves. Beneath them, the silence and echoes of the ninja world. Then, Madara's gaze shifted downwards, staring at the 7 colossal shadows at the bottom of the valley. His voice calm as water, but containing undeniable weight. The tailed beast recovery plan begins now. The wind seemed to pause the moment his words fell, as if heaven and earth were listening for the next command. At present, the entire sky of the ninja world had long been torn apart from the veil of myth. Uchiha Ye had never intentionally concealed the truth about the Tsutsuki clan. The origin of chakra was not some divine gift, but rather a seed from beyond the heavens. A member of the Tsutsuki clan, named Kagaya, forcibly injected power that did not belong to the ninja world into this land, thus changing the entire path of human evolution. As this news spread like wildfire, the entire ninja world fell into an indescribable silence and turmoil. Some chose silence, questioning, or even fearing. Others began to seek religious solace, believing that the descent of deities was a sign of the apocalypse. But in the eyes of a warrior like Uchiha Madara, all of this was merely an upgrade of the enemy's form. The enemy had transformed from ninjas, organizations, and nations into a higher-dimensional, ancient, and terrifying clan. But so what? He had once fought against the first Hokage, had stood in the Valley of the End, overlooking the entire ninja world. For him, the truth of the world could shake the hearts of the people, but it could not shake his fighting spirit. Thus, when he looked at the 7-tailed beasts, his heart became even more resolute. At this moment, he finally understood Uchiha Ye's preparations, those seemingly mad experiments, the plan for the 10 tails, the exploration of the essence of chakra, and even the rewriting of the entire world rules. We're not driven by a desire for power, but we're a prelude to a war on a racial level. Chapter 63. Absorbing the tailed beast, Madara lightly raised the corner of his mouth and murmured to himself, "If the enemy does not originate from this land, then we must rebuild its foundation." He slowly turned his gaze towards Uchiha Yoru, his eyes no longer filled with the sharpness and brilliance of the past, but instead replaced by a near-resonant calm. "Yoru, I once thought you only wanted to trample the ninja world underfoot. Now I understand, you want this land to never be trampled by anyone again." At this moment, Madara's recognition of Uchiha Yoru grew even more resolute. That ambition far surpassed his past obsessions. Uchiha Yoru slightly nodded, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. Yet behind that calmness burned an undeniable, fervent will. Before the shadow of the god descends, someone must ignite the flame first. His voice was deep and certain, as if announcing the arrival of destiny. "We're that flame." Madara looked up at the sky, which was iron gray, the dark clouds hanging low, the mountain winds howling, as if the entire world was holding its breath in anticipation. "Then let me become the blade of that flame." As the words fell, a wild wind surged, the robes rustling, and two figures stood solemnly on the eve of the apocalypse, like monuments carved in the wind. Uchiha Ye slowly walked to the edge of the cliff, looking down into the deep valley, his voice like low thunder, summoning technique. Outer Path Golem. As the incantation fell, the valley trembled, and the Outer Path Golem appeared from the void, a divine pressure descending upon the mortal realm. 9 massive arms, like silent judges, slowly extended from behind the golem, pointing skyward. They coldly and precisely reached for the tailed beasts already under control in the sky. Silent divine punishment was about to descend. The unconscious tailed beasts were left with only instinctual struggles. Those once earth-shaking deities were now mere fragments adrift in the river of fate. In the next moment, the golem moved. Chains suddenly extended from its body, as if woven from the hands of destiny itself, instantly ensnaring every tailed beast, Shikiko, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, down to the half of Kurama. Without exception, they roared, fell silent, or were confused, gradually being dragged into the golem's chest, ultimately transforming into a surging tide of chakra. Merging into that abyss-like void, those once feared tailed beasts were now silently erased, as if even their very existence was removed from the history of the ninja world. Although the 6 tails and 7 tails had yet to appear, the chest of the Outer Path Golem was already overflowing. With each tailed beast chakra forcibly sealed, its body grew larger. The surrounding space seemed to collapse towards it, as if the air above the valley was completely consumed. Finally, the golem's eyes slowly lit up, a heavy light illuminating the valley like a meteor. The tremors of heaven and earth abruptly ceased. It stood quietly at the center of the storm. The 6-tailed beast chakras within its chest began to intertwine and merge, like a power born from primordial chaos, nurturing a rebirth capable of shaking the ninja world. Meanwhile, the Jinchuriki from whom the tailed beasts were extracted fell one after another. Their wails tore through the air, pain spreading across the land. Chakra flowed like a tide from their bodies, their life force rapidly disintegrating, their bodies becoming lifeless puppets, one after another crashing to the ground. Uchiha Ye's gaze remained calm as water, without a hint of fluctuation. He slowly spoke. "The only ones left are the 6 tails, 7 tails, and half of the 9 tails. The holder of the 6 tails, Utaka, a rogue ninja from the mist." Uchiha Ye spoke in a calm tone, not hurried or slow. He should still be hiding around the mist. Kisame and Jay-Z had already set off and were expected to return soon with results. He paused slightly, his voice steady and filled with undeniable authority. "The 7 tails is located in Takigakure. Deidara and Haiden have already gone with their strength. Capturing it is without suspense." Uchiha Ye continued. "The remaining half of the 9 tails was originally still within the Shinigami." Madara's brows furrowed slightly, a rare hint of confusion showing. "Within the Shinigami?" Uchiha Ye gently nodded, his tone always steady as he slowly revealed the truth of the Night of the 9 Tails. As he delved deeper into his narrative, Madara's expression gradually hardened, until he heard the story of that couple meeting their demise at the hands of the 9 Tails, and Minato sacrificing himself to use the dead demon consuming seal. He finally sneered, "Obito. I should have expected it. Saving him was just a waste of time. He's nothing but a slave to his emotions, a vessel crushed by his obsessions." Madara slowly turned, his gaze as cold as frost. "Foolish, weak, indecisive. Such people are destined to accomplish nothing. I entrusted the Eye of the Moon plan to him, merely as a temporary deposit. Yet he couldn't even conquer Konoha, and instead destroyed his own beliefs. Truly pathetic." He snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with disdain for the so-called hero, Minato Namikaze. That so-called Yellow Flash? He can't even control a mere tailed beast? Both husband and wife dead, it's just an empty name. Madara looked up at the sky, his voice like wind shattering ice. "If I were there, the 9 tails rampaging, it would have long been reduced to ashes. This era has been polluted by cowardice and compromise for too long." Uchiha Ye, upon hearing this, showed no change in expression, only a hint of ambiguous mockery at the corner of his mouth. In the end, he said softly, "They're all people who couldn't control power, whether it's the power of the mind or external power." He turned to look at the Outer Path Golem, his voice calm, yet as firm as iron law. "Therefore, powerful strength, is the foundation to the world. He raised his hand to form seals, speaking casually. However, Minato has long been released from the Shinigami by Orochimaru. Now, it just requires the Edo Tensei. As soon as the words fell, a white Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground, just opening its mouth. What is this, Edo Tensei? Before it could finish, a white light instantly enveloped the white Zetsu. Its screams abruptly cut off. In the next second, Minato Namikaze's figure appeared before the two. Uchiha lightly waved his hand. Minato's eyes were vacant. His consciousness not yet fully awakened, but he had already been completely suppressed, like a puppet obeying orders. At this moment, the outer path golem suddenly roared, spewing forth several chains that plunged straight into Minato's body. Ugh! A roar of anger had yet to escape, and the Ninetales within Minato was directly pulled out. What? What do you want to do? The Ninetales was terrified, trying to struggle, trying to escape, but the chains tightly bound its body. It was of no use. In just a few breaths, it was completely devoured by the outer path golem. At this moment, the outer path golem's ninth eye, which had only been half opened, fully opened. Chapter 64. Reincarnation. A few days later, in the Hokage office, the sky was as iron. The wind and snow outside had just stopped, and sunlight slanted in, dispelling the chill in the air. Uchiha Ye sat quietly at his desk, his expression stern, rhythmically tapping his fingertips on the table, producing a dull sound. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Naruto rushed in, his brows furrowed and his eyes serious. Hokage-sama. He bowed slightly, his tone low. The cleanup of Akatsuki is currently fully under control in most areas of mist, sand, and rock. At this point, his voice paused, his expression hesitant as if weighing his words. However, there are still sporadic forces resisting. For example, the land of iron refuses to submit. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ye raised an eyebrow, his gaze cold as frost, yet his tone remained calm as water. Stubborn nations do not require persuasion. Direct suppression, clean and neat. He paused slightly, his gaze fixed on Shika, his tone indifferent, but carrying an irresistible pressure. From now on, such trivial matters need not be reported to me. Understand? Shika's heart trembled, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he quickly bowed his head and replied, Understood, sir. Uchiha Ye casually flipped over a page of the report, his tone unperturbed. What about the leads on the 6 tails and 7 tails? Shika's expression grew increasingly grave as he responded in a low voice. We have thoroughly investigated the last known areas they appeared, but he lowered his head, his tone somber. So far, there's been no substantial progress. Witnesses claim that the 2-tailed beasts suddenly disappeared from sight, as if erased by some kind of power. The air fell silent in an instant. Uchiha Ye's fingertips abruptly stopped, his eyes deep as night, speaking in a low voice. Disappeared without a trace? He slowly raised his gaze, his pupils shifting slightly, as if he could see through layers of emptiness. Continue the investigation, mobilize all resources. Yes. Shika bowed his head in compliance and quietly exited. The door closed gently, and the room returned to silence. Uchiha Ye slowly closed his eyes, his expression unchanged, but his thoughts burned like a raging fire. Just moments ago, the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the phase unification, all 5 great ninja villages have submitted. Reward distribution in progress. Otsutsuki bloodline chakra fruit. Fusion procedure initiated. In an instant, an ancient and indescribable power erupted from the depths of his soul. It was not chakra in the ordinary sense. It was a primordial force detached from the laws of nature, transcending life and death. At that moment, he seemed to hear the whispers of the cosmic abyss, time and space freezing at his ears. Stars collapsed, all things submitted, and the entire world was pressed into a silent abyss by an invisible giant hand. This power had no color, yet it made the world pale. It had no physical form, yet it was heavier than the core of the universe. It pressed down into his flesh and soul, as if the origin of the entire ninja world was merging with him, and as if a will from a higher dimension was awakening. The air seemed to freeze, and the excruciating pain of blood flowing backward, mixed with an unbearable divine infusion, caused his consciousness to teeter on the brink of collapse. But he did not fall. He bore it all. Uchiha Ye slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, his pupils trembled violently. The original Rinnegan suddenly fluctuated. The 6 paths rippled, shattering like the surface of water, yet not dissipating, but instead being drawn into the center of his pupils by an invisible force. At the center, A deep blue divine light suddenly burst forth. The purple light of reincarnation and the blue light of rebirth intertwined and fused, like the convergence of day and night, like the resonance of life and death, ultimately forming an unprecedented miraculous eye within his gaze. The six paths star wheel slowly rotated, revealing silver-blue divine patterns at its center, resembling the structure of the universe's origin. This was both the clarity and sanctity of the reincarnation eye and the oppressive force capable of penetrating fate from the Rinnegan. It no longer belonged to any existing ocular technique within the ninja world. Rather, it was the eye of a deity. Uchiha Ye slowly stood up, his cloak billowing like a night curtain, an indescribable pressure spreading forth. At that moment, the Rinnegan in rebirth I gently stirred. The entire space suddenly froze, even light slightly warped, as if time itself had come to a halt, and the laws of the universe slowed down under this glance. This was not merely an ocular technique. For Uchiha Ye, the Rinnegan and the rebirth I had long ceased to be just power. The Rinnegan, born from the fusion of the Sharingan and the Six Paths power, contained the original chakra of the Ten Tails divine tree, was the chain of fate and the pivot between life and death. The rebirth eye, on the other hand, bore the ancient bloodline of the Byakugan and the Otsutsuki clan, was the primordial chakra power in the world, the bridge of creation and continuation. The two were different yet complemented each other. One symbolized the order of reincarnation, the other represented the rebirth of creation. And at this moment, he had fused and reconstructed these two systems. He was no longer a ninja. Rather, he was the administrator of permissions, transcending the rules, controlling the origin of the world. Just as his footsteps lightly touched the ground, the surrounding buildings trembled violently. The air twisted under pressure. He had not moved, yet his presence devoured everything. Everyone, even those 1,000 meters away, felt a tightness in their chests, as if their entire bodies were sinking into a quagmire. At this moment, even time bowed its head. Some shouted, some trembled, but more remained silent, gazing up. Only one thought remained in their minds. The fifth Hokage has become stronger again. Uchiha Ye walked forward slowly, each step crushing reality, his figure steady as a mountain, yet his aura roiling like an abyss. The air was dead silent, as if even light dared not approach him. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, forming a cold arc. It was not a smile. It was a declaration of destiny already decided. But the next moment, as he merely retracted slightly, that pressure that seemed to devour heaven and earth receded like a tide, restoring calm. Yet everyone remained frozen in place, struggling to breathe. The suppression from existence itself had long been engraved in their hearts, becoming an everlasting fear. Uchiha Ye murmured, "Fast unification?" His expression was indifferent, yet his tone carried a certain insight that overshadowed the rules. The system's understanding of the ninja world runs deeper than I imagined. The divine light in his eyes shifted, as if peering into causality, pointing directly to the future. In the ninja world, besides the various countries, there are also 3 great holy lands. His words were plain, yet they struck like thunder. The tailed beast disappearance was not limited to the 9 Tails, Mayaboka Mountain, Richi Cave, Sherbone Forest. They have made their move. He paused, his expression suddenly turning cold. A killing intent sweeping through his tone. It seems it's time to meet them. The Rinnegan and rebirth, Star will spun slowly, and the space behind him quietly collapsed. The entire world tilted gently in his eyes, the laws like paper and fate like chess. In the next moment, Uchiha Ye's figure vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed, yet was omnipresent. Chapter 65. Myokuzen. Time to kneel deep within this isolated holy land of Myokuzen. An ancient wooden cabin stands quietly, entwined with vines, and wind chimes jingling under the eaves. An aged giant toad leans back in a rocking chair, wearing a straw hat, with prayer beads hanging on its chest. Its eyes, originally half closed, suddenly widen. Why? Why is the future of Myokuzen ultimately leading to destruction? It is none other than the leader of Myokuzen, the great toad sage, Gamamaru. As the master of prophetic dreams, it guides Myokuzen's path through visions. However, for months, the dreams have been filled with flames and blood, the toad clan's wails nearly extinguished, and the mountains reduced to scorched earth. To verify the truth of the dreams, it secretly dispatched scouts to investigate the ninja world and instructed them to remind its former disciple, Jiraiya. Konoha has birthed a root of calamity. Unexpectedly, the scouts did not return, and bad news arrived first. Jiraiya is dead in Konoha, his bones gone. Gamabunta, after the summoning technique was lifted, died suddenly, nearly severed in half. A sight too gruesome to bear. The mountains trembled, chaos erupted in the Toad clan. Gamamaru's face turned ashen, and it immediately ordered, "Myokuzen is to enter a state of war." However, what shocked it even more was a scout who returned by chance with the news. Uchiha Ye not only controls Konoha, but can also manipulate tailed beasts at will. Gamamaru could no longer gamble on the future. It took matters into its own hands, setting a trap to lure the Six Tails and Seven Tails, sealing them within the secret realm of Myokuzen, hidden in the mountain's belly. That night, it understood completely. There was no more time to wait. That one called Uchiha Ye is not an ordinary human. Gamamaru murmured, its gaze piercing through layers of clouds, staring into the distant horizon. The ancient voice carried an unprecedented weight. That is not the Sharingan, nor the Rinnegan, but rather a being that transcends the laws of the ninja world. It slowly rose, leaning on its cane, a long-lost sharpness flashing in its eyes. Awaken the old toads sleeping deep in the mountains. Notify Shinsaku, Shima, and gather all combat-capable toads. And it paused, its voice deep, like a storm approaching, carrying an irresistible pressure. Contact the Dragon Cave and the Wetbone Forest. The three great holy lands from this day forward can no longer fight alone. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to penetrate mountains and forests, echoing throughout the depths of Myokuzen, causing countless toads to feel a tightening in their hearts. The next moment, Gamamaru's brows furrowed sharply, its expression suddenly serious. This guy can actually bypass Myokuzen's barrier? At the entrance of Myokuzen, Uchiha Ye quietly floated in midair, draped in a black cloak, his long black hair fluttering in the wind. The Rinnegan slowly rotating, resembling the dead moon reflecting upon the mountains and forests. He surveyed his surroundings. The toads in the woods stopped in their tracks, first in suspicion, then their hearts inexplicably tightened. It was a shudder of being watched by a higher existence. Who is this? Trespassing into Myokuzen? A massive armed toad roared angrily, leaping onto the rocks, clad in battle armor, its gaze filled with hostility. But Uchiha Ye merely glanced at it calmly and raised a hand. In an instant, the toad's form stiffened, its pupils lost focus, its throat choked, barely managing to utter a syllable. The next second, its head quietly exploded, blood and flesh splattering, its body crashing down. It was an enemy attack. Several combat-type toads leaped out from the surrounding woods, all veterans who had once fought alongside humans in Myokuzen. They roared as they swarmed in, igniting oil techniques, physical techniques, and wind bullets simultaneously, their momentum like a tide. You have trespassed into the wrong place. But Uchiha Ye's figure vanished from the spot, as if erased from space, and the next moment appeared behind one of the toads. Too weak. As his words fell, a purple-black chakra blade flicked out from his fingertips, sweeping gently. Crack! The toad's body was instantly bisected at the waist, blood spraying several meters high. Use water style, quick. Surround him. The remaining toads did not retreat, but charged forward, roaring as they unleashed techniques. But Uchiha Ye merely raised a finger slowly. Shinra Tensei. Boom! The entire slope violently sank in an instant, more than a dozen toads flying out as if crushed by a giant hammer. The sounds of bones cracking and screams merging into one, their bloodied bodies smashing in all directions. Some of the older toads had not yet died completely, struggling to rise, only to find that their bodies below had been utterly destroyed at some point, severed limbs and broken bones scattered everywhere. Uchiha Ye walked forward slowly, his gaze icy, his voice deep as a cold wind, truly ugly. He spread his fingers, a black spear, like Thor's spear, coalesced from the air and pierced through the last few gasping toads. Bang! The earth roared. A moment of silence. The entire eastern forest of Myokuzen was leveled to scorched earth, corpses and trees shattered, a ground of charred ash scattered in the wind, as if no living beings had ever existed. Uchiha Ye stood amidst the charred remnants, the light of the Rinnegan slowly rotating in his eyes. This so-called holy land, he whispered softly, as if examining, also as if judging, should be eliminated. The scorched earth had yet to cool, the scent of blood still lingering in the air. From within the scorched earth, two giant shadows fell with a crash. Gamaken, Gamagoro. It is him, the calamity foretold by the great toad sage. Gamagoro's gaze turned cold, his voice deep. He killed the guards. Gamaken drew the massive blade from his back, his eyes blood-red, not allowing him to approach the core of Myokuzen even a step. Uchiha Ye did not respond, only turned to look at them. the Rinnegan in his eyes as cold as a star. You are the guardians of this mountain? His voice was low, his tone devoid of any emotion. The next moment, he vanished. The space trembled violently. Boom! The void shook, purple flames erupted. Susanoo broke through the air, its cold faceplate looking down upon the earth. The gigantic chakra blade slowly raised in the night sky, the chill overwhelming. Uchiha Ye's gaze was indifferent, lightly uttering a word, roll. The blade of Susanoo suddenly slashed down. In an instant, the power of Shinra Tensei attached to the blade, the repulsive force surging like a tsunami. Ah! Gamagoro had yet to react when his massive body was sliced through the chest and abdomen by the blade, the repulsive force roaring through him, tearing him apart into countless chunks of flesh and blood. Severed limbs and mincemeat swept away like a storm, exploding in all directions. The air trembled, the ground sank, and wherever the shockwave reached, the 100-meter forest was ground to nothingness. Susanoo slowly sheathed its blade, the storm behind it still raging. Uchiha Ye stood in the void, looking down coldly, only uttering a faint remark, waste. Gamaken roared in anger, channeling all his chakra, the massive blade sweeping across, shaking heaven and earth. Die for me. But he only saw Uchiha Ye's pupils suddenly constrict. Tenpenki-ai. Boom! The heavens shattered, meteors crushed down from the clouds in an instant, burying Gamaken along with the entire mountain into the ground, flesh, rock, and forest all pulverized, the earth shaking violently, the mountain collapsing 3 feet. As the dust settled, only a twisted, decaying giant corpse remained beneath the meteor remnants. Its eyeballs exploded, and its innards spilled out like a pool of dead mud. Chapter 66. With such strength, you dare to block me? The dust had yet to settle, and on the scorched earth, there was an eerie silence all around. The corpse of Gamakichi had not yet cooled, and the meteor that had crushed the entire mountain was still deeply embedded in the ground, its residual power lingering, causing tremors that reverberated through the air. In the distance, atop the rocky cliffs, 2 aged figures slowly emerged, Sage Jiraiya and Sage Fukasaku. They said nothing, silently gazing at Uchiha Ye, who floated in mid-air amidst the ruins. Gamakichi and Gamabunta are dead. Fukasaku spoke softly, his voice hoarse and heavy, filled with endless repression. Jiraiya did not respond, but his gaze was fixed tightly on the young man clad in a black cloak, whose eyes seemed to devour everything. His voice emerged from deep within his throat. Yet, Uchiha Ye, the name of calamity had finally emerged. He was able to kill both Gamabunta and Gamakichi with a single strike. Fukasaku's voice was low and shocked. Gamakichi, Gamabunta, and Gamawanta were the high-ranking toads of Mount Mayaboku. Yet at this moment, they had died at the hands of one person. That was not ninjutsu. That was the power of another dimension. Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grave, his eyes more oppressive than the Sharingan. We can no longer wait. Fukasaku nodded, and the two of them closed their eyes in unison, channeling their chakra, the energy surging within them, and instantly leaped into the air, entering sage mode. The atmosphere around them suddenly changed, as if heaven and earth had come to a halt. A massive amount of natural energy flowed into the two toads' bodies, the pressure and energy in the air almost tearing the ground apart. Uchiha Ye finally turned his head, seemingly aware of their presence. His gaze was indifferent, as if looking at two insignificant lives. Here to seek death again? He spoke calmly, his voice chillingly tranquil. Arrogant humans. Fukasaku growled lowly, his chakra surging, the air around him swirling like a violent storm. Sage art. Toad cry. Fukasaku let out a long howl that shattered the surrounding rocks, the sound echoing through the air. Wind release. Sand dust. A fierce wind carried sand and gravel, instantly condensing into a solid barrier, attempting to completely isolate Uchiha Ye. Jiraiya's figure darted like lightning as he swiftly created a shadow clone, which spewed out toad oil, while his original body formed hand seals. Fire release. Oil fireball. The scorching flames intertwined with the oil, instantly igniting into a sea of fire. Wind, fire, and oil combined into a powerful composite sage technique, resembling a massive energy storm that surged towards Uchiha Ye. Sage art. 5 right guards. A gigantic column of energy shot up from the earth, the fire pillar and sand shield clashing in the air, darkening the sky as if it were being devoured. However, Uchiha Ye remained unfazed. He slightly raised his hand. The so-called toad cry was merely noise to him. Almost in an instant, the residual flames and sand were extinguished, and the world returned to silence. A flicker of shock crossed Fukasaku's eyes as he murmured, "It's one thing for illusions to be ineffective, but to absorb sage techniques too?" Jiraiya's hands trembled slightly, his face turning pale, filled with disbelief and terror. Uchiha Ye let out a light snort, gathering the absorbed chakra into his body, then turned to look at them. "Any chakra can be used by me." His words were cold, as if stating an obvious fact. Having said that, he did not stop his steps, slowly approaching the two sages. Jiraiya's face changed drastically, and he suddenly stuck out his tongue, revealing sharp teeth like a beast. The tip of his tongue quickly transforming into countless strands, lunging at Uchiha Ye's limbs and body. "Tongue binding technique," he shouted coldly, the hundreds of tongue strands entwining like living creatures, attempting to bind Uchiha Ye's limbs. At the same time, Fukasaku refused to be outdone, rapidly spitting out a water gun, shouting "water slash." However, before the water gun could reach Uchiha Ye, it was effortlessly absorbed. The water transformed into a fine stream, silently vanishing into the air. Uchiha Ye smiled lightly, raising his palm and calmly stating, "Silver wheel rebirth explosion." A seal appeared in his palm, and the rapidly spinning chakra wheel shot out, breaking through the air and heading straight for the entangled tongue strands. Smack! The silver wheel, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, effortlessly crushed the tongue strands. Even Jiraiya's original tongue was swept and severed, blood gushing forth, the pain rendering him nearly unable to breathe. Jiraiya was horrified, stepping back several paces, trying to cover his mouth with his hand, but blood continued to pour out. "How is this possible?" His voice was hoarse, stunned into silence, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Uchiha Ye remained expressionless, gently turning around, the dust beneath his feet swirling as if swept by an invisible force. The residual wave yet to end, and the air around them seemed to solidify. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering. "Old man, use that." Fukasaku nodded, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly leaping out of the battlefield, quickly creating countless toad clones, attempting to use these clones to disrupt Uchiha Ye's line of sight. At the same time, Jiraiya began to chant softly, her voice gradually growing louder, chakra surging within her. However, in the next instant, the barrier unfolded. Four ancient characters' immovable king faintly appearing in the air, forming a vast illusionary space intended to securely trap Uchiha Ye. At that moment, heaven and earth seemed to be sealed, the rules of space twisted, and the flow of time seemed to slow down. Uchiha Ye indifferently watched all of this, his gaze sharp as a cold knife, showing no signs of fluctuation. The toad clones had not yet fully executed their restraining effects when they were effortlessly swept away by a black rod he conjured, turning into smoke and dissipating into the air. This technique, which required time to prepare, better not embarrass yourself by using it. Uchiha Ye's voice was calm, yet filled with endless pressure, like a bitter storm, completely crushing any resistance or struggle. Before his words could finish, he instantaneously appeared behind Fukasaku and Jiraiya like a ghost. There was no warning, his speed too fast to react. A flicker of terror crossed Fukasaku's eyes as he attempted to turn around, but he could only manage to gasp, "Wah!" before his voice could finish. Uchiha Ye used the ability of the human path to instantly extract and then crush his soul, as if everything happened in the blink of an eye, with no room for error. As for Jiraiya, despite having a strong will to resist, her eyes had not yet recovered from shock when she felt an invisible pressure suddenly descend. She had no time to react. All she heard was a dull thud as the black rod pierced through her chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, and before her painful groan could escape, she was suppressed to the point of being unable to struggle. Uchiha Ye stood beside the two, his expression cold, like an iceberg. There was not a trace of emotional fluctuation in his eyes, only endless indifference and overwhelming power. "With such strength, you dare to block me?" Chapter 67. Toad Maru. The bodies of Shima, Fukasaku, Toad Kin, and Toad Ikari had yet to cool, fresh blood winding down the rock face, dyeing the ancient mountain of Mayaboku into a shocking crimson. A bloody wind assaulted the senses, as if the world was shrouded in a heavy red hue, making even the air thick and oppressive. A deep and ancient aura quietly rose from the depths of the mountain, like a primordial beast awakening, causing the heavens and earth to freeze in place. Uchiha Ye frowned, his cold gaze sweeping over the fallen giant toad corpses, his eyes devoid of emotion. Did this group of toads have water in their brains? His voice was calm, yet piercing, as if mocking a tragedy that had long been foretold. Did they not understand the importance of teamwork? Before his words could finish, accompanied by heavy footsteps, the great toad sage slowly appeared. His massive, ancient figure resembled a moving mountain, his eyes slightly closed, filled with heaviness, compassion, and indescribable complexity. He was the guardian of Mayaboka Mountain, the embodiment of sage arts. Toad Maru, you are the child of calamity foretold. Uchiha Ye. Toad Maru's voice was deep, as if traversing through the currents of time, carrying a heavy sense of destiny. Calamity? Uchiha Ye chuckled lightly, a chilling smile in his voice. The magnificent Rinnegan in his eyes subtly shifted, the pupils outlining a breathtaking starry pattern. You have quite the insight. He smirked, the smile cold, as killing intent coalesced into substance. Since that's the case, let me show you what true calamity is. With that, he raised his hand and waved, ripples visible to the naked eye emanating from his palm. Shinra Tensei. Boom! The destructive repulsive force erupted instantly. The mountain entrance exploded, rocks flew, and giant trees were uprooted, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Countless fragments of stone and broken wood danced wildly in the air, as if being swallowed by an invisible torrent. However, the great toad sage, Toad Maru, remained unfazed. He stood calmly at the center of the storm, as if the repulsive force was merely a gentle breeze. His massive and heavy body akin to an ancient mountain that had stood for eons, indestructible. Interesting, Uchiha Ye narrowed his eyes, casually retracting his arm, a playful arc gracing his lips, though the killing intent in his gaze grew denser. He could feel that within this old toad lay an inconceivable amount of sage chakra. Toad Maru felt the same shock within. In that brief moment, he sensed a power far exceeding that of earthly ninjas, even more terrifying than Nagato, whom he had observed in the human world. However, as the oldest being of Mayaboka Mountain, Toad Maru remained steadfast. He closed his eyes, feeling the sage chakra surging within him, a hint of unyielding pride flashing in his eyes. He spoke, his voice ancient yet filled with endless authority. Sage art, water iron cannon. Boom! Toad Maru roared, and in an instant, a water column erupted from his mouth like a mountain torrent, its momentum incredible, as if it sought to tear the very heavens apart. The water was infused with countless needle-like high-pressure water blades, causing the very space to hum and vibrate. Despite his age, his movements were unbelievably quick, his speed and power not inferior to his prime. Uchiha Ye coldly laughed, his eyes shining brightly, his form shifting slightly. Facing the astonishing water column, his aura surging, the water iron cannon rushed forward, tearing through the air with an unstoppable pressure, heading straight for Uchiha Ye. Uchiha Ye narrowed his eyes, the Rinnegan fully awakening at that moment, the sapphire and deep purple intertwining, the starry patterns slowly rotating, reflecting an aura of destruction and dominion. He reached out with one hand, slowly condensing a pitch-black small sphere in his palm, the surrounding space slightly distorting, a piercing sound resonating in the air. Bansho Tenin. His voice was barely audible, yet it seemed to command the rules of the universe. Boom! The surging water iron cannon, as it approached him, seemed to be captured by an invisible gravitational field, the water flow deviating from its path. Like thousands of fine snakes being pulled toward the black sphere in Uchiha Ye's palm, the powerful impact gradually dissipating, ultimately transforming into a mist that splashed onto the ground. The mist filled the air, obscuring vision. Not bad. Uchiha Ye stepped forward, each step seeming to shatter the earth, his voice disdainfully echoing in the fog. Too bad. You're old. In the next instant, his figure vanished like lightning. Toad Maru's heart sank, the sage chakra erupting fiercely, a thick water shield instantly forming around him. But just as the water shield took shape, Uchiha Ye had already appeared before his massive body. Rinnegan, edge of the abyss. Thud! An invisible blow struck fiercely against Toad Maru's water shield, shattering it, and even the gigantic toad was pushed back several steps, its feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Toad Maru realized in shock. He couldn't even see the attacker, as if a shadow from another world was tearing reality apart. This power, Toad Maru's eyes trembled slightly, finally revealing a hint of disbelief. Uchiha Ye did not give him a chance to breathe. His palm once again gathered chakra compressed to the extreme, a blue-white spiral storm blossoming in his hand. Rasengan? No, it's the sage art version. Toad Maru quickly recognized the difference, his expression changing slightly, but it was too late. The sage art, super large oil bomb, infused with terrifying natural energy, fell like a meteor, tearing through the air, and smashed heavily into Toad Maru's chest. Boom! The entire Mayaboka mountain trembled, the mountain body fracturing, birds scattering in panic. In the midst of the dust, the massive Toad Maru staggered back, his heavy body crashing into a peak, yet he did not fall. Though his chest scales shattered and were stained with blood, he endured the blow, bolstered by the sage chakra enveloping his body. Quack! Toad Maru roared, his body swelling. The vast sage chakra within him erupting like a tsunami, shattering rocks and sweeping forward. Uchiha Ye's eyes turned cold, and with a step, he slid away like a ghost, avoiding the frontal impact. In the next moment, Toad Maru's massive body lunged forward, his mountain-like fist carrying a tremendous gust of wind, smashing down. Sage art! Toad group hands. Boom! Boom! The ground exploded with deep, bottomless pits, fragments flying everywhere. Uchiha Ye's figure flickered, appearing and disappearing amidst the immense force. His feet treading on empty space like a swimming dragon, navigating through the violent air currents effortlessly. However, Toad Maru did not relent, his giant tongue suddenly darting out like thunder breaking the sky, directly targeting Uchiha Ye's waist. Uchiha Ye flipped his right hand, tearing through the void, instantly shifting several feet away at an almost imperceptible speed, narrowly avoiding it. Toad Maru's tongue missed, and he retaliated with a sweeping tail strike, creating a shockwave like a tidal wave. Uchiha Ye formed hand seals, a black shield appearing before him, taking the tail strike head-on. But cracks rapidly spread across the light shield, nearly shattering. Uchiha Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, for the first time revealing a hint of seriousness. Amidst the chaos and rumble, Toad Maru took a deep breath, his abdomen swelling, a blazing light swirling in his throat. Sage art, super large oil bomb, Mayaboka mountain, which we protect, will never submit to you. Chapter 68, Immortal Technique, Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. The scorching oil bombs erupted like meteors, burning the heavens and the earth, crashing down towards Uchiha Ye. In the night, Uchiha Ye stood still like a monument, his black cloak fluttering in the storm. He slowly raised his hand, and a small black sphere gradually formed in his palm. A deep voice echoed through the world. The toad guarding Mayaboka mountain? It's merely the decaying remnants of a bygone era. The black sphere spun and expanded, crazily absorbing the surrounding light, forming an ever-expanding gravitational core. Earth explosion star. Boom! The black sphere suddenly shot out, becoming the center of gravity, tearing apart the surrounding mountains and trees. The massive body of Gamabunta was also caught in the gravitational storm, rising into the air, on the verge of being completely pulled into the core of the Earth explosion star. At this life-and-death moment, Gamabunta roared, and the sage chakra surged wildly. His cheeks puffed up, rapidly condensing a deep blue vortex water bullet in his mouth. At the same time, the hot power deep within his chest was compressed into a blazing fireball. Sage art, super large water cannonball. Sage art, flame bullet wave. Boom! Gamabunta opened his mouth and roared. The water cannonball and flame bullet clashed and shot out. The intertwining blue and red light streams fought against each other, forming a twisted and fiery explosion wave. This stream of light shot straight into the sky. The target, directly aimed at the ever-expanding black gravitational core. The Earth explosion star crazily absorbed the surrounding debris. The core twisted and collapsed. And at the moment the water cannon and flame bullet collided and exploded, boom! The black core shook violently. Under the impact of the dual attributes, tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the core, which was then completely torn apart by the heat and impact. Crack, crack, crack! The gravity of the Earth explosion star instantly became chaotic, rapidly collapsing, and finally exploded with a thunderous sound. In the sky, debris fell like a waterfall, and Gamabunta landed heavily from mid-air, his limbs crashing into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh! He gasped for breath. His sage chakra slightly chaotic, but still surging endlessly, his massive presence shocking the surroundings. Uchiha Ye stood far away, watching this scene with an indifferent expression. Is that it? His gaze was as deep as an abyss, not taking any of this to heart. At that moment, buzz! Deep within the earth of Mayaboka Mountain, the ancient stone statue that had been sleeping began to awaken, faint light quietly illuminating the trees and mountains. Gold, blue, red, silver. Various colors of sage chakra flowed like rivers, quietly converging towards Gamabunta along the earth veins. And Gamabunta finally stepped into true awakening, the earth trembled. The ancient stone statue deep within Mayubuka Mountain completely revived. Billions of sage chakra surged like the sea, pouring into Gamabunta's massive body. The once dilapidated and old aura radiated unprecedented might at this moment, as if the mountain god that had slept for millennia had awakened. Gamabunta let out a long howl, the sage chakra transforming into towering waves, obscuring the sky. "Young man, let me show you the true power of sage arts." Boom! Its massive body crushed forward like a living mountain, its giant palm breaking through the air, carrying a torrent of sage arts. However, Uchiha Ye's gaze remained calm as water, as if he had anticipated this impact. The doubts he had while reading the original story were also answered. Why not clear away those who had turned into stone statues? It turned out that these stone statues had long been prepared as their last bargaining chip. Faced with such pressure, Uchiha Ye's expression was calm. He simply raised his palm slowly. Boom! An overwhelming and vast energy erupted from within him. The blue and white sage chakra intertwined with the power of the Rinnegan. A flowing golden-patterned halo appearing behind him, resembling a sacred halo behind a throne. In the center of his forehead, a pale golden mark slowly unfolded. The sage mode completely awakened. 7 Tao orbs floated and rotated around him, each condensing the ultimate power of life and death. Ashura, sage mode. Rinnegan, Tao orb mode. The fusion of these two supreme powers erupted completely at this moment. Boom! The air exploded and space twisted. Violent energy surged forth like a tsunami, as if even the laws of heaven and earth were being forcibly rewritten at this moment. Uchiha Ye's figure floated in the void, the Tao orbs surrounding him lighting up one by one, each containing the power to destroy everything. Yet the surface of the pitch-black spheres erupted with dazzling divine light. Pressure. Just standing there felt like an ancient, divine mountain pressing down, causing the ground within 1,000 meters to crack inch by inch, the air solidifying into a tangible weight. Even light twisted and shattered around him. The power of the Rinnegan surged wildly, the silver-blue brilliance intermingling with the pitch-black of the Tao orbs, forming a world-ending picture. At this moment, he was like a deity towering above all living beings. With a lift of his hand, he could shatter mountains and rivers with a glance. He could extinguish stars, an invincible posture dominating the world. "Come on," Uchiha Ye murmured softly, indifference laced with killing intent. Gamabunta's pupils constricted suddenly, and the hair all over its body stood on end. It had never felt such a terrifying sense of oppression. Even Kagaya from ancient times did not exert such pressure. In the next instant, Gamabunta roared and charged forward, the surrounding mountains exploding under its impact. Uchiha Ye's figure flickered, transforming into a stream of light to clash head-on with it. Boom, boom, boom. A palm collided, the chakra storm raged, and the heavens and earth surged. Gamabunta slammed down with both palms in succession, the sage art water cannon and flame bullet crashing down like a tidal wave. Uchiha Ye was unafraid of the impact, the Tao orbs in his hand transforming into a black spear, each throw tearing through the void, accurately shattering the water cannon and flame bullet. The two great powers truly engaged in a hard-hitting battle. The sky was torn into pitch-black cracks, and the earth shattered into canyon-like ravines. Each collision caused mountains to collapse and the ground to quake. Each confrontation was a life-and-death struggle. Gamabunta roared, using all its strength to condense a massive sage art shockwave, attempting to engulf Uchiha Ye. Yet Uchiha Ye stood firm, the 6 paths of light slowly expanding, the swirling energy vortex in his hand growing ever more intense. Sage art, golden wheel rebirth explosion. The whisper fell. Boom! The golden white spiral impact tore through the sky, instantly shattering Gamabunta's sage art shockwave. In that moment, Gamabunta's massive body was torn apart by the golden wheel. Blood and chakra surged into the sky. After the loud noise, the earth fell silent. Gamabunta staggered and knelt down, its body covered in cracks, its breath in free fall. It struggled to breathe, fear and hesitation surfacing in its eyes for the first time. It can surrender. Mayubuka Mountain can be under your control, as long as you let me go. The voice was laced with undeniable fear and humility. Uchiha Ye slowly approached, each step causing the ground to crack open. He looked down at the bloodied Gamabunta, coldness like frost in his eyes. In the next moment, a slight mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Grand Guardian of Mayubuka Mountain, manipulating wars and spreading calamity in the shadows for centuries, inciting human slaughter. now learns to be afraid? He shook his head disdainfully, his voice deep and mocking, truly laughable. Do you think you, barely clinging to life, still have any value? Gamabunta trembled all over, opening its mouth to speak. But under Uchiha Ye's icy gaze, its throat choked. The night wind howled, the cloak billowing. Uchiha Ye raised his palm, the 7 Tao orbs swirling together, condensing into a pitch-black spear. Cold, resolute, merciless. Turn to dust. He hurled it out with a palm. Boom! The golden spear pierced through the sky and directly stabbed into the body of the toad. With a loud roar, the ancient overlord who had controlled the Miao Mu Mountain for hundreds of years finally fell completely silent in this ruin. Above the sky, the night was thick as ink, and Uchiha Ye stood quietly in the center of the ruins, the golden light illuminating this fragmented land. Chapter 69. Become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment Gamamaru died, the surrounding toad statues exploded one after another, with debris flying everywhere. What is happening? The Great Lord was actually killed by a human. Run, run. The toads who witnessed the entire battle were filled with terror. Their once invincible sage, Gamamaru, was crushed and killed by Uchiha Yoru without a chance to resist. Uchiha Yoru's expression was indifferent as he slightly tilted his head. Scanning the panicked toads, would release, birth of the world tree. Boom! The earth shook violently, and countless giant trees burst forth from the ground like furious dragons, coiling and entwining, quickly binding the fleeing toads one by one, their struggles futile. Uchiha Yoru walked slowly, stepping on the bloodstains, his expression cold. A group of cunning toads. His voice was deep, like the whisper of death in their ears. Since you dared to be enemies, then let them all stay here. As his words fell, he tightened his palm, and the giant trees constricted like nooses. Cries of agony arose one after another, quickly fading into silence. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and the entire Mayabuka mountain seemed to be swallowed by darkness. After the cleanup, Uchiha Yoru did not linger. He raised his gaze to this place known as a holy land, his eyes deep and cold. Here, hidden were secrets far dirtier than what appeared on the surface. Under the power of the Rinnegan, Yoru began to transform the environment. The mountains cracked and reshaped, the barrier rules were forcibly reversed, and the source of the Toad oil waterfall was completely destroyed. It was during the destruction of the Toad oil source that Yoru unexpectedly discovered the true truth. What was called Toad oil was not naturally generated, but rather the result of those humans who had been lured to Mayaboka Mountain to train. After mastering the sage arts, they died accidentally, and their bodies, under the catalysis of specially made sage chakra, transformed into this oil waterfall. Countless dead, their bloodlines, souls, and chakra were all refined and recycled to sustain the bloodline and power of the Toad clan. Over the years, the so-called Holy Land was nothing but a purgatory built on the corpses of countless talented humans. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru's gaze turned completely cold. Gamamaru, the monster that prided itself on being a sage, had unknowingly buried how many gifted practitioners over a millennium. The legends of Mayaboka Mountain that circulated in the world were merely a grand hunting game. Under the guise of teaching humans, it harvested lives and refined chakra. Truly disgusting. He spoke softly, his tone calm, yet hiding a chilling, murderous intent. At this moment, his true purpose in transforming Mayaboka Mountain also became clear. He wanted to completely eradicate the dirty roots here and turn Mayaboka Mountain into a true secret realm of sage arts belonging to humanity. No longer needing to parasitize the Toad sage arts, no longer needing to kneel before other races in humiliation, but allowing humans to independently control natural energy and forge their own extraordinary path. Uchiha Yoru closed his eyes, feeling the flowing natural power between heaven and earth. He used the power of the Rinnegan to reshape the core of the barrier, completely altering the barrier rules of Mayaboka Mountain for his own use. From today on, there would be no more Toad Holy Land, only a cultivation holy land belonging to Uchiha Yoru and the future human powerhouses. The wind blew across the broken earth, and amidst the debris, a mournful whisper seemed to echo. Everything was just beginning. After finishing all this, Uchiha Yoru turned to leave. Behind him were 2-tailed beasts that had been firmly controlled, the 6 tails and the 7 tails. His figure gradually faded into the world, disappearing like a ghost. Valley of the End. Mist swirled, and under the ancient cliffs, Uchiha Madara stood quietly, gazing at the sky. The moment Uchiha Yoru appeared, Madara's pupils slightly contracted. That aura was completely different from before. Not only was it an increase in power, but it also felt like some sort of transformation in a realm. Yoru, Madara chuckled softly, his tone carrying a hint of emotion and envy. You have become even stronger. Uchiha Yoru's expression was calm, merely smiling slightly. Yet there were turbulent waves hidden deep in his eyes. The 6 tails and 7 tails were already in hand. His voice was calm and powerful, as if stating an inevitable outcome. Then his gaze sharpened, his tone low and firm. Next, we will begin the plan for the resurrection of the 10 tails. As soon as the words fell, the earth roared, and a tearing sound that split space echoed. Crack! The outer path golem emerged from the void, its massive body standing like a mountain in the center of the Valley of the End. 9 chains hung down, exuding a heavy, ancient sense of oppression. The 6 tails and 7 tails, guided by the chains, screamed in pain as they were pulled toward the mouth of the outer path golem. A rich chakra storm surged up, raising enormous waves on the lake surface. Between heaven and earth, the storm roared and thunder rolled. Uchiha Yoru stood atop the cliff, his robes fluttering, quietly gazing at the soon-to-be-resurrected 10 tails. Uchiha Madara, hand clasped behind him, his gaze heavy. Yoru suddenly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Madara, become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Madara's brow twitched, glancing at Yoru with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Why me? You could easily become a god yourself. Uchiha Yoru smiled slightly, his eyes hiding unspoken depth. I have a further path to walk. The power of the 10 tails is just the starting point for me, not the end. And you, Madara, Uchiha Yoru's tone was steady, his gaze fiery, are the most suitable person to master it. This world needs someone at the pinnacle to suppress all turmoil. Just a few short sentences struck deep into Madara's heart like heavy hammers. In that moment, Madara seemed to see the idealistic self of his youth, longing for recognition. And now, someone had entrusted the world, the trust, into his hands without reservation. Madara remained silent for a long time before finally revealing a faint smile. He said nothing, stepping forward, hands forming seals without hesitation. Uchiha Yoru simultaneously began the sealing technique. Boom! The chakra of the 10 tails poured down like a tidal wave, and Madara stood straight, his body as immovable as a mountain. Flesh was being reshaped, and the soul was being sublimated. In a violent chakra storm, Madara's consciousness was burning, reshaping, and continuously ascending. In that boundless void, he heard the deepest voice from the bottom of his heart. Yoru, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. No matter how the future changes, I, Madara, vow with this body to protect you as you ascend to the highest peak. Even if it means becoming an enemy to the whole world, I will not let your ideals falter by even a fraction. In that moment, he was fighting not just for himself. He was also fighting for the one who first truly placed their trust in him. Light and darkness intertwined. Thunder and storm raged between heaven and earth, as if a god was about to be born here. Soon after, the light faded. Uchiha Madara stood quietly in the void, clad in a white 6 paths sage robe, 9 black chakra rings orbiting behind him, his palms slightly clasped, and the surrounding space crackled like fragile glass, emitting faint sounds of shattering. The power of the 6 paths, the body of the 10 tails, a true deity has descended. Madara looked down at the earth, gazing at Uchiha Yoru, and Yoru merely smiled lightly, his eyes calm as water. Madara lowered his gaze at him, silently vowing in his heart. He softly said, You're next. Let us together shatter this decaying ninja world and reshape a true future. Uchiha Yoru responded indifferently. The two stood side by side, thunderclouds roiling above, the earth trembling and moaning. The future belongs to them. The true era of gods is about to begin. Chapter 70. Total annihilation. The dragon's cave is cold and damp. A foul wind blows, and countless giant snakes writhe in the darkness, hissing. Boom! The cave's ceiling explodes. 2 figures descend from the sky. One is cloaked in black, the wheel of reincarnation spinning, exuding endless pressure. The other, clad in white, with flying black hair and azure eyes like an enraged deity. Uchiha Ye, Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, countless entwined snakes on the ground begin to glow, and the runes on the walls flicker, enveloping the entire dragon's cave in a powerful sealing formation. The curse seal barrier, laid down by the white snake sage, seals the space, making it difficult for any chakra to circulate. However, in the face of such a formation, Madara and Ye remain unfazed. Madara's gaze is cold, and with a wave of his hand, the truth-seeking ball instantly appears, emitting endless waves of energy. This formation couldn't even stop the 10-tail seal. It's hardly worth mentioning to me, Madara says casually. Immediately, he slightly closes his palm, and the truth-seeking ball spins in the air, releasing an invisible wave that instantly shatters the seal of the formation. At the same time, Yi pauses slightly, and the Rinnegan in his eyes flickers with the brilliance of samsara. Madara, leave it to me, he says calmly. Madara nods, then transforms his chakra into invisible waves, slowly covering the entire cave, instantly dissipating all hostility. The light in Ye's eyes intensifies, and he puts his hands together, the Rinnegan gazing at the surrounding runes. This formation is simply too weak, he murmurs. Then with a wave of his hand, the runes immediately lose their effect, and the seals around them completely collapse. As the formation crumbles, the dragon's cave regains its freedom, and the white snake sage, furious, has his pupils suddenly contract, his face turning extremely dark. You actually managed to break it so easily. The next moment, the white snake sage begins to roar, his voice shaking the mountains and rivers. You dare to unify the ninja world and sweep through the 3 great holy lands. So what if we do? Uchiha Ye's voice is icy, like the death god from the underworld. Arrogant. The white snake sage howls in rage, suddenly opening its mouth. 10,000 snakes, curse poison. A torrent of poisonous mist erupts, transforming into countless deadly giant snakes, attacking. Illusion snake secret technique. The void trembles, and an invisible illusion technique stealthily approaches, aiming to trap the two in an endless illusion. In an instant, poison mist and illusions converge, covering the sky and earth. Madara snorts coldly and strides forward. Sage art, wind release, aurora storm. A azure storm suddenly sweeps out, blades of air flying, instantly shattering the poison mist and tearing apart the illusion. The white snake sage's body trembles, forced to retreat repeatedly. Just a minor trick, Madara says coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The white snake sage roars in anger, sweeping its tail. Cobra annihilation. A massive tail, as big as a mountain, crashes down with billions of tons of force. The earth cracks, and the mountain of the snake cave trembles. Uchiha Ye does not stop his steps, the light in his eyes blazing. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupts, and the white snake sage's enormous tail is forcibly pushed away, causing the cave's ceiling to collapse again. The ground shakes violently, and the entire cave sways. Uchiha Ye brings his fingers together, lightning in his hand transforming into a blinding spear. His figure flashes. Sage art. Lightning release. 1,000-bird spear. The lightning spear, like a stream of light, instantly pierces the left eye of the white snake sage. A waterfall of blood sprays. Blood flows profusely. A shrill scream tears through the sky. The white snake sage howls in rage, blood flowing from its snake body, the severe pain nearly causing it to lose control. Its massive body convulses continuously, shaking the entire snake cave. Fear flashes in its eyes, as if everything is suddenly out of control. The snake princess and countless giant snakes emit terrified hisses. Although they desperately retreat, under this merciless pressure, even the courage to approach disappears. The entire dragon's cave is shrouded in oppressive darkness, like a hell. The white snake sage is covered in blood, its massive body having lost its previous majesty. In the end, it lowers its proud head, humbly begging in a hoarse, weak voice, "Spare my life. Dragon's cave, I am willing to submit to you." Madara raises an eyebrow, slightly, gazing thoughtfully at the white snake sage, his gaze deep as a chasm. After a moment, he speaks softly. "You no longer have the qualifications to negotiate terms." Uchiha Ye walks to Madara's side, casting a cold glance at the white snake sage, his eyes devoid of any pity. "Your lives are already doomed." Uchiha Ye's voice is icy, as if pronouncing a death sentence. Facing these man-eating snakes, he feels no compassion. As soon as he finishes speaking, Uchiha Ye swings his hand upward, unleashing Shinra Tensei, instantly tearing open the ceiling of the dragon's cave. A beam of light shines on every snake, illuminating their dark bodies. Madara remains silent, flying alongside Uchiha Ye in the air. Then, Madara slowly raises his hand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. With his movement, the world suddenly changes color. The ground shakes violently, distant mountains begin to tilt, the sky splits open, as if an invisible force is tearing apart the entire world. The rock walls of the dragon's cave emit a dull sound, like the pulse of the earth beating wildly. The chakra within Madara surges violently, crashing like the sea, rapidly spreading. With the fluctuation of the 10 tails chakra, the entire dragon's cave instantly becomes precarious. The world is changing. Madara whispers, his eyes devoid of warmth. With his command, a destructive airflow suddenly sweeps in. The ground quickly cracks open, and the rock walls collapse. In that moment, the entire dragon's cave plunges into unprecedented ruin. Rocks shatter. Bottomless fissures spread like snake fangs. The structures within the cave collapse with a deafening roar, echoing in the ears, as if the entire world is trembling. This is your end. Uchiha Ye speaks coldly, the 1,000-bird spear in his hand condensing again. Imbued with sage chakra, its electric edge cutting through the air, swiftly piercing the heart of the white snake sage. Madara stands aside, his gaze sharp as a knife, watching the ruins before him. The explosion of the 10-tailed chakra causes the dragon's cave to completely collapse, the ground shattering like broken glass, rocks flying, the cave turning to rubble. Even the air currents between heaven and earth becoming distorted, as if the entire world has been torn apart in an instant. Fear and despair fill the white snake sage's eyes. Although it can no longer evade its fate, it still struggles desperately. No, it roars in anger, trying to resist. But the power at this moment exceeds its comprehension and cannot be contended with. Boom! A deafening explosion sounds, and the rock walls of the dragon's cave collapse like an avalanche, the earth rolling, debris and mud flying. The entire cave is instantly engulfed, the air seemingly solidified by the intense, explosive waves. Until confirming that the life of the white snake sage is completely extinguished, Madara slightly curls his lips, a hint of a cold smile appearing. Well done. Madara's tone remains flat, as if he had long predicted this outcome. Everything under control, not wavering in the slightest. Uchiha Ye nods, his gaze still icy, deep as the ocean. This corpse, Orochimaru should find interesting. Madara slightly furrows his brow, a trace of disdain and contempt flashing in his eyes. The guy has some small cleverness. There are indeed merits in his research. Although Madara feels disgusted by Orochimaru's methods, he still understands the importance of research, especially after seeing the changes in Konoha. He has gained a deeper understanding of the power of research. Uchiha Ye chuckles softly, his tone still calm, carrying an undeniable rationality. Orochimaru's value cannot be underestimated. If properly guided, he might bring us unexpected surprises. Bam listened and lightly curled his lips, his tone indifferent. What value could he have? He was just a snakeskin, after all. He didn't intend to waste more words. A hint of impatience flashed in his eyes, as if he had long lost interest in this topic. The wind gradually ceased, dust slowly settled, and a dead silence pervaded the ruins. One of the 3 holy places of the ninja world, the Dragon Cave, was completely destroyed.